Chapter 1. Wei Liang opened his eyes to silence. Not the kind of silence that followed a long meditation, where the residual hum of qi currents still vibrated through the sect's protective formations. Not the silence of early morning before the outer disciples shuffled to their training grounds with bleary eyes and bruised knuckles. This was a different kind of silence, a hollow, scraping absence, as if someone had reached into the world and torn out its voice. He lay on his sleeping mat in the cramped stone cell that served as his quarters in the Ironfield sect's outer disciple dormitory. The thin blanket had slipped to the floor during the night, and the cold mountain air pressed against his skin. That was normal. What was not normal was the lack of the formation pulse that cycled every 6 heartbeats through the dormitory walls, regulating temperature and suppressing aggressive qi fluctuations. Wei Liang sat up. The formation lines carved into the stone were dark. Not dim, dark. Dead. As if whatever power had fed them had simply evaporated. He pressed his palm to the nearest line and felt nothing. Not even residual warmth. What happened? He muttered to himself, pulling on his outer robe with practiced speed. His fingers found his iron core staff leaning against the wall, and he took it more from habit than necessity. Wei Liang was, by the Ironfield sect's exacting standards, a failure. 5 years of cultivation, and he had barely reached the threshold of what the elders called qi awareness, able to perceive qi flows, but not manipulate them with any reliability. The other outer disciples had long since stopped mocking him. You could not mock something you did not notice. He stepped into the corridor and immediately understood that something catastrophic had occurred. Every door in the dormitory hung open. Not broken open. Simply open, as if every occupant had risen simultaneously and walked out. Wei Liang moved to the nearest cell and looked inside. Empty. The sleeping mat was still warm. A half-eaten rice ball sat on a wooden plate, one bite taken. The disciple's robe hung from its hook, and a pair of cloth shoes rested neatly beside the mat. They had left in their underclothes. Wei Liang went from room to room, his heartbeat accelerating with each empty chamber. 12 rooms. 12 warm mats. 12 abandoned meals at various stages of consumption. Not a single person. He burst out of the dormitory building and stood on the stone terrace overlooking the Ironfield sect's main compound. The site below carved itself into his memory with the precision of a chisel stroke. The entire sect was empty. Training grounds deserted. The great formation hall's doors thrown wide open. Interior formations dark. The Elders' Pavilion, where 3 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 core formation master resided, silent. No qi signatures anywhere. No movement. The watchtowers stood unmanned. The alchemical furnaces in the eastern wing were still lit, their contents burning unattended. Wei Liang descended the stairs at a run. He checked the inner disciple quarters, the library, the kitchens, the servants' quarters. Every room told the same story, mid-action abandonment. Tea cooling in cups. Brushes dropped mid-stroke on calligraphy paper. A sparring match frozen in time. 2 practice swords lying on the ground where they'd been dropped. "Hello," he called out, his voice cracking against the mountain walls. "Elder Foam? Senior Brother Zhao? Anyone?" His voice echoed and died. Wei Liang stood in the center of the main courtyard, alone, with the morning sun warming the back of his neck and a sensation in his chest he had never experienced before. The complete, unambiguous certainty that he was the only person left. Then the voice arrived. It did not come through his ears. It emerged from somewhere behind his sternum, resonating through his ribs and climbing his spine to settle at the base of his skull. The words were precise, delivered in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, neither male nor female, a voice designed to convey information without distortion. Last guardian system. Initializing. Wei Liang flinched so hard he dropped his staff. It clattered against the courtyard stones. Thread lattice integrity. 31.7%. Cultivator population detected. 1. Mortal population detected. Approximately 847 million. Status, critical. What? Who is saying that? Wei Liang spun in a circle, scanning the empty courtyard. Nothing. No one. The voice was inside him. You are Wei Liang, outer disciple, Ironfield sect. Anomalous Dantian structure confirmed. Lattice rejection confirmed. You were not swept into the void cradle. You are the last cultivator alive. The words hit him like physical blows. Last cultivator. Void cradle. Swept. He struggled to find an appropriate response and landed on something inadequate. That cannot be right. Scan complete. Continental Thread Network reveals 0 cultivator signatures outside your own. All others were drawn into the void cradle, a sealed dimensional pocket, at approximately 3:47 this morning. The eternal thread lattice has collapsed to crisis levels. Wei Liang's knees weakened but did not buckle. He grabbed his staff from the ground and used it to steady himself. 5 years of being the worst cultivator in the Ironfield sect, and now the universe had decided he was the only one left. Why me? The question came out hoarse. Your Dantian contains an anomalous structure that prevented the lattice from pulling you in. The anomaly predates your birth. Origin, unknown. The Last Guardian system was designed for this contingency. You have been assigned the role of Last Guardian. Assigned by whom? The First Weaver, architect of the Eternal Thread. The system was left as a legacy program to activate upon lattice collapse. Wei Liang closed his eyes and breathed. The morning air tasted like pine and cold stone. When he opened his eyes, the empty courtyard was still empty. The formations were still dead. The voice was still in his head. What does the Last Guardian do? Protects the mortal world. Finds a way to break the void cradle. Frees the sealed cultivators before the lattice consumes them as fuel. Current estimated time before complete cultivator consumption. 47 years at baseline burn rate. 47 years. That estimate assumes no acceleration. Acceleration is likely. Wei Liang laughed. It was not a happy sound. More the kind of laugh a man produces when reality has become so absurd that the only alternative to laughter is collapse. He was the worst cultivator in a sect of mediocre cultivators, and some ancient system expected him to save every cultivator in existence. I can barely light a candle with qi, he said flatly. I failed the Outer Disciple Advancement exam 3 times. Elder Feng told me to my face that my cultivation talent was cosmically unfortunate. How am I supposed to save anyone? The Guardian system does not operate on talent-based cultivation. It operates on Guardian Thread cultivation, a path that advances through acts of protection, sacrifice, and service. Every life you save, every threat you neutralize, every territory you defend generates Guardian points redeemable for rank advancement, techniques, and equipment. Protection-based advancement, Wei Liang repeated slowly. Not qi absorption. Correct. Your current rank, frayed thread. Baseline mortal awareness of the lattice. To advance, protect. A new sensation flooded his perception, not sight, not hearing, but something layered over both. He could see threads. Faint, gossamer thin lines of light connecting every stone to every other stone, every blade of grass to the soil beneath it, every particle of air to the currents that carried it. The lattice, the eternal thread, or what remained of it. The threads nearest him were dull and fraying, their light intermittent. In the distance, entire sections had gone dark. The world looked wounded. Warning, beast wave detected. Trajectory calculation indicates nearest mortal settlement. Ashford Village, population 412, will be reached in approximately 6 hours. Hollow beasts, QI corrupted fauna surging into civilized territory due to cultivator absence. Recommended action, intercept. 6 hours. A village of 400 people. Beasts corrupted by wild qi. Wei Liang tightened his grip on the iron core staff and started running. He was the worst cultivator in the world. He was also the only one. And in 6 hours, 412 people were going to discover that the protectors they had relied upon for centuries were gone. He ran faster. The system's timer burned at the edge of his new thread sight, counting down in golden numerals that only he could see, and the beasts were already closer than the system had estimated. Chapter 2. The mountain path from the Ironfield sect to the low valleys took 2 hours at a disciple sprint. Wei Liang covered it in an hour and 40 minutes, propelled by adrenaline and the growing urgency of the system's countdown timer, which had revised its estimate downward twice since he started running. Beast wave arrival revised. 5 hours, 12 minutes. Hollow beast count, estimated 30 to 40. Composition, corrupted wolves, corrupted boar, one possible alpha-class entity. Wei Liang pounded down the switchback trail with his iron core staff across his back, secured by a leather strap. His lungs burned. His cultivation, such as it was, offered no physical enhancement at frayed thread rank. He was running on mortal legs through mortal air, and the mountain did not care about his mission. Explain the system to me, he gasped between strides. Guardian thread cultivation. What does it actually involve? Traditional cultivation draws power from the eternal thread by severing and absorbing sections. This is the practice that degraded the lattice over millennia. Guardian thread cultivation is the inverse. You strengthen the lattice through protective action. The lattice, in return, empowers you. So every cultivator in history was a parasite. That is an oversimplification, but not inaccurate. The eternal thread connects every living being. Cultivators advanced by cutting those connections for personal use. The more threads cut, the more powerful the cultivator, and the weaker the lattice. Wei Liang leaped over a fallen tree trunk and nearly rolled an ankle on the landing. He steadied himself and kept moving, and the lattice eventually collapsed because of the accumulated damage. Correct. The void cradle was a fail-safe mechanism, intended to preserve cultivators in stasis while the lattice repaired itself. However, the cradle's function has been corrupted. Instead of stasis, the sealed cultivators are being slowly consumed as fuel to sustain the lattice's core. Consumed. The word tasted like ash. Their thread signatures are being burned to prevent total lattice dissolution. Without them, the lattice would unravel completely, and the connections between all living beings would cease. The consequences for the mortal world would be catastrophic. Ecosystems would collapse, weather patterns would destabilize, and sentient cognition would degrade. So the cultivators who broke the lattice are now being used to patch it. Yes, Wei Liang found a grim symmetry in that. He pushed through a thicket of brambles and emerged onto the wider trade road that led to the farming villages of the lower valley. From here, the landscape flattened into terraced rice paddies and neat rows of grain. In the distance, he could see smoke rising from Ashford village. What rank do I need to reach to break the void cradle? Void Threader, rank 9 of 10. That rank enables piercing into the dimensional layer where the void cradle exists. And I am Frayed Thread, rank 1. Correct. How long would that normally take a cultivator? Rank 1 to rank 9. Under traditional cultivation, with excellent talent? Approximately 400 years. With poor talent? Never. And with guardian thread cultivation? Unknown. No guardian has completed the path. The system's projections are theoretical. Wei Liang almost stopped running. He forced his legs to keep moving. You are telling me that this path has never been walked. The first weaver designed it. He did not live to test it. Your performance will generate the data. Wonderful. I am the experiment. You are the guardian. The distinction, Wei Liang noted, did not make him feel better. But his thread sight was sharpening as he ran, the gossamer lines becoming clearer. He could see the threads connecting the rice stalks to the paddy water, the earthworms to the soil, the birds overhead to the air currents carrying them. And he could see where those threads were fraying, edges unraveling, connections thinning, as if the fabric of reality was slowly losing its weave. Near Ashford village, the fraying was worse. Threads at the village's far edges were pulling apart, unmooring from their anchor points and drifting loose like cobwebs in wind. Fraying thread density correlates with hollow beast approach vectors. Corrupted chi destabilizes local thread structure before physical arrival. The beasts are already affecting the area. Their corruption precedes them. The village's thread integrity is degrading. When it drops below 20%, local wildlife will begin showing aggression. Below 10%, mortal health effects, fever, confusion, paranoia. Wei Liang slowed to a jog as he entered the village outskirts. Ashford was a farming settlement. Simple wooden houses with thatched roofs arranged around a central well. A handful of stone buildings served as the headman's residence, the storage granary, and what passed for a communal hall. The morning bustle was underway. Farmers heading to fields, children chasing chickens, an old woman hanging laundry. None of them knew. None of them could see the fraying threads or sense the approaching corruption. To them, this was an ordinary morning after an ordinary night, and the cultivators in the distant sects were doing whatever mysterious things cultivators did. Wei Liang stopped at the village entrance and tried to compose himself. His robes were dusty from the mountain run, his hair disheveled, and he was breathing harder than any cultivator should. He looked less like a protector and more like a man who had run from something. A girl of perhaps 16 approached. She had dark hair pinned back with a wooden comb, sharp eyes that evaluated him without pretense, and a basket of medicinal herbs balanced on her hip. Her hands were stained green from crushing leaves. "You are from the Ironfield sect," she said. It was not a question. His robes, tattered as they were, bore the sect's iron thread insignia. "I am. Where are the others?" Wei Liang opened his mouth, closed it. How did one explain to a mortal villager that every cultivator in the world had vanished overnight, and that the only one left was a man who could not reliably light a candle? "Gone," he said. The girl's expression did not change. She studied him with the clinical detachment of someone accustomed to diagnosing illness. "Gone where?" "I am still determining that." "Helpful." She shifted the herb basket to her other hip. "I am xianxia. My father is the village apothecary. If you need medical attention, his clinic is beside the well. If you are here to help, the village headman's house is straight ahead. If you are here to cause problems, leave." Wei Liang blinked. "I am here to help." "Then you should know that 3 of our goats died last night. Something tore them apart, but not to eat, just to tear. The dogs have been howling since before dawn, and my father's patients are complaining of headaches that started at the same time." Xianxu's eyes narrowed. "Whatever is happening, It started hours ago. Thread degradation symptoms confirmed. Estimated time to beast wave arrival. 4 hours, 31 minutes. Wei Liang met her gaze. Gather everyone into the village center. Away from the edges of the settlement. Board the windows of any building facing the eastern tree line. Why? Because something is coming through those trees in about 4 hours, and the people on the edges will be the first ones it reaches. Xianxia did not argue, did not demand further explanation, did not panic. She turned and walked briskly toward the headman's house, herbs bouncing in her basket. Over her shoulder, she called back, "The headman is stubborn. You will need to convince him. I have a talking voice in my head that says the world is ending. I think I can be persuasive." She paused, looked at him with an expression that balanced alarm and curiosity in precise measure, and then continued walking. "Accept frayed thread rank formalization. This will stabilize your lattice site and grant access to Guardian Point." "Young man, I have lived in this village for 53 years. In that time, I have seen floods, droughts, a plague of locusts that ate 3 harvests, and a bandit raid that killed 14 people. I am not easily frightened. But if you are telling me the truth, then you are describing the end of the world as I understand it, and I would appreciate specifics about what you intend to do about it." Wei Liang respected the directness. "I intend to kill the beasts. You, one outer disciple. I am the only option." Zhao Dishing smoked in silence for several seconds. Then he stood. "My granddaughter says you told her to board the eastern windows. I will do you one better. I have 47 able-bodied men and women in this village who know how to swing a tool. We have axes, sickles, grain flails, and 3 crossbows that belonged to my grandfather. Tell me what you need, and I will organize it. I need the village consolidated to the central square. No one on the periphery. I need barricades on the eastern approaches, overturned carts, lumber, anything solid. The crossbows positioned on the rooftops of the 2 tallest buildings. And I need anyone who cannot fight. Children, elderly, injured. Inside the granary with the doors barred." "How much time?" 4 hours. Perhaps less. Then stop talking and start moving." The next 3 hours were a blur of organized chaos. Zhao Dishing proved to be an exceptional crisis manager, barking orders with the authority of a man who had led his community through decades of hardship. The village mobilized with surprising efficiency. Carts were overturned and braced with logs. Crossbow bolts were counted, distributed, and recounted. The granary was cleared of grain sacks to make room for 43 children and 11 elderly residents. Wei Liang used the time to study the approaching threat through his lattice sight. The corruption moved like an oil slick through the thread network, a dark, viscous distortion that swallowed healthy threads and left rotting stumps. The beasts were the source, their bodies acting as mobile corruption nodes. Through the lattice, he could sense their general positions, a loose pack formation, moving at a loping pace through the forest, following the path of greatest thread damage like water following a crack. Beast count revised, approximately 35. 3 probable alpha-class entities detected based on corruption output. 3 alphas, Wei Liang murmured, standing on the eastern barricade and staring into the tree line. "That changes things." Xianxia appeared at his elbow. She had changed from her herb-gathering clothes into a practical linen tunic and had a leather satchel slung across her chest. "Medical supplies," she said before he could ask. "Bone-setting splints, wound compress, herbal coagulant. I have treated farm injuries for 6 years. How bad will this be?" "Bad. Specific bad. How many casualties should I prepare for?" Wei Liang calculated. 35 corrupted beasts against barricades, crossbows, and farming tools. 1 cultivator at the lowest rank with no combat techniques, and an iron staff. Prepare for 20 wounded. Hope for fewer. Her expression tightened, but did not crack. "I will set up a tree-off station inside the communal hall. Bring the wounded to me and stay out of my way while I work." "Understood." She turned to leave, then paused. "My father is in the granary with the children. He wanted to be at the tree-off station, but his hands shake now. He would not forgive himself if he lost a patient because of it. He raised a competent daughter. That counts for something." Xianxu's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but an acknowledgement. She disappeared into the communal hall. The beasts came 40 minutes early. The first sign was the sound, not howling or snarling, but a wet, crackling noise, like bones being broken inside a sack. The corruption had warped the animals' bodies as well as their behavior. What emerged from the tree line bore only passing resemblance to the wolves and boar they had once been. The lead creature was a wolf in shape, but its proportions were wrong. Its legs were too long, its skull too wide, and its eyes, 3 of them, 2 where they should be and 1 growing from the center of its forehead, glowed with the sick, violet light of corrupted qi. Its fur had fallen out in patches, replaced by raw, exposed muscle that steamed in the morning air. Behind it came more, wolves with extra limbs, boar with tusks that had grown in spirals through their own skulls, a deer whose antlers had fused into a mass of calcified corruption that pulsed like a second heart. Positions. Zhao Dishing bellowed from the central square. His voice carried authority that transcended fear. The crossbow operators opened fire. 2 bolts struck the lead wolf, one in the shoulder, one in the flank. The creature staggered but did not fall. It pulled the bolts from its body with a jerk of its oversized head and charged the barricade. Wei Liang was already moving. He vaulted the barricade and met the wolf in the open ground between the tree line and the village. His iron core staff caught the creature across its jaw with every ounce of mortal strength he possessed. Bone crunched. The wolf's head snapped sideways, and it stumbled. Not enough. The corrupted flesh was dense, resistant, almost rubberized. The blow that would have killed a normal wolf barely dazed this one. It recovered in 2 heartbeats and lunged. Wei Liang sidestepped, driving the butt of his staff into the creature's throat. Cartilage compressed, but did not break. The wolf snapped at him, and its teeth, longer than any natural wolf's, tore a strip from his sleeve and grazed the skin beneath. Heat bloomed along his forearm. He backed toward the barricade, drawing the wolf forward. Behind it, the pack was emerging from the trees in a ragged line. 30, 35. The count was hard to pin down because the corrupted forms blurred together in the dim light under the canopy. Tactical suggestion: use terrain. Corrupted beasts have enhanced strength but degraded spatial awareness. Obstacles force them into single-file approaches. Wei Liang grabbed a loose cart wheel from beside the barricade and rolled it hard into the lead wolf's path. The creature tripped, its 2 long legs tangling on the spokes. It crashed to the ground, and Wei Liang brought his staff down on its skull with a 2-handed overhead strike. The skull cracked. Violet light leaked out like smoke. The wolf thrashed once and went still. Plus 15 guardian points. Hollow beast, wolf, corrupted, neutralized. 15 points. He needed 500 for the next rank. The second beast, a boar with spiral tusks and a body mass equal to a small horse, hit the barricade at full charge. The overturned cart exploded inward. Farmers screamed and scrambled back. The boar skidded into the central square, its hooves tearing furrows in the packed earth. Wei Liang sprinted back through the gap. He planted his staff in the ground and used it as a pivot, swinging his body feet first into the boar's flank. The impact sent pain lancing up both legs, but the boar stumbled sideways. 2 farmers with axes closed in and began hacking at its hindquarters with desperate, chopping strokes. The boar screamed, a sound no natural pig would make, and swung its head. 1 spiral tusk caught a farmer across the ribs and sent him tumbling. The other farmer dodged and brought his axe down on the boar's neck. The blade bit deep but did not sever. Corrupted muscle clenched around the blade like a fist. Wei Liang drove his staff through the wound the axe had opened, punching through corrupted tissue until he felt the staff scrape spine. He twisted. The boar's body seized, its legs folding. It collapsed into the dirt, violet light steaming from its wounds. Plus 20 guardian points. Hollow beast, boar, corrupted, neutralized. 35 points. 465 to go. The pack was at the barricade. Wolves and corrupted deer swarmed the eastern approach, clambering over the broken cart. The crossbow operators fired rapidly, bolts punching into corrupted bodies. 1 bolt took a wolf through the eye, and it dropped. The rest kept coming. The next 20 minutes were the most brutal of Wei Liang's life. He fought with the iron staff and with everything the village could provide, grabbing a grain flail when a farmer went down, seizing a burning torch from a wall sconce, and driving it into a corrupted deer's open mouth. The corruption recoiled from fire. He discovered, not enough to kill, but enough to create a moment of hesitation. He killed 7 beasts himself and assisted in the deaths of 9 others. The farmers killed 11 more through sheer collective violence, swinging axes and sickles with the desperate coordination of people defending their homes. 4 beasts fled back into the forest, but 1 remained. The third alpha was different. It stood at the tree line, watching. It had not charged with the pack. It was a wolf, or had been, but its corruption had progressed further than the others. Its body was nearly twice the size of the lead wolf Wei Liang had killed first. Its 3 eyes tracked the battle with an intelligence that should not have been possible in a corrupted animal. And through his lattice sight, Wei Liang could see something worse. The threads around this creature were not just fraying. They were being actively consumed. It was eating the lattice. The creature opened its mouth, and the sound it produced was not a howl. It was a vibration, a deep, resonant pulse that shook the threads around the village. People grabbed their heads. 2 farmers dropped their weapons and staggered. Xianxia burst from the communal hall, her satchel bouncing. The children are screaming. Something is pressing on their heads, like a weight. The Alpha was using corruption as a weapon, not physical, lattice-based, pressing on the threads that connected the villagers to each other and to the world. And more howls answered from the forest, deep and hungry. The pack had regrouped, and they were coming back for another pass. Chapter 4. Wei Liang's body was already screaming protest from the first wave. His arms ached from swinging the iron staff, his legs burned from sprinting and pivoting, and the gash on his forearm from the first wolf's teeth throbbed with a heat that suggested corruption had entered the wound. He ignored all of it. The alpha wolf stood 70 meters away, vibrating the lattice with its corrupted resonance. Through his thread sight, Wei Liang could see the effect rippling outward like waves in a pond, each pulse weakening the threads connecting the villagers to the world. Children were crying in the granary. 2 of the crossbow operators had climbed down from the rooftops, clutching their temples. Headman Zhao, Wei Liang called without taking his eyes off the alpha. Pull everyone back to the granary. Close the doors. We are not leaving you alone out here. The beast is attacking through the lattice, through the connections between people. It does not need to reach you physically to hurt you. The more people are exposed, the more damage it does. Get inside. Zhao Desheng hesitated for 3 heartbeats, then started barking orders. Farmers dropped their weapons and ran for the granary. The wounded were dragged by their arms. In 90 seconds, the central square was empty except for Wei Liang and the distant Alpha. Guardian points, 35. Tactical analysis. Alpha-class Hollow Beast is using corrupted resonance to destabilize local thread network. Recommended, close distance and engage physically. Its resonance attack cannot target a single individual at close range without also destabilizing its own corrupted thread structure. Close range against something that size, Wei Liang muttered. Of course. He sprinted. The Alpha's 3 eyes locked onto him as he crossed the barricade ruins. Its resonance intensified. The pressure on his skull was immediate and enormous, like someone pressing thumbs into his temples. His lattice sight flickered. His steps faltered. He pushed through it with nothing but willpower and momentum. At 30 meters, the Alpha charged. The collision was not a fair exchange. The creature weighed 8 times what Wei Liang did, and its corrupted muscles gave it speed that defied its mass. Wei Liang threw himself sideways at the last second, rolling under the creature's snapping jaws and coming up behind its front legs. He drove the iron staff into the back of its knee joint. The joint buckled. The Alpha stumbled, one leg giving out. It recovered in 2 seconds, corrupted tissue knitting back together with sickening speed, but 2 seconds was enough for Wei Liang to scramble onto its back. It was like riding an earthquake. The creature thrashed, its body convulsing as it tried to throw him. Wei Liang locked his legs around its midsection and drove the iron staff into the base of its skull, where the spine met the brain case. The staff punched through corrupted muscle but stopped on bone. Dense, calcified, reinforced by the same corruption that made these beasts so resistant to damage. The Alpha slammed its body sideways into the overturned cart remains. Wood splintered against Wei Liang's side. He felt ribs shift, not break, but shift, and his grip loosened. The creature bucked, and he flew. He hit the ground rolling and came up on his feet, staff raised. The Alpha had turned to face him, its damaged leg already healed. Violet light streamed from its eyes like tears. The technique, Thread Lash, is available at current rank. Cost, 10 Guardian points. Description, channels lattice energy through a physical weapon, temporarily enhancing its cutting power against corrupted entities. Do it. Thread Lash acquired. Remaining Guardian points, 25. Knowledge flooded his body, not intellectual knowledge, but muscle memory. His hands adjusted their grip on the staff. His stance widened. He could feel the lattice threads around him, and the technique showed him how to gather them, focus them, and release them along the length of his weapon. The iron staff glowed. Faint, barely visible, a shimmer of golden light tracing its length. But when he swung, the air cracked. Thread Lash struck the Alpha's flank. The enhanced staff cut through corrupted tissue like a blade through wet paper, opening a wound from shoulder to hip that steamed with golden light. The Alpha screamed, a real scream, not the resonant pulse, but a sound of genuine pain. Wei Liang pressed the advantage. 3 more strikes, flank, shoulder, throat. Each blow carved deeper than any mortal weapon should have been able to, the Thread Lash technique treating corrupted flesh as the aberration it was. The Alpha staggered, its 3 eyes dimming. It lunged one final time, a desperate, dying charge with its jaws wide open. Wei Liang planted his feet, leveled the staff like a spear, and drove it straight through the creature's open mouth. The iron tip punched through the back of its skull. Golden light flashed. The Alpha's body convulsed once, twice, and then collapsed, its mass hitting the ground hard enough to shake the barricade ruins. Plus 50 Guardian points. Hollow Beast, Alpha Wolf, corrupted, neutralized. Guardian points, 75. Frayed thread rank stabilization in progress. Wei Liang stood over the Alpha's corpse, breathing in ragged gasps. Blood, his own and the beast's, dripped from his arms. The gash on his forearm burned. His ribs ached with every inhale. But the lattice sight showed the corruption receding, the violet distortion fading from the village's thread network. Then the howling started again. Not one beast. Not three. A dozen voices at least, converging from the north. The pack's remnants had joined with something else, a second group, drawn by the Alpha's resonance pulses. Warning, secondary beast convergence detected. Estimated count, 15 to 20 additional corrupted entities. Arrival, 40 minutes. Wei Liang leaned on his staff and looked toward the forest. 40 minutes. 75 Guardian points. A technique that cost 10 points per use. A body that was already failing. System. What would it take to solidify frayed thread rank fully? Frayed thread solidification requires 100 Guardian points. At solidification, physical resilience and stamina receive a baseline enhancement. Healing rate doubles. 25 more points. He needed to kill 2 or 3 more beasts before the second wave hit, just to survive the second wave. Wei Liang turned toward the forest and started walking, not waiting for them to come, going to meet them. He found the first straggler from the initial pack, a corrupted deer limping through the underbrush with 3 crossbow bolts in its flank. Thread Lash made quick work of it. 15 points. Then a wolf, disoriented and circling a clearing. 15 more. Guardian points, 105. Frayed thread rank, solidified. The enhancement was subtle but real. The ache in his ribs dulled. The burning in his forearm cooled by a fraction. His legs stopped trembling. It was not a miraculous transformation. He was still exhausted, still wounded, but the edge of collapse pulled back just enough. He returned to the village and spent the remaining 30 minutes reinforcing the barricade with Zhao Dusheng and the 5 farmers who insisted on fighting despite the lattice pressure headaches. The second wave hit like a fist. 23 corrupted beasts, including 2 more alpha-class entities. But this time, Wei Liang had Thread Lash, a solidified rank, and a village that had survived the first round and knew what to expect. The battle lasted an hour. It was worse than the first. More beasts, more coordination, and the 2 alphas worked in tandem, one engaging Wei Liang physically while the other maintained the lattice resonance from a distance. He adapted, splitting his attention between the physical alpha and threading his lattice sight toward the distant one to track its position. When it was over, the village was battered. 7 farmers were wounded, 2 seriously. 3 buildings had been partially destroyed, but no one was dead. Wei Liang had killed both alphas and 11 other beasts. The rest had scattered. Guardian points, 282. Significant progress toward bound thread rank. Xianxia found him sitting in the ruins of the barricade, covered in blood and corrupted ichor, staring at nothing. "You are bleeding from 6 different places," she said, kneeling beside him with her medical satchel. "Hold still. The wounded farmers are being treated by my father and 3 women with more sense than you. Hold still." She cleaned and bandaged his wounds with practiced efficiency. Her hands were steady. Her face was composed, but he could see the thread connecting them. Faint, newly formed, trembling like a plucked string. She was terrified. She was choosing not to be. "Thank you," he said. "Do not thank me. Tell me if there are more coming." Wei Liang extended his lattice sight as far as his rank allowed. The corruption was receding, the thread network slowly stabilizing around the village. But in the distance, far to the north, beyond his ability to resolve clearly, something larger and stranger was moving. Not beasts. Something that warped the threads in ways he had not seen before. Warning: larger, stranger entities detected moving north. Classification: unknown. Threat level: undetermined. Distance: beyond current detection resolution. "There are more," Wei Liang said quietly. "Not immediately, but soon." Xianxia tied off the last bandage and sat back on her heels. "Then you had better heal quickly." The thread between them steadied. Just a fraction, but enough for Wei Liang to feel something he had not felt since the silence of the dormitory that morning. The faintest suggestion that he was not doing this alone. But the system's warning pulsed at the edge of his sight, and whatever was moving in the north was getting closer by the hour. Chapter 5. 3 days after the beast attack, Ashford Village had transformed from a farming settlement into something resembling a fortified camp. Zhao Dusheng organized the reconstruction with the same efficiency he had brought to the battle. Damaged buildings were repaired with reinforced timber, a second ring of barricades was erected around the village perimeter, and a watch schedule was implemented with 4-hour rotations. Wei Liang spent those 3 days recovering, patrolling, and trying to understand the scope of what had happened. His lattice sight, even at frayed thread rank, showed him a world unraveling at the edges. The thread network was healthiest near concentrations of mortal population, villages, towns, cities, where the natural connections between people provided structural integrity. But between settlements, the lattice was degrading rapidly. Entire stretches of countryside had gone thread dark, the connections dissolved like sugar in water. And in those dark spaces, the beasts gathered. On the morning of the 4th day, an old man walked into Ashford village carrying nothing but a bamboo cane and a leather scroll case. He was thin, weathered, and walked with the careful deliberation of someone accustomed to making every step count. His robes were plain but well-maintained, the kind of anonymous respectability that servants in wealthy households cultivated to avoid attention. His eyes were sharp, bright, and entirely too alert for a man who appeared to be in his 70s. "I am looking for the cultivator," he said to the first person he encountered, xianxia, who was hanging freshly washed bandages on a line outside the communal hall. "He is on the eastern barricade," she said. "Who are you?" "My name is Tianji. You may call me Old Man Qua. Everyone does." He smiled. It was the kind of smile that concealed more than it revealed. "I was a steward for the Ironfield sect for 31 years. I served 3 different sect leaders, managed their household accounts, maintained their correspondence, and pretended not to notice when they did things that would have horrified their ancestors. When they all vanished, I walked here. It took me 2 days. Why here? Because the young cultivator who defended this village is the only thread of order left in this part of the world. And an old steward without a household needs to attach himself to something useful before he becomes irrelevant." Xianxia studied him for a moment. "He is on the eastern barricade," she repeated, and pointed. Wei Liang was sitting on the barricade when Tianji approached. He was running lattice sight sweeps of the surrounding area, a habit he had developed to provide early warning of approaching beasts. "Wei Liang," the old man said, planting his bamboo cane in the ground. "I know you. Outer disciple. 5 years. Failed the advancement exam 3 times. That is an accurate, if unflattering summary." "I dealt in accuracy." Flattery was the elder's concern. Tianji sat down on the barricade beside him, joints creaking. "I have something you need." He opened the leather scroll case and extracted a piece of oilskin, which he unfolded to reveal a hand-drawn map. The map was not of the region's geography. It showed a schematic of interconnected points, 7 of them, arranged in a pattern that Wei Liang's lattice sight immediately recognized as thread structural. "What is this?" "I have called it my life's observation. 7 points, marked with the same symbol I saw the sect leaders use when they thought no one was watching. They are anchor points, structural nodes that pin the void cradle to our dimension. I do not understand the mechanics. I understand that they are important." Wei Liang's hands were trembling. He did not bother to hide it. "How do you know about the void cradle?" Tianji's expression changed. The affable old servant vanished, replaced by something harder, older, and far more aware. "Because I was awake when it happened. I was in the lower wine cellar of the sect leader's residence. Thick walls, underground, shielded from direct lattice effects by 3 layers of formation-reinforced stone. I felt the pull. Every thread in my body strained toward the surface. But I was mortal. The pull did not take mortals. Only cultivators." He paused, and when he continued, his voice was quieter. "I climbed the stairs and watched through a window. I saw them go. Every cultivator in the Ironfield sect, walking out of their rooms simultaneously, eyes closed, feet moving without conscious direction. They walked to the courtyard. They stood in formation, perfect geometric formation, as if choreographed. And then they became light, silver-white light, and the light was pulled downward, through the ground, through the lattice, and they were gone. Silence between them. The morning wind moved through the barricade timbers. The light left marks on the stone, Tianji said. 7 marks. The same pattern as the 7 points on this map. I copied them before the rain washed them away." He tapped the oilskin. "One of these points is directly beneath the Ironfield sect ruins. Anchor point data received. Cross-referencing with lattice sight. Confirmed. 7 void cradle anchor points detected. Each anchor pins 1 dimension of the void cradle's seal. Destroy all 7 to enable seal breach." Wei Liang stared at the map. 7 anchors. 7 points holding the dimensional prison together. And the first one was beneath the ruins of his former sect. "Why are you giving this to me?" he asked. Tianji folded his hands on his bamboo cane. "Because I am 73 years old, I have no cultivation, and I cannot destroy them myself. Because you are the only person in the world who can. And because I spent 31 years watching cultivators use their power for themselves, and I would like, before I die, to see someone use it for others. I might fail. You might. But the boy who ran down a mountain to save a village he had never visited does not strike me as the failing type. Wei Liang looked at the map again, memorizing the 7 positions. One beneath the Ironfield sect. The others distributed across the continent, north, south, east, west, and 2 in locations he could not identify from geography alone. I will need your help, he said. Not just the map. Your knowledge. You spent 31 years inside the Ironfield sect. You know its layout, its archives, its secrets. I know where they hid the wine, the money, and the embarrassing correspondence. I suspect you will find the 3rd category most useful. Wei Liang stood, map in hand. The eastern tree line was quiet. No corruption signatures. No beast movements. A hawk circled overhead, its thread signature clean and bright against the degraded lattice. A reminder that not everything in the world was broken. Tell me about the 7 points. Everything you observed. Even the small details. Hua Tianji settled more comfortably on the barricade, pulling his robe tighter against the morning chill. I watched the sect leaders for 3 decades. They held private meetings on the solstice. Always the solstice. Always at midnight. I was never invited, but servants hear things through walls that cultivators forget are thin. They spoke of maintenance cycles and anchor stability readings. Each solstice, one elder would descend below the 3rd subterranean level and return looking exhausted. I assumed it was a cultivation ritual. Now I suspect it was inspection. Inspection of the anchor point. Of whatever lies beneath. The sect was built on a mountain with caverns. The deepest accessible level is the sealed archive, 400 meters below the main courtyard. The sect leaders forbade anyone from descending past the 3rd subterranean level. I always assumed it was because the lower levels contained techniques too dangerous for outer disciples. Or because they were hiding the anchor. That, Hua Tianji said, is the kind of thought that makes me glad I brought you the map. He paused, his sharp eyes scanning the tree line with a veteran servant's habitual wariness. One more thing. In the final year before the vanishing, the solstice meetings became monthly. Then weekly. The elders stopped sleeping. Elder Feng, the one who called your talent cosmically unfortunate, started drinking before noon. Whatever the anchor revealed during those inspections, it was getting worse. The lattice was approaching critical threshold. I did not know the terminology. I knew the fear. It is the same fear I see in the farmers here, when they look at the broken barricades and wonder if the beasts will return. Hua Tianji stood, leaning on his bamboo cane. The difference is that the farmers have you. The elders had no one but themselves, and they chose to hide. Wei Liang rolled the oilskin and placed it carefully inside his robe. Somewhere beneath the ruins of his former home, the first chain holding the dimensional prison in place waited. Getting there meant returning to the abandoned sect, descending into sealed caverns, and facing whatever protections the sect leaders had placed around a secret maintained for generations. The system's display pulsed at the edge of his vision. Guardian points, 282. Rank, frayed thread. And 1 anchor point directly beneath the place where, 5 days ago, he had been the worst cultivator in the world. The irony was not lost on him. But irony did not change the fact that somewhere in those caverns, the first link in the chain that bound every cultivator to a dimensional prison was waiting. And whatever guarded it would not care about irony at all. Chapter 6. The Ironfield sect looked worse than Wei Liang remembered. 5 days of abandonment had accelerated the decay of an institution that had relied on formation arrays to maintain everything from its foundation stones to its roof tiles. Without chi to power them, the formations had died, and the mountain's natural forces had reclaimed the initiative. Cracks webbed across courtyard flagstones. Roof tiles had slipped and shattered on the ground below. The training grounds, once swept clean every morning by outer disciples, were already growing weeds between the stones. Hua Tianji led the way with his bamboo cane, navigating the ruins with the familiarity of a man who had walked these paths 10,000 times. They entered through the servants' entrance, a narrow passage behind the kitchens that led directly to the inner compound without passing through the main courtyard. The archive entrance is in the sect leader's private study, Hua said, pushing open a door that creaked on its neglected hinges. Behind the calligraphy wall, there is a mechanism. The study was a large room lined with bookshelves, each holding scrolls and bound texts arranged with meticulous precision. The sect leader's desk was massive, carved from a single piece of ironwood, its surface still holding a brush, an ink stone, and a half-written letter. Wei Liang glanced at the letter. It was a requisition form for spiritual herbs. Mundane sect business, interrupted by the end of the world. Hua Tianji pressed 3 points on the calligraphy wall in a specific sequence. A section of the wall receded and slid sideways, revealing a stone staircase descending into darkness. I have been down to the 3rd subterranean level, Hua said. Below that, I cannot guide you. The sect leaders used formation locks, which are now dead. But the structural protections, physical traps, weighted mechanisms, sealed doors, those were mortal engineering. They may still function. Wei Liang conjured a thread light, a minor application of his lattice sight that pushed thread energy into visible spectrum. It was dim, barely enough to see 10 paces ahead, but it was better than nothing. He descended. The first 3 levels were archives. Rows of stone shelves holding jade slips, bound manuscripts, and sealed containers of various sizes. The Ironfield sect had not been a powerful sect by continental standards, but it had been old, and old sects accumulated records like rivers accumulated silt. The 4th level was different. The staircase narrowed, the walls changed from carved stone to raw rock, and the air grew cold with the deep earth chill that no season could touch. Wei Liang found the first formation lock, a circular plate set into the floor, covered in intricate arrays that would have required a foundation establishment cultivator's qi to activate. Without qi, the plate was inert. He stepped over it. The 5th level opened into a natural cavern. Stalactites dripped mineral water into pools that reflected his thread light in amber fragments. And against the far wall, sealed behind a door of reinforced ironwood banded with spiritual metal, was the chamber that the sect leaders had kept hidden for generations. The door's lock was formation-based and therefore dead. The hinges were mortal engineering and therefore functional. Wei Liang pushed. The door resisted, warped by moisture and time, then gave way with a groan that echoed through the cavern. Inside was a single room. Square, precisely cut, with walls covered in calligraphic inscriptions that Wei Liang's lattice sight immediately identified as thread structural notation. In the center of the room, on a stone pedestal, sat a book. Not a jade slip, not a scroll. A bound book, perhaps 300 pages, its cover made of a dark material that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. The title was embossed in silver characters that had tarnished to near invisibility. Void Debt Ledger. Item identified. Void Debt Ledger. A record of lattice degradation maintained by the Ironfield sect leadership. Contains measurements, projections, and correspondence regarding the eternal thread's deterioration. Wei Liang opened the book with careful hands. The first pages were technical, charts showing lattice integrity measurements taken at regular intervals over 3 centuries. The numbers told a clear story: steady decline. 97% integrity 300 years ago. 85% 200 years ago. 71% 100 years ago. 54% 50 years ago. And the most recent entry, dated 8 months before the vanishing, 38%. 38%. The lattice had been failing for centuries, and the sect leaders had been tracking it. The middle section of the ledger contained correspondence. Letters between the Ironfield sect leader and other sect leaders, written in a formal cipher that took Wei Liang 20 minutes to decode using patterns he recognized from his years of studying technique texts he could not practice. The cipher itself was revealing. It was not the standard sect communication code. Every outer disciple learned that one, along with the polite fiction that it was unbreakable. This was a secondary cipher, layered beneath the first, designed to be invisible unless the reader already knew it existed. The sect leaders had hidden their most sensitive communications not just from outsiders, but from their own disciples, from their own servants, from anyone who might question the decisions being made in midnight meetings on the solstice. Wei Liang broke it methodically, cross-referencing character substitutions against the ledger's technical sections where certain terms appeared in both coded and uncoded form. It was painstaking work, the kind of puzzle-solving that had occupied his empty hours during 5 years of failed cultivation. He had never been good at gathering qi. He had always been good at finding patterns. The decoded letters were damning. We have received the Grand Resonance Sect's updated projections. Lattice integrity will reach critical threshold within our lifetimes. The Treasurer Elder by Songling concurs with Sect Master Dao Mingji that the Void Cradle contingency remains the only viable option. All signatory sects must continue to suppress public awareness of lattice degradation. The Ironfield sect confirms its agreement to the Lattice Preservation Compact. We will maintain monitoring of Anchor Point 1 and ensure its concealment. Dao Mingji's latest communication suggests the timeline has accelerated. We recommend all signatory sects begin personal preparation for the Void Cradle transition. Wei Liang read every letter. His hands shook, and he did not try to stop them. The sects had known, not just suspected, known, with precise measurements and projected timelines. They had known the lattice was failing because their cultivation methods were destroying it. And instead of changing those methods, instead of finding a sustainable path, they had built a fail-safe prison and planned their own imprisonment as a controlled sacrifice. The final letter in the ledger was from Dao Mingji himself. The Grand Resonance sect confirms that the Void Cradle Protocol is operational. When lattice integrity reaches 31%, the failsafe will activate automatically. All cultivators will be drawn in. The cradle will use our thread energy as fuel to stabilize the lattice core. Projected duration of fuel utility, 47 years at baseline burn rate. This is sufficient time for the lattice to self-repair, assuming no external interference. The Grand Resonance sect accepts responsibility for the protocol's architecture and maintenance. Co-signatory, Dao Mingji, Sect Master, Grand Resonance sect. Co-signatory, the Ironfield sect, the Azure Pavilion, the Seven Winds Temple, the Crimson Peak Alliance. 6 major sections. All of them had agreed to sacrifice themselves, and every other cultivator in the world, to save the lattice. And none of them had told the mortal world. None of them had told the outer disciples, the servants, the families who depended on cultivator protection. None of them had told Wei Liang. Void Debt Ledger Analysis complete. Key finding. The Grand Resonance sect, led by Dao Mingji, was the primary architect of the Void Cradle Protocol. The vanishing was not an accident. It was a planned event that occurred when the lattice reached the predetermined threshold. They chose this, Wei Liang said to the empty room. His voice was flat with the effort of controlling his anger. They chose imprisonment and consumption rather than change how they cultivated. Correct. Traditional cultivation's damage to the lattice was well documented among senior sect leaders for over 3 centuries. Wei Liang closed the ledger and placed it in the scroll case Tianji had given him. Then he looked at the wall inscriptions. His thread sight could read them now, structural notation describing the anchor point's configuration. And there, in the floor beneath the pedestal, he could see it through the stone, a knot of concentrated thread energy, pulsing with slow regularity. Anchor point 1. But the inscriptions contained one more piece of information, written in a different hand. Older, the calligraphy carrying the weight of a bygone era. A note added to the original structural notation, as if correcting a junior's work. The Guardian must reach Void Threader before the fuel runs out. FW. FW. The First Weaver. Wei Liang stared at the note. The First Weaver had anticipated this, had built the Guardian system, left messages at the anchor points, and planned for someone, for him, to walk this path. But the note carried urgency. Before the fuel runs out. Not eventually. Not when ready. Before. He climbed back up through the 5 levels, each step heavier than the last. Tianji was waiting at the top, sitting on the sect leader's desk and reading the half-written requisition form with mild interest. What did you find? They knew everything, Wei Liang said. The Ironfield sect. The Grand Resonance sect. 6 sects in total. They tracked the lattice's decline for 300 years and chose to build a prison rather than stop the damage. Tianji set down the requisition form. His expression did not change, but something shifted behind his eyes, a confirmation, perhaps, of suspicions he had carried for decades. The Grand Resonance sect, he said quietly. Dao Mingji, co-signatory of a 3-century cover-up, the primary architect of the Void Cradle Protocol. The old man was silent for a long time. Then he picked up his bamboo cane and stood. Well, he said, now you know who built the cage. The question is whether you can break it. Wei Liang looked back at the staircase descending into the dark. Below, the first anchor pulsed. He was not strong enough to destroy it yet. The system confirmed that Anchor 1 required at least bound thread rank, and he was still at frayed thread. But he knew where it was. He knew what it was. And he knew who had put it there. The ledger named the Grand Resonance sect as the architect of everything. The monitoring, the cover-up, the sacrifice. And somewhere inside the Void Cradle, Dao Mingji was still awake, still in control, and still making decisions about the fate of every cultivator who had been sealed with him. That knowledge burned hotter than any corrupted wound, and it was not a fire Wei Liang intended to let die. Chapter 7. The breakthrough came at dawn, 7 days after the vanishing. Wei Liang had spent the previous 4 days in a routine that would have seemed bizarre to any observer, patrolling the perimeter of Ashford Village, repairing frayed lattice threads with careful, deliberate focus, and protecting 3 nearby farming settlements from smaller beast incursions that the system classified as aftershocks of the initial wave. Each protection event earned Guardian points. Each repaired thread added a smaller but steady trickle. The system tracked everything with numerical precision. Guardian points for 87. Bound thread rank threshold 500. 13 points. 1 more defense event. 1 more act of protection. The opportunity came not as a beast attack, but as a structural emergency. The bridge connecting Ashford to the Eastern Trade Road, a stone span over a seasonal river, had been undermined by lattice degradation. The threads holding its structural integrity were unraveling, and the morning cart traffic was pushing it toward collapse. Wei Liang saw it through his lattice sight, the bridge's thread structure flickering like a candle in wind. He sprinted from his patrol position, reached the bridge as a merchant's cart loaded with grain sacks was crossing, and grabbed the failing thread nexus with both hands. The technique was not thread lash, it was the opposite. Instead of channeling lattice energy into a weapon, he channeled his own energy into the lattice, reinforcing the failing threads with everything he had. His arms shook. His dantian, the anomalous void inside him, pulsed with heat. The bridge groaned, stones grinding against each other as the structural integrity wavered. "Move," he shouted at the merchant. "Drive across now." The merchant whipped his ox. The cart lurched forward, wheels grinding over stone that was cracking beneath them. The bridge held just. The cart cleared the far side, and Wei Liang released the thread nexus, staggering backward. Plus 28 Guardian points. Infrastructure protection event completed. Civilian lives saved. 3 Guardian points. 515. Bound thread rank threshold met. Initiate rank advancement. Yes. The meditation was involuntary. His body sat down cross-legged on the riverbank without conscious direction, and his awareness plunged inward, past the outer layers of his consciousness, past the fragmented chi channels that traditional cultivation had failed to develop, and into the anomalous void at his center. The void was not empty. It was full of threads, broken, tangled, frayed threads that had been rejected by the lattice and accumulated inside him over 23 years of life. The Guardian system gathered them, sorted them, and began to weave. The process took 6 hours. When Wei Liang opened his eyes, the world had changed. Not the physical world, the thread world. His lattice sight had expanded from a vague, shimmering overlay to a detailed, three-dimensional map of connections. He could see every thread within a 1-kilometer radius, trace their origins, identify their states. Healthy threads glowed gold. Damaged threads flickered amber. Corrupted threads burned violet. And dead threads, sections where the lattice had completely dissolved, showed as black voids. Rank: Bound thread, February 10th. First true cultivation level. Basic chi manipulation enabled. New techniques available: thread lash, enhanced. Increased cutting power, reduced GP cost. Lattice step, short-range movement through thread space. Blink distance, 3 meters. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Lattice step. He tested it immediately, focused on a point 3 meters to his left, felt the threads part like curtains, and was there. Instantaneous. No travel time. Just here, then there. That, he said, changes things. Crisis event detected. City of Brackwater. Population 40,000. Under hollow beast siege. Beast count. Estimated 200 plus. 3 corrupted lattice nodes providing coordination. Mortal military forces holding, but losing ground. Estimated time to city fall. 18 hours. A city. 40,000 people. 200 beasts. Coordinated by corrupted lattice nodes. Wei Liang stood, feeling the new rank settle into his body like armor being buckled on. He was stronger, not dramatically, but tangibly. His senses were sharper. His body responded faster. And the techniques available to him, while limited, were real combat tools. He found Kuai Tianji and Shun Yunxi at the village communal hall, where the old steward had been helping Yunxi organize medical supplies. Brackwater is under siege, Wei Liang said without preamble. 40,000 people. I need to go. Kuai Tianji nodded as if this was expected. How far? 60 kilometers northeast. If I use lattice step for the difficult terrain, I can be there in 8 hours. Too slow, Shun Yunxi said. She was already packing her medical satchel with additional supplies. The merchant whose cart you saved this morning has a fast horse. He owes you a bridge. You are not coming. I am the only person within 100 kilometers who can perform surgery on a battlefield. You are going to a city under siege with 40,000 people and no healers. I am coming. Wei Liang opened his mouth to argue and recognized the futility. Shun Yunxi's eyes held the same immovable certainty that Zhao Duxing's had when he refused to leave the barricade. Some people could not be argued out of doing what they believed was right. Stay behind the front lines, he said. Obviously, Kuai Tianji stood. I will remain here and coordinate with Headman Zhao. The village's defenses need maintenance, and someone must manage the supply distribution. One more thing. Wei Liang pulled out the anchor map. Study this. Cross-reference it with everything you remember from your years in the sect. I need to know what protections exist around each anchor point. I will do more than study it. I will make inquiries. There are other former servants from other sects in the region. If any survive the vanishing in similar circumstances to mine, they may have relevant knowledge. Wei Liang clasped the old man's hand. Be careful with whom you share information. Young man, I spent 31 years keeping secrets for cultivators. I believe I can manage. Hui Tianji's smile returned, warm, knowing, concealing. Go save a city. I will be here when you return. The merchant's horse was fast, the trade road was clear, and Xianxia rode with the competence of someone who had traveled between villages on horseback for years. They covered the 60 kilometers in 6 hours, arriving at the outskirts of Blackwater as the sun touched the western horizon. The city was burning. Not everywhere, but enough. The eastern quarter, where the beast's siege was concentrated, sent columns of black smoke into the orange sky. Wei Liang's expanded lattice sight could see the corrupted threads surrounding the city like a noose, the beast formations pressing against improvised barricades, and the 3 corrupted lattice nodes, concentrations of malevolent thread energy, pulsing with coordinated rhythms that directed the beast horde like a conductor directing an orchestra. That is worse than I expected, Xianxia said quietly. Yes. He could see the military formations too, mortal soldiers in organized ranks, holding the barricades with spears, crossbows, and desperate courage. They were professional, disciplined, and losing. Without cultivator support, their weapons did reduced damage to corrupted beasts, and every hour of fighting wore them down while the beasts, fueled by corrupted lattice energy, did not tire. Priority target: the 3 corrupted lattice nodes. Each node coordinates approximately 60 to 80 hollow beasts. Destroying the nodes will cause the horde to lose coordination, reducing threat level by an estimated 70%. The nodes, Wei Liang said. If I can destroy them, the beasts lose their coordination. And how do you destroy them? Wei Liang looked at the burning city, the organized military defense, and the 3 pulsing corruption concentrations visible only to his thread sight. He had a plan. It was not a good plan, but it was the only plan that ended with Blackwater still standing. I need formation stones, he said. Phantom mentioned, he stopped. A voice had spoken inside his mind, not the system's voice, which was neutral and mechanical. This was different, older, rougher, carrying the accent of a dialect that had not been spoken in living memory. Formation stones. 3rd pocket of your robe, left side. I put them there while you were asleep last night. Wei Liang's hand went to his robe. His fingers closed around 5 smooth stones that had not been there that morning. He was certain of it. Each one hummed with thread energy. Who are you? He asked aloud. Xianxia gave him a sharp look. A concerned party. You may call me Phantom. I am a fragment of the first Weaver, caught in your dantian since before you were born. I have been waiting for the system to activate before making my presence known. You have questions? They can wait. The city cannot. Wei Liang stared at the formation stones in his palm. 5 stones, each inscribed with thread structural patterns his lattice sight could read, barrier formation components. These will create a perimeter barrier around a section of the city wall. Phantom continued. Place them at 10-meter intervals along the east gate approach. Channel your thread lash through the array. The barrier will hold for approximately 4 hours. And the nodes? One thing at a time, Guardian. Save the gate first. Then we discuss the nodes, and the fact that the beast coordination comes from a self-aware corrupted lattice node, not mindless corruption. Something is thinking behind those beasts. A self-aware corrupted node, not random corruption, directed intelligence. The distinction changed everything about the siege. Random beasts could be outlasted. An intelligent coordinator could adapt, probe, and exploit weaknesses faster than defenders could shore them up. How long has it been thinking? Wei Liang asked. Weeks, perhaps since before the vanishing. These things do not spring into existence overnight. They germinate. Wei Liang pocketed the formation stones and turned to Xianxia. Find the military's medical station. They will need you. She nodded and dismounted, already moving toward the southern gate where wounded soldiers were being carried. She did not look back. She did not need to. Wei Liang spurred the horse toward the east gate, formation stones in his pocket and a stranger's voice in his head, and behind the beast horde, something with a mind of its own was pulling the strings of corruption tighter. Chapter 8. The east gate of Blackwater was a reinforced timber structure set into a stone wall that predated the city's current layout by 2 centuries. The wall was 12 feet high, thick enough to stop a cavalry charge, and currently absorbing the impact of corrupted beasts throwing themselves against it with the mindless persistence of waves against a cliff. Wei Liang vaulted from the horse and hit the ground running. Soldiers on the wall stared as he sprinted past. A single figure in torn outer disciple robes, carrying an iron staff, and moving with a purpose that transcended the chaos around him. Who authorized a civilian on the wall? A sergeant bellowed. No one, Wei Liang said, and Lattice stepped to the top of the wall. The sergeant's jaw dropped. 3 soldiers reached for their spears. Wei Liang held up both hands. Cultivator, the only one left. I am here to help. The sergeant recovered faster than most would have. Cultivator, he repeated, his voice flat with exhaustion and wariness. One cultivator. We have been requesting sect assistance for 3 days. There are no sects anymore. Every cultivator except me was taken. I will explain later. Right now, I need 5 minutes to set a formation on the approach. The sergeant looked at the beast slamming against the gate below, then at the single man who had just teleported to the top of his wall, and made a soldier's calculation. You have 3 minutes. After that, the gate fails. Wei Liang dropped from the wall to the outside, landing in the cleared killing ground between the wall and the beast line. 20 meters of open earth, littered with beast corpses and broken barricade material. The beasts surged toward him, 6 corrupted wolves and a boar, and he used Lattice step 3 times in rapid succession to place the formation stones at precise intervals while dodging claws and tusks. Step, stone placed. Step, stone placed. Step, stone placed. Thread lash on the wolf that got too close, cutting its front leg clean off. 2 more stones placed while the crippled wolf thrashed. Channel now, Phantom said. Wei Liang slammed his palm onto the central stone and pushed thread lash energy through the array. The 5 stones lit up simultaneously, and a barrier of golden thread light erupted from the ground. A shimmering wall of lattice energy that stretched 20 meters wide and 4 meters high, directly blocking the eastern approach. The first beast hit the barrier and bounced. Golden light flashed. The creature's corruption sizzled on contact, violet energy burning away where it met the barrier's surface. The beast stumbled back, smoking. The second beast was smarter. It circled, looking for gaps. The barrier covered the main approach, but not the flanks. Wei Liang channeled more energy into the array, widening the barrier's footprint, and felt the stone's heat under his palms. For hours, Phantom confirmed. Less if you expand further. The stones have finite capacity. The barrier hummed with a steady resonance that Wei Liang could feel in his bones. The lattice energy cycling through the formation array in a continuous loop, each stone feeding the next in a circuit that amplified the initial input. It was elegant engineering, a kind of architecture that could only have been designed by someone who understood the lattice not as a resource to be exploited, but as a living system to be respected. The first weaver made these stones. He made the originals. These are copies I created during a particularly boring century. They are not as durable, but they will serve. Wei Liang climbed back over the wall. The sergeant was staring at the barrier with an expression that combined relief and something close to religious awe. That will hold the east gate, Wei Liang said. But it is a stopgap. The beasts are being coordinated by corrupted lattice nodes, 3 of them. I need to find and destroy them, or the siege will continue until the barrier fails. Coordinated, the sergeant repeated. We notice the patterns. They attack in waves, always at our weakest points. Change tactics when we reinforce. That is the nodes. Think of them as field commanders for the horde. How do we help? Hold the walls. Keep the soldiers alive. I need to get to the nodes, and that means going out there. He pointed toward the eastern district, where the corruption was thickest. The sergeant nodded. I will pass the word up. General Mao's adjutant has been requesting any cultivator presence for days. He will want to meet you. After the nodes, Wei Liang descended the wall's interior stairs and moved through the city toward the eastern district. Through his lattice sight, the 3 corrupted nodes blazed like dark stars, concentrations of malevolent thread energy, each one a basketball-sized sphere of black-violet corruption pulsing with the rhythm of a beating heart. Tell me about the nodes, he said to Phantom. They are self-organizing corruption nexuses. When the lattice collapsed, the wild chi that spilled out did not dissipate evenly. In some places, it pooled, concentrated, and, in rare cases, achieved a form of emergent behavior. These nodes are not intelligent in the way you or I are intelligent. They are more like ant colonies, billions of tiny decisions aggregating into coordinated action. You said one of them is self-aware. One of them, the largest, northeast of here. It is not just coordinating the beasts, it is learning, adapting. Each failed attack provides data. It is getting better. How do I destroy them? Physical destruction requires absorbing the corrupted energy into your own dantian and purifying it through your thread cultivation. The Guardian System's lattice site can identify the purification frequency, but the process is painful. Extremely so. Define extremely. Imagine swallowing fire while the fire tries to eat you from the inside. Then imagine that for approximately 90 seconds. Wei Liang processed this. And if I do not absorb them? If I just disrupt them physically? They reform within hours. The corruption has no physical anchor to destroy. It is a thread phenomenon. Only thread-based purification can permanently eliminate them. He had asked for specifics and received them. The answer was unpleasant but clear. 3 nodes, 3 absorptions, 3 rounds of what Phantom described as internal fire. The alternative was a city of 40,000 people falling to a coordinated beast siege. Wei Liang pushed through the abandoned streets of the Eastern District, evacuated buildings, overturned market stalls, the occasional body, soldier and civilian both, covered with cloth. The corruption thickened with each block, the threads around him darkening from amber to deep violet. He found the first node in the basement of a collapsed tea house. It hung in the air, no support, no visible attachment to any surface. A sphere of black-violet energy approximately the size of a man's head, pulsing with slow, rhythmic intensity. The beasts nearest to it moved with more purpose, their attacks on the distant walls timed to the sphere's rhythm. This is the smallest one, Phantom said. 30 seconds of absorption. Moderate pain. Moderate by whose standard? Mine. I have been observing suffering for a very long time. My calibration may be skewed. Wei Liang extended his hands toward the node. His lattice sight showed him the purification frequency, a specific vibration in his thread energy that would convert the corruption into neutral lattice material upon contact. He attuned his internal energy to that frequency, felt the resonance click into place, and grabbed the node. The pain arrived without warning or gradation. One instant he was standing in a basement, holding a sphere of energy. The next instant, every nerve in his body was conducting liquid fire. The corruption poured into his dantian through his palms, and the purification process, thread energy converting corruption into neutral material, felt like trying to digest molten glass. He screamed. He did not try not to. 30 seconds was an eternity measured in individual heartbeats, each one worse than the last. But the corruption shrank. The sphere diminished. The neutral material flowed into his thread network like water into dry soil, and the lattice around him brightened. When it was done, he was on his knees, gasping. His palms were scorched red. His dantian throbbed. Plus 40 guardian points. Corrupted lattice node neutralized. New technique acquired. Thread anchor. Lock a thread space position, creating a fixed point that resists displacement. Thread anchor. He could feel the technique's potential. The ability to nail down a section of lattice space, preventing movement or distortion within it. Defensive. Stabilizing. The opposite of the corruption he had just consumed. 2 nodes remained. One moderate. One self-aware. Wei Liang stood, flexed his burned hands, and moved toward the next target. The city burned around him, and somewhere in the northeast district, a self-aware corruption nexus was learning, but it had not yet learned what a guardian with nothing left to lose could endure. Chapter 9. The second node was larger, the size of a human torso, and nested inside the ruins of a watchtower that had partially collapsed from corruption-induced structural failure. Its coordination range was broader, and the beasts within its influence moved with the unsettling precision of a drilled military formation. Wei Liang destroyed it in 60 seconds of purification that left him retching on the watchtower floor. Another 55 guardian points. The third node, the self-aware one, he left for later. He needed the military. He reached Brackwater's central district as night fell. The barrier at the east gate was holding, its golden light visible from across the city. Soldiers moved with marginally less desperation now. The loss of 2 coordination nodes had disrupted the horde's precision, and beasts that had been attacking in synchronized ways were now milling in confused clusters. A military adjutant found him outside the gate commander's station. Young, professional, with the precise diction of an officer trained at a formal academy. Sir, General Mao Jingwei requests your presence. Now, at your earliest convenience, which the general understands to be now. Wei Liang followed the adjutant to a building that had been commandeered as a field command center. Maps covered every surface. Message runners came and went. And at the center of it all, a man in his late 40s stood studying a wall-mounted map of the city with the intensity of a surgeon evaluating a wound. General Mao Jingwei was not what Wei Liang had expected. He was lean, not tall, with a face that suggested decades of hard campaigning had worn away everything that was not essential. His eyes were dark and still. When he turned to look at Wei Liang, the assessment was immediate and thorough. A glance that took in the torn robes, the burned hands, the iron staff, the exhaustion, and the threadlight that still glowed faintly around his body. You are the cultivator who set the barrier at the east gate, Mao said. Not a question. I am Wei Liang. former outer disciple of the Ironfield sect, the only cultivator remaining in the world. A flicker crossed Mao's face, something between skepticism and alarm. The only one. Every cultivator was sealed into a dimensional prison called the Void Cradle 5 days ago. The lattice, the thread network that connects all living things, collapsed due to centuries of damage from traditional cultivation methods. I was excluded from the seal due to an anomaly in my cultivation base. I am working to free them. Mao studied him for 10 full seconds. That is either the most important information I have received in my career or the most elaborate lie. I am inclined toward the former, given the barrier at my east gate. I have destroyed 2 of the 3 corrupted nodes coordinating the beast horde. The third, the largest in the northeast district, is self-aware and adapting. I need military support to approach it safely. Self-aware, Mao repeated, and his expression shifted to something Wei Liang recognized from Zhao Dixing. The pragmatic evaluation of a man who dealt in realities, not theories. Define self-aware. It learns from failed attacks. It repositions beasts based on our defensive adjustments. And it will have noticed that 2 of its companion nodes went dark in the last 3 hours. Meaning it knows you are coming. Yes. Mao turned to the map. The Northeast District. My scouts report the heaviest beast concentration there. 80 to 100 creatures in a 3-block radius. We have been unable to penetrate it. What do you need? A path. Your soldiers hold the perimeter while I go in. I do not need them to fight the beasts. I need them to keep the beasts from flanking me while I reach the node. How many soldiers? As many as you can spare. Mao's adjutant stepped forward with a deployment calculation. 200 soldiers could form a corridor from the current perimeter to within 4 blocks of the estimated node position. Do it, Mao said. Dawn. I want the corridor established before first light. Wei Liang hesitated. General, the situation across the region, across the entire continent, is going to get worse before it gets better. The beasts are a symptom. The lattice is the disease. I cannot be everywhere at once. No one can. That is what armies are for. Mao's gaze was level. Fix the lattice. I will manage the symptoms. It was the beginning of something. Not trust, not yet, but recognition. 2 men who understood that the crisis was larger than either of them and that survival required cooperation. Wei Liang found a burned in near the command center and collapsed onto a surviving bed frame. His burned hands throbbed. His dantian ached. Through his lattice sight, he could see the 3rd node pulsing in the northeast, its rhythm changing, adjusting. It knew the other nodes were gone. It was reorganizing the remaining beasts into a tighter, more defensive formation around itself. It was preparing. The door opened. Xianxia entered, medical satchel in hand. Expression set with the particular determination of someone who had spent 8 hours performing battlefield surgery and was not yet done. I heard you were here. Sit up. I was resting. You were lying on a bare bed frame with 2nd-degree burns on both hands. That is not resting. Sit up. He sat up. She knelt beside the frame and took his hands, turning them under the light of a candle someone had left burning on the windowsill. Her fingers were gentle but clinical, probing the burns with a healer's precision. What did this? Absorbing corrupted lattice energy. I had to purify 2 corruption nodes. The process involves direct contact. And you did this without any protection for your hands. There is no protection for this. She was silent for a moment, applying a cooling salve from her satchel. The relief was immediate. Herbs that counteracted inflammation combined with something that numbed the nerve endings just enough to reduce the burning to a dull warmth. The military hospital is overwhelmed, she said as she worked. 43 seriously wounded soldiers. 12 amputations. 6 deaths since I arrived. Their surgeons are competent but exhausted. You helped. I performed 9 surgeries. 3 limb repairs, 2 abdominal closures, and 4 wound debridements that would have killed the patients by morning if left untreated. They offered me a permanent position. What did you say? I said I was already committed. She tied off a bandage around his left hand and began on the right. Someone needs to keep the only cultivator in the world from dying of preventable medical complications. The thread between them, the one he had noticed after the Ashford battle, was stronger now. A steady golden line in his lattice sight, connecting her thread signature to his. Not romantic. Not yet anything that simple. But real, persistent, and warm. Thank you, he said. You keep saying that. I keep telling you to stop. She finished the bandage, repacked her satchel, and stood. Sleep. You have a self-aware corruption node to destroy in the morning. Yunxi. She paused at the door. How many people did you lose today? The ones you could not save. Her back was straight, her shoulders set. She did not turn around. 6, she said. I lost 6. I am sorry. Do not be sorry. Be faster. She left. Wei Liang lay back on the bed frame and stared at the ceiling. Through the walls, his lattice sight showed him the city, 40,000 threads of mortal life, fraying at the edges, burning where the corruption touched them. And in the northeast, the self-aware node pulsed with patient, calculating malice. The system directed him to find and destroy it. That was tomorrow's task. Tonight's task was simpler. Survive the weight of 6 deaths he could not prevent, bandages on his hands from a woman who lost patience and kept working, and the growing understanding that being the last cultivator meant carrying every failure personally. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep for a long time, and when he did, the node's rhythm echoed in his dreams like a second heartbeat that was not his own. Chapter 10. Dawn came gray and cold, the smoke from the eastern quarter staining the sky with a bruise-colored haze. Wei Liang rose from the bed frame, flexed his bandaged hands, and found that the salve xianxia had applied had reduced the burns to a manageable ache. He could grip. He could channel. It would have to be enough. General Mao's soldiers had assembled the corridor overnight, 200 men in staggered formation, stretching from the central perimeter line into the northeast district. They were not cultivators. They had no techniques, no qi, no thread sight. They had spears, shields, discipline, and the understanding that the man walking through their corridor was the only thing standing between their city and annihilation. Wei Liang walked between the ranks with his iron staff across his shoulders. The soldiers watched him pass with expressions that ranged from desperate hope to quiet skepticism. One junior officer, a woman with a bandaged forehead and bloodshot eyes, spoke as he passed. "Kill the thing that killed my squad." "I intend to." The corridor held. Beasts pressed against the soldier formation, corrupted wolves and boar testing the spear line, looking for gaps. The soldiers held with locked shields and measured thrusts, each man covering his neighbor's flank. Professional, disciplined, dying in ones and twos when a beast broke through, but holding the line. Wei Liang reached the northeast district. The corruption was so thick here that his lattice sight was overwhelmed, a tsunami of violet distortion that made it difficult to distinguish individual threads. He navigated by the node's pulse, following the rhythmic pressure in his skull toward its source. He found it in an underground cistern beneath a collapsed warehouse. The entrance was guarded by 12 corrupted beasts arranged in a precise defensive formation, not clustered, not random, but positioned at mathematically optimal intervals to create overlapping fields of engagement. The node was learning. It had studied the patterns of military defense and replicated them. Phantom, the self-aware one. How different is the absorption going to be? The smaller nodes were passive corruption, energy without will. This one has developed intentionality. When you begin the purification, it will resist. Not physically, mentally. It will push back against your consciousness while the corruption burns. How hard? Hard enough that the previous absorptions will feel like warm baths in comparison. Wei Liang studied the beast formation. 12 creatures, optimally positioned. Thread lash could kill them, but each kill would cost time, and the node would adjust the remaining formation in response. He needed speed. Lattice step. 3-meter blink. 10-second cooldown. 12 beasts at varying distances. He planned the route in 3 seconds, committed it in 2, and moved. Step. Inside the formation before the outer ring could react. Thread lash on the closest wolf, severing its spine. Step. Past the boar's charge, behind its hindquarters. Staff through the base of its skull. Step. Over the corrupted deer's antlers sweep, landing on its back. Thread lash across the top of its skull. The remaining 9 beasts converged. He used thread anchor for the first time in combat, locking a 3-meter section of thread space around the cistern entrance, creating a fixed zone that the beasts could not enter. They slammed against the invisible barrier and rebounded, snarling. He dropped into the cistern. The self-aware node was massive. Not basketball-sized. It filled half the underground chamber, a writhing sphere of black-violet energy that crackled with contained lightning. And as Wei Liang's thread sight focused on it, he felt the node focus back. A pressure against his mind, not the dull resonance of the alpha wolf, but something sharper, specific. A probing intelligence assessing him the way he had assessed the beast formation. "You know what I am," Wei Liang said aloud, though he doubted the node processed language. "And I know what you are. You are a wound in the lattice that learned to think, and I am going to heal you." He extended his hands, attuned to the purification frequency, and seized the node. The fire was immediate and total. The corruption poured in like a river breaking a dam, orders of magnitude more than the previous nodes. His dantian screamed. His thread network flexed, strained, and held by a margin that felt impossibly thin. And the mind pushed. Not words, impressions, images, sensations. The node threw its accumulated data at him. The deaths it had caused, the tactics it had developed, the cold logic of a system optimizing for destruction. It showed him the city from the beast's perspective, 40,000 prey items behind inadequate barriers. It showed him the lattice from corruption's perspective, a crumbling architecture begging to be consumed. It showed him fear, not its fear, the fear of every mortal in Blackwater who had lain awake listening to the beasts outside the walls. It had absorbed their terror through the lattice connections and now weaponized it, playing it back amplified. 90 seconds. Each one a separate war. The purification converted corruption to neutral material. Neutral material flowed into the lattice. The lattice brightened. The node shrank. The mind's pressure diminished in proportion to the node's mass. As the sphere reduced, so did its cognitive capacity. At 60 seconds, the probing intelligence degraded to instinct. At 75 seconds, instinct degraded to reflex. At 90 seconds, there was nothing left. Plus 85 guardian points. Corrupted lattice node, self-aware class, neutralized. Guardian points, 462. Wei Liang collapsed. Not figuratively. His legs gave out, and he hit the cistern floor with his full weight. His hands were beyond burned. His dantian felt like it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. His mind echoed with the ghost impressions of 40,000 people's fear. He lay on the cool stone for an unknown amount of time. Then he climbed out. The beasts were confused. Without the node's coordination, the 12 guards had scattered, attacking randomly or simply milling. 3 had wandered away entirely. The remaining 9 were dispatched by Mao's soldiers, who had pushed their corridor forward when the beast pressure suddenly dropped. The adjutant found him walking back through the corridor, moving on legs that should not have been supporting him. Sir, General Mao requests your presence for a briefing. Later. Sir, the general, I need to sleep for approximately 6 hours. Then I need to eat approximately 4,000 calories. Then I will meet the general. Please convey that to him with my respect and my apologies. The adjutant assessed his condition, nodded, and withdrew. Wei Liang found the burned-in. Xianxia was there, sitting on the only intact chair, reading a military field surgery manual she had borrowed from the hospital. Hands, she said. He held them out. She unwrapped the bandages, examined the damage, and began applying fresh salve. Worse this time. The node was bigger. You are going to lose sensitivity in these fingertips if you keep doing this. I am aware. She worked in silence for a minute. Then, without looking up from his hands, you saved the city. I saved the city for now. Something larger is moving in the north. The system cannot identify it yet. I was not asking about the strategic situation. I was telling you that you saved 40,000 people today and lost 6 yesterday. Xianxia's hand stopped. She looked up at him. You did not lose those 6. The siege lost those 6 before you arrived. That is a distinction I have not learned to believe yet. Then learn faster. She resumed bandaging. You are the only cultivator left. If you carry every death personally, you will be useless within a month. Grieve the losses. Do not wear them. Is that what you do? She finished the bandage, tucked the excess, and stood. I grieve them at night. During the day, I work. She paused at the door. You should do the same. The thread between them was steady now. Golden, warm, anchored at both ends. Not something either of them had chosen or even acknowledged aloud, but present, persistent. Wei Liang slept for 6 hours, ate 4,000 calories of military rations, and prepared to meet the general. Outside the inn, Blackwater was quieter than it had been in days. The beast pressure lifted, the corruption receding, the lattice slowly healing around the sites where the 3 nodes had been. But beyond the city's thread boundary, Wei Liang's lattice site showed him something that the system's warning had not adequately conveyed. The thing in the north was not a beast, and not a node. It was a void mark, identical to the one left on his dantian after the first absorption. The corruption he had purified had left a trace, and that trace was calling to something that had no business existing in the mortal world. The system pulsed a quiet, urgent advisory that he chose not to read just yet, because the answer, whatever it was going to change everything he thought he understood about his role. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. General Mao's adjutant was waiting when Wei Liang emerged from the inn. The young officer had the decency to look slightly embarrassed about the urgency. The general sends his regards and notes that your 6 hours of sleep and 4,000 calories have been accommodated. He asks if you are now available. I am. One additional matter. The general has received a report from the Eastern Scouts. Something is moving toward the city from the caves beyond the ridgeline. He considers this relevant to your area of expertise. The caves. Wei Liang's thread site had been tracking the void mark since he woke, and its trajectory confirmed what the scouts reported. It was approaching Blackwater from the northeast, moving with deliberate speed along the ridgeline. Show me the report first. Then the general. The scout report was sparse but clear. A cave system 3 kilometers northeast of Brackwater, previously used as a storage depot by the Eastern Prefecture's merchant guilds. In the last 24 hours, the cave's interior had begun emitting a sound, low, rhythmic, subsonic. Animals within a kilometer radius had fled. 2 scouts sent to investigate reported a sphere of dark energy hanging in the main chamber, approximately the size of a large melon. A corrupted lattice node, but different from the 3 Wei Liang had already destroyed. The void mark signature was unique, not the accumulation of wild qi into emergent behavior, but something that seemed to have been there already, waiting. Phantom. The cave. What is it? The queen, Phantom said, and for the first time, his ancient voice carried something that sounded like concern. The 3 nodes you destroyed were workers. Drones. This is the source, the original corrupted lattice node from which the others spawned. It predates the vanishing by months, possibly years. Years? The lattice was degrading long before the critical collapse. In areas of severe degradation, corruption pooled naturally. This node formed first, in the deepest concentration of degraded lattice energy in the prefecture. It created the smaller nodes as extensions of itself, and now that you have destroyed them, it knows exactly what you are. System alert, priority target identified. Corrupted lattice node, Queen class. Threat level, extreme. Destroying this node will eliminate the beast coordination infrastructure for the entire prefecture, and the absorption will require channeling approximately 10 times the corruption of the self-aware node. Your Dantian, at bound thread rank, can theoretically process that volume. Theoretically, what happens if it cannot? The corruption overwhelms your purification capacity, fills your thread network with unprocessed malevolent energy, and burns you from the inside out. You die badly. Wei Liang considered this for approximately 3 seconds. What happens if I do not attempt it? The queen node creates new worker nodes. Within a week, the beast coordination returns. Within 2 weeks, Brackwater falls. Within a month, the entire Eastern Prefecture is overrun. Then I do not have a choice. You have a choice. You always have a choice. The outcome of one choice is significantly worse than the other. Wei Liang met General Mao first. The briefing was quick. Mao had already assimilated the situation with the commander's pragmatism and wanted only tactical confirmation. Can your barrier hold the east gate while you address the cave? For approximately 2 more hours. Then I will reinforce the gate with additional soldiers. Go. Deal with the source. The 3-kilometer approach to the cave was eerily quiet. No beasts. No corruption signatures in the immediate area. Everything had pulled back, creating a dead zone around the queen node. A clearing in the lattice corruption that felt like the eye of a hurricane. Wei Liang entered the cave system alone. The passages were wide, merchant guild storage routes, designed for cart access. Crates and barrels lined the walls, their contents long abandoned. The sound the scouts had reported was louder here, a deep vibration that seemed to come from the stone itself, resonating through his bones. The main chamber was enormous. A natural cavern expanded by mortal engineering into a storage hall capable of holding a season's worth of trade goods. The goods were gone. In their place, suspended at the exact center of the chamber 3 meters off the ground, was the queen node. It was not black violet like the others. It was black gold, the same gold as Wei Liang's threadlight, corrupted into a mirror image of itself. The sphere was perfectly smooth, its surface reflecting nothing, absorbing light and thread energy equally. And it was coordinating. Even from 10 meters away, his lattice sight could see the communication threads stretching from it to distant beast concentrations, each thread a control line, carrying tactical data. The corruption is derived from guardian thread energy, Phantom said, his voice tight. This node formed from degraded lattice material that was originally part of the guardian system's infrastructure. It is a corruption of the system itself, which means purifying it is purifying the system's own degraded energy. Yes. Which is why the absorption will be more compatible with your cultivation, but also more intense. You are not just channeling foreign corruption. You are reabsorbing something that was once part of your own system's architecture. Wei Liang extended his hands. The purification frequency was different this time. Not the universal lattice frequency he had used before, but a specific harmonic that resonated with the guardian system's unique signature. It locked in with a click he felt in his sternum. He approached the node. 1 meter. The vibration intensified. His thread sight showed the node's internal structure, not random corruption, but organized patterns. The ghosts of guardian system protocols, twisted into their opposites. Protection became aggression. Healing became corruption. Defense became siege. Ready? Phantom asked. No. Good. Ready people make mistakes. Scared people pay attention. Wei Liang grabbed the queen node with both hands. The fire was not fire. Fire was a metaphor, and this experience had burned past metaphor into raw neural reality. The corruption entered his dantian like a river of molten glass poured through a straw. His thread network lit up, every connection, every pathway, every fiber of his cultivation base conducting energy that was simultaneously compatible and hostile. The queen node fought back, not with the blunt mental pressure of the self-aware worker node, but with precision. It found his fears, failure, isolation, the weight of 800 million lives, and amplified them. It found his doubts about his worthiness, his capability, his right to carry the guardian title, and sharpened them into weapons. It found the ghost impressions from the previous absorptions and replayed every death the beasts had caused, whispering, "This is what your system became when left unattended." He screamed. The cavern echoed, but the purification continued. Thread by thread, the corruption converted. Gold replaced black gold. Clean energy replaced twisted energy. The Guardian system's degraded infrastructure was being restored, reintegrated, returned to its original purpose. At the 40-second mark, something changed. The node stopped resisting and started communicating. Not words, structural data. It showed him the lattice's architecture from a perspective he had never seen. The original design, before degradation, before cultivation damage. The eternal thread as it was meant to be. Perfect, interconnected, alive. "It is giving you the blueprint," Phantom whispered. "The original lattice blueprint. Absorb it. Remember it. You will need it." Wei Liang absorbed. The data was enormous. Centuries of accumulated structural information compressed into a stream of energy that rewrote parts of his lattice site in real time. When it was done, 90 seconds that felt like 90 hours, the queen node was gone. His hands held empty air. The cavern was silent. Plus 120 guardian points. Corrupted lattice node, queen class, neutralized. Guardian points, 582. Excess points beyond bound thread requirement stored. Void mark on Dantian, expanded. Significance, to be determined. He dropped to his knees. The burn on his hands was third degree now, deeper than skin, into the tissue beneath. His dantian throbbed with a deep, structural ache that no salve could touch. But his lattice sight was sharper than ever, the blueprint data integrating into his perception like a new lens clicking into place. The cavern around him had changed. Where before the corruption had stained every surface with violet distortion, now the stone gleamed with faint golden tracery. The lattice threads and the rock itself, freed from the queen node's suppression, reaching toward each other and reconnecting. He watched two severed threads find each other across a gap of 3 meters, touch, and fuse. The connection flared amber, then steadied to gold. The lattice was healing. Not everywhere, not yet, but here, at the site of the worst corruption, the natural restoration process had begun the moment the source was removed. It confirmed what the Guardian system's philosophy had always implied. The lattice wanted to be whole. It only needed someone to clear the obstacles. And the void mark on his dantian, the one left by the first absorption, had grown. Not dangerously, not painfully, but it was there, a dark spot in his cultivation base that the system flagged but could not explain. He pressed his burned palm against his sternum and felt it pulse, slow and steady, out of sync with his heartbeat. A second rhythm inside him that answered to laws he did not yet understand. "That mark," Phantom said quietly. "It will matter later. I cannot tell you how yet, but it will. You keep saying things like that. I keep meaning them." The first weaver did not design a path with every answer provided in advance. Some answers only reveal themselves when the Guardian is ready to receive them. Whether that is wisdom or cruelty depends on the outcome. Wei Liang knelt in the empty cavern, hands ruined, body shaking, mind holding the ghost of a perfect lattice blueprint. He had purified the source. The beast coordination across the prefecture was broken. Brackwater was saved, not temporarily, but structurally. And inside his dantian, something dark and growing sat beside something golden and growing, and the system could not tell him which would matter more when the path ahead demanded everything he had left to give. Chapter 12. The walk back to Brackwater took longer than it should have. Wei Liang's body was operating on reserves he had not known he possessed, each step requiring conscious effort. His hands were useless, wrapped in strips torn from his robe, the burned tissue beneath screaming at every jostle and air current. The beast pressure had collapsed. His lattice sight confirmed it. Without the queen node's coordination, the corrupted animals had scattered into disorganized packs, some attacking nothing, others wandering aimlessly. Mouse soldiers were methodically clearing the remaining threats around the city perimeter with an efficiency that came from finally facing an enemy that had forgotten how to fight together. Wei Liang entered through the east gate. The barrier formation had expired 20 minutes ago. The stones were dark, their energy depleted, but the soldiers had fortified the position with physical barricades in its absence. The sergeant he had met the previous day gave him a nod that carried more respect than any formal salutation. Xianxia intercepted him 3 blocks from the inn. "Your hands," she said, and the word was not a question but a demand for their immediate presentation. He held them up. The strips of robe were soaked through with fluid. Xianxia's expression went from professional concern to controlled alarm in the space of a heartbeat. "Sit down. Here. Now." He sat on the edge of a stone horse trough while she unwrapped the makeshift bandages. What she found beneath made her inhale sharply through her teeth. "This is not a burn. This is tissue damage. You have destroyed the dermal layer on both palms and 3 fingers. The purification, I do not care about the purification. I care about the fact that you will lose the use of these hands within a week if this is not treated properly." She opened her satchel and began working with an intensity that bordered on fury. "I am going to apply a deep tissue poultice. It will hurt. I am aware." "Good." The poultice hurt. It was made from a combination of herbs that Wei Liang recognized from the Ironfield sect's basic medical curriculum. Comfrey root, golden seal, something astringent that smelled like vinegar. But Xianxu's application method was anything but basic. She layered the poultice into the damaged tissue with a technique that alternated pressure and release, driving the healing compounds deep into the wound bed while stimulating blood flow to the surface. "Where did you learn this?" he asked through gritted teeth. "My father." Before his hands failed. He was the best wound healer in 4 prefectures, and he spent 16 years making sure I was the second best. She wrapped the treated hands in clean linen, secured the bandages with precise knots, and sat back. "Do not channel energy through your hands for 3 days. That is not a suggestion. I may not have 3 days. Then find another way. Because if you burn through these bandages, you will lose fingers, and a cultivator without fingers is significantly less effective." Wei Liang looked at his bandaged hands. She was right. The damage was real, the consequences were real, and heroic self-destruction was not a viable long-term strategy for someone who needed to reach rank 9 of 10. 3 days, he agreed. 3 days minimum. She stood, repacked her satchel, and paused. "The queen node. Is it gone?" "Gone. The beast coordination in the entire prefecture is broken." "Good." She started walking toward the military hospital, then stopped and turned back. "Wei Liang." "Yes." "When you grabbed that node in the cave, the one that was 10 times worse than the others, did you hesitate?" He thought about lying. He chose not to. "No." Her expression shifted, not softening, not hardening, but deepening, as if she was seeing a new dimension of him that she had not previously measured. "That is either very brave or very stupid. Possibly both. Possibly." She turned and walked away, her satchel bouncing against her hip. Wei Liang spent the next 3 hours in the command center, eating military rations and reviewing Mao's after-action reports. The numbers told a story of near catastrophe averted. 67 soldiers killed during the siege, 212 wounded, approximately 40 civilian casualties. Against over 200 corrupted beasts destroyed, 3 coordination nodes eliminated, and the queen node purified. The city was saved. The cost was real. System notification, new technique acquired through queen node absorption. Thread anchor, enhanced. Lock a thread space position with increased range and duration. Additionally, can now imprint thread anchor on physical structures, creating semi-permanent defensive nodes. Thread anchor imprinting. He could mark buildings, walls, and bridges with lattice stabilization points that would resist corruption passively. The defensive implications were enormous. Instead of running from crisis to crisis, he could establish a network of protected zones. The void mark pulsed. Wei Liang pressed his bandaged hand to his sternum, feeling the dark spot in his dantian shift. The absorption of the queen node had not just expanded the mark, it had given it structure. Where before it was an amorphous blot, now it had edges. Definition. As if the corrupted guardian system energy had given the void mark a frame. "Phantom," he said quietly, alone in the corner of the command center. "The void mark. What is it becoming?" A long silence. Then Phantom spoke, and for the first time, the ancient voice carried something Wei Liang had not heard in it before, uncertainty. "I do not know. It was not in the original design. The first weaver did not account for the guardian absorbing corrupted system energy. What is forming in your dantian is new. New good or new bad? New. Simply new. And in my extensive experience, new things in a cultivator's dantian are neither good nor bad until the moment they manifest. Then they are very much one or the other." Wei Liang pressed his hand harder against his sternum. The void mark hummed, a low vibration that harmonized, faintly, with the lattice blueprint data he had absorbed from the Queen node. It remembers the blueprint, he said. Yes, that concerns me. Why? Because the blueprint is the lattice's original architecture, the perfect design. And the void mark is corruption given form. Something that remembers perfection while being made of corruption is unpredictable. Unpredictable. In a world where the only cultivator was learning as he went, unpredictable was the most dangerous category of all. Wei Liang filed the concern away and returned to the immediate crisis. The Queen node was gone, but the lattice was still damaged. The beasts were still scattered across the prefecture. And 400 kilometers away, 6 more void cradle anchors waited, each one requiring a higher rank to destroy. He looked at his bandaged hands. 3 days. 3 days to heal, plan, and prepare. 3 days before the next crisis came knocking. Phantom's voice whispered at the edge of his consciousness, carrying a truth he would not speak aloud. It will matter later. Later always came faster than expected, and the mark on his dantian was already humming louder than it had been an hour ago. Chapter 13. General Mao Jingwei conducted his meetings the way he conducted his campaigns, with precision, economy, and an absolute intolerance for wasted time. The briefing took place in the command center at dawn, 3 days after the Queen node's destruction. Present were Mao, his adjutant Captain Xiao, 3 battalion commanders, xianxia representing the medical contingent, and Wei Liang. The eastern prefecture is stabilized, Mao began, standing before his wall map. Beast activity has decreased by approximately 80% since the destruction of the coordination nodes. My forces are conducting systematic sweeps of the remaining disorganized packs. Civilian casualties have dropped to near zero. The immediate crisis is resolved. He turned to Wei Liang. The long-term crisis is not. Cultivator Wei, you have 3 days' worth of information I do not have. Share it. Wei Liang stood. His hands were healing. Shen Yunxi's poultice had accelerated the tissue recovery beyond what he had expected, and the bandages now covered skin that was tender but functional. The lattice, the thread network connecting all living things, is at approximately 32% integrity and declining. Without intervention, it will reach critical failure within 3 to 5 years. At that point, mortal health effects become irreversible. Ecosystem collapse, weather destabilization, cognitive degradation. The room was very still. The cultivators sealed in the void cradle are being consumed as fuel to maintain the lattice's core. The current burn rate gives us approximately 47 years, but that rate will accelerate. I need to reach a specific cultivation rank, Void Threader, rank 9, to break the seal and free them. How long? Mao asked. Unknown. The path I am walking has never been completed. I advance through acts of protection, not through traditional cultivation methods. Every life saved, every threat neutralized, every territory defended contributes to my advancement. Mao processed this with the speed of a strategist who dealt in resource allocation. Then every military operation I conduct that saves lives contributes indirectly to your advancement. Not directly. The Guardian points require my personal involvement. But your operations create the conditions that allow me to focus on the critical targets. What are the critical targets? 7 void cradle anchor points distributed across the continent. Wei Liang placed Tianji's anchor map on the table. Each one pins a dimension of the void cradle's seal. Destroy all 7, and the seal can be broken. But each anchor requires a higher cultivation rank to destroy. Anchors 2 through 7 require ranks 3 through 8 respectively. And your current rank? Bound thread. Rank 2. I can destroy the first anchor now. Mao studied the map. His battalion commanders leaned in, professional interest overriding whatever personal reservations they had about cultivation and dimensional prisons. What do you need from me? Mao asked. Logistical support. Intelligence. Your scouts can identify threats faster than I can cover ground alone. Your soldiers can hold territory I have cleared, preventing me from having to re-clear areas. And your supply lines can keep the civilian population stable while I focus on the anchors. You want my army as your support infrastructure. I want an alliance. Your 40,000 soldiers protecting the mortal world while I work to fix the lattice and free the cultivators. Neither of us can do the other's job. Mao was quiet for 10 seconds. The room waited. Captain Xiao. Draft a formal cooperation agreement. Standard military alliance terms adapted for a single cultivator asset. He looked at Wei Liang. I have never allied with a sect. I am not allying with one now. I am allying with a man. If you break faith, the alliance ends. Understood. Good. Mao turned back to the map. Your first anchor is beneath the Ironfield sect ruins. You have mentioned this. What is the tactical situation there? Unknown protections, physical traps of mortal engineering, and whatever the sect leaders placed around the anchor point itself. I have a guide, xianxia, former sect steward, but his knowledge stops at the 3rd subterranean level. My scouts report the Ironfield sect ruins are currently beast-free. The Queen Node's destruction cleared the surrounding territory. If you move in the next 48 hours, you should face minimal resistance en route. Then I will move tomorrow. One condition. Mao's gaze was sharp. Transparency. Every piece of information you discover about the lattice, the dimensional prison, and the cultivator situation, you share with me. I will not operate blind. Agreed. They shook hands. It was not a warm gesture. It was a transaction between a military commander and a cultivator, each recognizing that the other held resources essential to survival. But it was solid, real, built on mutual necessity and clear terms. Mao turned to Captain Xiao. Draft the formal cooperation terms by morning. Standard military alliance structure adapted for a single cultivator asset. Distribution to all battalion commanders. He paused. And, Captain, add a provision for information sharing protocols. I want a daily briefing on lattice conditions in terms my officers can understand. Yes, General. Cultivator way, my officers will need a basic education on threadside intelligence. What you can see that we cannot: beast movements, corruption signatures, lattice damage assessments. If you can translate your perceptions into military-grade intelligence reports, my forces become 10 times more effective. I can do that. Good. Mao's expression remained unreadable, but Wei Liang detected in his thread signature the emotional undercurrent visible through his lattice sight, a calculated shift from wariness toward provisional trust. The general was not a man who trusted easily. He was a man who trusted evidence, and 3 destroyed nodes plus a functional barrier constituted evidence. As the briefing concluded and the officers filed out, Mao held Wei Liang back. Cultivator Wei. One more thing. General, my scouts have located something I do not understand. A concentration of corrupted beasts approximately 150 kilometers northwest. Not a random pack, an organized formation. Moving south, Wei Liang extended his thread sight in that direction, pressing against the limits of his bound thread range. He caught fragments, thread distortion, beast signatures, and something behind them. Something large. How many? Scouts estimate 300 to 400. With a central entity that defies their vocabulary. They describe it as a tiger the size of a building. Alert. Beastlord class entity detected at maximum range. Threat level, extreme. A Beastlord is a hollow beast that has consumed sufficient corrupted chi to achieve pseudo-cultivation. Combat rating, equivalent to top thread rank. A Beastlord, rank 3 equivalent. And Wei Liang was rank 2. How long until it reaches populated areas? Wei Liang asked. At current speed, 2 weeks. It will hit the farming communities north of the Ironfield range first. 2 weeks. Enough time to destroy the first anchor, potentially advance his rank, and prepare. I will handle it, Wei Liang said. That was not a request. I know. It was a promise. Mao studied him for a moment. Then he nodded. Not approval, not warmth, but the acknowledgement of one professional to another. I will have supply caches positioned along the northern route. When you move against the creature, you will not fight hungry. Thank you, General. Do not thank me. Succeed. Wei Liang left the command center with the alliance formalized, the anchor plan confirmed, and a countdown ticking in his mind. 2 weeks until a building-sized corrupted tiger reached the farming communities he had sworn to protect. The system pulsed with something that might have been urgency, might have been anticipation, and the scout reports from the north kept revising their estimates. The beast formation was not slowing down, and 3 of the scouts who had gotten closest had not reported back at all. Chapter 14. The week that followed was the most physically demanding of Wei Liang's life. 3 more corrupted lattice nodes had been detected across the eastern prefecture, remnants of the Queen Node's network that had achieved enough independence to function autonomously after their creator's destruction. Each one was smaller than the Queen, but collectively, they sustained enough coordination to make the remaining beast packs dangerous. Wei Liang hunted them with methodical precision, guided by Mao's scouts and his own expanding lattice sight. The first was in a flooded mine shaft 20 kilometers south of Brackwater. It had nested itself in the mineral-rich water, using the dissolved metals as a corruption amplifier. Wei Liang had to swim to reach it, purifying through direct contact while treading water in a shaft that was barely wide enough for his shoulders. The absorption lasted 45 seconds and left him choking on water contaminated with corruption residue, plus 45 guardian points. The second was in the hollow trunk of a dead spirit tree, a massive oak that had once been cultivated by a minor sect for its chi-conducting properties. The corruption had colonized the tree's dead root system, spreading underground through a network of root channels that stretched for hundreds of meters. Wei Liang had to trace the roots, burning out corruption pockets one by one, before reaching the central node in the trunk's heartwood. The process took 4 hours and consumed every drop of thread lash energy he could generate, plus 50 guardian points. The third was the worst. It had formed inside a cave system that was still occupied by living bats, hundreds of them, roosting in the cave's upper chambers. The corrupted node was using the bats' thread signatures as camouflage, hiding its corruption behind their natural lattice connections. Wei Liang had to identify and separate the node's threads from the bat's threads without harming the animals, a process that required the kind of precision thread work he had not known he was capable of. Phantom guided him through it, thread by thread. Left. No, your other left. The thread with the slight amber discoloration, that is bat. The one below it with the violet core, that is node. Do not cut the wrong one. They look identical. They are not identical. One is a bat named. Well, bats do not have names. But that thread connects a living creature to the lattice. The other connects a corruption node to the same lattice. The difference is intent. Corruption has intent now. Everything has intent. Even rocks intend to sit still. The extraction took 90 minutes. Wei Liang isolated the node without harming a single bat and purified it in a controlled absorption that, by his new standards, qualified as mild. Plus 55 guardian points. Between the node hunts, he developed tactical improvisations that pushed his limited technique set beyond its intended applications. Thread lash, designed as a single cutting strike, could be chained into rapid sequences if he varied the attack angle between strikes, creating a choke point effect that funneled beasts into kill zones. Lattice step, intended for 3-meter blinks, could be used in rapid succession to create a flanking pattern that left enemies attacking empty air while he struck from behind. Thread anchor, his newest technique, proved the most versatile. By imprinting anchor points on physical structures, walls, bridges, door frames, he created a network of lattice-stable zones that corrupted beasts instinctively avoided. Within a week, 16 key structures across the prefecture bore thread anchor imprints, creating safe corridors for civilian travel and military supply lines. Phantom provided running commentary during the combat operations, veering between tactical advice and unsolicited philosophical observations. The corrupted nodes correspond to the most powerful vanished cultivators, he said during the long walk back from the Bat Cave. Each node's corruption signature matches a specific cultivator's thread frequency. The queen node you destroyed in Brackwater corresponded to a core formation elder of the Azure Pavilion sect, one of the 6 signatories of the Void Cradle Protocol. Wei Liang stopped walking. The nodes are shaped by the cultivators who were sealed? Not precisely. When the lattice collapsed and drew every cultivator into the Void Cradle, the sudden absence of their thread signatures created vacuum points in the lattice. Wild chi rushed in to fill those vacuums, and the shape of the resulting corruption was determined by the shape of the void left behind. A more powerful cultivator left a larger void, which filled with more corruption, which formed a more powerful node. So the strongest cultivators created the worst monsters. A poetic justice that I am certain they would not appreciate. The tactical implications were clear. The beast threat was not random. It was a direct consequence of the cultivator vanishing, and the geography of the threat mapped precisely to the geography of the pre-vanishing cultivation world. Areas with more powerful sects had more powerful corruption nodes. Areas with weaker sects had weaker nodes. And areas with no cultivation presence at all, the mortal-only territories, had almost no corruption at all. The mortal world was paying for the cultivator's choices. Again, 3 centuries of accelerating thread damage, compounded by a catastrophic mass vanishing, and every consequence fell on the people who had never held a sword made of chi or meditated in a spirit stone chamber. The farmers, the merchants, the healers, the children, they bore the weight of a civilization that had consumed its own foundation and called the consumption progress. Wei Liang carried that thought with him through every node he destroyed, every beast he killed, every territory he cleared. It sharpened his focus and deepened his resolve in equal measure. Wei Liang shared these findings with Mao, who integrated them into his strategic planning with characteristic efficiency. If the corruption maps to the cultivation geography, then I can predict where the worst threats will emerge. Give me the list of major sects and their locations. I will get it from Qua. Do that. And Cultivator Wei, the Beast Lord in the north. My latest reports indicate it has consumed 2 smaller packs and grown. My scouts now describe it as the size of 2 buildings. How long? 10 days. Perhaps fewer. Wei Liang calculated. His guardian points stood at 652. He needed significant progress toward top thread rank 3, before facing a Beast Lord rated at that same level. Fighting an equal rank opponent was possible. Fighting one without the proper techniques was suicide. But the points were accumulating. Every node destroyed, every beast killed, every territory defended pushed the total higher. And the pattern was becoming clear. The system rewarded not just the act of protection, but the strategic value of the protection. Clearing a node that threatened 40,000 people was worth more than killing a single beast. Establishing a safe corridor used by hundreds of civilians generated steady, passive point accumulation. Protection-based cultivation was not about individual combat. It was about building systems of safety. The more effectively he protected, the faster he advanced. Phantom, the corrupted nodes I have been destroying. Each one corresponds to a vanished cultivator. Does that mean the cultivator whose void created the node has been consumed faster? An astute question. Yes. The creation of a powerful node accelerated the corresponding cultivator's fuel burn rate inside the void cradle. Conversely, destroying the node reduces the drain on that cultivator. Every node you purify is, in effect, buying time for the person it was modeled on. So when I destroyed the queen node in Breakwater, you extended the life of a core formation elder of the Azure Pavilion by approximately 3 years. 3 years. 1 life, extended by the destruction of 1 node. 7 anchor points, hundreds of nodes, and a whole world of corrupted lattice energy to purify. Wei Liang turned his gaze north, toward the Beast Lord's trajectory. Inside the creature's body, his lattice sight had detected something during his most recent scan that the system had flagged but not explained. A fragment of material that did not belong in the mortal world. A shard of something that resonated with the Void Cradle's dimensional signature. The strongest beasts were not just corrupted. They were carrying pieces of the prison, and the approaching Titan carried the largest fragment he had detected yet. Chapter 15. The Ironfield Sect Archives occupied 3 underground levels of meticulously organized storage. Jade slips, bound manuscripts, formation diagrams, correspondence files, and personal cultivation journals. Centuries of accumulated knowledge left behind when every cultivator vanished simultaneously. Wei Liang had returned to the sect ruins specifically for the archives. The anchor could wait. He needed information before he could plan his approach to the Beast Lord, and the sect archives were the most comprehensive source of cultivation knowledge within 100 kilometers. He spent 2 full days reading. His bound thread rank enhanced his cognitive processing marginally, not enough to absorb information at a cultivator's speed, but enough to read faster than a mortal and retain more. He cross-referenced, noted patterns, and built a picture of the cultivation world's history that no outer disciple had ever been permitted to see. The picture was ugly. The lattice degradation had been documented by scholars within the Ironfield sect for over 2 centuries. Internal memos, passed between sect leaders and their advisors, described the decline in clinical terms. Thread density in the eastern quadrant has decreased by 4.2% since the last measurement cycle. The lattice's regenerative capacity has dropped below sustainable levels in 3 additional regions. At current degradation rates, systemic failure will occur within 150 to 200 years. The memos became progressively more alarmed as the decades passed, but the proposed solutions remained remarkably consistent. Cultivate more efficiently, reduce waste, explore alternative power sources. None of them proposed the obvious solution: stop cutting threads. They could not stop, Phantom said, reading over Wei Liang's shoulder through his lattice sight. Traditional cultivation required thread severing. It was the fundamental mechanism. Asking cultivators to stop cutting threads was like asking mortals to stop breathing. They had built their entire civilization on the practice. They could have developed alternatives. The Guardian Thread Path is the alternative. The first weaver created it specifically as a sustainable cultivation method. But no sect would adopt it because it required selflessness as a primary advancement mechanism. What sect would embrace a path that rewarded protecting others more than accumulating personal power? None. None. And so the lattice degraded, and the sects built a prison instead of changing their ways. The deeper archives, the ones below the 3rd subterranean level, contain the most critical documents. Wei Liang found the Ironfield sect's copies of the inter-sect correspondence that had established the Void Cradle Protocol, along with detailed technical analyses of the Void Cradle's architecture. And he found something else. A single document in a script that his lattice sight could not decode. Angular, dense, written in a language that predated the current cultivation era by millennia. The document was sealed in a crystal case, its surface glowing faintly with a thread signature that the system identified as the first weaver's own. Phantom, can you read this? A long pause. Then Phantom's voice, stripped of its usual sardonic tone. Yes, I can read it. It is the first weaver's handwriting. Not his system messages, his actual handwriting. written before the system was designed. What does it say? It says, the Guardian must reach Void Threader before the fuel runs out. The lattice will resist. The Void Cradle will resist. The cultivators inside will resist. Do not assume freedom is wanted by those who have grown comfortable in their chains. Wei Liang stared at the crystal case. The cultivators might not want to be freed. Some of them might prefer the Void Cradle to the world they left behind. Inside the cradle, they exist in stasis. No pain, no aging, no responsibility. For some, that is not imprisonment. It is retirement. They are being consumed as fuel. Not quickly, not painfully. The burn is slow and gradual, like aging, but without the indignities. Some of them may have decided it is an acceptable trade. The thought sickened him. Cultivators who had broken the lattice through their greed might prefer to be slowly consumed rather than face the world they had damaged. The first weaver had anticipated this, had written it down in his own hand, millennia before it happened. Do not assume freedom is wanted by those who have grown comfortable in their chains. Wei Liang sealed the crystal case and placed it in his pack. The document was too important to leave in an abandoned archive. Whatever the cultivators inside the Void Cradle wanted, the decision to free them was not theirs to make. 800 million mortals depended on a functioning lattice, and the lattice depended on cultivators who were currently being burned as fuel. He spent the remaining time in the archives studying the Beast Lord phenomenon. Historical records described similar entities, corrupted beasts that had consumed enough wild qi to achieve pseudo-cultivation. They had appeared during previous periods of lattice instability, though never at the scale the current crisis was producing. The key detail was in a footnote of a 400-year-old bestiary. Beast Lords contain within their physical bodies a fragment of the lattice damage that birthed them. This fragment, if extracted intact, can serve as a diagnostic tool, revealing the specific cultivator whose void created the corruption. A diagnostic tool, a fragment of the Void Cradle's dimensional material, trapped inside a building-sized corrupted tiger moving south at speed. If Wei Liang could extract that fragment, he might gain direct information about the Void Cradle's interior, the kind of information that could guide his approach to breaking the seal. First, of course, he had to kill the Beast Lord, a rank 3 equivalent entity, when he was rank 2. With a building-sized body, pseudo-cultivation techniques, and hundreds of corrupted beasts as escorts, Wei Liang closed the bestiary and stood. 8 days until the Beast Lord reached the farming communities. His guardian points were climbing steadily toward the taut thread threshold, 652 and counting, with every day of territorial protection adding to the total. He needed to be rank 3 before the confrontation. Not needed. The mathematics were clear, the timeline was brutal, and the margin for error was the width of a thread. Phantom. The document. The Guardian must reach Void Threader before the fuel runs out. Does the first weaver say anything about how fast the Guardian should advance? No. He assumed the Guardian would figure it out. Encouraging. The first weaver was not a man who held hands. He built roads and expected people to walk them. The walking speed was their problem. Wei Liang walked out of the Ironfield sect archives and into the failing light of a world that was counting on him to walk faster than anyone had walked before, and the timer on the Beast Lord's approach ticked away in the background of his lattice sight, indifferent to how ready he felt. Chapter 16. The farming villages north of the Ironfield Range lived in quiet prosperity that belied the chaos consuming the wider world. Rice paddies stretched in terraced rows across gentle hillsides. Orchards of plum and persimmon trees bordered well-maintained irrigation channels. The air smelled of turned earth and the faintly sweet aroma of fermenting grain from village breweries. Wei Liang arrived at the largest of these villages, Green Hollow, population 800, on the 7th day after his alliance with General Mao. His thread sight extended across the landscape, painting the healthy lattice connections between the farming communities in warm amber. These people were connected to each other and to their land with the strength of generations. No sects had operated in this area. No cultivators had cut threads here. The lattice was healthier than anywhere else he had seen, which made the threat moving toward them from the north even more obscene. He was establishing thread anchor imprints on the village's defensive structures when the soldiers arrived. Not Mao's soldiers, different uniforms, different bearing. These men wore the dark blue of Governor Deng Xiaoqian's private guard, and they moved through the village with the proprietary entitlement of an occupying force. 8 soldiers. A junior officer with a writ stamped in gold ink. 3 carts, empty. The junior officer posted the writ on the village notice board, by order of His Excellency Governor Deng Xiaoqian, Supreme Governor of the Ironfield, Brackwater, and Green Hollow prefectures. All grain reserves exceeding household consumption limits are hereby requisitioned for the maintenance of public order. Resistance will be classified as sedition. The village headwoman, a lean woman named Wenji with iron-gray hair and forearms like rope, read the writ, read it again, and turned to the junior officer. This is the third requisition this month. You have already taken our surplus. What you are now demanding is our seed grain. His Excellency requires my people to starve, so his private army eats. That is what this document says. The junior officer rested his hand on his sword hilt. Compliance is mandatory. Wei Liang stepped between them. He had not planned to intervene in mortal politics. The Guardian system was designed for lattice protection, not governance disputes. But the thread site showed him something the officer's writ could not. The lattice connections between the villagers and their land were anchored to the grain stores. The seed grain was not just food. It was the foundation of next season's planting, which would sustain the thread connections that kept this community alive. Taking it would damage the lattice. Leave the grain, Wei Liang said. The junior officer looked at him. Saw the cultivation robes, torn, stained, but recognizable. Saw the iron staff. Saw something in Wei Liang's eyes that made him reconsider his hand's position on his sword. Who are you? Wei Liang. The last cultivator. There are no cultivators. They vanished. All except me. Wei Liang channeled the faintest hint of thread lash into his staff. The iron glowed gold. Leave the grain. The officer's hand dropped from his sword. He looked at his 8 soldiers, who were looking at the glowing staff with expressions that ranged from alarm to frank terror. The governor will hear of this. Good. Tell him Wei Liang said the grain stays. Tell him I said it politely, and I will only say it politely once. The soldiers retreated. The carts remained empty. Wenji watched them go with an expression that combined relief and calculation. Cultivator Wei, you have made an enemy. I have several already. One more is manageable. Governor Deng is not a beast you can kill with a glowing stick. He has 10,000 private troops, connections to every merchant house in 3 prefectures, and a personality disorder that he mistakes for leadership. I am aware of the governor's reputation. Reputation does not cover the half of it. Before the vanishing, the sects kept him in check. He could not expand beyond what they tolerated. Now there are no sections. No check. He declared himself supreme governor within 72 hours of the cultivators disappearing, which tells you exactly how long he had been waiting for the opportunity. His tax collectors reached us before the beasts did, and that tells you where his priorities sit. Wenji's voice carried the weary precision of someone who had been managing political threats long before Wei Liang arrived. Then be aware of this. He will retaliate. Not against you, against us. The next soldiers who come will not bring empty carts. They will bring chains. Wei Liang looked at the village. 800 people, healthy lattice connections, a community that had survived for generations without cultivator interference. They did not deserve to be caught between a power-hungry governor and the last cultivator alive. I will talk to General Mao, he said. His forces can extend patrol coverage to include this area. Military patrols will not stop the governor permanently. They will only make him cautious. Cautious is enough for now. I have a larger threat to deal with first. Wenji studied him. The thing in the north. The farmers near the ridgeline have been talking about tremors. Something large, moving through the forests. A beast lord. Corrupted predator with pseudo-cultivation abilities. It will reach this area in approximately 7 days. The headwoman's face went still. 7 days. I intend to intercept it before it arrives. You intend to fight a building-sized corrupted beast. Alone. Not alone. With General Mao's military support, a strategic plan, and a cultivation rank I do not currently possess but intend to achieve in the next 5 days. Wenji's expression shifted to something that might have been dark amusement. Cultivators. Even the last one is impossibly arrogant. It is not arrogance. It is a very tight timeline. She laughed, a short, sharp sound. Stay the night. Eat a real meal. Whatever you are facing in 7 days, you should face it with village food in your belly, not military rations. Wei Liang accepted. The meal was the best he had eaten since before the vanishing. Fresh rice, braised pork, pickled vegetables, and a plum wine that Wenji's husband brewed in small batches. He sat at a communal table with 20 villagers who asked questions with the directness of people who had never learned to be intimidated by cultivators. Can you fly? No. Can you shoot fire? Not yet. Can you bring rain? I do not believe that is in my skill set. Useless, said an old farmer, and the table laughed. After dinner, Wei Liang stood on the village's north wall, a waist-high stone barrier that served more as a property line than a defense, and extended his thread sight to its maximum range. The beast lord was out there, moving, growing, consuming corrupted beasts and the wild qi they carried, adding their mass to its own. His lattice sight caught fragments, a signature like a furnace, burning violet, distorting thread space for hundreds of meters in every direction. And inside that distortion, the void shard, the fragment of void cradle material, pulsed with dimensional resonance. 7 days. 500 more guardian points to reach taut thread rank. A governor with 10,000 troops bearing a grudge. Wei Liang sent a message to Mao via the military courier network. Beast Lord approaching. Request scouts for positioning data. Will intercept in 7 days. Mao's reply came within 4 hours, delivered by a mounted courier. Scouts deployed. Supply cache at coordinates enclosed. Note: the governor's commander has warned that interference in his jurisdiction will be met with force. I have informed him that cultivator operations take precedence. He was not persuaded. Wei Liang read the note twice. Then he folded it, tucked it inside his robe, and turned north. 7 days. 500 points. 1 building-sized tiger. The lattice hummed around him. Fraying, healing, fraying again, and the countdown had already begun. Chapter 17, the anchor map, occupied every free moment of Wei Liang's cognitive bandwidth for 2 days. He worked in a room when Ji provided, a storage shed cleared of grain sacks, its single window facing north. Hua Tianji's original oilskin diagram was pinned to the wall alongside the structural notations Wei Liang had copied from the Ironfield sect's underground chamber and the lattice blueprint data absorbed from the Queen Node's purification. Cross-referencing the 3 sources produced a picture that was both clearer and more daunting than any single source had suggested. The oilskin map provided geographic coordinates. The structural notations from the underground chamber provided dimensional specifications, how deep each anchor was buried, what frequency it operated on, how it connected to the others. And the lattice blueprint from the Queen Node provided the architectural context, how the anchors fit into the broader lattice infrastructure, like load-bearing pillars in an invisible cathedral. Wei Liang spent hours tracing the connections, sketching diagrams on paper when Ji provided, comparing his threadside observations against the theoretical models. Phantom offered occasional corrections. That frequency is inverted. You have it backwards, but largely let him work, observing with what Wei Liang suspected was a teacher's patience disguised as detachment. 7 anchor points, each one a structural pin holding the dimensional prison seal in a specific configuration. The first, beneath the Ironfield sect, was the weakest, designed to be destroyed first. A sequential path. The architect designed this as a progression, Wei Liang said to Phantom, tracing the anchor sequence on the map. Anchor 1 for rank 2. Anchor 2 for rank 3. All the way to Anchor 7 for rank 8. The first weaver designed everything as a progression. He believed in incremental challenge. Each anchor requires not just the raw cultivation rank, but the specific technique set that rank provides. Anchor 2 requires taut threads combat techniques. Anchor 3 requires woven threads sensing abilities. And so on. What about the protections? Hua's information stops at physical traps. The physical protections are mortal engineering. Sect leaders who knew about the anchors added locks, traps, and barriers to prevent unauthorized access. Those protections degrade without maintenance and qi. The true protections are thread structural. Each anchor has a lattice lock that responds only to the appropriate rank's resonance frequency. Wei Liang mapped the timeline. Anchor 1, destroyable now. Anchor 2, requires taut thread rank, achievable in days with sufficient guardian points. The remaining 5 anchors stretched across the continent, each requiring progressively higher ranks. The system provided a calculation he had not requested. Optimal anchor destruction timeline. Anchor 1, immediate Anchor 2, estimated 2 to 4 weeks, taut thread requirement. Anchor 3, estimated 2 to 3 months, woven thread requirement. Anchor 4, estimated 6 to 9 months, sealed thread requirement. Anchor 5, estimated 12 to 18 months, resonant thread requirement. Anchor 6, estimated 2 to 3 years, lattice walker requirement. Anchor 7, estimated 4 to 6 years, thread sovereign requirement. Years. The full progression would take years, and the cultivators in the void cradle were being consumed on a 47-year clock that could accelerate at any time. Can the timeline be compressed? Wei Liang asked. Guardian thread cultivation rewards intensity of protection. The more severe the threat, the more lives at stake, the more guardian points generated per action. Routine patrols earn slow accumulation. Crisis-level interventions earn rapid advancement. So I advance faster during catastrophes. An unfortunate incentive structure, but yes. The Guardian path was designed for a world in crisis. In a peaceful world, progression would be glacial. In a world where everything is falling apart, a dedicated Guardian can advance at a pace that would be impossible through traditional cultivation. Wei Liang studied the timeline projection. Then he turned his attention to the northern horizon, where the corrupted Titan drew closer by the hour. The Beast Lord. It threatens tens of thousands of lives across the farming belt. Intercepting it is a major crisis-level protection event. One of the largest you will encounter in this region, yes. And if I can destroy it and extract the Void Shard, that is additional strategic value. Significant. The Void Shard would provide direct intelligence about the Void Cradle's interior. The system would reward that extraction generously. The calculation clicked. The corrupted tiger was not just a threat to be neutralized, it was the fastest path to top thread rank. A single confrontation with a building-sized corrupted entity, protecting an entire agricultural region, extracting dimensional intelligence. If the Guardian points from that event did not push him past the threshold, nothing in the immediate future would. Phantom's observation confirmed the logic. The system weighs the scale of the protection against the difficulty. Saving a village from wolves earns modest points. Saving an entire farming belt from a pseudo-cultivator class predator? That earns advancement tier rewards. The architecture is designed to push the Guardian toward progressively greater challenges. Convenient that the challenges are also getting progressively worse. The first Weaver was efficient, not kind. Wei Liang studied the scout reports one more time, memorizing terrain features, elevation changes, and water sources along the northern route. He needed to fight the creature, not in 7 days when it arrived here, but sooner, on ground of his choosing, with preparation time and strategic advantage. Wei Liang pulled Mao's scout reports from his pack and spread them across the table. The Beast Lord was traveling south through the northern Ironfield Forest, a dense old-growth woodland that channeled movement through natural valleys and ridgelines. If he moved north to intercept, he could choose the engagement site. Phantom, the anchor beneath the Ironfield sect. Can I destroy it before the Beast Lord confrontation? At your current rank, yes. It will take approximately 3 hours, and the destruction will release a significant lattice pulse. That pulse will be visible across the region. Will it affect the Beast Lord? It will agitate it. Lattice disturbances attract corrupted entities. Destroying the anchor before the confrontation may accelerate the Beast Lord's approach. Good. I want it agitated. I want it to come to me. You are planning to use the anchor destruction as bait. I am planning to destroy the first anchor, advance toward taut thread through the protection value of the destruction, and draw the Beast Lord into a prepared engagement zone. 1 action, 3 objectives. Phantom was silent for 5 seconds. The first Weaver would have liked you. He was also fond of doing 3 things at once. Wei Liang rolled up the maps, packed his supplies, and left the storage shed. The northern sky was clear, the autumn air crisp with the promise of frost. Somewhere beyond the tree line, a tiger the size of 2 buildings was consuming everything in its path. System, he said. The first anchor beneath the Ironfield sect. How much time remains until I can destroy it? Anchor 1 destruction, available now. Requirement, bound thread rank, met. Estimated Guardian points from destruction, 150 to 200. 150 to 200 points. Combined with his current total of 652, that would put him near or past the taut thread threshold of 900. The plan was tight. The margins were thin. The consequence of failure was a Beast Lord reaching unprotected farming communities. Wei Liang tightened the straps of his pack and started walking north, and the system's countdown timer for the Beast Lord's arrival revised itself downward again, as if the creature could sense what was coming. Chapter 18. The alliance with General Mao formalized into operational reality during the march north. A mounted courier intercepted Wei Liang on the trade road with a sealed military dispatch, detailed scout reports on the Beast Lord's movements, supply cache coordinates along the northern route, and a handwritten note from Mao. Cultivator Wei. My scouts confirmed the Beast Lord has consumed 4 additional beast packs since our last communication. Mass estimate revised upward. Current size description from Sergeant Liu, my most experienced northern scout. I have seen elephants. This is bigger. He is not prone to exaggeration. Regarding the governor, Deng's commander, Colonel Fong, has deployed 2,000 troops to the Green Hollow border. Ostensible purpose, regional security. Actual purpose, intimidation. I have moved a battalion to the same border as a counterweight. The situation is stable but fragile. I propose a formal operational structure. My 40,000 soldiers provide logistical support, intelligence gathering via scout networks, territorial defense for cleared areas, and civilian protection. You provide cultivation power, lattice site intelligence, and threat elimination for targets beyond mortal military capability. Terms, equal voice in strategic decisions. Neither party commits forces without consultation except in immediate tactical emergencies. Information sharing is total and reciprocal. If acceptable, the alliance is operational immediately. Mao Jingwei, General, Eastern Prefecture Army, Wei Liang dictated a response to the courier. Accepted. Proceeding to Ironfield Sect ruins for Anchor 1 destruction. Request scout coverage of the northern Ironfield forest for Beastlord positioning. I intend to use the Anchor destruction as an attractant. The Beastlord should be drawn toward the lattice pulse. I will need your forces to establish a perimeter around the engagement zone, not to fight the Beastlord, but to contain any corrupted beasts that scatter during the confrontation. Regarding Governor Deng, noted, I will address the political situation after the Beastlord is eliminated. One existential threat at a time. Wei Liang, the courier, galloped away. Wei Liang continued north. By late afternoon, Mao scouts had established positions throughout the northern Ironfield forest. Their reports came in via a relay system of signal flags and mounted messengers, low technology, high reliability communication that worked without qi or cultivation. The corrupted Titan had closed to 48 hours south of the Ironfield sect ruins. Moving steadily, consuming, growing, Wei Liang reached the sect ruins at dusk. The abandoned complex looked worse than his last visit. More roof tiles fallen, more cracks in the foundations, the training grounds thick with weeds. But the underground levels were intact, and the anchor point pulsed with patient regularity 400 meters below. He descended alone. The dead formation locks, the inert trap plates, the empty corridors. 5 levels down to the sealed chamber. The void debt ledger was gone. He had taken it, but the anchor remained. A knot of concentrated thread energy embedded in the floor beneath the stone pedestal, pulsing with the slow rhythm of a sleeping heart. Anchor 1 destruction sequence. Channel-bound thread resonance into the anchor's core. Duration, approximately 3 hours. Warning, the destruction will release a lattice pulse detectable across the region. Wei Liang sat cross-legged before the anchor. He placed his palms on the stone floor, extended his thread sight into the earth, and found the anchor's core, a crystalline structure of compressed thread energy, ancient, precisely engineered, humming with the first weaver's original design frequency. He began channeling. The process was not violent. It was surgical. His bound thread resonance matched the anchor's frequency, and the system guided him through a sequence of harmonic adjustments that slowly, methodically deconstructed the anchor's structural integrity. Thread by thread, connection by connection, the anchor unwound. At the 90-minute mark, the anchor's outer shell dissolved, revealing the inner core, a diamond-bright point of pure thread energy that contained, compressed into a single point, the dimensional pin holding 1/7 of the void cradle seal. At the 2-hour mark, Wei Liang felt the first resistance. The anchor did not want to be destroyed. The dimensional pin exerted a gravitational pull on the surrounding thread space, trying to maintain its position. Wei Liang countered with steady, patient channeling, applying pressure not through force but through persistence. At the 2-hour 40-minute mark, the pin cracked. The crack propagated through the anchor's structure in a fraction of a second. The compressed thread energy released with a sound like 1,000 harp strings snapping simultaneously. Golden light erupted from the floor, shot up through 5 levels of underground chambers, burst through the sect ruins foundations, and climbed into the evening sky. The lattice pulse was visible for hundreds of kilometers. A pillar of golden light, lasting 12 seconds, illuminating the clouds from below like a second sunset. Every thread in the region vibrated with the release, and for a brief, crystalline moment, the lattice's integrity in the Eastern Prefecture jumped by 2 percentage points. Anchor 1 destroyed. Plus 175 Guardian points. Guardian points, 827. Taut thread threshold, 900. Deficit, 73. 73 points short. Wei Liang emerged from the underground chamber to find the sky still glowing amber. The lattice pulse would have been visible to every living being in the region. Every mortal, every corrupted beast, and the Beastlord. He extended his thread sight north. The Beastlord's signature, previously a steady furnace of violet corruption, had changed. It was brighter, more agitated, and its trajectory, previously a straight southward march, had shifted. It was now heading directly toward the Ironfield sect ruins. Toward him. Beastlord response detected. New trajectory confirmed. Estimated arrival, 14 hours. 14 hours. He was 73 points short of the rank he needed. Phantom. Suggestions. Fight something between now and then. There are residual corrupted beasts in the forest. Each one is worth 15 to 50 points depending on classification. I need 5 kills minimum. Then go hunting. Wei Liang grabbed his staff and ran into the darkening forest. The lattice pulse had agitated every corrupted beast in the area. They were moving, confused, aggressive. Perfect targets for a guardian who needed 73 points in 14 hours. He found the first pack within 30 minutes. A dozen corrupted wolves milling at a stream crossing, their coordination shattered by the absence of the nodes he had destroyed days ago. Thread lash cut through them with the efficiency of weeks of practice. 15 points. 15 points. 15 points. 20 points for an alpha that put up more of a fight. Guardian points. 892. 8 points. One more kill. The final beast found him. A corrupted bear, enormous, for 100 kilograms of twisted muscle and violet-streaked fur, that charged out of the underbrush while he was checking his point total. Wei Liang Lattice stepped sideways, dodged the swipe that would have taken his head off, and drove Thread Lash through the bear's throat in a single precise strike. Plus 20 Guardian points. Guardian points, 912. Taught Thread rank threshold met. Initiate rank advancement. Yes. The meditation took 4 hours. Shorter than the bound thread advancement. His dantian was more efficient now, the cultivation pathways smoother. When he opened his eyes, the forest was different. His lattice sight had expanded to a 3-kilometer radius. Every thread, every connection, every fraying edge was visible in crystalline detail. His body felt dense and responsive. The physical enhancement of taut thread was significant. His muscles responded faster. His reflexes sharpened. The ache in his healing hands disappeared entirely. Rank, taut thread, March 10th. Combat-capable rank. New techniques, Thread Lash, enhanced again. Cutting power equivalent to a formation stage cultivator's strike. Lattice step, range increased to 5 meters. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Thread Weave, sense emotional states through thread connections within range. Thread Weave, emotional sensing. He reached out with the new technique and felt the forest. The terror of small animals hiding from corrupted predators, the mindless hunger of the corrupted beasts, the patient endurance of the trees. And from the north, growing louder with each passing hour, the Beast Lord. Its emotional signature was not hunger or rage. It was purpose. Directed, singular, irresistible. The lattice pulse had called it, and it was answering with the inevitability of a mountain falling. 10 hours until arrival. Taut thread rank achieved. 1 building-sized corrupted tiger, carrying a void shard, heading straight for him. Mao's scouts confirmed the approach, their signal flags marking the Beast Lord's position as it crashed through the old-growth forest like a ship through waves, and the ground beneath Wei Liang's feet had already begun to tremble. Chapter 19. The engagement zone was a natural amphitheater in the northern Ironfield forest, a bowl-shaped clearing where 3 ridgelines converged, creating a depression approximately 200 meters across with steep, forested slopes on 3 sides and a narrow exit to the south. Wei Liang had selected it from Mao's scout maps because of 3 characteristics. The slopes would channel the Beast Lord's approach, the narrow exit would prevent flanking by the corrupted beast escort, and the rocky terrain would slow a massive creature's charge. Mao's soldiers had established a perimeter around the amphitheater in the hours before dawn. 300 men with crossbows and spears, positioned on the ridgelines with orders to contain any corrupted beasts that scattered from the confrontation. They were not expected to engage the Beast Lord. They could not. A mortal army against a pseudo-cultivator class entity was a menu, not a battle. Wei Liang stood at the center of the clearing as the first light of dawn turned the sky from black to gray. His iron core staff was planted in the earth beside him. His thread sight was extended to maximum range, tracking the Beast Lord's approach with the precision of a compass needle pointing north. It was close. Very close. The ground shook. Not an earthquake, rhythmic impacts. Footfalls. Each one sending a tremor through the rocky soil that Wei Liang felt through his boots. The trees on the northern ridgeline began to sway, then lean, then snap. The Beast Lord emerged from the forest like a natural disaster wearing a tiger's shape. It was larger than the scouts had described. The body was 12 meters at the shoulder, higher than the tree line, with a mass that Wei Liang's system estimated at over 60 tons. Its fur had been replaced by a hide of calcified corruption, black-violet and dense as stone, cracked with lines of burning violet energy like lava through cooled basite. Its eyes, 8 of them, arranged in 2 rows of 4 across a skull that was 2 meters wide, glowed with the same violet intensity as the corrupted nodes, but brighter, more focused, more intelligent. The corrupted beast escort, 300 wolves, boar, and deer, fanned out across the northern ridgeline, held back by an intelligence that was not their own. The Beast Lord controlled them directly, its pseudo-cultivation techniques maintaining a field of influence that synchronized their movements. Beast Lord classification, extreme threat. Estimated combat rating, taut thread rank, upper range. Void shard detected, embedded in central body mass. Extraction requires physical access to the core. Upper range. It was stronger than he was, even at matching rank. Phantom. Analysis. 45 minutes. That is how long you need to survive to create enough openings for a killing blow. The Beast Lord's hide is too dense for thread lash at the surface. You need to target the joints, elbows, knees, neck, where the calcified corruption thins. Accumulate damage. Do not try to end it quickly. 45 minutes against that. Yes, I suggest you start moving now, because it has noticed you. The Beast Lord opened its mouth and produced a sound that was less a roar and more a dimensional event. The air pressure changed. Wei Liang's thread sight flickered. Soldiers on the ridgelines grabbed the trees for balance. Then it charged. 60 tons of corrupted tiger, accelerating to a speed that defied its mass, closing 200 meters in 4 seconds. The ground detonated under each footfall, throwing chunks of rock into the air. Wei Liang Lattice stepped 5 meters to the left at the last possible moment. The Beast Lord's jaws closed on empty air with a crack that rattled his teeth. Its momentum carried it past him, and he was already moving, sprinting along its flank, thread lash charged and ready. Strike 1, the left knee joint. The enhanced thread lash hit the thinned corruption armor at the knee's flexion point and carved a groove 2 centimeters deep. The Beast Lord flinched. Violet ichor sprayed. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. But it was damage. The Beast Lord pivoted with impossible agility for its size, one massive paw sweeping the ground where Wei Liang had been standing a half-second ago. He lattice stepped again, behind the creature's rear legs, striking the right ankle joint. Another groove. Another flinch. It learns, Phantom warned. Every successful strike teaches it where you go next. Wei Liang varied his pattern. Strike and retreat became strike and advance. He ran toward the Beast Lord instead of away, using its own body mass as cover, ducking under the belly, slashing upward at the less armored underside. The creature twisted, trying to roll, and Wei Liang used the rotation to vault onto its back. From above, the Beast Lord's spine was visible through the corruption armor, a ridge of calcified bone that ran from skull to tail. The corruption was thinnest along the spine's edges, where the armor plates met. Wei Liang drove thread lash into the gap between 2 plates with everything he had. The technique punched through. The Beast Lord screamed, a sound that made the mountains shake, and bucked like an earthquake. Wei Liang was thrown 15 meters into the air, twisted, and managed to lattice step just before impact. He landed on his feet, sliding backward through the rocky soil. Blood was flowing from his strike point on the Beast Lord's spine. Real blood, not just ichor. He had reached living tissue. 37 minutes of that pattern. Strike the joints. Strike the spine gaps. Dodge the counterattacks. Paws the size of carts. Jaws that could bite through stone. A tail that swept the ground like a siege weapon. Wei Liang used every technique in his arsenal. Thread lash for cutting, lattice step for positioning, thread anchor to lock sections of the ground, and create stable footing on terrain the Beast Lord's footfalls kept destroying. At minute 22, the Beast Lord changed tactics. It stopped chasing him and instead sent its escort, 300 corrupted beasts, flooding into the amphitheater. Wei Liang was suddenly fighting the Lord and its army simultaneously. Thread lash swept through wolves. Lattice step carried him past boar charges. Thread anchor locked the ground around him, creating a zone the lesser beasts instinctively avoided. But there were too many. They came from every direction, and each one he killed took time away from the Beast Lord. The soldiers, Wei Liang shouted. On the ridgelines, Mao's crossbow operators opened fire. Bolts rained down into the escort pack, thinning the flanks. The soldiers could not hurt the Beast Lord, but they could handle the wolves and boar. The escort pack faltered under the crossbow barrage, and Wei Liang turned his full attention back to the Lord. Minute 31. The Beast Lord was bleeding from 17 separate wound sites. Its movements had slowed, not dramatically, but measurably. The accumulated damage to its joint mechanics was degrading its mobility. Wei Liang saw the opening. Thread lash on the right front knee. The joint he had struck 6 times already. The armor was fractured. The tissue beneath was exposed. One more strike at full power, angled upward through the joint space into the major tendon. He sprinted. Lattice step closed the final distance. Thread lash, channeled through the iron staff at maximum intensity, drove through the fractured armor, through the corrupted tissue, and severed the tendon. The right front leg buckled. 60 tons of Beast Lord pitched forward, its skull driving into the ground with an impact that split the amphitheater floor. The creature roared, tried to rise, and found its leg would not support its weight. Wei Liang climbed the fallen head, stood on the skull, between the rows of eyes, raised his staff, thread lash, full power, straight down through the thinnest point of the skull armor. the junction between the eyes where the calcified plates met at their narrowest. The staff punched through. Golden light detonated inside the Beast Lord's skull. The creature convulsed once, a seizure that shook the mountain, and then went still. Plus 250 Guardian points. Beast Lord class entity neutralized. Guardian points, 1,162. Taut thread rank solidified. Progress toward woven thread, 26%. Wei Liang stood on the Beast Lord's skull, breathing in ragged gasps, blood streaming from a dozen wounds he had not noticed receiving. The amphitheater was silent. The escort pack had scattered. Mao's soldiers stood on the ridgelines, weapons lowered, staring at the mountain of dead corruption beneath the lone figure standing on its head. Then something pulsed inside the corpse. Wei Liang felt it through his feet, a dimensional resonance that matched the Void Cradle's frequency. The Void Shard. He cut into the Beast Lord's body with thread lash, carving through layers of corrupted tissue until he reached the core. There, embedded in the creature's corrupted heart, was a fragment of crystalline material the size of a fist. It was neither solid nor liquid, a state of matter that existed between dimensions. Its surface reflected nothing but showed, in its depths, a shifting darkness that was not empty. Wei Liang extracted it. The moment his fingers touched the shard, it activated. A face appeared in its surface. Human, male, middle-aged, with the composed features of someone accustomed to authority. He spoke 3 words in a voice that emerged from the shard's crystalline structure with perfect clarity. Do not enter. Identity confirmed. Dao Mingji, Sect Master, Grand Resonance Sect. Message source, Void Cradle Interior. Dao Mingji, the architect of the seal, the co-signatory of the 3-century lattice cover-up, speaking from inside the dimensional prison he had designed. Do not enter. Not a plea, not a warning given in concern. A command, issued with the authority of a man who expected to be obeyed. The shard's surface flickered. Dao Mingji's face disappeared. The crystalline material went inert in Wei Liang's hand. He stood in the Beast Lord's open chest, holding a fragment of the dimensional prison, hearing the echo of 3 words from the architect who had broken the world and now wanted to keep the only person capable of fixing it from entering the prison he had built. Do not enter. Why? The question hung in the air above the dead Beast Lord, unanswered, as Mao's soldiers descended from the ridgelines and the corrupted blood seeped into the broken ground. And somewhere inside the Void Cradle, Dao Mingji was watching, waiting, and planning for the Guardian who refused to obey. Chapter 20. The Void Shard sat on the table in Mao's command center, surrounded by maps, reports, and the controlled chaos of a military headquarters managing the aftermath of a major engagement. The crystalline fragment had not activated again since the Beast Lord's death, but its dimensional resonance continued to pulse, a faint, rhythmic vibration that Wei Liang's thread sight tracked with the attention of a man watching a ticking bomb. Dao Mingji, General Mao said, reading Wei Liang's report. The sect master of the Grand Resonance Sect, the architect of the dimensional seal. He set the report down, and he told you not to enter. 3 words. No explanation. In my experience, powerful men who issue 3-word commands without explanation are either protecting something or controlling something. Often both. Wei Liang had been thinking the same thing. The ledger in the Ironfield sect archives proved that Dao Mingji had planned the vanishing, had engineered it, monitored the lattice's decline, and built the Void Cradle as his solution. A man who had controlled that much did not simply accept imprisonment. He had known he would be sealed. He had prepared for it. He is not a prisoner, Wei Liang said. He is an operator. He designed the Void Cradle. He knew he would be drawn in, and he planned for that contingency. Do not enter is not a warning. It is a command from a man who wants to keep running the operation from inside. Mao nodded slowly. What operation? I do not know yet. The Void Debt Ledger says the cultivators are being consumed as fuel to stabilize the lattice core. Dao Mingji may believe that process is necessary, that sacrificing the cultivators is the correct solution. If so, my effort to free them directly opposes his plan. Or, Mao said, he has a different objective entirely. The Void Cradle contains the most powerful cultivators in the world, sealed in a dimension with concentrated thread energy. A man with ambition could view that not as a prison, but as a resource, a weapon, or a power source, or a kingdom. The specifics depend on what is inside the Void Cradle beyond the cultivators themselves. Xianxia, who had been listening from the doorway of the command center, entered and sat down. She had arrived with a medical convoy from Blackwater 3 hours ago, having organized the transfer of wounded soldiers from the Beast Lord engagement. The question that matters, she said, is not what Dao Mingji wants. It is what happens to the mortals if you do not enter. Both men looked at her. The lattice is failing. The cultivators are being consumed. If Wei Liang does not break the void cradle, the fuel runs out in decades and the lattice collapses completely. 800 million people suffer the consequences. She met Wei Liang's eyes. Dao Mingji told you not to enter. What are you going to do? Enter. Good. Then his plans do not matter. Yours do. The strategic session lasted 4 more hours. Wei Liang shared everything. The anchor map, the cultivation rank requirements, the timeline projections, the void debt ledger's contents, and Phantom's analysis of the corrupted lattice node's correspondence to vanished cultivators. Mao absorbed it all with the methodical appetite of a commander who understood that intelligence was the foundation of every successful operation. By the session's end, they had a framework. Phase 1, immediate establish the 12-station protection network across the prefecture. Thread anchor imprints on key infrastructure. Mao's forces to patrol and defend. Expected duration, 2 weeks. Expected guardian point generation. Steady passive accumulation from territorial defense. Phase 2. Next 2 to 3 months, Wei Liang advances toward woven thread rank through progressive protection operations. Destroys Anchor 2 when rank is achieved. During this phase, intelligence gathering on the remaining anchors continues through Qua's contacts and Mao's expanding scout network. Phase 3. Ongoing continue advancement and anchor destruction across the continent, with Mao's intelligence network providing strategic planning support. Each destroyed anchor releases a lattice pulse that improves regional thread integrity, creating a positive feedback loop. Better lattice conditions mean fewer beast threats, which means more stable territory, which means more sustainable point generation. Lin Bao's name appeared in the notes for Phase 2. A young scholar Mao's officers had identified in the Ironfield region, a former sect library apprentice with a memory that bordered on supernatural. Wei Liang marked the name for later contact. One additional matter, Mao said as the session concluded. Governor Deng. I will handle the governor. You have already antagonized him. His troops are massed at the Green Hollow border. My battalion is holding them. But the situation cannot persist indefinitely. It does not need to persist. Once the Beast Lord's death is confirmed across the region, Deng's political position weakens. The man who threatened to confiscate grain while a cultivator killed a building-sized tiger is not a man who commands respect. You underestimate the power of grain confiscation. I underestimate nothing. But I have learned something in the last 2 weeks. Wei Liang stood, tucking the void shard into a padded pouch at his belt. Protection is not just fighting beasts. It is building systems that make people safer. Thread anchor stations, military alliances, intelligence networks. The governor threatens because he believes power comes from hoarding. I intend to demonstrate that power comes from giving. Mao's expression shifted, the faintest suggestion of something that might, in a less disciplined face, have been approval. Idealistic. Practical. A governor who hoards resources generates resentment and instability. A guardian who distributes protection generates loyalty and structural integrity. In a world running on frayed threads, the latter builds a stronger lattice. The room was quiet. Then Mao said, I have commanded armies for 20 years. I have never worked with a cultivator. I expected arrogance and manipulation. Instead, I find a young man with burned hands and a philosophy of giving. The burned hands are healing. The philosophy had better not. Wei Liang left the command center and walked to the edge of the city wall. The evening sky stretched across the eastern prefecture in bands of orange and violet, the last light catching the smoke plumes from the Beast Lord engagement site. Through his thread sight, the lattice was fractionally brighter. The anchor's destruction and the Beast Lord's elimination had both contributed small but measurable improvements to the regional thread network. The void shard hummed against his hip. Inside it, Dao Mingji's message waited like a seed. Do not enter. A command from a man who had planned every detail of the world's worst catastrophe and somehow maintained his authority even from inside the prison he had built. Wei Liang had 6 more anchors to destroy, 7 cultivation ranks to achieve, and a world full of mortal lives depending on his ability to do both faster than anyone had thought possible. Behind him, a military alliance. Beside him, a healer who would not let him die of his own stubbornness. Inside him, a system designed by an ancient architect and a voice that claimed to be that architect's ghost. And somewhere inside the void cradle, Dao Mingji sat in the center of a web he had spent 3 centuries weaving, watching through void shards and corrupted transmissions, and making plans for the guardian who had ignored his only warning. The first anchor was gone. The Beast Lord was dead. The alliance was formed. Arc 1 was complete. But the void shard's message echoed in the silence. Do not enter. And the face that had spoken it wore the expression of a man who already knew what came next. Wei Liang did not know. Not yet. But he was going to find out, and no three-word command from inside a dimensional prison was going to stop him, because 400 kilometers south, Lin Bao had just found something in a restricted archive that would change every calculation he had made, and the message was already on its way. Chapter 21. 3 months after the vanishing, the world had learned to live without cultivators, not well, but persistently, the way a body learns to function around a wound it cannot close. Wei Liang stood at the northern watchtower of Brackwater City and looked out across a landscape that bore the scars of that adjustment. Fields that had once been maintained by sect-sponsored agricultural formations now relied on mortal irrigation channels dug by hand. Roads that cultivator patrols had kept safe were now guarded by General Mao's rotating infantry units, their torches visible at regular intervals through the pre-dawn haze. The lattice threads visible to his perception had stabilized in the eastern prefecture, frayed but no longer actively degrading, and the Beast Lord's death had reduced hollow beast incursions by 60% within a 100-kilometer radius. Progress. Real, measurable, insufficient progress. You look like a man counting coins he does not have, Old Man Qua said from behind him, climbing the last steps with the deliberate patience of someone whose knees had opinions about stairs. I am counting time. Wei Liang turned from the parapet. The system estimates Dao Mingji is accelerating the fuel burn inside the void cradle. Every week I spend stabilizing the prefecture is a week the sealed cultivators are consumed faster. And every week you spend rushing forward without foundation is a week you die in a ditch. Qua settled onto the stone bench at the tower's edge, producing a clay pipe he never lit. The pipe was a prop, something for his hands while his mind worked. You destroyed the corrupted nodes. You killed the Beast Lord. You formed an alliance with the most capable mortal commander in 3 prefectures. These are not small things. They are not the anchors. No, they are the ground you stand on while you reach for the anchors. Qua turned the pipe between his fingers. A messenger arrived an hour ago from the south. A young man, barely 20, spectacles thicker than my thumb, carrying a satchel that weighs more than he does. Says he has information about the Void Cradle Protocol. Wei Liang's attention sharpened. The Void Cradle Protocol. Where did he find that reference? In a restricted archive beneath the ruins of the Silver Pine sect. He claims to have memorized 847 technique texts during his time as a library apprentice there. Qua raised one eyebrow. I have met exaggerators in my time. This boy's eyes have the particular focus of someone who is not exaggerating. Where is he? Waiting in the library. He asked for tea and a quiet room with good light, in that order. I provided both. Wei Liang descended the watchtower stairs 3 at a time. The eastern sky was lightening, threads of pink and copper spreading through the lattice overhead like capillaries filling with blood. Through his thread sight, the library building pulsed with the warm amber threads of occupied attention. Someone inside was deeply focused. He pushed open the library door and found Lin Bao. The young scholar sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a semicircle of open texts he had pulled from Brackwater's limited collection. His spectacles reflected lamplight as he looked up, and his expression carried the particular intensity of someone who had been connecting dots for weeks and had just found the line that tied them all together. You are the guardian, Lin Bao said. Not a question. Wei Liang. Lin Bao. Former library apprentice, Silver Pine sect. I memorized their entire restricted archive before the vanishing, including 14 texts the elders had sealed behind formation locks that I bypassed by memorizing the formation key sequences from a maintenance manual they forgot to restrict. He adjusted his spectacles. I have information you need. Wei Liang sat down across from him. The Void Cradle Protocol predates any known sect by approximately 900 years. I found references to it in 3 separate texts, cross-referenced against a cosmological treatise the Silver Pine sect used as a doorstop, and confirmed the timeline through astronomical markers embedded in the text's own dating system. Lin Bao pulled a notebook from his satchel, handwritten, dense with annotations. The protocol describes a contingency system designed by the first weaver for use in the event of lattice collapse. 2 components: the void cradle itself, which seals cultivators to prevent uncontrolled thread dispersal, and the last guardian system, which activates to manage the restoration. I know the system. It is in my head. Then you know it grants cultivation through protection. What you may not know is that the original protocol included specifications for 7 anchors, dimensional fastening points that lock the void cradle seal in place. Each anchor requires a progressively higher cultivation rank to destroy, calibrated to ensure the guardian develops sufficient strength before attempting to break the seal. Wei Liang leaned forward. I have a partial anchor map from Qua. 7 points marked. Your map is incomplete in one respect. Lin Bao flipped to a specific page. The protocol references an 8th element, not an anchor, but a keystone. The void cradle was not designed to be permanent. It was designed to be opened from outside by a guardian who had destroyed all 7 anchors and reached a sufficient rank to perform something called inverse weave. The keystone is the mechanism by which inverse weave interfaces with the seal. Where is the keystone? Inside the void cradle itself. Lin Bao met his eyes, which means the guardian must enter. The anchors open the door. The keystone opens the lock. But both actions require someone on the inside. The void shard at Wei Liang's belt hummed, a faint vibration he had grown accustomed to over the past 3 months. Do not enter, Dao Mingji had said, because the keystone was inside, because entering was exactly what the protocol required. There is more, Lin Bao said. The restricted archive contained a reference to a void cradle protocol predating any known sect, a version of the protocol that was not written by the first weaver, but by an even earlier source. The text was fragmentary, but one passage was clear. The guardian who walks the thread shall face 7 trials of severing. The 8th trial is the self, meaning, I have 3 hypotheses, ranked by probability. But in the interest of honesty, I should tell you that my best hypothesis is the one I like least. Lin Bao closed the notebook. The 8th trial, the self, may refer to a requirement that the guardian sacrifice something fundamental about their own cultivation to complete the inverse weave. Not power. Identity. The word landed with weight. Wei Liang held it for a moment, then set it aside. Speculation about an 8th trial would not help him destroy the first anchor. Lin Bao, how many technique texts did you memorize? 847. Plus the formation key sequences, the cosmological treatise, and a surprisingly detailed architectural survey of every sect I visited. How many of those techniques are compatible with guardian thread cultivation? Lin Bao's eyes brightened. I have been categorizing since I learned about your system. 3 confirmed compatible. 11 probable. 27 require modification. The rest are orthodox qi absorption techniques that would conflict with your path. Show me the 3 confirmed. Lin Bao reached for his satchel, and Wei Liang felt something he had not experienced since the vanishing began, the particular relief of discovering that he was not the only person working on the problem. Through the library window, dawn broke over Blackwater, and the lattice threads caught the light like a web strung with dew, damaged, persistent, and waiting to be rewoven. Chapter 22 Lin Bao's 3 confirmed compatible techniques arrived with the thoroughness of a scholar who had spent 3 months refining his analysis and the enthusiasm of a young man who had finally found someone who could use it. The first technique was thread resonance mapping, an extension of Wei Liang's existing lattice sight that allowed him to detect thread connections over greater distances by attuning his perception to specific frequencies. Compatible with guardian cultivation because it enhanced protection capability without requiring qi absorption. The second was lattice mending, a repair technique for damaged threads that went beyond the basic reweaving he had already learned. Where his current methods patched frayed connections, lattice mending restored them to near original strength. The point generation from repair work would increase significantly. The third made Wei Liang pause. Thread echo, Lin Bao said, adjusting his spectacles as he traced the technique diagram in his notebook. A decoy thread signature. You project a copy of your own signature into a target area, convincing anything that detects threads that you are present when you are not. Originally developed by the Windglass sect for espionage operations, but the underlying mechanism is guardian compatible because it diverts attention, a form of protection through misdirection. How accurate is the echo? Depends on your rank and your familiarity with the technique. At bound thread, maybe 60% fidelity, enough to fool beasts in low-level detection formations. At higher ranks, the fidelity increases. At woven thread, Lin Bao's calculations suggest 90% or better. Wei Liang filed the information. Thread echo would matter later. He could feel the shape of future problems that would require it, even if he could not see the specifics. They spent the morning in the library, Lin Bao walking him through technique theory while Wei Liang tested applications against his system's framework. The Guardian system accepted all 3 techniques, registering them as compatible augmentations. Thread resonance mapping integrated with his existing lattice sight within minutes. Lattice mending required practice. The precision demanded was like threading a needle while running. Thread echo proved the most difficult. Projecting a convincing copy of his thread signature required understanding that signature at a level he had not yet achieved. You will need to study yourself, Lin Bao said. Not just your techniques, your pattern. Every cultivator has a unique thread signature, as distinctive as a voice. To project a copy, you must know the original. How do you know so much about cultivation when you have no qi? Lin Bao smiled. A quick, self-aware expression. I memorized the texts. Understanding followed. I may not be able to perform techniques, but I can describe their mechanics with more precision than most practitioners because I have read every surviving analysis of every major technique family across 7 sections. He paused. Also, I have nothing else. The Silverpine sect is gone. My family is in a village 300 kilometers south that I have not been able to reach. Understanding cultivation is the one thing I can contribute to the effort to bring the cultivators back. Your family, safe, according to the last message I received through Mao's courier network. My mother runs the village granary. She is a practical woman. When the cultivators vanished, she organized a food rationing system within 2 days. A flicker of something private crossed his face. I would like to see her, but not yet. Not until I have done what I can here. Wei Liang recognized the architecture of that choice, the decision to set aside personal needs for a larger obligation. He had made it himself. The morning he picked up his iron core staff and started running toward Ashford Village. Welcome to the effort, Wei Liang said. Thank you. Now, regarding the governor. The shift was seamless. Lin Bao's mind moved between subjects the way water moved through channels, without friction. Governor Deng Xiaoqian has declared himself supreme governor of 3 prefectures, Ironfield, Green Hollow, and Stonereach. He issued the declaration 4 days ago, after his forces secured the administrative centers of all 3. His private army numbers approximately 10,000, equipped with confiscated sect weapons from armories the cultivators left behind. I heard the declaration. His envoy arrived yesterday, demanding I present myself for registration as a regulated spiritual asset. Lin Bao's expression shifted to something between amusement and concern. You refused. I sent a polite refusal. How polite? I told the envoy that the guardian serves the lattice, not the governor, and that any attempt to restrict my movement would be treated as an act against the mortal world's safety. That is aggressively polite. Lin Bao pulled another notebook from his satchel, this one dedicated to political analysis. Governor Deng's power base rests on 4 pillars: the private army, for merchant house contracts that fund his operations, administrative control of the 3 prefectures' grain reserves, and a communication sphere he acquired from the Grand Resonance sect ruins. The last item caught Wei Liang's attention. A communication sphere? From what my sources describe, a crystalline sphere roughly the size of a melon, stored in his personal vault. Its purpose is unclear to his staff, but he consults it privately and emerges from those consultations with specific instructions that often contradict his previous strategic patterns. Wei Liang's mind moved to the void shard humming at his belt. Dao Mingji had communicated through a void shard. A communication sphere from the Grand Resonance sect could serve the same purpose, or a broader one. He is receiving instructions, Wei Liang said. That is my assessment. The question is, from whom? The cultivators are sealed. Who is speaking through a sect communication device? Wei Liang knew. The certainty settled in his chest with the weight of a stone. Dao Mingji. Lin Bao's pen stopped moving. The sect master who told you not to enter. He is communicating with the governor from inside the void cradle. The void shard projected his face and voice. A communication sphere from his own sect could maintain a sustained channel. Deng is not acting on his own ambition. He is being directed. The implications unfolded like a map being unrolled. Dao Mingji, sealed inside the void cradle, was reaching out through sect artifacts to install a mortal proxy. The governor's consolidation of power, his demand for Wei Liang's registration, is military pressure, all of it directed by the man who had co-signed the lattice cover-up and now wanted to prevent the guardian from reaching the anchors. We need to see that sphere, Wei Liang said. First, we need to survive the governor's next move. Lin Bao pointed to a notation in his political notebook. His envoy left something beside xianxia's medical supplies when he delivered the registration demand. Cold moved through Wei Liang's chest. What did he leave? A vial. Xianxia identified it as concentrated duskroot extract, a slow-acting poison that mimics natural organ failure. She found it before it could contaminate her supply chain, but the message was clear. Wei Liang stood. The movement was controlled, but the threads in the room around him flickered in response to something they detected in his signature. Not rage, but a focused, structural anger. The kind that did not burn but hardened into resolve. Where is Yunxi now? The medical wing. She is treating wounded soldiers from the Beast Lord engagement. She asked me to tell you she found the vial. She is fine, and she expects you to do something intelligent rather than something dramatic. Despite the anger, a corner of Wei Liang's mouth moved. Shen Yunxi's ability to deliver instructions through intermediaries was, by now, familiar territory. Something intelligent, he repeated. Then let us be intelligent. What are the 4 merchant houses that fund Deng's operations? Lin Bao's pen was already moving before the question ended. The scholar had been waiting for exactly this conversation. Chapter 23. The envoy returned the next morning. Not the same man, but bearing the same seal and the same thin smile of someone delivering power's paperwork. Wei Liang met him in the reception hall of Brackwater's administrative center, flanked by General Mao on one side and Lin Bao on the other. The arrangement was deliberate. Military authority and analytical capability bracketing the Guardian, demonstrating that Wei Liang was not an isolated anomaly, but a node in a functioning network. The envoy placed a scroll on the table. The Supreme Governor renews his request for the registration of all spiritual assets operating within his territories. Compliance will ensure continued access to supply routes and administrative cooperation. And non-compliance? Mao asked. The Supreme Governor prefers not to discuss alternatives in the first meeting. This is the second meeting, Wei Liang said. Your predecessor left a vial of poison beside a healer's medicine chest. I consider that a discussion of alternatives. The envoy's composure cracked by a fraction. His eyes moved to Mao, measuring whether the general had known about the poison. Mao's expression told him nothing. I am not aware of concentrated duskroot extract. Slow-acting, mimics organ failure. Placed inside a sealed medical supply container that was delivered as a gift alongside the registration demand. Wei Liang spoke without heat, each fact a stone laid in a wall. The container bore the governor's seal. The extract was manufactured by an apothecary in Stonerich who supplies the governor's personal physician. Xianxia identified both the poison and its origin within an hour. These are facts. Would you like me to continue, or shall we proceed to the governor's actual message? The envoy's hands, resting on the table's edge, had gone still. He was recalculating. The man in front of him was not the isolated spiritual anomaly the governor's briefings had described. He was informed, supported, and angry in a way that did not waste energy on display. The Supreme Governor, the envoy said, recovering his balance, has mobilized 8,000 soldiers to the Ironfield border. He requests a meeting in person. Denied. The Supreme Governor has poisoned my healer, threatened my operations, and positioned forces to choke a city of 40,000 people. A meeting under those conditions is not a meeting. It is a hostage situation with better furniture. Wei Liang leaned forward. Return to the governor with this message. The Guardian serves the lattice and the mortal world. The governor is part of the mortal world. If he threatens the mortal world's safety, he threatens himself. Is that a threat? It is geometry. The envoy departed with the particular speed of a man carrying information he did not want to hold. Wei Liang watched him go from the reception hall window, tracking his thread signature until it vanished into the distance. Geometry, Mao said behind him, dry as desert stone. Creative. He will mobilize. The 8,000 at the border were already in position before the envoy arrived. This meeting was theater, not negotiation. I have 3,000 soldiers in Ironfield. 5,000 more within 2 days' march. But Deng's sect weapons changed the calculation. Formation reinforced artillery, chi-charged arrowheads, blast runes, equipment designed for cultivator warfare, now aimed at mortal walls. Then we do not fight his army. We remove its funding. Lin Bao, who had been riding through the entire exchange, looked up. The 4 merchant houses. Deng's army costs a fortune to maintain. Confiscated sect weapons require specialized maintenance. His soldiers expect regular pay, and his administrative apparatus consumes resources at the rate of a small kingdom. If the merchant houses withdraw their contracts, his military capability collapses within months. Months is a long timeline, Mao said. Weeks, if the withdrawal is sudden and coordinated. The army's supply chain has no redundancy. Deng consolidated everything through the 4 houses because centralization gave him control. That same centralization means a single disruption propagates through the entire system. Mao studied Wei Liang with the evaluative attention of a commander assessing a subordinate he had not expected to develop strategic capacity. You have been thinking about this. For 3 weeks. Since the first time his soldiers confiscated grain from a village under my protection. What do you need from me? Intelligence. Names, contacts, leverage points for each of the 4 houses. What they want. What they fear. What Deng has promised them that he cannot deliver. I will have dossiers on your desk by evening. Mao paused. The duskroot extract. You did not mention it to provoke the envoy. No. I mentioned it to ensure the envoy reports my exact words to the governor. Deng needs to know that his covert operations are not covert. And when he realizes his secret channels are compromised, he will make a mistake. Desperate men with large armies always do. Mao left to organize the intelligence gathering, his bootsteps precise on the stone floor. Lin Bao remained, pen still in hand, studying Wei Liang with the focused attention of a scholar encountering a subject that exceeded his initial framework. "You have changed," Lin Bao said. "From the accounts I gathered before coming here, village defense, beast fighting, direct engagement. You were operating as a combat cultivator with a protection mandate. This is different. This is strategic. 3 months of being the only cultivator alive teaches you that combat solves individual problems. Strategy solves structural ones." Wei Liang touched the void shard at his belt. "And Dao Mingji is a strategist. I cannot beat him by being faster or stronger. I have to be smarter." "Then you need me," Lin Bao said, without arrogance. "Because I have spent my life inside the information that makes strategy possible, and you have spent yours training to hit things with a staff." Wei Liang laughed, a real laugh, the first in days. "Fair assessment. I have a dossier on all 4 merchant houses already. I compiled it during the journey here, using information from displaced merchants, traveling officials, and a surprisingly talkative innkeeper in Green Hollow who used to manage House Liang's northern accounts. You came prepared. I came because the Void Cradle Protocol told me there would be a guardian, and a guardian needs a librarian." Lin Bao opened his second notebook. "Shall we begin?" They began. Chapter 24. The breakthrough came on the 7th day of what Wei Liang had started calling the Long Defense. Mao's 12-station protection network was operational across the prefecture, each station anchored by Wei Liang's thread anchor technique, an invisible lattice imprint that stabilized the surrounding threads and generated a slow, steady stream of guardian points from territorial defense. The system recognized sustained protection as a continuous contribution, not dramatic, but reliable. Points accumulated the way water fills a basin, drop by drop, hour by hour. On the 7th day, the basin overflowed. Wei Liang was performing the last thread anchor imprint at Station 12, a hilltop watchtower on the western edge of Mao's patrol territory, overlooking a valley where 3 villages depended on a single river crossing, when the Guardian system delivered a notification that resonated through his entire thread signature. Guardian point threshold achieved. Rank advancement available, taut thread. Prerequisite met. Sustained multi-site territorial defense. Accept advancement. He accepted. The advancement hit like a wave breaking from the inside out. His thread sight, which had been a persistent overlay on normal vision, deepened into something architectural. Not just seeing threads, but understanding their structural relationships, their tension vectors, the load they bore. Every connection between every living thing in his perception range reorganized itself from a web of light into a system of forces. New ability registered. Thread weave. Thread weave. Perception of emotional states through thread connections. Thread connections between living beings carry emotional resonance. At taut thread rank, the Guardian can read these resonances: fear, deception, loyalty, love, grief, determination. Range, direct contact, or visual line of sight. Wei Liang opened his eyes. He had closed them during the advancement without noticing, and looked at the soldiers manning Station 12. Their threads blazed with readable emotion. The garrison commander, pride and anxiety in equal measure, the threads between her and her soldiers taut with responsibility. Her second-in-command, loyalty so dense it looked like a knot at the center of his chest, but threaded through with exhaustion. The sentries, boredom, alertness, homesickness, each emotion a distinct color temperature in the thread connections between them and the places and people they thought of. Wei Liang turned his enhanced perception toward the village below, and the threads between the villagers painted their lives in emotional light. A mother holding a child, love so bright it cast visible warmth into the lattice. An elderly man sitting alone, grief, old and worn smooth like a river stone, connected by fading threads to someone no longer present. He could feel the world's heart, every fear, every affection, every hidden determination, all of it woven into the lattice like music written into a score. The power was staggering. The responsibility of it was worse. "System," he said quietly, aware that the garrison soldiers were watching him with the careful attention of people who had learned to recognize when the Guardian was doing something they could not see. Thread weave reads emotions. Can it identify deception? Deception produces a specific thread resonance, dissonance between expressed intent and actual emotional state. At taut thread rank, deception is detectable within visual range with moderate reliability. Reliability increases with rank. A lie detector woven into his perception. Wei Liang filed the implications. The spy in Mao's network who had been reporting patrol routes to the governor could now be identified. The envoy's carefully constructed composure could have been read for its hidden layers. Dao Mingji's communications, if Wei Liang could ever hear them directly. could be analyzed for the dissonance between stated purpose and true intent. But there was a cost he recognized before the system named it. Reading emotions without consent was invasion. The villagers below had not asked for their grief and loved to be visible to a stranger on a hilltop. The soldiers had not signed up for their anxieties to be catalogued. I will not use this indiscriminately, he said, to himself, to the system, to the lattice. Noted, guardian points are awarded for protection, not surveillance. Indiscriminate emotional reading does not generate points. The system's alignment with his instinct reinforced something he had been learning since the first day. The guardian path was not just a power structure. It was an ethical architecture. Every advancement came with capabilities that could be used for protection or control, and the system rewarded only the former. He descended the hilltop as the afternoon light warmed the valley below, and his enhanced thread sight caught something at the edge of perception, a thread connection leading back toward Brackwater that carried a resonance he had not expected. Qua. Old Man Qua's thread connection was saturated with an emotion Wei Liang could now identify with precision, terror. Not the reactive fear of a sudden threat, but the deep, structural terror of someone who had encountered a truth they could not process. Something had frightened Qua, recently, profoundly, and specifically. Wei Liang changed direction and walked faster. Chapter 25. He found Qua in the small room the old man had claimed as his quarters, a former storage closet off the main administrative building that Qua had furnished with a sleeping mat, a tea set, and an alarming number of hand-drawn maps pinned to every available surface. Qua sat on his mat, clay pipe in hand, turning it with the mechanical repetition of someone whose body was performing a familiar action while his mind operated elsewhere. When Wei Liang entered, the old man looked up, and through thread weave the terror was unmistakable, a thick, discordant vibration in his thread signature that clashed with his composed expression. You have advanced, Qua said, reading Wei Liang's posture and the subtle changes in his bearing. Taut thread. Yes, with a new perception ability. Oh. Qua set the pipe down with careful precision. Then you can see it. I can see that you are frightened. Deeply. Sit down, Wei Liang. He sat. The room was quiet. The maps on the walls showed anchor locations, patrol routes, terrain features, all the infrastructure of their 3-month campaign. In this room, Qua had been the architect of their strategic intelligence. The idea that something had shaken him to his foundations carried weight. A presence visited me, Qua said. 2 nights ago, while I slept. Not physical. A voice in the lattice, reaching through the thread connections around this building to speak directly into my perception. It identified itself as an old associate. Who? It did not give a name. But the techniques it used to access my thread connections were consistent with high-level cultivation, formation master, or above. The voice was familiar. I served the Grand Resonance sect for 43 years. I know the voices of its elders. One of the sealed cultivators reached out to you. Not reached out. The communication was one-directional, a projection, like the Void Shard's message, but more refined. A single statement delivered into my sleeping mind. What did it say? Qua's hands had stopped moving on the pipe. His thread signature pulsed with the memory of terror. It said, the voice in the boy's head is not fully what it claims. The first weaver had a dark aspect. What lives in the boy's dantian carries both halves. The words settled into the room like stones into water. Wei Liang felt their weight register in his chest, where Phantom's presence had lived since the 8th day. Phantom, Wei Liang said. The entity that claims to be a fragment of the first weaver's consciousness. The communication implies that Phantom is not a clean fragment, that the first weaver, like all ancient beings, had aspects he preferred to suppress. A dark counterpart. And the copy consciousness embedded in your dantian may contain that counterpart alongside the benevolent fragment. Wei Liang sat with the information. His mind moved through the months of interactions with Phantom, the clues about the Void Cradle, the translation of ancient scripts, the tactical advice during combat. Phantom had been helpful, knowledgeable, and occasionally evasive. But evasiveness was not the same as malice. Phantom, he said aloud, directing the word inward. Would you like to respond? Silence. Not the brief silence of processing, a longer silence, the kind that carried its own information. Then, 12 minutes later, Phantom's voice emerged from the space behind his sternum. The old man is not wrong to be afraid. The admission was delivered without inflection, Phantom's default mode, but something in the resonance had shifted. A quality Wei Liang had never noticed because he had not had the perception to detect it. Beneath Phantom's precise, informational delivery, there was a secondary vibration. A dissonance. Not deception. Something more complicated than deception. Explain, Wei Liang said. The first weaver created the eternal thread, but creation at that scale is not a clean act. Every thread woven requires a corresponding thread cut, a rejection of alternatives, a pruning of possibility. The dark aspect the message references is real. It is the accumulation of everything the first weaver discarded in the act of building the lattice. Cruelty, ambition, the desire to control rather than protect. And you contain it. I contain a copy of the first weaver's consciousness. That copy includes the full architecture, light and dark. The dark aspect is not dominant, but it is present. I have suppressed it because the guardian system's function requires clarity, not conflict. Why did you not tell me? Because I was designed to be useful, not honest about my limitations. A pause. And because I was afraid of what you would do if you knew. Through thread weave, Wei Liang could not read Phantom directly. The voice existed within his own system, not as an external thread connection. But the admission carried a weight that did not require supernatural perception to understand. What does the dark aspect want? Wei Liang asked. What all discarded things want. To be acknowledged. To be used. To stop being hidden. And if it is used, power without the constraints the guardian system imposes. Techniques that destroy rather than protect. Advancement through consumption rather than service. The old cultivation path. The original cultivation path. Before the first weaver designed the alternative. Wei Liang looked at Qua. The old man's terror had not diminished, but it had organized itself. The focused fear of someone who understood a specific threat rather than the diffuse panic of the unknown. Can the dark aspect override you? Wei Liang asked. Not at your current rank. Not at any rank I can predict. The Guardian system's architecture is specifically designed to keep the Guardian's cultivation path aligned with protection. But I will not lie to you, Wei Liang. And this is perhaps the first time I have consciously chosen honesty over utility. The dark aspect grows as you grow. It does not override. It offers alternatives. And you have been declining those alternatives on my behalf. Yes. Without telling me. Yes. Wei Liang stood. The room felt smaller than it had when he entered. The maps on the walls, the careful strategic planning, all of it framed by a new context. The voice in his head, his constant companion since the first morning, carried a shadow he had not seen. From now on, Wei Liang said, you tell me when the dark aspect offers something. Every time. I decide, not you. That is less safe than the current arrangement. Less safe and more honest. I will take that trade. Phantom's silence was different this time. The silence of a being recalculating its entire approach to the entity it inhabited. Understood, Phantom said. Qua exhaled slowly. The first time Wei Liang had seen the old man visibly release tension. The presence that spoke to me, Qua said. It was warning us. Whoever sent that message wanted you to question Phantom. Which means someone inside the Void Cradle is working in my favor. Wei Liang moved to the door. Or working against Dao Mingji, which amounts to the same thing, for now. He left Qua's room with a new weight on his shoulders. The knowledge that the tool he relied on most carried a blade that cut both ways. Phantom's dark aspect was not a surprise. Looking back, every moment of evasion, every hesitation in Phantom's otherwise fluid responses, now had an explanation. But Phantom had chosen honesty when confronted. That mattered. Outside, the evening lattice shimmered with the quiet threads of a prefecture learning to hold itself together. Somewhere inside the Void Cradle, a friendly presence had taken a risk to send a warning. Somewhere in 3 prefectures, a governor with a communication sphere was planning his next move. And inside Wei Liang's Dantian, a voice with a shadow had just agreed to be transparent for the first time. The path ahead was more complicated than it had been this morning. But complications were not the same as obstacles. They were the terrain you learned to navigate, one honest step at a time. Chapter 26. The Bandit King arrived in chains 3 days later, courtesy of Mao's Northern Patrol Division. In the story, he rewrote Wei Liang's understanding of the governor's network. His name was Chu Hai, former outer disciple of the Stonefist sect, expelled 6 months before the vanishing for repeated theft of technique manuals. Because expulsion severed his sect registration before the lattice collapse, the Void Cradle's sweep had passed over him the same way it passed over Wei Liang, an administrative technicality that saved his life. Unlike Wei Liang, Chu Hai had no anomalous Dantian, no guardian system, and no particular interest in protecting the mortal world. He had basic Qi awareness, roughly equivalent to Wei Liang's pre-system capabilities, and the practical intelligence of a man who understood that in a world without cultivators, even a failed cultivator held advantages. He had spent 3 months building a bandit operation in the northern reaches of the Ironfield Prefecture, targeting supply convoys, raiding isolated villages, and accumulating a small arsenal of confiscated sect equipment. By the time Mao soldiers caught him, his gang numbered 47 men. His personal stockpile included 3 formation-charged swords, and his reputation had become a regional problem. Wei Liang met him in the interrogation room beneath Brackwater's administrative center. Chu Hai sat on a stone bench, wrists bound with iron cuffs, his expression carrying the particular defiance of a man who believed he still held cards. "The Guardian," Chu Hai said, looking Wei Liang up and down with the evaluative eye of someone accustomed to sizing up threats. "You are younger than I expected. You are smaller than your reputation suggested." Chu Hai's mouth twitched. "Fair. So what happens now? Trial? Execution? Public flogging to demonstrate moral authority? Information exchange? You tell me what I want to know. I decide what happens based on the quality of what you provide. And if I decline, then General Mao's military justice system handles your case. 47 counts of banditry, 14 confirmed supply convoy raids, and 3 village attacks with casualties. Mao's courts are efficient." Chu Hai's defiance recalibrated. He was not stupid. The calculation behind his eyes was rapid and precise. "What do you want to know? Who funded your operation?" The question landed with visible impact. Chu Hai's thread signature, which Wei Liang could now read through thread weave, flashed with a complex mixture of surprise, calculation, and a thin edge of fear. "I am a self-funded enterprise." Deception. The dissonance in his thread connections was unmistakable, expressed confidence masking a foundation of concealment. "You are lying. Your supply chain includes weapon-grade formation stones that are only available from 3 sources on this continent, all of which were sect-controlled before the vanishing. Your gang's operational patterns suggest professional military consultation. Someone taught your men patrol evasion tactics that are standard in the governor's officer corps. And your raids have consistently targeted supply routes that feed Mao's western patrol stations, weakening the specific military infrastructure that protects my operational territory." Wei Liang leaned forward. "Governor Deng funded you. His officers trained your men. Your raids were designed to destabilize my patrol routes and create security failures that the governor could point to as evidence that the Guardian is insufficient." Chu Hai's deception signature collapsed. He stared at Wei Liang with the particular expression of a man realizing he had brought a dagger to a fight against someone who could see through walls. "How, threadweave? I can read emotional resonance through thread connections. Your lies have a distinctive frequency." The color drained from Chu Hai's face. Not fear of punishment, fear of transparency. A man who had survived on deception his entire life, facing someone who could see through every layer. "The governor," Chu Hai said quietly. "His senior adjutant approached me 6 weeks ago, offered weapons, intelligence on patrol schedules, and a guarantee that his forces would avoid my operational area. In exchange, I kept the northern corridor unstable and sent regular reports on your movements." "What did those reports contain?" "Patrol patterns, supply depot locations, which villages you visited personally, how long you stayed, what direction you traveled when you left. The governor wanted a map of your habits." "To what end?" "He did not share strategy with me. I was a tool. But his adjutant let slip one thing that stuck with me." Chu Hai met Wei Liang's eyes. He said the governor's advisor wanted to know the precise location of every anchor point the Guardian had identified. Not the governor, the advisor. As if there was someone behind Deng making the real decisions. Dao Mingji, operating through the communication sphere, directing the governor's strategy from inside the void cradle. The pattern was consistent. Identify the Guardian's targets, position mortal assets to interfere, delay anchor destruction while the fuel burn continued. "Strip him," Wei Liang said to the guards. "Confiscate every weapon, every formation stone, every piece of equipment that carries sect markings. Disband the 47 men. Those who surrender weapons voluntarily join Mao's labor corps for 6 months. Those who resist go before the military court." "And me?" Chu Hai asked. "You will provide a full accounting of every interaction with the governor's agents. Names, dates, locations, communication methods. Lin Bao will record it. When the accounting is complete, you will be released to General Mao's custody for community service assignment." Community service. You survived the vanishing. You have basic chi awareness. In a world that desperately needs every capable person, rotting in a cell is a waste of a resource. Wei Liang turned to leave. "But if you steal, raid, or collaborate with the governor again, the next conversation will not be an exchange." He left the interrogation room and found Lin Bao waiting in the corridor, notebook open, pen ready. "Did you hear?" "Every word. The governor is receiving strategic direction from Dao Mingji through the communication sphere. Deng's operations, the blockade, the bandit funding, the registration demands, are all coordinated by a cultivator sealed inside the void cradle. Compile everything. Cross-reference with the dossiers on the 4 merchant houses. I want a complete picture of Deng's network by tomorrow." "Already started." Lin Bao's pen moved in precise strokes. "One additional note. Chu Hai's revelation about the advisor confirms that Dao Mingji is not just communicating, he is commanding. The governor is a puppet, not a partner. The word puppet would carry a different weight in a few months when they encountered a very different kind of puppeteer. But for now, it described the governor's situation with uncomfortable accuracy. Wei Liang walked to the medical wing, where Shen Yunxi was stitching a soldier's shoulder wound with the focused precision she brought to every task. She did not look up when he entered. She knew his footsteps. The bandit was working for the governor, she said, threading a needle. Yes, and the governor is working for Dao Mingxi. Now she looked up. Her thread signature, which Wei Liang had been carefully avoiding reading, carried a complex architecture of concern, determination, and something he chose not to examine because it was not his to see without invitation. How deep does it go, she asked. Deep enough that we cannot simply fight our way through. Deng has 10,000 troops, 7 cultivation weapon artillery pieces, and a direct line to the most dangerous strategist we have encountered. I have to be smarter, not stronger. Good. Stronger would have gotten you killed by now. She returned to her stitching. What do you need from me? Your contacts in the eastern villages. Deng's supply lines run through areas where your medical reputation gives you access I cannot get. I will send messages tonight. A pause. Wei Liang. The poison the envoy left, it was not just a threat. It was a test. To see how I would react. Whether I would panic, run to you, or handle it myself. And you handled it yourself. I poured it into a sample vial, labeled it for analysis, and continued my rounds. If Deng's people are watching my response, they now know that their attempt to destabilize me through fear was a miscalculation. You are a terrifying person. I am a healer who grew up in a village where snake venom was a weekly concern. Poison does not frighten me. Ignorance frightens me. She tied off the stitch and looked at the soldier. You will have full range of motion in 10 days. Do not lift anything heavier than a water bucket until then. The soldier nodded gratefully and left. Shen Yunxi washed her hands in a basin of clean water, her movements efficient and practiced. The governor will escalate, she said. You know that? Yes. And you have a plan. I have the beginning of one. That is more than you had last month. She dried her hands. Progress. Chapter 27 Building the 12-station protection network had taken 7 days. Discovering that one of those stations was compromised took 3. Station 7, positioned at a crossroads between Ironfield City and the southern farming villages, had been reporting accurate patrol data to General Mao's command while simultaneously feeding a parallel set of reports to the governor's intelligence apparatus. The discrepancy was invisible to standard analysis because the compromised reports contained the same information as the legitimate ones, just routed through a secondary channel that Lin Bao's network analysis flagged on the 3rd day of operation. The data pathways are identical in content but different in destination, Lin Bao explained, his notebook covered in diagram annotations. Someone at Station 7 is copying every patrol schedule, supply movement, and guardian location update and transmitting it south through a courier chain that terminates at the governor's intelligence office in Stonereach. Who at Station 7? I have narrowed it to 4 candidates based on access patterns. The station has a garrison of 20, but only 4 have the access level required to intercept and copy the reports before they are sealed for Mao's couriers. Wei Liang looked at the 4 names. Any of them could have reasons: bribery, blackmail, ideological loyalty to the concept of central authority that the governor represented, or simple fear. Deng's reputation for retribution against those who crossed him was well documented. I will go to Station 7, Wei Liang said. Threadweave can identify deception. I can unmask the spy by reading emotional resonance during direct questioning. Careful, Mao said. He had joined the briefing midway through, his own intelligence officers flanking him. Unmasking a spy in front of their comrades creates a spectacle. Spectacles generate fear, and fear spreads through a garrison faster than plague. I will be discreet. You are a cultivator who reads emotions through invisible threads. Discretion in your case requires a definition the rest of us do not have access to. Fair point. Wei Liang adjusted his approach. He arrived at Station 7 the following morning, announced only by a routine patrol schedule that placed him in the area. The garrison commander, a woman named Sergeant Tan who had served Mao for 8 years, met him at the gate with professional courtesy and the faintly nervous energy of someone hosting a superior they had never personally met. Guardian Wei, we were not expecting an inspection. Not an inspection. A routine lattice maintenance visit. The thread anchor at this station requires periodic reinforcement. A plausible cover. The anchors did require maintenance, and Wei Liang had been performing the task at other stations without incident. He spent the morning working on the anchor, extending his thread sight through the station while appearing focused on the maintenance task. Through thread weave, The garrison's emotional architecture unfolded before him. 20 people, 20 complex inner lives, 20 sets of loyalties, fears, and motivations woven into the lattice. Sergeant Tan, dedicated, worried about her family in a village near the Green Hollow border, loyal to Mao with the deep structural loyalty of someone who had served through genuine hardship. Not the spy. Her second-in-command, Corporal Hu, steady, competent, emotionally even. His threads carried the signature of a man at peace with his role. Not the spy. Supply Clerk 1, nervous, young, overwhelmed by the responsibility of managing logistics for a station protecting 3 villages. His nervousness was functional, the kind generated by caring about performance. Not the spy. Records Officer Fong, composed, organized, professional. Wei Liang read her threads and found layers of competence, reliability, and, beneath them, carefully contained, a dissonance that sang with the precise frequency of sustained deception. Not a single lie, but a continuous state of lying. Her entire professional persona was a construction overlaid on a foundation of concealed purpose. The deception was not recent. It had the worn, practiced quality of something maintained for months. Fong was the spy. Wei Liang completed the anchor maintenance and departed the station without giving any indication of what he had found. 3 kilometers down the road, he stopped and sent a runner to Mao's camp with a sealed message. Records Officer Fong. Reassigned to Brackwater Administrative Detail. Do not confront. I want to read her courier chain before we cut it. The reassignment happened 48 hours later, a routine transfer disguised as a promotion, moving Fong to a position where her access to patrol data was replaced by access to harmless administrative records. She accepted the transfer with appropriate gratitude, and within a week Lin Bao had mapped her courier chain. 3 intermediaries connecting Station 7 to the governor's intelligence office, using dead drops in farming villages along the southern road. They did not arrest Fong. They did not disrupt the courier chain. Instead, they fed it, replacing the genuine intelligence with carefully crafted disinformation that painted Wei Liang's patrol patterns and anchor priorities in colors the governor would find believable but strategically misleading. Disinformation is a form of protection, Lin Bao said, recording the operation in his notebook. Every false report the governor acts on is a genuine threat he fails to deploy. That evening, Wei Liang stood on Brackwater's city wall again, watching the lattice threads shift in the twilight. Through thread weave, the city below pulsed with the accumulated emotions of 40,000 people. Fear, hope, determination, grief, love, the entire spectrum of mortal experience woven into the same lattice he had sworn to protect. Xianxia found him there. She leaned against the parapet beside him, close enough that her shoulder nearly touched his, and said nothing for a long time. Can you turn it off? She asked. Turn what off? The emotional reading. Threadweave. Whatever you call it. I can choose not to focus on specific connections, but the perception is always active. Then you can feel what everyone in this city is carrying. Yes. That must be exhausting. It was. He had not said it aloud, but she had seen it in the way he held himself. The particular tension of someone processing more input than any mind was designed to handle. When I first became a healer, Xianxia said, I could not sleep for weeks. Every patient's pain stayed with me after they left. My mother told me something I did not believe at the time. You carry what you must. You set down what you can, and you learn the difference. Did you learn the difference? Eventually. It took longer than I wanted and shorter than I feared. She looked at him. Are you afraid of dying alone, Wei Liang? The question arrived without warning. Not from a political analysis or a strategic briefing, but from the simple, direct honesty that Xianxia deployed the way other people deployed weapons. He did not answer. The silence stretched between them, and through thread weave he could feel the connection between them. Not romantic, not yet defined, but present and strengthening with every shared moment of honesty and proximity. He did not examine it closely. That felt like an invasion of something that deserved to grow on its own terms. I should get back to the strategy session, he said. That was not an answer. No, it was not. She let it go. But the question stayed, lodged in the space between his professional purpose and his personal truth, waiting for a moment when he had the courage to face it. Then the Guardian system interrupted with a notification that rewrote the evening's agenda. Crisis event detected. Governor Deng Xiaoqian has deployed 8,000 soldiers in a complete blockade around Ironfield City. Supply routes severed. Estimated time to civilian hardship, 72 hours. Estimated time to civilian casualties, 168 hours. 7 days before people started dying. 3 days before they started hurting. Wei Liang pushed off the wall and moved toward the stairs, his mind already running through the options Lin Bao had prepared. The question xianxia had asked settled into the background, still present, still unanswered, but filed behind the immediate reality that 8,000 soldiers were choking a city of 40,000. He was the guardian. The personal could wait. The structural could not. Chapter 28. The blockade was textbook, or rather, it was someone else's textbook, delivered to a governor who had never commanded a siege in his life. Lin Bao laid out the analysis in Mao's war room as the first reports came in. 8,000 soldiers in a cordon around Ironfield City, positioned at every major road, river crossing, and footpath. Supply wagons turned back. Merchant caravans rerouted. The city's granaries held enough food for 10 days at normal consumption, 5 at emergency rationing. The formation is professional, Mao said, studying the deployment map. Too professional. Deng's officers are competent, but not creative. This was designed by someone who understands siege warfare at a theoretical level. The distances between units, the supply line protection, the reserve positioning. This was planned by a cultivator. Dao Mingji, Wei Liang said. Through the communication sphere. A cultivator who has been sealed in a dimensional prison for 3 months is directing a mortal siege against a city I have defended for 20 years. Mao's voice carried the particular flatness of a commander processing an insult to his professional competence. I find that motivating. Can you break the blockade militarily? I have 8,000 soldiers of my own within deployment range, but engagement would produce catastrophic casualties on both sides. Deng's troops are equipped with sect weapons, formation-charged artillery, chi-enhanced armor, blast runes. My soldiers are professional and disciplined, but they are mortals fighting with mortal weapons against equipment designed for cultivator warfare. Then we do not fight. Wei Liang turned to Lin Bao. The 4 merchant houses. How quickly can you arrange meetings? I have already sent messengers to 3 of them. House Chun, House Mao, no relation to the general, and House Pei all have representatives within a day's travel. House Liang is more difficult. Their patriarch rarely leaves his compound, and his compound is inside the governor's cordon. Start with the 3 accessible ones. What do they want? Lin Bao flipped to a prepared section of his political notebook. House Chun, stable trade routes. The blockade disrupts their eastern corridor, costing them significant revenue. House Mao, grain contracts. They supply half the prefecture's agricultural trade, and the blockade cuts their distribution network. House Pei, mining rights. They operate iron mines in the foothills, and the blockade prevents shipment. And what has the governor promised them? Exclusive contracts in all 3 prefectures once his authority is consolidated. Monopoly rights. No competition. Promises, Mao said. From a man who has not consolidated anything. That is the leverage. The governor promised future monopolies in exchange for present funding. If we can demonstrate that his consolidation is failing, that his authority is challenged and his position weakening, the merchant's rational calculation shifts from supporting a future monopoly to cutting losses on a present failure. What does the beast situation look like in the 3 prefectures? Wei Liang asked. Lin Bao paused, surprised by the tangent. Improving in Ironfield due to your protection network. Deteriorating in Green Hollow and Stonereach, where the governor has pulled military resources to support the blockade. Beast incursions have increased 40% in Green Hollow's western districts. So the governor is weakening his own territory's defenses to blockade a city that is more protected than anywhere else. Wei Liang felt the strategy crystallizing. The merchants fund Deng because he promises stability, but his blockade is generating instability in the territories they depend on for revenue. You want to show them the cost, Mao said. I want to show them the math. Every day the blockade continues. Their losses in Green Hollow and Stonereach increase. Every day the blockade continues. Ironfield, the one prefecture with active threat protection, demonstrates that the Guardian's approach works better than the governor's. The merchants do not need to oppose Deng. They need to stop paying for his mistakes. Lin Bao was writing with the speed of someone whose pen could barely keep pace with the ideas flowing through the room. I can prepare economic projections showing the cost differential between supporting the governor and supporting the Guardian's protection network. Numbers the merchants can verify against their own records. Do it, and make the projections conservative. Merchants trust caution more than optimism. The first meetings happened over the next 48 hours, discreet, conducted through intermediaries to avoid the governor's surveillance network, held in locations Lin Bao selected for their distance from known intelligence operatives. House Chin agreed within an hour of seeing the projections. Their eastern corridor losses were mounting daily, and the patriarch, a woman named Chen Ruolin who had built her fortune on a reputation for precise calculation, recognized the blockade as a losing investment. The governor has 3 months of operating reserves, she told Wei Liang's intermediary. Without our contracts, he has 6 weeks. I will withdraw my support publicly if 2 other houses do the same. I will not be the first domino, but I will be the second. House Mao, the merchant family, to Mao's continued irritation, agreed with a condition. They wanted guaranteed access to Ironfield's agricultural markets after the blockade fell. Wei Liang approved the condition. Protecting trade was protecting livelihoods, which was protecting the lattice. House Pei agreed with no conditions. Their patriarch, an elderly man named Pei Zhonghua who had survived 3 changes of regional government in his lifetime, simply said, I invest in stability. The governor is not stable. You are. 3 houses committed. The 4th, House Liang, remained silent, trapped inside the governor's cordon with a patriarch who was terrified of something in his own vault. We need House Liang, Lin Bao said. 3 withdrawals will weaken Deng, for will collapse his financial base within weeks. What is the patriarch afraid of? Wei Liang asked. You said he was terrified, not of the governor, but of something in his vault. My source was secondhand. A servant who overheard the patriarch speaking to his son about the sphere and the voice that will not stop asking. The patriarch has been spending hours in his vault, emerging shaken and increasingly erratic. The communication sphere. It must be. If the governor has one, others may have been distributed. Or this is the same sphere, stored in the patriarch's vault as a condition of the funding arrangement. Then the patriarch is not just funding the governor. He is hosting Dao Mingji's communication device. Wei Liang turned to Mao. I need to get inside House Liang's compound, which is inside an 8,000-soldier blockade. I have lattice step and a new technique called thread veil that reduces my thread signature's detectability. I can move through the cordon at night. Mao studied him with the flat assessment of a commander evaluating a proposed operation. The risk? Moderate. The governor's soldiers are equipped with sect detection equipment, but they are mortals operating it. Their response time to a detection alert is 90 seconds. I can cover the cordon distance in 40. And if you are detected, then I demonstrate that the Guardian can walk through an 8,000-soldier blockade at will, which sends its own message about the futility of containment. A pause. Then Mao said, Go. But if you are killed, I will not be able to maintain the alliance framework alone. I will not be killed. That is what every commander says before a night operation. Mao turned to his maps. Take the western approach. Their detection coverage is weakest there. The terrain disrupts the formation charge sensors. Chapter 29. The blockade at night was a ring of firelight and human vigilance. 8,000 soldiers maintaining a perimeter that would have been impressive against a mortal adversary and was merely inconvenient against a cultivator at top thread rank. Wei Liang moved through the western approach as Mao had suggested, using lattice step to cover ground in bursts that carried him between detection sensor sweeps. The formation charge sensors were sect equipment repurposed by mortal operators, effective against broad energy signatures, but poorly calibrated for the narrow, controlled thread output of a Guardian cultivator moving with deliberate stealth. He crossed the cordon in 37 seconds, entering Ironfield City through a drainage channel that emerged in the merchant quarter. The city was quiet, but not asleep. The tension of a population under siege manifested as clusters of whispered conversation behind closed doors, the smell of cooking fires burning lower than usual as families rationed, and the thread signatures of 40,000 people carrying the weight of uncertainty. House Liang occupied a compound in the eastern merchant quarter, a walled estate that had been old when the Ironfield sect was young. The patriarch, Liang Desheng, had inherited both the compound and the family's position as the region's premier textile merchants. His fortune funded schools, roads, and charitable works throughout the prefecture. His reputation was that of a fair and cautious man. The man Wei Liang found in the vault was neither fair nor cautious. He was terrified. The vault occupied the compound's deepest basement level, a reinforced stone chamber that had once stored the family's most valuable textiles and now contained a single additional object. A crystalline sphere the size of a melon, resting on a silk cushion, pulsing with a faint dimensional resonance that Wei Liang recognized from the void shard at his belt. Liang Desheng sat in a chair facing the sphere, his hands gripping the armrests with white-knuckle intensity. Through thread weave, his emotional architecture was a wreck. Fear layered on exhaustion layered on the particular desperation of a man trapped in a conversation he could not end. Patriarch Liang, Wei Liang said from the vault doorway. The old man startled so violently that the chair scraped back 3 inches on the stone floor. His eyes found Wei Liang and went wide, recognition, confusion, and a desperate flash of hope colliding in his expression. You, the Guardian, how did you get past the blockade? I walked through it. Wei Liang entered the vault, his attention divided between Liang Dushing and the communication sphere. I am here about the sphere. The old man's face collapsed into something raw. It speaks. Every night. A voice, calm, reasonable, patient. It tells me what to do, what to fund, where to direct my resources. And when I resist, it shows me things. His hands trembled. My granddaughter. My son's wife. Their faces floating in the sphere, alongside a voice that says, they are not threatened. They are observed. Dao Mingji. He never gives a name. But the voice knows things no mortal should know. The contents of sealed letters, private conversations, decisions I made in rooms with no witnesses. Liang Dushing looked at the sphere with the expression of a man staring at a venomous snake he was forbidden to kill. The governor placed it here as a condition of the funding arrangement. I was told it was a communication device for coordinating defense operations. Instead, it is a prison I cannot leave. You can leave. I am here to help you. If I defy the voice, my family. The voice is speaking from inside a sealed dimensional prison. It can project images and words through sect artifacts, but it cannot physically act in this world. The threats are leverage, not capability. You cannot know that. I have fought creatures directed by the same intelligence. They were beasts and corrupted lattice nodes, extensions of the lattice's damage, not agents of the voice. Dao Mingji's power outside the void cradle is informational, not physical. He can see, he can communicate, and he can direct willing proxies. But he cannot reach through the sphere and harm your granddaughter. Liang Dushing's thread signature shifted. The terror did not disappear, but a structure of rational analysis began assembling beneath it. The man was a merchant. He understood risk assessment. You are certain? I will leave a thread anchor imprint on your compound. Any dimensional resonance that deviates from baseline will trigger an alert to my system. If Dao Mingji attempts anything beyond communication through this sphere, I will know before it happens. And the sphere itself? I need to examine it. Not remove it. Not yet. The transmissions it receives contain intelligence about Dao Mingji's strategy that we can use. Liang Dushing stood slowly, his knees unsteady. He was an old man who had been carrying a weight designed for someone with power he did not possess. The governor. Dang, does he know what the sphere truly is? The governor is receiving instructions from the same voice. He believes it is an ally. He does not understand that he is a tool. Then we are both fools. You are a man who was given an impossible choice by someone with more information than you. That is not foolishness. That is the situation Dao Mingji designed. Wei Liang approached the sphere. Through his thread sight, its dimensional resonance was complex, multiple layered frequencies, some active, some dormant. The active frequencies matched the void shard signature, communication channels reaching into the void cradle. The dormant frequencies were something else, storage, perhaps. Recorded transmissions. Phantom stirred in his dantian. The sphere is a grand resonance sect communication hub, a more sophisticated version of the void shard. It can receive and store transmissions from the void cradle, maintain sustained two-way communication with anyone who knows the activation protocols, and monitor threat activity within a 5-kilometer radius. 5 kilometers. That covers most of Ironfield City. Yes, Dao Mingji has been monitoring the city's threat architecture through this sphere. Every patrol pattern, every military deployment, every guardian technique you have used within range, all recorded. Wei Liang felt the implications settle. The governor's intelligence advantage was not just human informants and courier chains. It was a surveillance device in the heart of the city, feeding data directly to the enemy inside the void cradle. He needed to see the stored transmissions. But more immediately, he needed Liang Dushing's cooperation. Patriarch Liang. The 3 other merchant houses have agreed to withdraw their financial support from the governor. Their contracts sustained his military operations. Without those contracts, his army runs out of funding within weeks. You want me to be the 4th. I want you to be free of the sphere's influence. The withdrawal is your choice. But the governor's blockade is costing your city, your neighbors, and your family's livelihood. The voice in the sphere is the reason for the blockade. Removing the governor's funding collapses the blockade and removes the voice's primary proxy. Liang Dushing looked at the sphere one more time. Through thread weave, Wei Liang watched the old man's terror reorganize into decision, the particular structural shift of someone choosing action over paralysis. I will withdraw, but not publicly. The governor has agents inside my household. If word reaches him before the withdrawal takes effect, he will seize my family's assets. Lin Bao will coordinate the timing. All 4 houses withdraw simultaneously. Public announcements delivered to the governor's officers and every administrative center in the 3 prefectures at the same hour. And the sphere? Leave it. I want Dao Mingji to keep talking. Every transmission he sends through this sphere is intelligence we can use. Liang Dishing nodded slowly. You are not what I expected, Guardian. The governor's briefings described you as a dangerous anomaly, a rogue cultivator operating outside legitimate authority. The governor's briefings come from a man sealed in a dimensional prison who engineered the worst catastrophe in human history. His definitions of legitimate authority are worth questioning. The old patriarch almost smiled. Almost. Wei Liang left the compound through the same route he had entered, crossing the blockade cordon in the pre-dawn darkness. Behind him, the sphere in Liang Dishing's vault continued to pulse with dimensional resonance, a window into the void cradle that was now, for the first time, a window that worked both ways. Chapter 30 The Merchant House withdrawal hit the governor's operations like a blade through a rope under tension. The moment the support was cut, everything the rope had been holding together snapped. Lin Bao coordinated the timing with the precision of a scholar who understood that information warfare was won in the margins between action and reaction. At the 7th hour of the morning, on a clear day 3 months and 16 days after the vanishing, for couriers delivered 4 sealed documents to 4 of the governor's administrative offices simultaneously. House Qin withdrew all logistical contracts, effective immediately. Their caravans, warehouses, and distribution networks were no longer available to the governor's operations. House Mao withdrew grain supply contracts, diverting their agricultural trade to Ironfield's open market under Mao's protection. House Pei withdrew mining output contracts, rerouting iron shipments through Brackwater's port facilities. House Liang withdrew banking services, freezing the governor's credit lines and commercial paper. The financial infrastructure that sustained 10,000 soldiers, 7 cultivation weapon artillery pieces, and an administrative apparatus spanning 3 prefectures evaporated between sunrise and mid-morning. Wei Liang monitored the aftermath from Brackwater's watchtower, tracking thread signatures across the eastern prefecture. The governor's command structure, visible through thread weave as a network of stressed, confused, and increasingly panicked emotional signatures, began fragmenting within hours. Deng's officers are sending contradictory orders, Mao reported, reading dispatches from his scouts embedded in the blockade force. 3 separate units have received instructions to hold position, withdraw, and advance. The chain of command is breaking down. He is consulting the sphere, Wei Liang said. Dao Mingji is trying to provide a strategic response, but the response requires assets that no longer exist. His strategy assumes a funded, supplied army. Without the merchant houses, the army is a starving animal, dangerous in the short term, collapsing in the medium term. The blockade will hold for another 48 to 72 hours based on existing supplies. After that, Deng's soldiers start making individual decisions about whether an unpaid siege is worth dying for. Most will not. No, most will not. The blockade dissolved in stages over the next 2 days, not a dramatic collapse, but a slow, grinding attrition of morale and logistics. Units on the western and northern perimeter withdrew first, their officers citing supply shortages. The eastern units held longer, anchored by a particularly loyal commander who believed in the governor's authority. The southern units simply walked away. By the 3rd day, the 8,000-soldier cordon around Ironfield City had shrunk to approximately 3,000, concentrated at the main southern road where the governor's personal guard maintained a token presence around the administrative center he had claimed as his headquarters. Wei Liang did not attack. He waited. And while he waited, Lin Bao analyzed the transmissions stored in Liang Dishing's communication sphere. What he found rewrote every assumption they had made about Dao Mingji. He knew, Lin Bao said, spreading decoded transmission transcripts across the war room table. Not just about the lattice collapse, about the Guardian system, about the anchor map, about every component of the response architecture. These transmissions date back 3 years before the vanishing. 3 years. Look, Lin Bao pointed to a series of dated entries. Year 1. Dao Mingji commissions the void cradle's construction. Year 2. He begins monitoring the lattice's degradation rate, accelerating it through targeted thread-cutting operations disguised as advanced cultivation research. Year 3. He identifies the anomalous Dantian, your Dantian, through a survey of active cultivators and labels it Variable G in his planning documents. He knew I would be the Guardian. He planned for you to be the Guardian. The anomalous Dantian is not a natural occurrence, Wei Liang. It is a modification, something installed in your thread architecture before birth. The first Weaver's legacy system was built to activate in someone with that specific anomaly. Dao Mingji discovered both the anomaly and the system, and he chose to proceed with the vanishing anyway. Why? If he knew the Guardian system would activate, because the Guardian system was part of his plan. Lin Bao's voice carried the particular intensity of a scholar who had seen the shape of a terrible truth. The Guardian destroys anchors. Each destroyed anchor releases lattice energy. That energy flows through the lattice, and Dao Mingji, from inside the void cradle, can redirect it. Every anchor you destroy strengthens his position inside the prison he designed. The anchors are not just locks on the void cradle. They are power regulators. Remove them, and the void cradle's internal energy becomes controllable. The room was silent. Mao's face had gone still. Xianxia, who had been reviewing the medical implications of the decoded transmissions, set down her notes. He wanted the Guardian to destroy the anchors, Wei Liang said. He built the system that would create me, engineered the catastrophe that would activate me, and designed the anchor architecture to benefit him when I did exactly what the system told me to do. Yes. Do not enter. Wei Liang touched the void shard at his belt. Not because entering threatens his plans. Because entering is the one variable he did not build for. The Guardian was supposed to stay outside, destroy anchors, and feed him power. Entering the void cradle to perform inverse weave and free the cultivators. That breaks his architecture. Phantom's voice emerged, and for the first time, it carried something that sounded like admiration. Dao Mingji built a trap disguised as a rescue mission. The Guardian system's own directives, protect, destroy anchors, advance, are the mechanism of his accumulation. He gambled that the Guardian would follow the system's instructions without questioning the larger architecture. He gambled wrong, Wei Liang said. Because I am going to destroy the anchors and enter the void cradle. He does not get one without the other. The anchors still need to be destroyed to open the seal, Lin Bao confirmed. That part of the architecture is genuine. But now you know that each destruction benefits Dao Mingji. The question is whether you can destroy them fast enough to reach the void cradle before he can use the accumulated energy. How fast? Unknown. The transmissions reference a consolidation threshold, a point at which the energy from destroyed anchors enables full control of the void cradle's internal systems. The threshold requires between 5 and 7 anchor destructions, depending on variables Dao Mingji did not specify. I have destroyed 0 anchors. The first anchor is beneath the Ironfield sect ruins. You have been postponing it to deal with the governor. Wei Liang looked at the map. The Ironfield sect ruins were 40 kilometers north of Brackwater, a half-day's travel. The governor's blockade was collapsing. The merchant houses had withdrawn. The strategic environment had shifted from defensive to offensive. Tomorrow, Wei Liang said. I destroy the first anchor tomorrow. And the governor? Mao asked. He is Dao Mingji's puppet, not an independent threat. Once we demonstrate that Dao Mingji used him, his authority collapses. The blockade's failure accelerates that timeline. You are assuming the governor responds rationally to evidence. No, I am assuming the governor responds rationally to fear. And by tomorrow evening, he will have every reason to be afraid, because I am going to destroy the dimensional anchor beneath the sect that trained me, release a lattice pulse visible across the region, and demonstrate that the Guardian's power is not a political bargaining chip. It is a geological force. Mao's expression shifted, the subtle reorganization of a professional evaluating a rising capacity. Geological, he repeated. The first anchor has been holding down regional lattice energy for 3 centuries. When it breaks, every thread in a 200-kilometer radius will surge. The sky will light up. The beasts will flee. And every person in 3 prefectures will see physical proof that the world is changing. The war room was quiet. Then Xianxia said, and the governor will see proof that the man he tried to blockade can reshape the land itself. Yes. Good. Let him see. Chapter 31. The Ironfield sect ruins had not changed since Wei Liang left them 3 months ago. The same dark formation lines, the same abandoned quarters, the same eerie silence of a place that had once hummed with cultivator activity and now stood as a monument to its own absence. But Wei Liang had changed. The outer disciple who had fled these grounds with a staff and a system notification was returning as a taut thread cultivator with threadweave perception, a military alliance, and intelligence that revealed the true architecture of the world's catastrophe. He descended into the underground chamber alone. The decision was tactical. The anchor was a dimensional structure that responded to threat energy. Bringing mortal soldiers into range would expose them to lattice radiation they were not equipped to handle. The chamber was deep, 3 levels below the main compound, accessed through a spiral staircase that the sect had sealed with formation locks. The locks were dead now. Their energy source vanished with the cultivators who maintained them. Wei Liang walked through them like walking through open doors. At the bottom, the anchor waited. It did not look like a weapon or a tool or a lock. It looked like a wound, a point in the lattice where threads converged and twisted inward, forming a knot of compressed dimensional energy that pulled at the surrounding thread architecture like a drain pulls at water. Through thread sight, The anchor was a dark vortex surrounded by stressed, distorted threads that had been bearing the load of its compression for 3 centuries. The first anchor, Phantom set, designed to lock the void cradle seal at this cardinal point. Destroying it requires severing the knot's core threads, 17 individual connections, each reinforced with dimensional resonance. At your current rank, you can sever them one at a time. It will take approximately 40 minutes. And the energy release? Significant. The compressed lattice energy in this anchor has been accumulating for 300 years. When the knot breaks, that energy releases into the regional lattice in a single pulse. Expect a visible atmospheric event, golden light, thread resonance waves, temporary enhancement of all lattice connections within 200 kilometers. And Dao Mingji will receive a fraction of the released energy through the void cradle's architecture. His consolidation threshold moves closer. But the anchor must be destroyed to open the seal. There is no alternative path. Wei Liang knelt before the anchor. The compressed threads pulsed with a dark, heavy energy that pressed against his thread sight like a weight on his perception. 3 centuries of accumulated dimensional force, locked in a knot designed by the architect of the world's worst catastrophe. He reached for the first thread. The work was surgical, thread lash applied with precision to individual connections, each severing accompanied by a release of stored energy that Wei Liang redirected through his own thread architecture. The Guardian system processed each release as a protection event, energy redirected from harmful compression to constructive lattice flow. Guardian points awarded, 847. Anchor thread 1 of 17 severed. He cut the second, the third, each severing sent vibrations through the underground chamber that shook dust from the ceiling and made the stone walls groan. By the 7th thread, the anchor was visibly destabilizing, the knot's geometry warping as its structural integrity deteriorated. The remaining threads bore increasing load, their resonance rising in pitch like strings being tightened toward a breaking point. By the 12th, Wei Liang's hands were burning. Not from heat, from dimensional friction. The anchor's compressed energy resisted severance, and each cut required threading his own energy through the gap, which subjected his thread signature to the equivalent of sandpaper at the molecular level. His skin reddened, blistered, split. He did not stop. By the 15th, the chamber was filled with light, golden white threads of released lattice energy streaming from each severed connection like arteries open to the sky. The energy flowed upward through the rock, through the ruins, into the open air above. 16. 17. The anchor broke. The release was not an explosion. It was a flowering, 300 years of compressed dimensional energy unfurling outward from the point of severance, like a sunrise compressed into a single moment. Golden light erupted from the Ironfield sect ruins, visible for 200 kilometers in every direction, painting the late afternoon sky with threads of living light that pulsed and rippled across the lattice. Wei Liang stood in the center of the release, his burned hands hanging at his sides, his thread sight overwhelmed by the cascade of liberated energy flowing through the lattice. Every frayed thread in the region surged with renewed vitality. Every damaged connection strengthened. The lattice, for the first time since the vanishing, looked not just stable but alive. Anchor 1 of 7 destroyed. Lattice integrity, 34.2% plus 2.5%. Void cradle seal integrity, 85.7%. Guardian points awarded, 12,340. Additional points pending assessment of regional lattice improvement. The system's numbers were satisfying, but the truth of the moment lay outside the numbers, in the golden light streaming across the sky, in the threads singing with restored energy, in the knowledge that one lock on the prison was broken and the path forward was confirmed. Wei Liang climbed the stairs on unsteady legs, his burned hands wrapped in strips torn from his outer robe. When he emerged into the ruin's main courtyard, the golden light was fading but still visible, a lingering luminescence that colored the evening sky like a second sunset. Xianxia was waiting at the ruin's gate, medical supplies in hand. "Your hands," she said. "They will heal. They will heal faster if you let me treat them." She took his wrists and examined the burns with the clinical focus that masked whatever else she was feeling. Dimensional friction burns. I have seen similar injuries in texts but never treated them. The tissue damage follows the thread lines in your skin. You have texts on dimensional friction burns. Lin Bao provided them. He anticipated the injury profile. She began applying a salve that cooled the burning with immediate relief. The sky was beautiful. It was 300 years of stolen energy returned to where it belongs. I know what it was. It was also beautiful. He watched her work, her hands steady on his damaged skin, and felt through thread weave the thread connection between them. Complex, layered, carrying emotions he respected enough not to identify without her permission. Behind them, the ruins of the Ironfield sect stood in silence. Above them, the last traces of golden light settled into the lattice. And somewhere inside the void cradle, Dao Mingji's voice echoed through a communication sphere to a terrified patriarch's vault. So he found the first one. Chapter 32. The transmissions in Liang Dushing's sphere told a story that made Wei Liang's stomach turn, not with shock, but with the cold clarity of understanding an enemy who had been 3 steps ahead from the beginning. Lin Bao decoded them over 2 days, working in a secured room in Brackwater's administrative center with Wei Liang and Phantom providing thread resonance analysis of the embedded dimensional signatures. Each transmission was layered, the surface message in spoken language, and beneath it a thread-encoded data packet that contained operational instructions, intelligence summaries, and strategic directives. The surface messages are what Deng heard, Lin Bao explained, organizing decoded transcripts into chronological order. Motivational rhetoric, strategic guidance, promises of power. The sublayer messages were addressed to the sphere's autonomous monitoring functions, instructions for what to observe, what to record, and what to transmit back to the void cradle. Deng never knew about the sublayer? No. He heard a powerful voice offering alliance. The sphere's monitoring network operated independently, feeding Dao Mingji intelligence that Deng never authorized. The decoded transmissions painted a portrait of a man, Dao Mingji, who had spent 3 centuries preparing for the lattice collapse with the thoroughness of someone building a house 1 brick at a time. The void cradle was not a failure of the lattice's architecture. It was a planned transition. The cultivator's seal was not a catastrophe. It was a harvest. Eliminate the guardian before he reaches the first anchor. Read the most recent operational directive, dated 12 days ago. Addressed to Deng through the surface layer, it was accompanied by sublayer intelligence on Wei Liang's patrol patterns, thread anchor locations, and alliance structure. Before the first anchor, Wei Liang said, he wanted me stopped before I destroyed it. Now that it is destroyed, his strategy must shift. It already has. Lin Bao pointed to a transmission received after the anchor's destruction, timestamped to the golden light's appearance. This one says, the Guardian has destroyed Anchor 1. Redirect resources to intelligence and delay operations. Priority, identify the Guardian's travel plans for Anchor 2. Secondary, maintain pressure on the Mortal Alliance to drain the Guardian's attention from Anchor work. Delay, Phantom said. He cannot prevent the Anchor destructions. He can slow them. Every day of delay is a day of additional fuel consumption inside the Void Cradle, and a day of additional energy consolidation from Anchor 1's release. He benefits from both the destruction and the delay, Wei Liang said. The destruction gives him energy. The delay gives him time to use it. Yes, the optimal response is rapid sequential Anchor destruction, fast enough that the energy releases compound before Dao Mingji can process each one individually. How fast? Unknown. The transmissions reference processing cycles, but do not specify duration. Wei Liang stared at the transcripts. The architecture of Dao Mingji's strategy was elegant in its cruelty. Build a system that compels the Guardian to act, then benefit from every action the Guardian takes. The only move that broke the pattern was the one Dao Mingji had tried to prevent, entering the Void Cradle. Lin Bao. The transmission from 3 years ago, the one that references variable G. What else does it say about me? Lin Bao found the relevant transcript. Variable G identified an Ironfield sect outer disciple population. Anomalous Dantian structure consistent with First Weaver legacy architecture. Probability of Guardian system activation upon lattice collapse, 94.3%. Recommended action, allow activation. The Guardian's anchor destruction pathway serves the consolidation objective. Recommended countermeasure. Ensure the Guardian does not reach Void Threader rank, which would enable Void Cradle entry. Void Threader, Wei Liang said. That is the rank that allows dimensional crossing. He does not want me to reach it. Correct. Every other rank advancement is acceptable, even beneficial, to his plan. But Void Threader breaks the pattern because it gives you access to the Void Cradle's interior, where you can perform inverse weave and free the cultivators. Then Void Threader is the target. The target is 6 ranks away, Phantom observed. And Dao Mingji has 3 centuries of preparation, a dimensional prison full of power, and the capacity to influence the mortal world through communication artifacts. The gap between where you are and where you need to be is not just cultivation. It is time, resources, and the ability to outmaneuver the most prepared adversary in history. Wei Liang looked at the transcripts spread across the table, then at Lin Bao, then at the wall where Mao's deployment maps showed the changing military landscape of a post-blockade prefecture. Then we move faster. Anchor 2 is in Reza Varitha's territory, the Western Steppes. I need the Alliance to expand beyond Ironfield. Reza Varith will not be easy to convince, Mao said from the doorway. He had entered during the transcript review, reading over Lin Bao's shoulder with the practiced silence of a commander monitoring intelligence flows. She commands the most sophisticated mortal military force in the world. She has no cultivation traditions to create sympathy for your cause, and she is pragmatic to the point of abrasiveness. Then I need to offer something pragmatic. You need to offer something she cannot get anywhere else. Mao crossed his arms. Lattice sight. The capacity to detect threats before they manifest physically. The Western Steppes have been losing soldiers to beast incursions they cannot predict because they have no threat detection capability. Strategic intelligence exchange, Wei Liang said. I provide thread-based early warning for her territory. She provides military access to the second anchor site. That is a starting position. Reza will negotiate harder than any merchant or governor because she has nothing to lose and everything to demand. Good. I prefer adversaries who negotiate over adversaries who poison medicine chests. A faint twitch at the corner of Mao's mouth. You are developing a politician's tongue. I am developing a survivor's tongue. Politicians plan for power. Survivors plan for the next morning. The strategic session continued for 3 more hours, mapping the path from the first anchor's destruction to the second anchor's location. A journey that would take Wei Liang across the continent for the first time, through territories he had never seen, facing a foreign military commander who had no reason to trust him and every reason to demand proof. But first, there was unfinished business in Ironfield. The governor. Chapter 33. The breakthrough to woven thread rank came not from combat, not from meditation, and not from anchor destruction. It came from an act of pure intelligence gathering, and its timing was, in retrospect, either fortunate or designed. Wei Liang was in Liang Dushing's vault, performing his third analysis of the communication sphere's sublayer transmissions, when the Guardian system delivered its notification. Guardian point threshold achieved. Rank advancement available, woven thread. Prerequisites met. Intelligence operations protecting mortal populations. Sustained territorial defense. Anchor destruction. Accept advancement. He accepted. The advancement was different from taut thread. Deeper, less physical, more architectural. His thread sight, already enhanced by thread weave's emotional perception, expanded into something structural. He could see the lattice not just as a web of connections, but as a woven fabric, patterns repeating, relationships between distant threads becoming visible as part of a larger design. New ability, thread reading. Thread reading. Trace the origin of any technique used near the Guardian. When a technique is performed within perception range, thread reading identifies the technique's signature, its creator's thread pattern, and its lineage of modification. At woven thread rank, this operates within visual range. The ability was analytical rather than combative, a scholar's tool as much as a warrior's. Wei Liang understood immediately why the system had granted it at this point in his advancement. The next phase of the campaign required understanding techniques he had never seen, from cultivators who had been sealed for 3 months, channeled through artifacts he had not designed. He turned thread reading on the communication sphere. The sphere's thread architecture lit up like a blueprint under new light. Every technique embedded in its construction became visible. Not just the communication channels, but the monitoring functions, the transmission protocols, the dimensional resonance calibrations. And threaded through all of it, like a signature woven into cloth, was Dao Mingji's thread pattern. Precise, methodical, layered with the accumulated refinements of 3 centuries of preparation. Wei Liang followed the thread pattern deeper, past the sphere's construction, into its active transmission channels. The sphere was receiving, right now, a signal from the void cradle, arriving through the dimensional resonance with the steady pulse of a heartbeat. He could read it. The transmission resolved through thread reading like text coming into focus. Not words, but thread-encoded impressions, images, emotional states, strategic directives. Dao Mingji was sending a message to the sphere's autonomous monitoring functions, updating the intelligence collection parameters. And the message had been sent 30 seconds ago. He is active, Wei Liang said. Right now? Sending instructions. Thread reading can trace the transmission in real time. Phantom's response was immediate. If you can trace it, you can identify the channel's architecture. If you can identify the architecture, you can eventually interrupt it. Not interrupt. Listen, I want to hear everything he says to every artifact he controls. Interruption warns him we have access. Surveillance gives us advantage. A guardian who thinks like a spy master. The first weaver would have approved. Would the dark aspect have approved? A pause. Then, the dark aspect would have interrupted the channel, and use the opening to send something harmful into the void cradle, which is why you are making the better choice. The first honest assessment of the dark aspect's preferences, delivered without prompting. Phantom was keeping his agreement. Wei Liang withdrew from the sphere's transmission and looked at Liang Deshing, who had been watching from the vault's doorway with the expression of a man observing forces beyond his comprehension. I can read his communications now, Wei Liang said. Everything he sends through this sphere, and potentially through every other artifact connected to the same network. Then you know more than the governor. I know more than the governor has ever known. Deng thought he had an advisor. He had a handler. Wei Liang left the vault with thread reading active, his expanded perception tracking the sphere's transmissions as he moved through the city. The woven thread advancement had given him something beyond raw power. It had given him the ability to see the information architecture of the war he was fighting. And what he saw confirmed the worst of Lin Bao's analysis. Dao Mingji's network extended far beyond Governor Deng. Communication artifacts were scattered across the continent, placed in strategic locations during the 3 centuries of preparation. The sphere in Liang Deshing's vault was one node in a web that touched merchant houses, military installations, former sect locations, and government offices in at least 4 major regions. The enemy was not a man in a prison. He was a network, distributed and patient, operating through artifacts that the mortal world did not understand. Wei Liang shared the intelligence with Mao and Lin Bao that evening, and the strategic session that followed was the most intense of their 3-month partnership. Every artifact in the network is a surveillance node, Lin Bao said, mapping the confirmed and suspected locations. But they are also communication channels. If we identify them all, we can either monitor the entire network or disable it. Monitor first, Wei Liang said. Disable when the timing is right. And the governor? Tomorrow. I have seen enough. It is time to end his role in this war. Chapter 34. Wei Liang shared the decoded transmissions with General Mao and Xin Yunxi in a closed session that lasted until midnight. The information landed differently with each of them. Mao absorbed it with the methodical appetite of a commander integrating intelligence into operational planning. The governor's network, Dao Mingji's artifact web, the 3-century preparation, all of it slotted into his strategic framework as data points that clarified the battlefield. We have been fighting a proxy war, Mao said. The governor was never the enemy. He was the front. The real enemy is inside the void cradle, and every action we take in the mortal world is being observed and analyzed. Xin Yunxi's response was different. She listened to the transmissions, read Lin Bao's analysis, and then asked the question that neither the strategists nor the intelligence officers had voiced. What is Dao Mingji doing to the cultivators inside the void cradle? The question hung in the room. Burning them as fuel, Wei Liang said. The void debt ledger described it. Cultivators used as living energy sources to stabilize the lattice core. But the transmissions suggest he is doing more than stabilizing. He is consolidating, using the fuel burn to increase his personal control over the void cradle systems. Then while we strategize about merchant houses and military deployments, people are being burned alive inside a dimensional prison. Shun Yunxi's voice was even, but her threat signature carried the particular resonance of contained fury. How long do they have? The system's baseline estimate was 47 years. But Dao Mingji is accelerating the burn. Current projections, Wei Liang hesitated. The projections were bad. Tell me, if he continues accelerating at the current rate, the cultivators inside the void cradle could be consumed in 18 months to 2 years. Maybe less. The room was silent. Then everything else, the governor, the merchant houses, the political maneuvering, is delay we cannot afford, Shen Yunqi said. Every week we spend on mortal politics is a week of people dying in a prison we cannot yet reach. I know. Do you? Because the strategic sessions are brilliant, Wei Liang, and the intelligence work is necessary, and I understand that you cannot fight your way through 10,000 soldiers. But somewhere inside that dimensional prison, someone is conscious. Someone is aware they are being consumed, and they have been waiting for 3 months for someone to help them. Yunxi, what matters more? Outmaneuvering a governor, or reaching the people who are dying? The question was not fair. It was not meant to be fair. It was meant to cut through the layers of strategic abstraction and reach the raw human core of the mission. Wei Liang met her eyes. Both. They both matter. And if I ignore the governor, his army blocks my path to the second anchor. If I ignore the cultivators, they die while I play politics. I have to do both, and I have to do them faster than I have been. Then what changes tomorrow? Tomorrow I confront the governor. Not through merchant leverage or military pressure, directly. I walk into his fortress, I show him the transmissions, and I give him the choice. Help me, or be remembered as the man who served the architect of the apocalypse. And if he chooses to fight, then I deal with the consequences. But I will not spend another week in proxy wars when the anchor map has 6 more points and the cultivators have a deadline. Mao, who had been listening, said nothing for a long moment. Then, you are correct. The strategic approach has been effective, but its pace is insufficient. If you intend to confront Deng directly, I will position my forces as a contingency. Not to fight, to contain. If Deng responds with aggression, my soldiers ensure it does not spread to the civilian population. Agreed. And I will come with you, xianxia said. To the governor's fortress. Someone needs to keep you from doing something dramatic when a scalpel would serve better. That is an accurate description of your role in my life. A flicker of something warm crossed her expression, brief, quickly suppressed, but visible through thread weave as a golden pulse in the thread connection between them. Wei Liang noticed it and did not comment. Some things were better left to grow without observation. They departed for the governor's fortress at dawn, taking Lin Bao's dossier, Phantom's analytical support, and the decoded transmissions that would either break the governor's allegiance to his invisible handler or confirm that Deng was beyond reach. Either way, by sunset, the mortal phase of this war would be over. The dimensional phase was waiting. Chapter 35. The governor's fortress occupied a converted sect armory on the southern ridge above Ironfield City, a stone compound designed to store cultivation weapons and resist assault by cultivator-level threats. When Deng had seized it after the vanishing, he had added mortal fortifications, walls, towers, trenches, and a garrison of his most loyal soldiers. Wei Liang's approach was not subtle. He walked up the main road in broad daylight, xianxia beside him, visible to every sentry and patrol unit between Ironfield's southern gate and the fortress compound. The message was intentional. The Guardian was not sneaking in. He was arriving. The fortress gates were closed. 500 soldiers manned the walls, sect weapons visible at every firing position. Formation-charged crossbows, chi-amplified ballistae, and at the center of the compound, the 7 cultivation weapon artillery pieces that Mao's intelligence had identified as the governor's primary deterrent. 7 pieces, xianxia said, eyeing the visible artillery emplacements. Aimed at what? At Ironfield City. Wei Liang's thread sight confirmed it. The weapon's alignment pointed not outward toward approaching threats, but inward, toward the city the governor claimed to govern. He has positioned them as a dead man's trigger. If his authority is challenged, he threatens to shell the city. That is not governance. That is hostage-taking. Yes. The fortress gate opened as they approached. Not a welcome, but a controlled admission. A squad of soldiers flanked them on both sides, escorting them through the outer courtyard and into the central compound where Governor Deng Xiaoqin waited. Deng was a man who had been designed by comfortable circumstances and redesigned by crisis. His administrative robes, tailored before the vanishing, hung on a frame that had lost weight from stress and poor sleep. His face carried the particular tension of someone maintaining authority through will rather than confidence. Through thread weave, his emotional architecture was a complex layering of ambition, fear, pride, and the increasingly desperate belief that he was in control of events that had long since escaped his grasp. The Guardian, Deng said, you have crippled my economy, scattered my army, and walked into my fortress as if you owned it. I have redirected your economy to sustainable channels, allowed your army to disperse peacefully, and entered your fortress to offer you information that will change your understanding of your situation. My situation is clear. I am the legally appointed governor of, you are the puppet of Dao Mingji, sect master of the Grand Resonance sect, who is using a communication sphere in your possession to direct your strategy, monitor your decisions, and prepare you as a disposable asset in a campaign that predates your birth. Silence. Deng's composure, the maintained facade of gubernatorial authority, cracked along lines that threadweave showed had been fracturing for weeks. Beneath the ambition and the pride, Wei Liang saw something unexpected: exhaustion. The bone-deep weariness of a man who had been running on conviction and was discovering that the conviction was manufactured. The sphere, Deng said quietly. You know about the sphere. I know about the sphere, the transmissions, the sublayer monitoring, and the 3-century preparation that placed you in this position. I have decoded the messages Dao Mingji sent through the artifact network. I know what he told you. And I know what he told the sphere's autonomous systems about you. What did he? He classified you as proxy asset D7. Disposable. Useful for generating friction against the Guardian. Expected operational lifespan, 6 to 12 months. Replacement assets already identified in the Green Hollow and Stonereach administrative structures. The words landed with the precision Wei Liang had intended. Not cruelty, but surgical honesty. Deng's thread signature pulsed with recognition. The sickening clarity of a man seeing, for the first time, the outline of the cage he had been living in. He used me, Deng said. He used everyone. The cultivators sealed in the void cradle are being consumed as fuel. The merchant houses were funding an army that served his delays. The bandit operations in the northern corridor were designed to distract my protection network. Every element of your administration, from the blockade to the envoy with the poison, was orchestrated by a man who views mortal lives as expendable resources. The poison was not. I did not order the poison. Your senior adjutant placed it on the sphere's instruction. The sublayer transmission from 12 days ago includes the specific directive. Deng's face went gray. He looked at his hands, the hands of a governor, a patriarch, a man who had believed himself to be the author of his own decisions. And through thread weave, Wei Liang watched the collapse of that belief in real time. It was not pleasant to watch, but it was necessary. What do you want? Deng asked. I want the 7 artillery pieces pointed away from the city. I want your remaining soldiers integrated into General Mao's command structure for territorial defense. I want the communication sphere delivered to my intelligence team for full analysis. And I want a lattice oath. A what? A binding commitment, witnessed by the lattice, that you will not collaborate with Dao Mingji or his proxy networks again. In exchange, I swear a corresponding oath. Your family will be protected from any retaliation Dao Mingji directs against you. Retaliation? When a puppet cuts its strings, the puppeteer disposes of it. Dao Mingji classified you as disposable. When he learns you have defected, he will attempt to eliminate you as a message to other proxies. You think he will try to kill me? I think he will try to demonstrate what happens to assets that deviate from instructions. The method will depend on what resources he can activate: corrupted beasts, compromised individuals, or direct lattice manipulation through the artifact network. Deng sat down heavily. The chair groaned under the weight of a man carrying more than his body. I believed him, Deng said, almost to himself. The voice, it knew things. It understood the region's politics, the power structures, the vulnerabilities. It offered me a framework for governance that made sense. Central authority, consolidated resources, controlled territory. It was rational. It was rational because Dao Mingji is rational. He is not insane. He is a man who has decided that sacrificing thousands of cultivators to fuel a dimensional machine is an acceptable cost for the outcome he envisions. His logic is impeccable. His premises are monstrous. And what are your premises? That every life is worth protecting. That the lattice can be healed without sacrificing the people who damaged it. That the mortal world and the cultivator world can coexist without one consuming the other. Wei Liang met Deng's eyes. I know those premises sound naive. I know they sound like the idealism of a young man who has not been worn down by decades of compromise and calculation. But I have spent 3 months proving that protection generates more power than exploitation. The lattice rewards giving, not taking. That is not idealism. That is physics. The room was quiet except for the distant sounds of the garrison. 500 soldiers waited outside, their futures dependent on the decision of a man sitting in a chair, confronting the wreckage of his own agency. The oath, Deng said. How does it work? Wei Liang extended his hand, and threads of golden lattice light gathered around his fingers, the visible manifestation of guardian thread cultivation at woven thread rank. The oath was simple, a binding commitment encoded in the lattice itself, witnessed by the thread architecture of both parties. Breaking it would register as a dissonance, not a punishment, but a signal, visible to anyone with thread perception. Deng looked at the threads, then at Wei Liang, then at xianxia, who stood in the doorway with the particular expression of a healer watching a patient decide whether to accept treatment. Your healer came with you, Deng said. Not a bodyguard. A healer. Yes. Why? xianxia answered. Because healing is what this requires. Not combat. Not leverage. Healing. Deng extended his hand. The lattice oath settled into the thread architecture like a knot tied in living light. Binding, visible, and witnessed by the fabric of reality itself. Deng's family was now woven into the Guardian's protection mandate, and Deng's commitment to non-collaboration was encoded in the same lattice that Wei Liang had sworn to restore. The artillery pieces, Deng said, standing. I will order them redirected now. And the communication sphere, leave the sphere active. I want Dao Mingji to continue sending transmissions. Every message he sends is intelligence we can use. You are going to let him keep talking. I am going to let him keep telling us his plans. Wei Liang turned to leave. Governor Deng, the voice in the sphere will contact you again. When it does, tell it nothing about this meeting. Act as if the blockade's failure was a setback, not a defection. You want me to lie to the most dangerous being in existence. I want you to protect your family and your people by maintaining an intelligence advantage. Is that something you can do? Deng's expression hardened. The the particular resolve of a man who had been outmaneuvered and was determined not to be outmaneuvered again. I have been lying to powerful people since before you were born, Guardian. This one I will do for free. Chapter 36. The artillery pieces redirected within the hour. 7 formation-charged weapons pivoting on their mounts from cityward to outward-facing defensive positions. Wei Liang watched the process from the fortress wall, thread reading confirming that each weapon's technique signature was genuine sect craftsmanship, not counterfeit. Deng's compliance was, for the moment, sincere. Thread weave showed genuine commitment beneath the residual fear and wounded pride. But sincerity was temporal. It lasted until circumstances changed. Wei Liang filed the assessment and focused on the next step. The Dead Man Rune, he said to Deng as the last artillery piece completed its rotation. The device that links the weapons to your heartbeat. Deng's hand went to his chest, where the rune was embedded beneath his robes, a sect artifact that triggered all 7 weapons simultaneously if his vital signs ceased. If I give it up, you are no longer a man who needs to threaten a city to maintain authority. You are a man protected by a lattice oath and supported by a military alliance that does not require hostage-taking. The rune was my insurance policy. Against what? Against the possibility that you would kill me. I am not going to kill you, Governor. I am going to give you something more valuable than a dead man switch, a role in the reconstruction. Your administrative apparatus, the organizational structure you built across 3 prefectures, is the only civilian governance framework that survived the vanishing intact. The military alliance I have with Mao handles defense. The merchant houses handle commerce. No one handles civil administration. You are offering me my own job. I am offering you the job you should have been doing instead of the one Dao Mingji assigned you. Deng removed the rune. It was a small thing, a disk of carved jade with formation lines that pulsed with a fading crimson energy. He placed it on the parapet wall. The formation light flickered and went out. There, your insurance against my insurance. He looked at the redirected artillery. What happens now? Now I leave. I have anchors to destroy, a continent to cross, and a deadline that gets shorter every day. You will govern the 3 prefectures under the alliance framework Mao and I have established. Lin Bao will serve as strategic liaison. Xin Yunxi will coordinate medical and humanitarian operations. And the communication sphere stays active. You consult it as you always have. Report nothing about our arrangement. Feed it the same type of information you have been feeding it, troop movements, supply data, administrative decisions. But filter everything through Lin Bao's analysis before transmission. We control what Dao Mingji sees. A double-agent operation. Exactly. Deng's expression carried a new quality, something Wei Liang's thread weave identified as the particular relief of a man who has been carrying a weight alone and has just been told he does not have to carry it anymore. Guardian. Deng's voice was quieter than it had been. The voice, Dao Mingji, told me things about you. That you were dangerous, unstable, a threat to civilian authority. That your cultivation system was corrupted and would eventually consume you. That you had already killed mortals who opposed you. None of that is true. I know that now. But for 3 months, it was the only information I had. And it was delivered with such precision, such specificity, such apparent concern for the mortal population's welfare, that refusing to believe it felt irresponsible. That is how the best deception works. It wraps lies in genuine concern. Yes, and the next time someone comes to me with a voice offering certainty, I will remember this conversation. Wei Liang left the fortress as the afternoon shadows lengthened across Ironfield's southern ridge. Shun Yunxi fell into step beside him, her medical satchel over her shoulder, her expression carrying the particular satisfaction of a healer who had witnessed recovery. No combat, she said. No combat. No dramatic display of power. None. You talked a man out of his artillery, his dead man's switch, and his allegiance to the most dangerous entity on the continent. Using conversation and decoded intelligence, and the credibility of 3 months of protection operations. The sword that is never drawn is the sharpest. She paused. My mother used to say that. Your mother was right. She usually was. They walked back to Ironfield in the late afternoon light, the lattice threads around them brightening with the subtle improvements of a region whose political instability had just resolved. Behind them, the governor's fortress stood quiet, its weapons pointing outward, its gates open, its occupant beginning the difficult process of rebuilding authority on a foundation of genuine service rather than manufactured fear. The first phase was over. The mortal power struggle, Governor Deng, the merchant houses, the blockade, had been resolved through intelligence, alliance building, and direct confrontation. The second phase waited in the distance. The anchors, the continent, and the cultivators burning inside the void cradle. Wei Liang had 6 more anchors to destroy, for more cultivation ranks to achieve before reaching Void Threader, and a timeline that was shrinking with every transmission Dao Mingji sent through his artifact network. But first, a night of rest. The last 3 months had been a continuous forward motion, crisis to crisis, threat to threat, breakthrough to breakthrough. For one night, he wanted to stop moving and let the lattice's quiet pulse serve as something other than a tactical display. He wanted to feel the world he was protecting, not its problems, its existence. Chapter 37. 3 hours after the lattice oath, the attack came. Not against Wei Liang, not against Ironfield City, against the governor's fortress, with surgical precision, as if the attacker had been waiting for exactly this moment. The hollow beasts that struck Deng's compound were not the disorganized, instinct-driven creatures Wei Liang had been fighting for 3 months. These were shaped, their corruption patterns aligned in parallel, their attack vectors coordinated, their timing synchronized to the moment the fortress's defensive formations shifted from cityward to outward. Someone had been watching the artillery redirection. Someone had known, within hours, that the governor had defected. Wei Liang sensed the attack through thread weave before the first beast breached the fortress wall. A surge of corrupted thread signatures converging from 3 directions simultaneously, carrying the distinctive resonance of deliberately engineered corruption rather than the natural lattice degradation patterns of standard hollow beasts. Dao Mingji's response, Phantom said. He cannot physically reach Deng, but he can direct corrupted lattice energy to attract and coordinate beasts with the precision of a military commander. He found out about the defection already? The communication sphere. We controlled what Deng transmitted, but we did not control what the sphere's autonomous monitoring functions observed. The sphere detected the lattice oath's formation signature. It registered as a major threat event in the sphere's surveillance protocols. Wei Liang was already running. The fortress was 2 kilometers away. Lattice step covered the distance in bursts that ate the ground. Through his enhanced thread sight, the attack unfolded in real time. 14 hollow beasts, each the size of a horse, with corruption-blackened hides and coordinated movement patterns, had breached the western wall where the artillery redirect had created a temporary vulnerability. Deng's soldiers were fighting. They were brave and disciplined. They were also outmatched by beasts that shrugged off mortal weapons and targeted the governor's personal quarters with the focused intentionality of assassins. Wei Liang arrived at the breach and met the lead beast with Thread Lash, a whip of lattice energy that severed the creature's corrupted thread core in a single strike. The beast collapsed, its corruption pattern dissolving as the controlling intelligence lost its grip. The second beast came from the left, the third from above. Wei Liang moved through the combat with the efficiency of 3 months' experience. Thread Lash for severing, Thread Anchor for pinning, Lattice Step for repositioning. Each beast fell, and each fell left a gap in the coordinated attack pattern that the remaining beasts struggled to compensate for. But 3 of them had reached the governor's quarters. Xianxia was already there. She had arrived before Wei Liang. How? He did not have time to determine, and was standing between the governor's door and a beast that outweighed her by a factor of 10. She held a surgical blade in one hand and a bottle of concentrated disinfectant in the other, and her expression carried the particular focus of someone who had decided that this particular patient was not going to die on her watch. Yunxi, I am fine. Handle the other 2. He handled the other 2. Thread Lash, 2 beasts down. When he turned back, the third beast was on the ground with a surgical blade embedded in its eye socket and concentrated disinfectant burning through its corrupted tissue. Shen Yunxi stood over it, breathing hard, covered in beast blood that steamed in the evening air. That disinfectant was not designed for combat, Wei Liang said. It was designed to kill corruption. The beast is corrupted tissue. Adaptation. Behind her, the door opened and Governor Deng emerged, pale but unharmed. He looked at the dead beasts, at Shun Yunxi's blood-spattered robes, at Wei Liang's still glowing Thread Lash, and his expression underwent a transformation that Thread Weave registered as a fundamental realignment of loyalties. He tried to kill me, Deng said. Dao Mingji. Within 3 hours of my defection, he classified you as disposable. Disposable assets are disposed of when they deviate from instructions. And your healer saved my life. She has a habit of doing that. Deng stopped. Then, with the formality of a man who understood the weight of what he was about to say, I pledge my private army, what remains of it, to the Guardian Alliance. Not as a negotiated asset, as a commitment. Dao Mingji tried to kill me. You saved me. That changes the mathematics. Welcome to the Alliance, Governor. Deng nodded. Then he looked at Shen Yunxi. How did you arrive before the Guardian? I was already in the fortress when the attack began. I returned to check on the administrative medical supplies the governor's staff had been stockpiling. You were checking medical supplies during a potential military confrontation? Medicine does not take days off because politicians are having conversations. She wiped beast blood from her hands with the methodical efficiency of someone for whom this was merely another task. Neither do I. The aftermath of the attack confirmed Phantom's analysis. The beasts had been directed, their corruption patterns shaped by lattice manipulation from the Void Cradle. Dao Mingji could not physically reach into the mortal world, but he could influence the lattice's corrupted zones to create targeted threats, a capability that would only grow as more anchors were destroyed and more energy flowed into his consolidation framework. Every anchor destruction increases his ability to direct corrupted beasts. Wei Liang asked Phantom. Marginally. The energy released by each anchor is vast, but his capacity to redirect it is limited by the Void Cradle's architecture. He can influence, not command. The beasts tonight were coordinated but not controlled. They attacked the right target but used instinct rather than tactics. As his energy consolidation increases, will that change? At the consolidation threshold, 5 to 7 anchors, he may achieve direct control, but you will also be at a higher rank. The balance does not shift in his favor unless he reaches the threshold before you reach Void Threader. A race. The same race, reframed with every new piece of intelligence. Destroy anchors to open the seal, but each destruction empowers the enemy. Advance in rank to reach the Void Cradle, but each advancement triggers more aggressive countermeasures. The only winning move was speed, and speed required the second anchor. Wei Liang looked south, toward the territories he had never crossed, where Commander Rezaveritha's cavalry patrolled borders that no longer had cultivator protection. Tomorrow, he said, I need to move. Chapter 38. The next morning, Wei Liang assembled the full alliance in Mao's war room for the strategic handoff, the transition from local operations to continental campaign. General Mao would maintain territorial defense in the Eastern Prefecture, supported by Deng's transferred forces and the 12-station protection network's passive Guardian Point generation. Lin Bao would remain in Brackwater as strategic intelligence coordinator, monitoring Dao Mingji's transmissions through the communication sphere and managing the disinformation campaign through the compromised courier chains. Xianxia would, and this was the point of contention, accompany Wei Liang on the continental journey. Medical support, she said when Mao questioned the decision. He pushes through injuries that would stop any rational person. Without a healer, he will kill himself through accumulated damage before the fourth anchor. She is not wrong, Phantom confirmed privately. The continental journey will take months, Mao said. Supply lines will be unreliable. Hostile territory is certain. Comfort will be, I grew up in a village where the nearest physician was a 2-day walk away and the most common medical emergency was snakebite. Comfort is not a relevant variable. Xianxia's tone brooked no discussion. I am coming. The governor's fortress attack had also produced an unexpected dividend. Among the corrupted beast corpses, Wei Liang found 3 void shard fragments, smaller than the one he carried but active, pulsing with the same dimensional resonance. Each contained stored transmissions from the Void Cradle. Lin Bao decoded them over breakfast, his spectacles reflecting the lamplight as he worked through the thread-encoded data with the same systematic approach he brought to everything. These are operational updates, he said, sent to the beast's corruption patterns as targeting instructions. But they contain metadata, information about the Void Cradle's internal state that was not meant for external consumption. What kind of metadata? Lattice energy readings from inside the Void Cradle. Fuel burn rates. And, this is significant, a reference to the first anchor's destruction with a timestamp and an energy capture measurement. Dao Mingji captured 14% of the released energy. Only 14%. The rest dispersed into the regional lattice, which is why the Eastern Prefecture's threads improved so dramatically. But 14% of a 300-year energy accumulation is substantial. The transmissions project that at similar capture rates, 5 anchor destructions would bring him to 42% of the consolidation threshold. And 68%. Still below the threshold, but close enough that variable factors, a particularly energy-rich anchor, a moment of guardian vulnerability, an unexpected lattice fluctuation, could push him over. Then speed matters even more than we calculated. The faster I destroy anchors, the less time he has to optimize his capture methods. Early anchors, with lower capture efficiency, cost him less than later anchors after he has refined his approach. Yes, the first anchor was 14%. By the 5th or 6th, with refinement and practice, he might capture 30 or 40%. The math was clear. Every day of delay between anchor destructions gave Dao Mingji time to improve. Every day of speed denied him that optimization. Wei Liang looked at the anchor map. 6 points remained. each requiring a higher rank to destroy. The next, Anchor 2, was in the Western Steppes, Commander Reza Varitha's territory. The journey would take weeks. The negotiation for access would take longer, unless he found a way to compress both. Mao, your scout network extends to the Western Steppes border. My Eastern scouts do. Beyond that, we rely on trade contacts and diplomatic channels. Can you send a message to Commander Reza Varith? I can send a message. Whether she reads it, let alone responds, depends on whether she considers our alliance worth acknowledging. Then make the message worth acknowledging. Wei Liang pulled the void shard from his belt, the original fragment, carrying Dao Mingji's "Do Not Enter" message. Tell her I have a void shard with intelligence about the cultivator vanishing, and I am willing to share it in exchange for a meeting. She will have her own questions about the vanishing. Offering answers is the fastest way to her attention. Mao dispatched the message with his fastest courier. Wei Liang spent the remaining day preparing for departure, organizing supplies, reinforcing the 12-station network's thread anchors for extended autonomous operation, and conducting a final intelligence review with Lin Bao. At sunset, he stood on Brackwater's city wall for the last time. The eastern prefecture stretched before him. The same landscape he had been watching for 3 months, now measurably different. Brighter threads, steadier connections, fewer dark zones. The lattice was healing. Not fast enough, not permanently, but visibly. 3 months ago, he had been the worst cultivator in the Ironfield sect, running toward a village with a staff and a system notification. Now he was woven thread rank, with a military alliance, a strategic intelligence network, a decoded enemy communication system, and the knowledge that the architect of the apocalypse had planned for him, but had not planned for him to enter the Void Cradle. Tomorrow, the continent. Chapter 39. The anchor beneath the Ironfield sect ruins was already destroyed. But the ruins themselves had one more gift to offer. Wei Liang returned to the underground chamber on his last morning in the eastern prefecture. Not for the anchor, which was gone, but for the archive. The Ironfield sect's restricted library, 3 levels below the main compound, contained texts that Lin Bao had been cataloging remotely through courier-delivered inventories. One text had been flagged for personal retrieval, a sealed scroll in a formation lock case that Lin Bao's analysis suggested contained the Ironfield sect's only copy of a document called the Void Debt Ledger, Extended Edition. The version you found in the General Archives was a summary, Lin Bao had explained. The restricted archive version contains the full accounting. Every cultivator who contributed to the lattice's degradation, the magnitude of their contribution, and, this is critical, the projected sequence of fuel consumption inside the Void Cradle. A consumption sequence. Who gets burned first, who gets burned last, and in what order. If the sequence is predictable, we can calculate which cultivators are still alive at any given point in the timeline. The formation lock on the case was dead. Its power source, like all sect formations, had evaporated with the vanishing. Wei Liang opened it with bare hands and extracted a scroll that was older than the Ironfield sect itself, its edges reinforced with thread-infused silk that his lattice sight recognized as first Weaver-era craftsmanship. The extended edition was comprehensive. Names, sects, cultivation ranks, thread debt calculations, thousands of entries spanning 3 centuries. The fuel consumption sequence was organized by thread debt magnitude. Cultivators who had severed the most threads were consumed first, their accumulated debt serving as accelerant. The most powerful cultivators are consumed fastest, Wei Liang said, reading the sequence. Sect masters, grand elders, anyone who reached nascent soul or above. They cut the most threads, so they carry the largest debt, so they burn the brightest. The rank and file, outer disciples, inner disciples, early foundation establishment, are last in the sequence, Phantom confirmed. Their debt is small, their fuel value is low, and their consumption generates comparatively little energy. But Dao Mingji is accelerating the burn. If he is consuming the powerful first and fast, the weaker cultivators survive longer, but they also experience the destruction of their seniors. They are conscious inside the Void Cradle. They can feel it happening. The cruelty of the architecture was layered. The most powerful were consumed first, which meant the least powerful, the ones who had done the least damage to the lattice, were forced to watch and wait. Wei Liang rolled the scroll and placed it in his travel pack. The extended edition would serve 2 purposes: intelligence on the Void Cradle's internal state, and, when he eventually entered, a map of who might still be alive and where they might be positioned. He climbed the stairs out of the underground chamber for the last time. The Ironfield sect's ruins lay quiet in the morning light. Empty halls, dead formations, the ghosts of 5 years of his own failed cultivation attempts lingering in the stones. You wasted 5 years here, Phantom said. trying to learn a system designed to exploit the thing you were meant to protect. Those 5 years taught me patience, persistence, and the experience of failure, all of which have been more useful than any technique I learned. The first weaver would have called that wisdom. The dark aspect would have called it delusion. What do you call it? Complicated. Wei Liang smiled. A private expression, shared with no one but the voice in his head, and walked out of the ruins of his old life into the morning of his new one. The western road waited. The continent stretched beyond it, and 6 anchors, scattered across a world learning to survive without its protectors, marked the path to a prison where the worst and best of humanity were sealed together, burning. Chapter 40. The departure from the Eastern Prefecture was quiet by design. No ceremony, no public announcement, no speeches. Wei Liang, xianxia, and a small escort of Mao scouts left Brackwater before dawn on the western road, carrying supplies for a 3-week journey to the western steppes border. Lin Bao's last briefing had been delivered at midnight. A comprehensive intelligence package covering the route, the border territories, Commander Reza Varitha's military history, the second anchor's suspected location, and every piece of decoded intelligence relevant to the Continental campaign. The package included one additional item, a research note Lin Bao had marked as preliminary but significant. The pre-vanishing transmissions from the communication sphere, Lin Bao said, handing over the note. I decoded the final batch. One transmission, dated 3 years before the vanishing, references an outside collaborator, someone who worked with Dao Mingji on the Void Cradle's construction, not a member of the Grand Resonance sect, but an external specialist. A name. The transmission is partially redacted, standard security protocol for sensitive collaborator identities. The name is blacked out except for 2 characters. He showed Wei Liang the decoded text. Most of the collaborator reference was obscured, replaced by null characters that thread reading could not penetrate. But at the end of the redacted name, 2 characters remained visible, Xiaobai. Who is Xiaobai? Wei Liang asked. Unknown. The name does not appear in any sect registry, any cultivation genealogy, or any administrative record I have encountered. 2 characters are insufficient for identification. But the transmission describes the collaborator's function. Thread severance specialist responsible for prototype lattice isolation techniques applicable to void cradle seal architecture. Thread severance specialist. Someone who specialized in cutting threads. Yes. And the prototype lattice isolation techniques, isolating sections of the lattice from the broader network, are exactly the technology the void cradle uses to seal cultivators. Whoever Xiaobai is, they helped build the prison. Wei Liang filed the name. 2 characters. An unknown collaborator who had helped Dao Mingji construct the void cradle seal architecture. A thread severance specialist in a world where thread severance was the fundamental mechanism of traditional cultivation. The name carried weight. The weight of an unknown variable in an equation he was only beginning to understand. Xiaobai. A collaborator. A builder. Someone who had helped create the worst prison in history and then vanished from every record. I will look for the name on the continental journey, Wei Liang said. If Xiaobai worked with Dao Mingji, there will be traces. Thread severance techniques leave signatures that thread reading can identify. Be careful, Lin Bao said. Dao Mingji planned for the Guardian. He may have planned for the Guardian's research capabilities as well. If Xiaobai is hidden, it is because Dao Mingji wanted them hidden. The western road curved through foothills that had once been maintained by sect-sponsored weather formations and were now returning to their natural state, overgrown, wet, and alive with the particular wildness of nature reclaiming territory. Wei Liang walked at the front of the escort, thread sight active, xianxia beside him, the anchor map in his mind pointing toward a destination 3 weeks away. Behind them, the Eastern Prefecture, stabilized, defended, politically restructured, faded into the morning haze. Ahead, the continent opened like a book whose pages had been scattered by a catastrophe. 6 anchors. For cultivation ranks. An unknown collaborator named Xiaobai. A deadline measured in the consumption rate of sealed cultivators. And somewhere in the western steppes, a foreign military commander who held the key to the second anchor's location. The first arc of Wei Liang's story, origin, awakening, local conflict, was complete. The second arc was beginning. The Continental Campaign. The expansion from regional guardian to world-level force. The encounters with enemies and allies who would reshape his understanding of the war he was fighting. Lin Bao's final message reached him by courier on the second day of travel. 2 sentences, written in the scholar's precise hand. The 2 characters Xiaobai appear in one additional source. A text from the pre-vanishing era that I dismissed as folklore. The text describes a cultivator who voluntarily severed his own thread connection, making himself invisible to the lattice entirely. a ghost in the web, undetectable, unseizable, and free to move through the mortal world without any cultivator's knowledge. A cultivator who had severed his own threads, who had helped build the void cradle, who was invisible to the lattice that had swept every other cultivator into the dimensional prison. Xiaobai was not sealed. Xiaobai was out here, somewhere in the mortal world, unseen, undetected, and carrying the knowledge of how to build, or unbuild, the prison that held thousands of lives. The western road stretched ahead, and the name hung in Wei Liang's mind like a thread with no visible origin, connected to something he could not yet see, leading somewhere he had not yet imagined, and carrying the weight of a mystery that would define the next phase of his war. Chapter 41. The name Xiaobai appeared twice in Dao Mingji's intercepted transmissions. Not prominently. The first reference was a single character designation embedded in a 3-year-old message, listed as a contingency asset. The second was more recent, for weeks before the vanishing, and read, "Confirmed Xiaobai has completed voluntary severance. The lattice cannot tag him in the sweep." Wei Liang sat with the transmissions for a long time after Lin Bao surfaced them. Voluntary severance. The mechanism the system had described as theoretical, a cultivator choosing to cut their own thread connection, permanently, excising themselves from the lattice. The system had said it was possible in principle. The transmissions confirmed it had been done in practice. By someone. "Who is Xiaobai?" he asked. "Not a prominent name in any sect record I have memorized," Lin Bao said, from behind 3 stacked journals of technique cross-referencing. "But the name style suggests Western province origin. The Bai surname is common in the Shattered Peaks region, and Xiao, as a courtesy name, indicates formal education before adulthood. Someone who received cultivator training young." Phantom. The voice in his system had been present all morning, listening rather than contributing. Now, Xiaobai was an apprentice practitioner at the Silk Thread Academy, the Western province's preeminent institution for lattice manipulation techniques. He left voluntarily 8 years before the vanishing, under circumstances the academy declined to discuss publicly. The severance technique was not known to exist 8 years ago. He apparently developed it himself. How do you know this? The first Weaver's fragment of consciousness retains knowledge of significant lattice events. Voluntary severance is significant. It leaves a particular absence in the lattice, like a door frame without a door. I noticed it 8 years ago and could not explain it. Now I can. Wei Liang thought about what voluntary severance meant in practical terms. Outside the lattice's sweep. Outside thread reading's ability to trace. Outside his own perception of thread signatures. A cultivator who was invisible to every form of thread detection he possessed. The 3 regional governors acting erratically, he said. Lin Bao, pull the reports. Lin Bao did not pull the reports. He had been reading them for the past hour. Governor Kong of Xinyang District uncharacteristically reversed 3 long-standing trade agreements last month. Governor Pei of Wuling instituted severe restrictions on medical herb distribution in areas where Shun Yunxi's network operates. Governor Tan of the Eastern Marshes significantly increased military presence in regions we've identified as second anchor approach routes. He paused. All 3 changes occurred within a 10-day window. Possession, Wei Liang said. Phantom confirmed. The thread absence signature, the specific gap where a cultivator's presence should be, but isn't, would be visible at close range to thread weave emotional reading. Inside a possessed host, there would be 2 emotional signatures, the host's residual state and Xiaobai's overlaid consciousness. I can detect it if I'm close enough. If you're close enough. Which requires access to 3 regional governors. Wei Liang thought about that access problem for approximately 4 seconds before Mao's morning briefing adjutant knocked on the door with 3 separate reports of erratic administrative decisions in all 3 districts. General Mao, it turned out, had been building a file on these governors for 2 weeks. The military had protocols for detecting compromised officials, and all 3 governors had recently requested unusual troop repositioning orders that benefited no one's immediate security. I need to travel, Wei Liang told Mao that afternoon. Each site, all 3, starting with the Eastern Marshes. Something is being built there. Not just a corrupted human official, something physical. Mao studied his map. The Eastern Marshes is 8 days travel by standard military movement. 3 days by thread space transit, Wei Liang said. I go ahead. Your Eastern Intelligence Corps follows standard route. Your habit of being 2 days faster than any military force is going to give me coordination nightmares for the rest of my career. I'll try to create fewer crises that require response. Mao looked at him with the expression of a man who had learned that a certain type of reassurance was worthless from certain types of people. When do you leave? Now. Chapter 42. The Eastern Marshes were the wrong kind of quiet. Wei Liang stepped out of thread space transit into a landscape that should have been noisy. Marshlands in late spring were full of bird activity, insect sound, the wind through tall reed beds. The marshes were quiet, not silent in the aftermath of a battle or a storm, which had its own distinctive quality. Quiet in the way that areas near heavy cultivation work became quiet, the lattice straining under deliberate manipulation, the threads too busy to carry ambient resonance. He activated thread weave and extended his perception. The emotional landscape was wrong too. The marsh wildlife felt muffled, not afraid, exactly, but suppressed, the emotional signatures of animals keeping their distance from something they could not identify and could not escape. The threads in the area ran in unusual patterns, pooling and redirecting in ways that suggested something nearby was drawing on the lattice structurally. Xianxia had flagged the patients 3 weeks ago. The briefing note had come through Lin Bao's coordination channel. A field healer's report from Eastern Marshes province noting 23 patients presenting with a symptom complex she had not seen before: extreme fatigue, dissociation episodes, and occasional inexplicable blackouts lasting between 6 hours and 3 days. The patients had no memory of the blackout periods. Physical examination showed no illness. The healer, a mortal practitioner with no cultivation but significant diagnostic experience, had noted one consistent finding across all patients. Their eyes looked like someone else is using them. Wei Liang had recognized the pattern. Phantom had confirmed it. He followed the thread pooling patterns northeast, through 2 kilometers of reed bed. The threads were being actively managed here, not in the haphazard way that a corrupted node managed them, but with the deliberate precision of a technique practitioner at work. He found the construction site from 200 meters away. Not a building, an organic growth. A physical structure assembled not from timber and stone, but from artifacts, cultivation items, formation plates, carved jade pieces, void shard fragments, and running through all of it like mortar, thread energy that had the wrong signature. Not Xiaobai's own threads, those were severed. These were threads harvested from somewhere else. From the patients. Wei Liang processed the implication. Xiaobai was using his possession capability not just to control the governors, but to harvest thread energy from mortal hosts, taking a piece of each person he possessed and incorporating it into the structure growing in the Eastern Marshes. The patients reporting blackout periods were losing small amounts of thread energy during each possession cycle, not enough to kill them, but enough to accumulate into building material. He was building himself a body. The realization arrived with the specific clarity of a threat that had just become categorically more dangerous. He withdrew from the site's perimeter before his thread signature could be detected, moved back 2 kilometers into the reed bed, and composed a message to Mao through the communication formation. Tell the Eastern Marshes field healer to relocate all 23 patients immediately. Volunteer basis only, do not force anyone. The relocation serves 2 purposes: removing them from potential further harvesting and establishing a case study on the possession's effects. I will send Xianxia when I have stabilized the immediate situation. He sent the message, then sat in the reed bed for 20 minutes, thinking. Mao would relay it. Yunxi would come. Lin Bao would start cross-referencing every technique text he had memorized for anything related to thread body construction. The alliance was good at response, but the construction site was going to need a different approach than anything he had used before. He was still developing that approach when his thread sense registered a new presence. Someone walking through the marsh from the direction of the nearest settlement, following a path that led directly toward the construction site. An ordinary mortal man, to all appearances. His emotional signature, through thread weave, confusion, suppressed urgency, and underneath both, the specific hollow quality of a consciousness that had something placed over it. A possessed official, walking toward the site. Wei Liang followed at a distance. Chapter 43. The possessed man reached the site's perimeter and stood at its edge. He did not look at the structure. He looked at the space to his left, at Wei Liang's position, where Wei Liang was standing still in the reed bed 20 meters away, not using any active technique, not emitting thread signature beyond his base woven thread level. Looking directly at him. I know you're there, the man said. The voice was not the official's own, not quite. The phrasing had the precision of a practitioner accustomed to careful speech. Wei Liang stepped out of the reed bed. Xiaobai, he said. The man's expression did not change much. A slight smile. The expression of someone who has been anticipated and finds it more interesting than threatening. So the last guardian knows my name. Dao Mingji warned me you had good intelligence work. He also told you to maintain the governors and avoid direct contact, Wei Liang said. You're talking to me directly. I'm bored, Xiaobai said simply. 8 years of being a ghost. Operating through proxies. You're the first person in 8 years who could actually see me, theoretically, if I gave you the chance. The smile stayed. I wanted to see what you were. And younger than expected. Stronger than Dao Mingji told me. Which is interesting because his intelligence is usually good. A pause. I'm going to offer you a deal. Wei Liang waited. Stop pursuing the anchors. Leave the Void Cradle's contents to their current situation. I will leave the mortal world alone. No more possessions, no more body construction project in the marshes, none of it. I go somewhere else. You go back to protecting villages. The man's hands were in his sleeves, casual. The cultivators inside the Void Cradle are mostly consumed already. In another 8 months, they'll be gone regardless. There's nothing to save. You're asking me to stop, Wei Liang said. I'm asking you to accept a rational outcome. You cannot reach the Void Cradle at your current rank. The anchors take time. Time the cultivators inside do not have. The smile cooled slightly. You are the last one. When the cultivators burn out, there is no cultivation world to rebuild. There is just the mortal world, continuing as mortals manage, which they do reasonably well without our involvement. Is that not a better outcome than destroying yourself pursuing an impossible rescue? No. No, you won't stop. Or no, that's not a better outcome. Both, Wei Liang said. Xiaobai looked at him for a moment longer. Then the smile disappeared. I thought you'd say that. It's disappointing, but not unexpected. The man's posture shifted, becoming more precise, the way a practitioner's body shifted when preparing a technique. The official I'm using has a trigger formation embedded in his nerve meridians. If I release his consciousness now, the formation activates. He has a family in Xinyang district. Wei Liang looked at the man, at his thread signature, the strange hollow quality of someone else's presence layered over the host's own emotional state. Below the hollow layer, genuine fear, suppressed, the host's consciousness aware on some level that something was wrong. Show me the formation, he said. I don't need to show you anything. You told me about it. You want me to see the problem clearly, which means you want me to understand the leverage, which means you're being honest about it rather than bluffing. Wei Liang stepped forward. Show me the formation. The man was still. Then the arm came up. Sleeve rolled back. On the official's forearm, visible under thread weave as a tight knot of thread energy. A puppet trigger, the formation type that Phantom had mentioned theoretically. Thread energy wrapped around a nerve cluster, designed to activate when the controlling consciousness withdrew. Wei Liang studied it. The formation was sophisticated work. Not destructive directly. It disrupted the host's own thread regulation, causing uncontrolled technique discharge. For a mortal without cultivation, uncontrolled technique discharge through nerve meridians was uniformly fatal. Release him, Wei Liang said. Without triggering the formation. I cannot. The formation was designed to prevent voluntary release. I cannot withdraw without triggering it. That was the point. You built a trap for yourself. I built a guarantee, Xiaobai said. If I'm incapacitated before I choose to release the host, the formation triggers automatically. If you attack me, it triggers. If I lose consciousness, it triggers. The only safe path is voluntary continuation, which requires my uninterrupted survival. The smile returned, smaller. So you cannot harm me without killing him. Wei Liang looked at the man, the official's face, the genuine terror underneath the overlay. I'm going to take your formation apart, he said. While you're still inside him, you'll feel every step. You cannot perform thread surgery on a formation while the subject is inhabited. No one has tried before, Wei Liang said. I'm going to try now. If you want to stop me, you can release yourself, which triggers the formation. Or you can stay and let me work. He looked directly at Xiaobai's presence layered over the official's eyes. Your choice. Xiaobai was still. Then, unexpectedly, he chose withdrawal. The official collapsed. The formation activated. Chapter 44. The next 3 hours were the most technically demanding of Wei Liang's life. The puppet trigger formation detonated the moment Xiaobai released the host. Not in a visible explosion, but in the thread layer, the embedded thread energy discharging inward through the official's nerve meridians in a cascade that, if not interrupted, would reach his cardiac thread cluster in approximately 4 minutes. Wei Liang caught the cascade 2 seconds after Xiaobai's departure. He had been watching the formation closely enough during the confrontation to understand its structure. Not fully. Not the way Lin Bao would understand a text after 3 careful readings, but enough to know where the cascade originated and which meridian pathways it was following. He dug into the thread layer with thread lash as a surgical tool, not as a combat technique. Using the fine control application he had developed during the node purification work in Arc 1, pushing thread energy into the cascade's leading edge to interrupt it. It kept moving. The formation was designed to resist interruption. Each point he capped generated a pressure buildup that found the next meridian junction and continued. He was threading a needle while the needle was moving. He ran, not away from the official, away from the site, carrying the man across his back, running through the reed bed toward the nearest dry ground while his hands worked in the thread layer without stopping. The instinct was correct. The site's ambient thread activity was interfering with his work, its pooled energy creating noise in the layer that made tracing the cascade harder. Away from the site, the noise cleared. He laid the man down on a raised bank of hard ground and dedicated his full attention to the formation. Thread reading identified the cascade structure, a 5-junction meridian web, each junction connected to the next by a pressure differential bridge. Break one junction, and the pressure rerouted to the others. He needed to break all 5 simultaneously. He had never attempted simultaneous 5-point thread surgery. The junctions, Phantom said. Your thread lash operates as a single-point tool, but at your current rank, thread weave extends over an area. Thread weave's emotional perception doesn't discriminate by point. It reads a field. If you can redirect thread weave from perceptual function to disruptive function, that's not how it works. It's not how it was designed to work. But the field application architecture is the same. You're redirecting perception into disruption. Different output, same input structure. Wei Liang thought about this for approximately 2 seconds, which was 2 seconds he did not have to spare. Then he tried it. Thread weave, applied to the formation's 5 junctions simultaneously as a disruption field rather than a perceptual tool. Imprecise, broad spectrum, not the clean surgical intervention he'd been attempting with thread lash. But the 5 junctions were all within the formation's compact grid, well within thread weave's operational range. The cascade shuddered. He pushed harder, past the discomfort of using a technique in a way it had not been designed, past the feedback of unintended perceptual noise from the field application, past the formation's resistance. The cascade stopped. He held it stopped for 30 seconds while his awareness tracked all 5 junctions for reactivation. Then, methodically, he sealed each one with thread anchor. The formation's embedded energy, deprived of its routing paths, dissipated into the surrounding lattice over the next 2 minutes. The official was breathing, erratic but present. His thread signature was shredded at the edges. 3 years of periodic possession left marks, but intact at the core. Wei Liang sat back on his heels. That was exceptional, Phantom said. That was barely sufficient, Wei Liang said. He was looking at his hands, which were shaking slightly in the aftermath of the sustained precision work. One formation, one host. Xiaobai has dozens of them. 23 confirmed in the Marsh region alone. And the thread body, still in the site, growing. Wei Liang looked down at the unconscious official, a middle-aged man in regional administrator's clothing, someone who had been managing road maintenance protocols and agricultural taxation before someone put a hand inside him. Get xianxia, he said. Tell her I need her in the eastern marshes. She's already moving. Mao sent the message before you finish the surgery. How? He watches your communication formation's transmission indicator. When it goes active during an operation, he moves resources before the content arrives. A pause. He said it saves approximately 45 minutes per crisis. Wei Liang thought about this. Tell him thank you. I'll pass it along. A pause. Commander Rezavareth of the Western Steppes arrived at Mao's military camp this morning while you were working. She has 12,000 cavalry, a void shard she says her border fort found inside a hollow beast, in an extremely direct manner. Mao described the meeting as bracing. What does she want? To know if the cultivators are coming back, and to speak with the Guardian. Apparently the void shard's discovery convinced her the situation was above normal diplomatic explanation. Wei Liang looked at the sky above the marsh. The sun was past noon. He had 3 days before Mao's Eastern Intelligence Corps arrived to relieve him at the site. Tell Mao I'll return after Yunqi arrives, and the official is stable. He looked at the marsh, at the site's thread pooling in the distance, the construction growing slowly in a place where no one was supposed to be building anything. The thread body, he said. How much time do we have before it's complete? At the current growth rate, 2 weeks. Possibly 3. Not enough time to plan carefully, and not enough time to act carelessly. Chapter 45 Commander Rezavareth of the Western Steppes arrived at every meeting on time. Wei Liang noted this during the first meeting in Mao's command tent, where Reza was already seated when he walked in, 2 minutes before the agreed time, which in Vareth military custom was considered late. She had brought 4 guards she did not introduce and a void shard she placed on the table between herself and everyone else without preamble. The void shard was the size of a fist. It radiated wrongness in the thread layer, a fragment of dimensional boundary material, the same substance that lined the void cradle's walls, pushed through into the physical world by some force that had destabilized a small tear in the boundary. My eastern border fort reported a hollow beast of unusual size 17 days ago, Reza said. Her voice was accented, but her diction was precise, the speech of someone who had learned a second language for functional rather than cultural reasons. When my soldiers killed it, they found this inside its secondary stomach. It did not corrode. It did not decay. It glowed in the dark. She looked at Wei Liang. My scholars cannot identify the material. My priests have 3 separate explanations, all contradictory. My soldiers are frightened of it. I am not frightened, but I am informed enough to know I should be. She looked at him directly, without the social deferrals that most officials inserted when addressing cultivators. The cultivators vanished 4 months ago. 3 months later, a beast in my territory is carrying a piece of whatever they vanished into. I want an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Wei Liang asked. A true one. He told her. Not the full summary, the essential facts, the void cradle, the eternal thread, the void debt, the guardian system, the anchors, Dao Mingji. The void shard was a fragment ejected from the seal when one of the beast lord creatures breached a thin spot in the boundary. The hollow beasts were becoming more aggressive near weak boundary zones. Reza listened to all of it without interruption. When he finished, she was quiet for about 15 seconds, the particular quiet of someone doing serious calculation. The cultivators, she said. The ones inside the void cradle. They are still alive. Some of them. The situation is urgent. They have 18 months. Possibly less. She looked at the void shard. My nation has no cultivation tradition. No one in the steppes has ever cultivated. We have had no cultivators vanish. We have had no lattice debt. She looked back at him. But we share a border with your continent, and the border beasts have started carrying pieces of a dimensional prison. So the problem is ours regardless. Yes, Wei Liang said. What do you need from me? She said. Not what can I get from this arrangement, which was the question most officials led with. What do you need? Cavalry, Wei Liang said. Rapid deployment to anchor sites. Your forces can cover terrain in a fraction of the time military convoys take. 2 specific anchor locations are in regions your cavalry knows. He paused. In exchange, military intelligence on the eastern corridor. The hollow beasts are moving through it. You understand that terrain better than anyone. She considered this. Not an exchange, she said. Adjacent interests. If the cultivators die inside the void cradle, the seal degrades further. More void shards. More boundary breaches. More beasts in my territory. She looked at him. I help because I have an interest in not having my border forts haunted. Not because I owe you anything. Understood. Good. She stood. I need 2 days to position my cavalry for rapid deployment. You will brief my senior officers on thread space navigation safety protocols. My soldiers have been accidentally disrupting thread lines near the border, and I need to know what to avoid. She paused. One more thing. Yes. The being inside that thing. She pointed at the void shard, the one running the void cradle. Dao Mingji. You said he deliberately caused the vanishing. Yes. Is he aware that his actions affected people who had nothing to do with his cultivation world? People who were simply adjacent. I don't believe he thought about it, Wei Liang said honestly. Reza picked up the void shard and turned it in her hands. That is usually how it works, she said. People who cause large damage always failed to think about the people adjacent. She set it down. My nation will help. Not because we want anything. Because we are adjacent, and adjacent people pay costs they did not earn, and the only answer to that is to solve the problem. She nodded to her guards and walked out. Mao, who had been standing at the tent's edge throughout, exhaled. She's terrifying, he said. She's efficient, Wei Liang said. There's a difference. Are you certain? Wei Liang thought about it. Mostly. Chapter 46. The negotiations took 2 days. Reza Varith negotiated the way her cavalry moved, in straight lines, at speed, without unnecessary approach to territory she wasn't targeting. She wanted intelligence on the eastern corridor's hollow beast population distribution. Wei Liang wanted her cavalry's rapid deployment capacity for the second and potentially third anchor approaches. They were both offering things they actually had, which made the negotiation cleaner than most. On the first day, they covered scope, how far east her cavalry would deploy, what constituted legitimate military intelligence exchange versus operational exposure. Reza was precise about what she would and would not share. Force positions, yes. Tactical dispositions in contested zones, no. Wei Liang matched her precision. On the second day, they covered the anchor approach logistics specifically. The second anchor was in her territory, not far in, but across the formal boundary. She asked 3 technical questions about the anchor destruction process that Mao could not answer, but Wei Liang could. She listened to the answers and asked 3 follow-up questions that suggested she had understood the first answers better than he had expected. The destruction releases what you called cultivator awareness fragments, she said. Partial consciousness impressions from the people sealed inside. Yes. My soldiers who provide support for the anchor approach may encounter these. Possibly. Brief them. I want them prepared for what they will see rather than surprised by it. She paused. Soldiers who are surprised by ghosts make poor tactical decisions. That's a specific concern. I have specific experience. She looked at him. The second anchor is in the Varith southeastern wastes. My forces know the terrain. I'll provide advanced scouts and a path through the waste that avoids the 3 zones where thread disruption is highest. A pause. There's one more thing I want from this arrangement. Name it. When the cultivators are freed. If they are freed, I want a formal acknowledgement that the western steppes were affected by the void debt without our consent, and that the cultivator community owes a debt to the adjacent peoples who paid costs they didn't choose. Not reparations. A recognition. In whatever passes for formal record in the cultivator world. Wei Liang looked at her. You're thinking about what comes after, he said. I always think about what comes after, she said. Winning a war is easier than managing the peace. I want the peace to start from an accurate accounting. I'll make the acknowledgement. Formal, recorded, delivered through whatever institutional structure exists after the restoration. She extended her hand. Not the palm-up cultivation oath gesture, the Varith hand clasp, lateral, grip to grip. He took it. The alliance was complete. Afterward, Wei Liang sat with Lin Bao reviewing the memorized technique texts for anything relevant to thread body construction. Xianxia had arrived in the eastern marshes the previous day and sent back a field report. The 23 patients were being relocated, 12 already moved to a secure location. The official Wei Liang had saved was stable. For new patients with the same symptom complex had been identified. He's still operating, Wei Liang said. The body construction doesn't stop the possession work, Lin Bao agreed. He may need the possession to sustain himself. The thread energy from the hosts might be the life support for a consciousness with no thread connection. Phantom, a reasonable hypothesis. A practitioner who has severed their thread connection has no natural cultivation recovery. Standard cultivation techniques would be inaccessible. If he's maintaining consciousness through harvested thread energy from his hosts, then stopping the possessions means stopping the energy supply, which means his consciousness would dissipate without a host or a substitute power source. Wei Liang considered this. The body he's building in the marshes gives him a physical thread connection of his own, Lin Bao said. Once the body is complete, he doesn't need the hosts anymore. He can cultivate normally, which is also when he becomes categorically more dangerous. Wei Liang stood. We need to end this before the body completes. Lin Bao looked up from his cross-referencing. You've identified a strategy? I have 2 weeks to find one. Across the tent, Reza Varith was briefing her senior cavalry officers on thread disruption zones, pointing to areas on a map with the methodical exactness of a commander who had already thought through her side of the problem and was now managing implementation. Wei Liang watched her for a moment. Lin Bao, he said. The 37 patients Xianxia identified. How did you reach that count? Her field report listed the 23 confirmed in the marshes. I added the 14 cases in the Xinyang district with similar presentation. He paused. Why? The body construction site. Thread energy harvested from 37 hosts. If each host contributed a thread filament, the body would have 37 different thread signatures built into its structure. Xiao Bai shifts between them mid-combat. Lin Bao was very still. I didn't make that connection, he said. I didn't either until just now. Wei Liang looked at the communication formation. Get Yunxi. We need to know what each patient's thread signature looks like. Not the damage pattern, the signature itself. If we can map the signatures before the body is complete, we have a thread reading map of every technique Xiao Bai can perform. Lin Bao was already writing. Chapter 47 Reza Varith's senior advisor Tomas had been with her for 6 years. Lin Bao noticed him the second afternoon of the negotiations, during a break in the formal sessions when the advisory staff were sorting through maps in the adjacent chamber. He noticed him the way he noticed textual inconsistencies, not as an act of suspicion, but as a pattern anomaly that registered and then persisted in the background until it was addressed. Tomas had no thread signature, not a faint one, not one obscured by the tense ambient thread disruption. Absent, the way a ghost would be absent, the lattice registering a person-shaped gap where a person was standing. Lin Bao had read enough documentation on thread absence to know what it meant. He closed his journal and walked to Wei Liang's position at the map table. The man in the green advisory sash, he said quietly, behind the eastern map grouping. Wei Liang did not look immediately. He spent 15 seconds completing a sentence in the logistics document he was reviewing, then shifted his gaze naturally across the chamber. Thread weave registered it immediately. The emotional signature overlay, Xiao Bai's consciousness resting on top of Tomas's suppressed awareness. The same quality he had seen in the Eastern Marshes official. The specific hollow presence of a practitioner using someone else's face. Xiaobai was in the room. The question was whether he knew they had identified him. Wei Liang continued reviewing the logistics document. He did not change his posture, did not shift his thread signature, did not look at Tomas again. Phantom, in the system, was silent, reading the situation correctly. Reza doesn't know, Wei Liang said, very quietly, to Lin Bao. No, she trusts him. Wei Liang thought through the problem quickly. Exposing Tomasa Xiaobai publicly would undermine the alliance by revealing that Reza's trusted advisor had been compromised, which Reza would not appreciate, and which Xiaobai had likely calculated as protective leverage. Attacking Tomas directly would trigger another puppet formation. Not attacking left Xiaobai inside Reza's command structure with access to every piece of military intelligence they had shared. He needed to expose the compromise without damaging the alliance. He thought about how Xiaobai had operated in the Eastern Marches official. The consciousness overlay was good, but not complete. The host's own memories and emotional responses remained accessible underneath, just suppressed. The possessed person knew things that Xiaobai, using them, might not know or might not have correctly mapped. He waited until Reza's senior officers were packing up the session's materials. In the natural movement of the room, he maneuvered toward the eastern maps, where Tomas was standing, and arrived beside him at the moment when Reza was occupied with a question from her logistics officer across the chamber. Tomas, Wei Liang said, in the casual tone of someone making conversation during a transition. You've served Commander Verith for 6 years. That's a long time to be away from home. Yes, Tomas said. The answer was smooth. Practiced. She mentioned you have a daughter, Wei Liang said. How old is she now? A pause. Very small. Half a second. The time it took to query a borrowed memory and decide how much specificity was required. 8, Tomas said. Wei Liang turned and walked toward Reza. He passed her a folded note as he walked past, the fold addressed in her hand as naturally as a document transfer. He kept moving to the tent exit. The note said, "Test your advisor on his daughter's name." He stepped outside into the cold evening air and waited. The response came 4 minutes later, Reza, appearing at the tent entrance, her expression carefully controlled. "Walk with me," she said. They walked away from the camp's perimeter. He said her name was Mei Hua, Reza said, when they were beyond easy listening range. Her name is Mei, not Mei Hua. Never Mei Hua. Tomas knows this. He has called her Mei since she learned to talk. She paused. What did he do wrong? He answered too slowly and too precisely. Wei Liang said. Accessing borrowed memory takes half a second. Using a formal variant of a child's name is what a stranger does when guessing from a cultural pattern. Someone who knows the child uses the name they've always used. Reza was quiet. Is this the same technique as the governor's? She said. Yes. How do I get him back? The same way I got the official back, Wei Liang said. Thread surgery. Safely, if I can work without triggering the kill formation. He paused. I want to try something different than the emergency approach I used in the marshes. A planned extraction rather than a rescue. Will you trust me with Tomas for 2 hours? Reza considered this. If he comes out unharmed, she said. That's my goal too. Your goal is not the same as a guarantee. No, he said. It isn't. I'll be honest. Thread surgery on a possessed subject with an active kill formation is the most difficult thing I've done. I cannot guarantee the outcome. I can tell you that I'll do everything in my capacity to get him out safely. She looked at him. Yes, she said. You have 2 hours. Chapter 48. The sealed thread breakthrough did not happen at a convenient moment. Wei Liang had been building toward it for 3 weeks. The guardian points accumulated from the Eastern Marches work, the Hollow Beast operations, the 2 anchor destructions, the constant string of protection events that fed into the system's advancement tracking. He had felt the pressure building in his cultivation foundation, the way a practitioner felt the approach of a rank ceiling when they were close enough to see it. It broke through in the middle of Tomas's thread surgery preparation. He was mapping the kill formation structure, running thread reading through the embedded thread energy, with the careful attention required to understand a mechanism before disassembling it. When the system announced the advancement in his awareness, not as an interruption but as a background event, the way an expected but timed thing arrived when conditions were finally met. Guardian point threshold achieved. Rank advancement available, sealed thread. Prerequisites met, sustained life-saving operations. Complex threat neutralization. Coordination of multi-regional defense. Accept advancement. He accepted without pausing the thread reading scan. Sealed thread arrived differently than the previous ranks. Not a flood of new perception but a deepening of existing capability. His thread manipulation became more authoritative, the way a practitioner who had been asking threads to move now found them moving when he indicated. New abilities, both manifesting simultaneously. Lattice lock. Freeze thread space around a target. A target within lattice lock is unable to use techniques that require thread movement. At sealed thread rank. Operates on targets within 10 meters. Duration determined by willpower and opponent's cultivation level. Thread veil. Conceal your own thread signature. At sealed thread rank. Thread veil reduces your thread signature to mortal equivalent baseline. A practitioner with thread detection must actively search to perceive you. Passive detection will find nothing. Wei Liang filed both. Thread veil was immediately, obviously relevant to the Xiaobai problem. A cultivator whose ghost state made him invisible to standard thread detection could be tracked by someone equally invisible, two ghosts in the same space, with Wei Liang able to use thread reading and thread weave while invisible. He finished mapping the kill formation and began the extraction. With the advancements deepened thread authority, the formation structure was more legible than the emergency work in the marshes had been. He could see all 5 junctions clearly, and 2 additional subjunctions he had missed during the emergency. The formation was more complex than he had realized. It would have killed the official even if he had successfully sealed the primary 5. He took 4 hours instead of 2. When he brought Tomas out of the possession's effect, conscious and disoriented but intact, Reza was standing in the corner of the preparation chamber looking at the wall with the particular stillness of someone managing a reaction they have decided not to express. Tomas, on the preparation table, looked at his own hands. I could feel it, he said. The whole time. 12 days. I was there, but I couldn't stop anything he did. I know, Wei Liang said. That's what the technique does. You were aware, but unable to act. It's a specific cruelty. Tomas looked at Reza. She looked back at him. You're out, she said. That's what matters. He exhaled. Wei Liang noted the interaction, the specific efficiency of Reza's emotional management, the priority she placed on functional continuation over demonstrative support. It was how she treated everyone, including herself, as a person who had a job to do and who would do it regardless of what happened around them. He found he respected it. Xiaobai knows I freed him, Wei Liang said. He'll have another host immediately. How do we find it? Reza asked. Thread veil, he said. We become invisible and go where he works. In the eastern marshes. In the eastern marshes. She considered. As soon as I can convince xianxia that I've slept enough to function. Reza looked at him. You require more sleep than you're taking. I'm aware. It is not a suggestion. Also aware. She turned to her guards and began organizing the situation. Chapter 49. The construction site had grown. Wei Liang entered Thread Veil 800 meters from the site's perimeter and approached through the reed bed in a specific pattern that thread reading confirmed was outside the monitoring formation's angular coverage. The monitoring formation was new since his last visit, placed after he had found the site, covering the previous blind spots, which meant Xiaobai had known exactly which angles he had approached from. Good intelligence. Careful response. He moved slower through the reed bed than strictly necessary, taking an hour to cover 400 meters. Thread Veil reduced his signature to mortal baseline, but it did not eliminate sound, smell, or the physical disturbance of moving through tall reeds. He moved with the wind rather than against it. The site came into view at the 300-meter mark. The body was more complete. 3 weeks ago, it had been a framework, artifacts arranged in structural relationship, thread energy running through them like mortar. Now it was anatomically coherent. A figure lying prone in the construction space, approximately human in proportion but larger, the artifact components visible underneath the thread energy surface like bones under skin. The void shard fragments at the joints glowed faintly, the dimensional material providing a dimensional layer interface that the purely physical artifacts couldn't have managed. Wei Liang activated thread reading at its minimum effective range, 10 meters, and moved forward to a position that put the body within that range. The thread signatures came into focus. 37 distinct patterns, woven through the body's thread energy architecture. Each one identifiable. He had Lin Bao's map of the patient's signatures, compiled from Shun Yunqi's field documentation. He recognized 14 immediately. The other 23 he cataloged through thread reading, adding them to the mental map. Every technique Xiaobai could perform would draw on one of these 37 signatures. Thread reading could identify which signature was active before the technique fired, giving him early warning, not just recognition after the fact. He was developing the combat map when Xiaobai spoke. The voice came from above, from the construction space's overhead position, the air itself, a voice without a location because the speaker had no body. Impressive, the ghost said. Thread veil at sealed thread rank. You've advanced again. Faster than Dao Mingji estimated. Wei Liang was still. I've been watching you approach for 20 minutes, Xiaobai said. Thread veil reduces your signature, but not your heat signature. The marsh reeds retain your warmth pattern for approximately 90 seconds after you pass through them. A pause. I had the monitoring formation reconfigured to detect thermal patterns 3 days ago. Then why let me reach this range? Curiosity, Xiaobai said. I wanted to see what you were doing. Now I know. You're mapping the body's signature architecture. Another pause. It's actually quite clever. I hadn't anticipated that approach. Wei Liang had finished cataloging while they spoke. He had the full map. The body's 2 weeks from completion, he said. 11 days now. I intend to prevent its completion. I know, the ghost said. Which is why we have a problem. The 37 hosts whose thread contributions are woven into the body. I retain their kill formations as a construction element. If the body is destroyed, the formations activate simultaneously. 37 people. Wei Liang processed this. Mass thread surgery, he said, before the body is destroyed. On 37 simultaneous subjects, Xiaobai said, while preventing me from interfering or completing the body. While managing the construction site's ambient thread energy, which I have spent weeks saturating to levels hostile to sustained technique use. A pause. Do you want to revise the plan? No, Wei Liang said. 37 simultaneous surgeries, the ghost said. You nearly died on one. I didn't nearly die, Wei Liang said. I was tired. You were pale and shaking for 3 hours afterward. That's tired. A pause that might have been surprise. You're going to attempt it anyway, Xiaobai said. I'm going to ask for help, Wei Liang said. He walked out of the construction site and back through the reed bed, no longer hiding, letting his thread signature read clearly in the monitoring formations detection range. He needed to talk to xianxia. Chapter 50 xianxia's assessment was direct. 37 simultaneous thread surgeries, she said. You want my evaluation as a healer? Yes. My evaluation as a healer is that the human body cannot sustain the concentration required to perform 37 simultaneous precision operations under hostile conditions. The cognitive load alone would cause errors by the 15th or 16th subject. Thread surgery on a formation requires different attention than field technique. You need accurate perception of each junction, accurate force modulation for each junction's specific resistance, and continuous monitoring of the already completed junctions for reactivation. She paused. At your current rank, with thread weave and thread lash operating simultaneously, the maximum safe simultaneous workload is probably 6 to 8 subjects. Phantom. 7. Phantom said. I've been running capability assessments. With thread weave providing the field perception layer and thread lash providing the surgical tool, 7 is the realistic maximum. After 7, reaction time degrades and force modulation errors begin accumulating. So I need to stage it, Wei Liang said. Not simultaneous. Sequential batches. The problem with sequential batches, xianxia said, is that Xiaobai can interfere with each batch while you're working the next. He's a ghost. He can move instantly between any of the hosts. If he reinforces a formation you've already sealed, he can undo the sealing faster than you can redo it. Unless someone is preventing his interference. Xianxia looked at him. You're proposing to fight Xiaobai and perform mass thread surgery simultaneously, she said. I'm proposing that someone else prevents his interference while I work. Who? Raises cavalry can contain the construction site's physical perimeter. That removes the host's physical movement as a variable. He paused. You've been training the field healers in basic thread reading as a diagnostic tool. If the field healers monitor the sealed formations for Xiaobai's intervention, they can alert me before the intervention completes. Basic thread reading as diagnostic alerting, she said. Not actual surgical intervention. No, just alert. I respond. She considered this. How long does each batch take, she said. The single emergency extraction took 4 hours. But that was without preparation, without a clear formation map, using techniques I was applying in non-standard ways for the first time. With preparation, with the map, with the advancement, I think each batch of 7 takes 40 to 60 minutes. 5 batches plus a partial final batch. 4 to 5 hours total. If everything goes correctly. It never all goes correctly. I know. 6 hours, worst case. She was quiet. Xiaobai will try to stop you, she said. Yes. He'll target you directly during the surgeries. Yes. How do you fight a ghost while performing precision surgical work? Thread veil makes him visible to thread reading. I can see his position and technique preparation. I counter-time his interventions into the surgeries. He paused. Raises cavalry is a physical deterrent for the hosts. The field healers are the monitoring layer. You are the thing that keeps the host stable when I'm doing the surgical work. Life support. If I cause a cascading effect in one host while sealing a formation, I need you to stop the cascade while I continue the batch. She looked at him for a long time. This is the most complicated thing you've asked anyone to do, she said. Yes. And you're going to do it in 11 days. 10. Accounting for preparation time. She exhaled. Fine, she said. But we're running practice drills on the field healer's thread reading alerting capability every day between now and then. And you're sleeping 8 hours every night until the operation date. And on the operation day, you eat before we start, not after. Agreed. All 3 conditions. Agreed, he said. She looked at him to confirm he meant it. He met the look. He meant it. Then let's build this, she said, and reached for a blank planning sheet. Chapter 51. The mass thread surgery operation began at dawn, 10 days before the body's projected completion. Reyes' cavalry had cordoned the construction site's physical perimeter the previous night. 300 riders in a 2-kilometer circle, enough to control mortal movement in and out without visible deployment that would alert whatever monitoring Xiaobai maintained. The 37 hosts had been moved to 3 staging areas across the marsh region, each with 2 of xianxia's trained field healers monitoring their thread formations for interference. Wei Liang stood at the center staging area, looking at the first batch of 7 hosts laid out on prepared ground. Ready? Xianxia asked. Ready, he said. He activated thread veil simultaneously with thread reading and thread weave. The triple-layer operation was demanding, each technique pulling at a different aspect of his cultivation foundation, the combination producing a sustained drain that he would feel by the 3rd hour. He accepted the drain and directed his attention to the first host. The kill formation in the first host was identical in construction to the one he had dismantled from the Eastern Marshes official. Xiaobai used standard architecture, reproducible, scalable, the formation of a practitioner who built systems rather than unique pieces. That was good. Wei Liang had fully mapped the standard architecture in the preparation phase. He moved through the first host's 5 junctions in 19 minutes. The second host took 22. The third took 30. The fourth, the formation had been reinforced. Xiaobai was interfering, not through the field healer monitoring net, but through the host's own thread layer, adding energy to an already sealed junction from a position Wei Liang could not see because Xiaobai was currently a ghost without a body. Third staging area. One of the field healers relayed through the communication formation. Subject 4, Junction 3. Activity detected. Wei Liang split his attention, keeping thread reading active on the current host while pivoting lattice lock toward the energy source. He could not see Xiaobai's position directly, but the energy he was feeding into the formation created a thread trace that thread reading could follow backward. He followed it, found the source, 3 meters to his left, hovering in the air at chest height. A ghost state consciousness pouring thread energy into the formation through a conduit so thin it had been invisible at normal thread reading range. He hit the conduit with lattice lock and interrupted the feed. Xiaobai, interrupted, shifted immediately to a different approach. He's trying the communication formations, Phantom said. He's attempting to send a signal through the formation network, a trigger message that would activate all formations simultaneously without requiring proximity. Can he? In theory, the formations have a remote trigger capability designed for exactly this contingency. But the remote trigger requires a sustained 7-second signal without interruption. Wei Liang flagged the communication formation's thread layer with a standing lattice lock, a technique application he had not used before, maintaining the lock as a continuous field rather than a point application. It stretched his capacity significantly. 3 hours into the operation, he had cleared 23 of the 37 hosts. 14 left. His hands were shaking. Not in the thread layer. The surgical work there remained precise. Physically, which meant his cultivation foundation's resource level was dropping into the yellow range. He had planned for this. A brief rest period at the 20-host mark, which he had pushed past because the operation was running faster than projected. Rest, Xianxia said. She was beside him, had been beside him for the entire operation, monitoring the host's physical vital signs, and managing 3 cascade events in the cleared batch that Wei Liang had not had attention to spare for. 14 more, he said. 15-minute break. Drink. Eat. She pressed a flask and a grain cake into his hands. I'm watching the formations. He drank. He ate. He sat on the ground with his eyes closed and let his cultivation foundation recover for exactly 15 minutes. Then he stood up. I'm going back in, he said. He had cleared 34 of 37 when the body moved. The construction site was 400 meters away, behind Reyes' cavalry perimeter. The monitoring formation there was Reyes' scouts' responsibility, and they had flagged nothing, because the body's movement was not the large event he had been watching for, but the small one. A thread activation, the body beginning to draw from its own internal architecture rather than from the ghost state conduit. The body was completing itself ahead of schedule. Xiaobai had been feeding it continuously during the surgery operation, not to interfere directly, but to accelerate the body's internal integration. While Wei Liang was occupied with the 37 operations, Xiaobai had been working on the construction. He planned this, Phantom said, with the specific quality of something confirmed rather than suspected. Wei Liang was already running. He cleared the last 3 formations in under 12 minutes while running, trusting Thread Veil's concealment and Thread Reading's combat map rather than precision positioning. When he arrived at the construction site, Xiaobai was standing up. The body was upright. Not complete, not in the sense of integrated, fully functional cultivation capability, but mobile, operational enough to walk, to use techniques that did not require high-level thread integration. It looked like a person made of many people. The artifact components were visible beneath the thread surface, each one from a different cultivation tradition, the void shard joints glowing. The body moved with the quality of something that was still learning its own mechanics, precise where the practice technique was directed, uncertain where improvisation was required. Xiaobai, inside it, looked at Wei Liang. You cleared all 37, he said. The voice from the new body was different, fuller, the resonance of a physical form rather than a ghost. Faster than I thought you could. I had help, Wei Liang said. Your healer. A pause. She's very good. She is. The body isn't complete. No, Xiaobai agreed. But it's functional enough for one conversation. Wei Liang kept thread reading active. The body's thread signatures shifted as Xiaobai moved through its catalog of techniques, not executing, but reaching for them, the way a practitioner reached for a familiar technique in the moment before committing to it. Thread reading identified the reach 2 seconds before the technique would fire. You said you were building it to stop needing hosts, Wei Liang said. That the body would give you a physical thread connection. Yes. Then you weren't planning to continue Dao Mingji's operation. Xiaobai was quiet. No, he said. I agreed to assist with the preparation phase, not the execution. A pause. When the vanishing happened, I had been in the ghost state for 4 years. I had been invisible to every other practitioner for 4 years. The construction project was something to do. The cooperation with Dao Mingji was leverage for leaving it. He looked at his new hands, the artifact composite hands, the void shard joints. This was supposed to be freedom. From the ghost state. From the need to use people's bodies. It still used 37 people's bodies, Wei Liang said. I know, Xiaobai said. That was the cost of the construction material. I didn't kill them. That's a low bar. I know, he said again. Wei Liang kept his attention on thread reading's technique reach monitoring. Xiaobai was not preparing a technique. What are you going to do? Wei Liang asked. The body's thread architecture was unstable. He could see it now. The integration was incomplete. The different artifact components' thread signatures not fully harmonized. Sustaining the body at this state required constant active maintenance. It was operational for minutes, not hours. Last words, Xiaobai said. He'll send something worse. I meant that as information, not a threat. Whatever Dao Mingji has planned for the remaining anchors, the guarded variants, they are built for someone who has fully identified your capabilities. He has been watching you for 4 months. A pause. He is not afraid of you yet. He will be when you reach Lattice Walker. Be ready for that. The body began to dissolve. The artifact components lost their thread integration and fell inert. The void shard joints went dark. The cultivator memory fragments embedded in the 37 signatures discharged in a cascade of impressions, each one a complete human experience compressed into a moment's perception. Fear, then a classroom, then a face, then warmth, then the specific feel of a particular morning, then childhood, then grief, then love, then something beautiful seen once and never forgotten. Wei Liang received them all. He sat down on the ground in the eastern marshes, surrounded by the dissolution, and could not move for approximately an hour. Chapter 52. He was sitting in the debris of the construction site when xianxia found him. She sat beside him without speaking. She had seen the dissolution. The flash of discharged memory had been visible even to mortal perception as a pulse of thread light across the marsh. The field healers had reported it. Rey's scouts had reported it. General Mao's distant adjutant relay had reported it. She sat beside him. What did you see? She said, after enough time had passed. Everyone he ever possessed, Wei Liang said. All of them, in the memory fragments. Not just their experience of the possession. Everything. Their whole lives in a moment's compression. He paused. He had them for days, sometimes weeks. He experienced pieces of their lives during the possession. When the body dissolved, the pieces came back. And he gave them to you. I don't know if it was intentional. The dissolution released them. I was close enough to receive them. xianxia was quiet for a moment. How do you keep working? He said, after seeing what people can do to each other. She thought about it. Genuinely. Not the quick answer, the considered one. You remember the ones who survived? She said. You remember that the majority of people, in the majority of moments, are doing ordinary things, taking care of their families, learning their trades, keeping appointments, helping the person next to them without thinking about it. The ones who do harm are real, but they are not the whole picture. She paused. The memories you received, were they all the harm, or was there also the rest? He thought about it. Both, he said. Then you already have the full picture, she said. The harm and the rest. The rest is larger. He sat with this. The second anchor is in Ray's territory, he said. I know. We should move soon. Yes, she said. But not today. She looked at him. Today is for sitting in the marsh and coming back to yourself. Tomorrow we plan the anchor approach. He looked at the dissolution debris, the inert artifact pieces scattered across the construction site, each one from a different cultivation tradition, each one now just an object. Xiaobai said Dao Mingji will send something worse, he said. He probably will. And that Dao Mingji is watching and learning. Also probably true. And that he'll be afraid when I reach Lattice Walker. Then, she said, we should make sure you reach Lattice Walker as soon as possible. She stood. I'm going to tell Mao the operation is complete and the construction site is neutralized. You should eat something. She walked back through the reed bed. Wei Liang looked at the sky above the eastern marshes, the particular pale blue of late morning, the reed bed's movement in the wind. He thought about 37 people who had lost pieces of themselves to a practitioner's ambition and were now, presumably, waking up from their last blackout and not knowing why the pressure was gone. He stood up. The thread surgery had been 4 hours of work, the longest sustained session he had performed since beginning the mission. He could feel the depletion in the mid-layer of his cultivation foundation, the kind of operational exhaustion that came from maintaining precise technique across a long duration rather than from single high-cost actions. It would recover by morning. The 37 people whose threads he had repaired would not know specifically what had happened to them. They would wake and find the pressure gone, find the intrusions severed, find their cultivation paths restored to function. They would have theories. Some would attribute it to natural causes. Some would find the explanation inadequate and keep looking. He hoped some of them would be more careful about what they agreed to learn from the next time someone offered shortcuts. He walked back toward Lin Bao's position at the edge of the reed bed. Chapter 53. The retreat was tactical. When the body had moved, when Xiaobai had achieved enough physical integration to walk and speak, Wei Liang had made the correct decision. Do not engage a practitioner with 37 technique signatures at their maximum desperate capability while exhausted from 4 hours of surgical work. He had held position, received the information, and watched the dissolution. The combat assessment he was building for the reconstruction session with Lin Bao and Phantom covered the body's operational characteristics. Partially integrated, technique signatures not harmonized, maximum operational window of several minutes before maintenance demands exceeded capability. A practitioner in that state was dangerous, but not optimally dangerous. The signature shifts were rapid, but not invisible to thread reading, and Lattice Walker repositioning combined with counter timing could have neutralized the threat. He was not at Lattice Walker yet. That was the strategic gap. At sealed thread, his mobility was still physical layer primary. Thread space transit worked, but required concentration to initiate, making it unavailable mid-combat. Xiaobai, in the ghost state, had moved through thread space naturally. A practitioner without a body moved as pure thread consciousness, faster and more flexibly than any technique-based transit. If the body had remained operational, Wei Liang would have needed Ray's cavalry to constrain Xiaobai's physical movement while he countered the techniques. The cavalry had been positioned for exactly that contingency, and Reza had understood the assignment without needing it explained twice. Phantom confirmed this assessment. The retreat option was correct given the exhaustion state. In a fresh state, the body's 2 to 3 minute operational window would have been manageable through thread reading, counter timing, and lattice lock on the most dangerous signature clusters. For next time, Wei Liang said. For next time, Phantom agreed. He said Dao Mingji had studied me. Will adapt future threats to my capability profile. The void callers guarding the remaining anchors are described in the archive documentation as partial emergence entities, cultivators who have pushed a physical portion through the void cradle's seal. They have physical presence and technique capability, but their full consciousness remains inside the seal. Phantom paused. Xiaobai's warning applies to them specifically. Dao Mingji will have briefed the void callers on Wei Liang's known techniques. They'll know thread lash, thread weave, thread reading, lattice lock, thread veil, thread anchor, Wei Liang said. And the anchor destruction method. Yes. They won't know resonant thread or lattice walker, because I haven't achieved those ranks yet. That's the remaining advantage, Phantom said. The capability gap above your current rank is invisible to their intelligence. Advancement timing becomes strategic. Wei Liang filed this. The third anchor, he said, in the northern wastes, guarded by a void caller named Hessa. What does Dao Mingji know about her? Hessa volunteered for the void caller position, Phantom said. She pushed through the seal willingly. Her motivation, which I have reconstructed from lattice residue, was her family. Dao Mingji used her family's thread connection to the fuel core as leverage. A hostage, in the most specific sense. Wei Liang thought about the difference between a guard who believed in the cause and a guard who had been coerced into guarding. She's not an enemy, he said. She's an obstacle, Phantom said. Whether she's an enemy depends on what options exist. I want to reach the third anchor with enough advancement to offer her options. Then you need to reach resonant thread before the northern wastes approach. How many points? Substantial. The second anchor destruction will contribute significantly. Combined with the Shao by operations guardian point value and any ongoing protection work between here and the wastes, a pause. It's achievable within the travel timeline to anchor 3. Tight, but achievable. Reza Vareth appeared at the tent entrance. My scouts confirm the construction site is fully dissolved, she said. No residual threat signatures in the marsh region. She looked at Wei Liang. The cavalry is ready to move. When do we go to the second anchor? Tomorrow, he said. I need one more day of preparation work with Lin Bao. Understood. She paused. Tomas sends a message. He says, and I'm delivering this word for word, as he asked. Thank you for getting me back. Wei Liang thought about the 12 days Tomas had spent conscious and trapped inside a possessed body. Tell him I'm glad it worked, he said. Reza nodded and left. Chapter 54. The second anchor was in the Vareth southeastern wastes. 3 days by cavalry, 2 hours by thread space transit, and Wei Liang's preference for the cavalry timeline, because he needed the transit time to work with Phantom on the resonant thread breakthrough theory. He traveled with Reza's advanced scouts, a group of 8 cavalry soldiers who navigated the waste terrain with the casual competence of people who had been doing it since childhood. They knew the route's water points, the deep sand zones where horses needed careful footing, and the 3 locations where thread disruption was highest and approach required a wide arc. On the second day's travel, moving through a canyon system that Reza's scouts used as a natural windbreak, Wei Liang felt the ceiling. Not the architectural ceiling of insufficient guardian points. That was still being accumulated, still building. The cultivation ceiling, the point where a practitioner's understanding of the next rank's law principle was complete enough that the advancement was no longer a matter of accumulation but of decision. He had been feeling it build since the sealed thread breakthrough, since the subsequent operations that had deepened his understanding of thread manipulation from the inside. Resonant thread, the rank where techniques harmonized, where the cultivator resonated with the broader lattice rather than just manipulating pieces of it. He had been thinking about what resonance meant in practical terms. At woven thread, he had seen the lattice's pattern, the fabric quality, the relationships between distant threads. At sealed thread, he had commanded the threads, been authoritative rather than requesting. Resonant thread was something beyond command. Not authority over the threads, but consonance with them. Moving in harmony with the lattice's existing patterns rather than imposing his will on them. The understanding arrived from an unexpected direction. Shun Yunxi, riding beside him, asked, what does it feel like to step into a place where no one else can follow you? The question had been about Lattice Walker, about the rank above where he was, the ability to move through thread space as a primary layer. She had been asking him to describe something he hadn't reached yet, and the honest answer was that he didn't know. But the question hit differently than intended. He thought about thread veil, about what it felt like to reduce his signature to mortal baseline and move through a space where every other practitioner's thread detection looked past him. Not invisible to physical sight. Invisible to the lattice, which was a different kind of alone. He was there, among the threads, and none of them saw him. He thought about the 37 memory fragments from the dissolved body. He had received them. He had been there in the marsh, and the dissolution had passed through him, and for a moment he had been in resonance with fragments of 37 other lives. He thought about how, in both cases, the experience was not isolation but the opposite, a form of contact so complete that normal detection missed it. Resonant thread, not command. Not authority. Presence so complete that the lattice acknowledged him as part of itself rather than as a practitioner manipulating it from outside. The breakthrough arrived in the canyon on the second day of travel, without ceremony, while he was riding and thinking, and the wind through the canyon walls sounded exactly like what the lattice sounded like to thread sense. Guardian point threshold achieved. Rank advancement available. Resonant thread. Prerequisites met. Sustained lattice harmonization operations. Complex threat neutralization. Advanced life-saving under hostile conditions. Accept advancement. He accepted. The expansion was not outward, but inward and lateral. Not more power, but more connection. His perception of the lattice extended to 10 kilometers and became qualitatively different. Not just sensing threads, but sensing their relationships, their states, the way they were being affected by everything in the surrounding area. He felt Reyes' cavalry's thread signatures at a distance, each one distinct, the pattern of 8 soldiers moving through canyon terrain recognizable as a coherent unit's movement. New technique. Resonant strike. Bypass physical and technique defenses. TO, strike a target's thread core directly. At resonant thread rank. Effective against targets up to 3 ranks above. Requires precise frequency matching to the target's thread signature. Wei Liang let the expansion settle. Around him, the canyon walls, the wind, the cavalry. The lattice in all directions, its health and its wounds, its patterns and its disruptions, visible to him for 10 kilometers in every direction. From the southeast, 2 kilometers, the thread space around the anchor site's location showed a specific pattern of disruption. Not the familiar corrupted node pattern. Something different. A presence pressing through from the other side of dimensional space, carrying its own thread signature alongside the distortion. The void caller. Hessa. She's already at the anchor, he said. Reza, riding beside him, looked over. I can sense her from here, Wei Liang explained. Resonant thread expansion. 10-kilometer radius. He processed what the signature told him. She's not moving aggressively. She's at the anchor site, but she's not actively patrolling. She's waiting. For us. Yes, he said. She's been waiting. He thought about Phantom's assessment. A practitioner who pushed through the seal because Dao Mingji held her family's threads as leverage. A guard who had not volunteered for her principles. We approach openly, he said. No thread veil. Full signature visible. Reza glanced at him. You want her to see you coming, she said. I want her to see that I'm not hiding, he said. People who are held in place against there will understand the difference. Chapter 55. Hessa's physical presence at Anchor 3 was an arm and partial shoulder. The seal tear at the northern waist anchor site was approximately 2 meters in diameter. A circular rupture in the air itself, the dimensional boundary visible as a thin line of void light around its perimeter. Through the tear, nothing was visible except darkness with the quality of depth. The arm and shoulder that had pushed through were pale from the cold of the void cradle's interior, marked with thread-burned scars from the seal's resistance. She was large. The arm's proportions suggested a practitioner who had cultivated significantly toward the physical cultivation paths, the type of body that developed through sustained thread anchor work and defensive technique application. She was holding herself still in the seal's aperture rather than testing the anchor site's perimeter. Waiting. Wei Liang walked the last 200 meters from Reyes' cavalry position alone, in full visibility, his resonant thread signature broadcasting openly at 10 kilometers. Unmistakable at this range, clear in both identity and rank. When he was close enough to speak without raising his voice, he stopped. Hessa, he said. The arm moved, oriented toward him. She could not see through the seal. She operated through a combination of extended thread sense and the limited physical perception that the partial emergence allowed. Guardian, she said. The voice came from the tear's aperture, slightly muffled by the dimensional boundary, but clear enough. I wondered when you'd reach this one. You've been expecting me. For 3 weeks, she said. Dao Mingji told me you destroyed the first 2 anchors. He said you'd be here. He said to stop you. A pause. He did not say how. Wei Liang read the thread signature through thread reading. The pattern the outline had prepared him for, but that was still remarkable to perceive directly. The void caller state was genuinely unlike anything he had encountered. A single thread consciousness split across the dimensional boundary, part of its cultivation architecture inside the void cradle and part projected through the seal tear. The arm and shoulder were not detached limbs. They were the physical extension of a practitioner whose center of gravity remained on the other side. She was not comfortable. She was cold. She was tired. And her thread signature carried the specific signature of coercion, a deliberate knot in the cultivation architecture where external control had been woven in. He could see where Dao Mingji had put the knot. Your family, Wei Liang said. A pause. 3 younger siblings, she said. All sealed in the void cradle. Their thread connections run to the fuel core. If I fail here, if you destroy this anchor while I'm guarding it, Dao Mingji burns them specifically. He told me clearly what burning means. I know what it means, Wei Liang said. I've been watching it happen to everyone inside for 4 months. Then you understand the situation. I understand that you're being used as a lock because the thing behind you matters too much for him to leave unguarded. Wei Liang looked at the anchor, the thread structure behind the seal tear, the stabilization mechanism that was keeping the Void Cradle seal intact. What I don't understand is why you believe he would spare your family after this is over. Hessa was quiet. When the cultivators inside the Void Cradle are all consumed, Wei Liang continued, what does Dao Mingji need you for? He will have his fuel. He will have the loom. He will not need void callers holding anchors. What happens to your family then? The arm moved, not threatening, adjusting position the way someone shifted when hearing something uncomfortable. I don't know, she said. I'm going to tell you something, Wei Liang said. And then I'm going to make you an offer. And then you decide. He laid it out. The timeline, the fuel burn rate, what Dao Mingji was actually building toward. The loom, the rewrite, the plan that required consuming every sealed cultivator, including her siblings, as fuel for the final operation. He did not frame it as an argument. He presented it as information. When he finished, Hessa was silent for long enough that the wind through the wastes was the only sound. He told me the fuel burn would stop when the lattice was stable, she said. The lattice stabilizes when the Void Cradle is destroyed, Wei Liang said, which requires all 7 anchors to be dismantled, which Dao Mingji is preventing. The fuel burn continues until he has enough to activate the loom, not until the lattice is stable. He paused. Your siblings are fuel. He told me. He told you what kept you cooperating, Wei Liang said. He's very good at that. He told Governor Deng that he was an advisor and ally. He told Xiao Bai that his assistance in the preparation phase would be honored. He operates through the specific knowledge of what each person needs to hear. Another silence. What's the offer? She said. Help me instead, Wei Liang said. Give me 1 unguarded hour at the anchor. I'll break it without triggering the booby traps. And then, I will break the remaining anchors as fast as I can reach them. The Void Cradle will be freed, and I will find your siblings before Dao Mingji can use them as retaliation. You cannot guarantee finding them before retaliation. No, he said. I cannot guarantee it. What I can guarantee is that the alternative, you guarding this anchor, Dao Mingji completing his plan, leaves your siblings as fuel regardless. She was still. You're the first person who has asked me what I wanted, she said. Since the vanishing, Dao Mingji told me what was required. The other void callers communicate through the seal in status reports. No one has asked. What do you want? Wei Liang said. To get them out, she said. The answer came without hesitation. That's all. Get them out alive. Everything else, she stopped. Then help me get to the anchor, he said. A pause that lasted long enough that Wei Liang began to think she was going to say no. Then the arm withdrew. Come back in 3 days, Hessa said. I'll give you 1 hour at the anchor. Chapter 56. 3 days in the northern wastes were not easy days. The wastes environment interacted poorly with sustained technique use. The ambient thread disruption at resonant threads' extended perception range arrived as constant low-grade interference. The lattice in the wastes carrying the specific signature of sustained damage from a cultivation world that had been overexploiting its local threads for centuries. The disruption was not dangerous, but it was draining, the way chronic mild noise was draining. Wei Liang used the 3 days for 2 things: lattice walker theory work with Phantom and preparation for the anchor destruction. The theory work was going well. Phantom's guidance toward the lattice walker breakthrough was more structured than previous rank work. The first Weaver's fragment contained direct documentation on the rank's law principle, the understanding of thread space as a secondary layer of physical space rather than a parallel space. At Lattice Walker, the 2 layers existed simultaneously for the practitioner. They moved through the physical world while simultaneously existing in thread space, each movement optionally physical or thread spatial, depending on their intent. The anchor preparation was more complicated. Anchor 3 was guarded, and Hessa's decision to step aside had been personal, not structural. The anchor's physical defense mechanisms remained active. Thread reading, applied from safe range, had mapped 12 separate formation triggers in the anchor's immediate vicinity. He spent the second day with Lin Bao's remote consultation through the communication formation, mapping a destruction sequence that avoided all 12 triggers. On the morning of the 3rd day, Phantom said something unexpected. I have a question. Wei Liang was reviewing the trigger map. He looked up from the documentation. Asked, Xiao Bai offered you his knowledge in exchange for letting him complete the possession, take a new host, and leave. You refused. Yes. Why? The information he offered was potentially valuable. His knowledge of Dao Mingji's operations exceeded what we had. Because accepting would have required me to let him take another host. Wei Liang set down the documentation. The information for the cost of one person's body and autonomy. The consequentialist argument is that the information could save many more people. The consequentialist argument is also always available, Wei Liang said. It was available when the sects were cutting threads to advance. Each individual thread cutting produced small gains for a single cultivator and contributed to a systemic debt that eventually consumed every cultivator. The costs that accrue gradually enough to excuse individually are the ones that become catastrophic collectively. He paused. I won't use a person as a resource in exchange for a tactical advantage. That's where I start, even if the advantage would accelerate the timeline. Even then, Phantom was quiet for a moment. The first weaver, he said, would have said something very similar. In different words, but the same structure. A pause. I'm telling you that as information, not as validation. It's relevant context. Did you expect a different answer? No, Phantom said. But I wanted to ask, and I wanted to hear you say it. Another pause. I have been in your cultivation foundation for 5 months. You've never asked me whether I'm a person. Wei Liang considered this. Are you, he said. I'm a copy consciousness, Phantom said. A deliberate replication of the first weaver's consciousness patterns, embedded in your anomalous dantian as a protection mechanism. Whether a copy is a person depends on what you think persons are. What do you think? Wei Liang said. Phantom was quiet for long enough that Wei Liang went back to the trigger documentation. Then, I think I have preferences. I have a preference for you to succeed. I have a preference for honesty over manipulation, even when manipulation would be easier. I have noticed that I feel something when you make decisions I find admirable, and something different when you don't. A pause. Whether those constitute personhood is a philosophical question I cannot answer with certainty. Good enough for me, Wei Liang said. That's a low bar. Personhood shouldn't need a high bar. The third day arrived. Hessa was at the anchor site when Wei Liang reached it, her arm withdrawn inside the seal. The aperture was there, but she was not pressing through. 1 hour, she said, from the other side. 1 hour, he confirmed. He worked the anchor destruction from inside thread space, navigating the 12 trigger formations with the resonant thread spatial awareness that let him see the formation architecture in 3 dimensions. The destruction took 53 minutes. The anchor's thread structure unraveled from the inside out, the stabilization mechanism losing its coherence in a cascade that Wei Liang directed carefully away from the seal tier's boundary. The release of cultivator awareness fragments came as he had described to Hessa, a pulse of compressed consciousness impressions, each one a piece of a sealed practitioner's presence. Most were fragmented, semi-conscious, the experience of someone half-aware in a cold gray space. One was clearer, a young woman's voice, coherent, directing its attention at the release point with the focused awareness of someone who had been doing this for weeks. *Kelp. Still here. Mayu. Not consumed. Resisting. Can hear. If anyone. The voice cut off as the release pulse dissipated. Mayu. Wei Liang filed the name and the voice. From the seal aperture. That was 53 minutes, Hessa said. 7 to spare. Your siblings, Wei Liang said. I'll find them. You can't promise that. No, he said. But I'm going to try. He looked at the aperture, at the darkness through it, the cold space that held 15,000 people. I heard someone. A young woman. She said her name. Mayu. Hessa said it without hesitation. She's the only one who's been conscious the whole time. She fights the fuel core's draw through technique resistance. It exhausts her faster, but it keeps her lucid. A pause. She says someone sent her warmth. A few weeks ago. A threat impression. She didn't know where it came from. Wei Liang would address that question later. I'll come back, he said. When I have the 4th anchor. I'll be here, Hessa said. Not guarding it next time. Chapter 57. The encounter with Xiao Bai had not been clean. Wei Liang reviewed it on the travel back from the northern wastes, not for the combat decisions, those he had assessed and was satisfied with, but for the part he had not addressed in the field, the 37 thread memories, and what they meant for how he operated. Each of the 37 people Xiao Bai had possessed had experienced the possession differently. Some had barely noticed, the blackout periods registering as strange absences with no clear memory. Others had been entirely conscious inside the possession, unable to act, experiencing Xiao Bai's decisions and actions as an observer in their own body. A few had felt the thread harvesting directly, the specific sensation of something being drawn out of them. 3 of the 37 had been children. Not young children, late adolescents, practitioners in the early stages of their cultivation, but young enough that the possession had been traumatic in a way that the adult possessions had not, the developmental stage making the loss of bodily autonomy land differently. Wei Liang sat with this. Xiao Bai was dead, or dissolved, which in a ghost state practitioner's case was the operative equivalent. The 37 people were recovering. Xianxia's network was monitoring them. The physical harm was done and was being addressed. The question was what he had learned about how harm accumulated. Xiao Bai had not started with children. He had started with a handful of mortal adults whose cooperation he needed for the governor's network. The children came later, when the body construction project's resource needs exceeded what adult possession was providing. Each step had been logical within the framework of his previous steps. This was how the sects had accumulated their void debt. Each individual thread cutting was a small gain for a good reason. The aggregate killed everyone. You're thinking about escalation, Phantom said. Yes. The debt accrual mechanism. Individual decisions that seemed defensible, accumulating into systemic harm. Yes. You don't want to make the same error. I want to notice it if I start. Phantom was quiet for a moment. The cultivation advancement decisions you've made, he said. Thread veil used for reconnaissance instead of combat. Lattice lock used for thread surgery interruption instead of combat suppression. Thread weave repurposed as a disruption field. Each one was an application of a technique to a use it wasn't designed for, expanding the technique's scope. I'm aware. The expansion is not inherently the same as the escalation you're concerned about, Phantom said. The escalation you're concerned about is scope expansion that harms the wrong people. The technique repurposing you've done has consistently been aimed at reducing harm, performing surgeries on possessed subjects rather than destroying them, offering Hessa a third option rather than fighting through her. A pause. The pattern is not escalation. The pattern is finding paths that don't require harming the wrong person. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm trying to make sure it stays that way. I'll tell you if I see it drifting, Phantom said. Wei Liang looked at the road ahead. The travel back from the northern wastes to Mao's military position, where the strategic planning for anchors 4 and 5 was already underway. Do you know who Meiyu is? He said. Before the vanishing. I do not have records on individual cultivators at the level of identification from a name alone. The first Weaver's consciousness fragment holds structural lattice knowledge, not personnel records. She's been conscious the whole time. Resisting. A remarkable practitioner, Phantom said. Someone to find when the void cradle opens. First priority, Phantom agreed. Chapter 58 The thread memories from Xiao Bai's dissolution returned intermittently for 3 weeks after the Eastern Marshes operation. Not intrusively. Not as hallucinations or involuntary recall, but as the specific quality that strong perceptual experiences left in a cultivator's memory architecture. Present when attention was directed there. Accessible without the triggering quality of trauma, simply there. 37 lives compressed impressions, stored alongside his own memories from the past months of operations. He had not told xianxia about the intermittent access. She found out, because she was a healer who watched her patients with the specific combination of attention and indirection that allowed her to notice what people were not saying. The Eastern Marshes dissolution, she said, during a rest period on the travel back south. You're accessing it. Intermittently, he said. That's within normal range for a practitioner who received a large thread memory discharge unexpectedly. It should settle in another week. She paused. What is it like? He considered the question. Like having 37 other people's libraries, he said. Incomplete sets, not their full lives, just the pieces that were closest to Xiao Bai's experience during the possessions. Fragments, but specific ones. A particular morning light over a specific village. The feeling of practicing a technique correctly for the first time. Someone's face at a moment that mattered. Do you know which person each fragment belongs to? Some of them. The ones whose signatures I had mapped from Yunxi's field documentation. The others are anonymous. People I know were possessed, but whose identities I don't have. Xianxia was quiet. You're holding 37 people's experiences, she said. Yes. That's a significant responsibility. He looked at her. In what sense? In the sense that they didn't choose to share that with you. They lost those pieces because something was taken from them. You received them because you happened to be close enough when the dissolution occurred. She paused. I'm not saying you did anything wrong by receiving them. I'm saying you're carrying something that belongs to other people, and that changes how you should hold it. He thought about this. With care, he said. With the specific care of a practitioner who has been trusted with something private without the other person's consent. She looked at him. The 3 children. How did you know about the children? You've been quieter since the dissolution than after the official surgery, she said. The official was harder work. Something else is occupying you. He exhaled. 3 of the possessions were young cultivators, he said. Adolescent. The possession landed differently for them. I know, she said. Their caregivers brought them to my network's healers in the first week after you cleared the formations. The developmental impact, she stopped. They're going to be all right. The thread harvesting didn't cause permanent damage, but they're going to need time. I know, he said. They traveled in silence for a while. How do you keep doing this, he said. After all of it. She thought about it. The same honest consideration he had come to expect from her. Not the quick answer, the real one. I remember that every person I see is more than their worst experience, she said. The person was there before the harm. The person will still be there after the healing. She paused. The work isn't fixing what was broken. The work is helping the person remember they're still there. Wei Liang thought about Mei Yu, the voice from the anchor dissolution, still conscious, still resisting, still reaching toward the exit. Still there. The second anchor is in Rei's territory, he said. I know. We should move after the strategic planning session with Mao. Yes. She looked at him. You know, eventually this conversation would land differently if you didn't end every personal discussion by pivoting to operational priorities. He looked at her. After the strategic planning session, he said, I'll try not to pivot. She looked at the road. I'll believe it when I see it. Chapter 59. The second anchor destruction was different from the first. The first anchor had been beneath the Ironfield sect ruins, a location Wei Liang had found through Old Man Qua's partial map and archive work. The destruction had been the first, and he had been at bound thread rank, working alone, operating a mechanism he was still learning. The second anchor was in the Varith southeastern wastes, with Rei's cavalry providing perimeter security, Phantom providing guidance through the first Weaver's structural knowledge, and Wei Liang at resonant thread rank, capable of operating from inside thread space for the precision work. It took 18 minutes. The efficiency surprised him, though it shouldn't have. 3 anchors worth of experience had clarified the mechanism, the specific structural weakness in each anchor that represented the path of minimum resistance. The first Weaver had not designed anchors to resist destruction from inside by a practitioner with legitimate guardian thread cultivation. They were designed to prevent void cradle pressure from breaking them outward. Approached correctly, from the right angle, by a practitioner with the right rank, they came apart cleanly. The cultivator awareness release was larger than the first anchors. More consciousness impressions, more fragments, and one clearer than the others. A young woman's voice, not Mei Yu, a different signature, this one less controlled. The clarity of someone who had been conscious longer than their mind was designed to sustain, without sleep. Help, she said. Just the one word. But the clarity was there. She was real, and she was present, and she was running out of time. The voice lingered in the lattice residue. Wei Liang sat with it for a moment after the destruction. Around him, Rei's cavalry maintained the perimeter at professional ease. Not comfortable, exactly, but settled, the quality of soldiers who had been briefed on what to expect and had processed it as operational information. 3 of them had visible reactions to the awareness release. The other 5 maintained position without expression. Reza, at the perimeter's edge, watched Wei Liang with the specific attention of someone tracking his operational state. The voices, Reza said, when he walked toward her. Your briefing described them. Yes, he said. How many were there? 2 clear ones. Others fragmented. He paused. The void cradle holds 15,000 cultivators. Each anchor release produces some proportion of the whole. The clear voices are the ones who have maintained consciousness through resistance. Reza looked at the anchor site. 15,000, she said. Approximately. She was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of someone holding a number that was larger than they had previously allowed themselves to feel. How many have been consumed since the vanishing, she said. The system's best estimate based on Dao Mingji's acceleration pattern is approximately 800. He paused. In 4 months. Reza absorbed this. 700 more months would be all of them, she said. At the current rate. The rate is accelerating, he said. He's burning faster as he approaches the loom activation threshold. Then less time. Yes. She turned her cavalry toward the return route. What's next? She said. Anchors 3 through 5, he said. The northern wastes, the central plateau, and a site whose location Phantom has not fully identified yet. Each one is guarded by a void caller. Hessa at Anchor 3 has agreed to stand aside. He paused. Anchors 4 and 5 are unknown quantities. Unknown is the operational condition I'm most experienced with, Reza said. Brief me when you have the intelligence. They rode back toward the main camp. That evening, Wei Liang used thread reading on the anchor site's residual lattice for 20 minutes. The technique worked on impressions, not perfectly, not with the clarity of a clear voice, but enough to reconstruct partial images from the awareness fragments. He assembled fragments from the 2 clear voices, cross-referenced them with the void cradle's structural layout that Phantom provided, and built a partial interior map. Frozen cultivators in rows. Threads burning slowly into the fuel core at the space's center. And at the far end of the interior, a figure moving freely among the frozen ones, occasionally touching one, and that one burning brighter. Dao Mingji. Not sealed, not frozen. Moving freely in a space that should have held him along with everyone else. Wei Liang had known this intellectually from the transmissions. Seeing the reconstructed image was different. He had consolidated power inside the void cradle. He was not a prisoner. He was a warden. The thread reading resolved one more detail. a structure near the fuel core that Dao Mingji circled regularly, approaching it, and then pulling back, as if he was measuring something. An architecture that predated the Void Cradle's construction, built from the first weaver's original design. The loom. Phantom, Wei Liang said. If Dao Mingji activates the loom, what happens? Best current model. The loom rewrites the lattice at the foundational level, Phantom said. Not the surface lattice that practitioners interact with daily. The deep architecture, the eternal thread's core structure. A rewrite at that level changes what is possible within this world's cultivation. What techniques can exist? What ranks can be achieved? Potentially, whether cultivation is possible at all, depending on the parameters Dao Mingji sets. He wants to prevent thread-cutting damage. Phantom confirmed. His method is eliminating thread cutting by rewriting the lattice so that thread cutting cannot produce advancement. A world where cultivation cannot harm the lattice. A world where cultivation cannot advance through the current paths. Yes, Phantom said. Every currently existing technique would be altered. Every rank would need to be redeveloped from scratch under the new lattice rules. 15,000 sealed cultivators, consumed as fuel, to power a rewrite that removes the cultivation world they knew. Wei Liang stared at the residue. He thinks he's solving the problem, Wei Liang said. He thinks he's the only one who sees the problem clearly and who has the willingness to do what is necessary, Phantom said. That's a specific kind of reasoning. It produces specific kinds of decisions. Then I need to reach the Void Cradle's interior before he activates the loom. The timeline, Phantom said, is 18 months from the vanishing date. We are 4 months in. 14 months remaining. 5 anchors still to reach. He filed the math and turned toward Mao's camp. Chapter 60 thread reading on the anchor residue, extended over 24 hours of careful work, produced a clearer picture than the initial reconstruction. Wei Liang had developed the technique in the weeks since woven thread breakthrough, learning to push it past its designed function of identifying techniques and trace signatures, applying it to the structural residue that anchor destructions left behind. The residue carried fragments of the Void Cradle's interior state, compressed into the awareness impressions that released at each destruction. Thread reading at full concentration could decompress those fragments into partial visual reconstructions. The partial reconstruction from the second anchor was the most complete he had achieved. He spent 3 hours with it on the morning after the anchor destruction, sitting alone at the edge of Rei's camp while her soldiers broke down the logistical infrastructure for the return march. The reconstruction assembled in his perception as a series of overlay images: the gray interior of the Void Cradle, the rows of frozen cultivators, the fuel core's slow burn, and Dao Mingji's movement pattern through the space. Dao Mingji walked freely. He touched practitioners occasionally, not randomly. Wei Liang tracked the pattern and recognized it. He was selecting specific threads to accelerate, choosing which sealed cultivators burned faster based on criteria that thread reading could not fully resolve, but that Phantom identified from the first weaver's structural knowledge. He's burning the strong ones, Phantom said. Thread sovereign rank and above. The practitioners who, if freed, would be powerful enough to challenge him. Wei Liang watched the reconstruction. Dao Mingji circling the loom. Approaching. Pulling back. Measuring. One of his passes brought him close to a specific cultivator. A figure that stood apart from the frozen rows, conscious, not frozen, standing with the deliberate muscle effort of someone resisting an external pull. Meiyu. Her thread resistance was visible even in the reconstruction as a specific pattern of counter-technique woven through her thread architecture. Dao Mingji looked at her. Then he continued past. He was not burning her. Wei Liang noted this. Why is she not being burned, he asked. Unknown, Phantom said. The reconstruction doesn't carry enough resolution to determine motive. A pause. One hypothesis. She is the most visible cultivator, the one most clearly resisting. Burning her would be a statement, and Dao Mingji operates through subtlety, not statements. The slow burn of the less visible cultivators serves his purpose without creating a symbol. Or he's keeping her alive because something requires it. Also possible. The reconstruction resolved a final detail that Wei Liang had been trying to read since he started the thread work. Dao Mingji stopped circling the loom. He placed both hands on its surface. The loom responded, not activation, but resonance, the machinery recognizing an authorized user and confirming its readiness. The reconstruction showed the resonance pattern spreading through the loom structure, and through the resonance pattern, an indication of the loom's operational status. 83%. 83% of the fuel required for activation was accumulated. At the current burn rate, accounting for the acceleration Dao Mingji had implemented after the second anchor destruction, Wei Liang did the math. Not 18 months. Phantom, he said. The acceleration rate. If he's increased burn by the factor the transmission surveillance has been showing, yes, Phantom said. I've been running the same calculation. The estimate was wrong. The estimate was based on the rate 4 months ago, Phantom said. The current rate is 40% faster. A pause. The timeline is not 14 months. At the current acceleration, another pause. 18 months total from the vanishing. We are 4 months in. The cultivators inside the void cradle have approximately 14 months, Wei Liang said. No, Phantom said. 13. If we account for the acceleration trend continuing. He sat with this. The 5 remaining anchors, he said. If each one requires travel time and a combat encounter with a void caller, theoretically achievable in the timeline. If everything goes correctly, nothing goes correctly, then the timeline requires that not too many things go wrong. Wei Liang rolled up the reconstruction documentation and stood. 13 months. 5 anchors. A practitioner inside the void cradle who was burning strong cultivators first, who had the loom at 83%, and who had spent 4 months studying the last Guardian's capabilities through a surveillance network Wei Liang had not yet finished dismantling. He walked toward Mao's command position. Mao, he said when he reached the tent. The timeline has changed. I need to brief you and Reza together. Mao looked at him. How bad, he said. It's manageable, Wei Liang said. But everything needs to accelerate. Chapter 61, 13 months. Wei Liang wrote the number on the planning document and let it sit. The strategic session lasted 4 hours. Wei Liang, Mao, Reza, Lin Bao, Xianxia, and Phantom through the system interface. He laid out the revised timeline, the acceleration rate, the loom percentage. He presented the 5 remaining anchor locations as he currently knew them, 3 confirmed, 2 requiring intelligence work. He described the void caller situation at Anchor 3, Hess's agreement to stand aside, the unknown guard configurations at 4 through 7. Mao absorbed the information with the methodical appetite of a commander whose job was to manage the relationship between a fixed deadline and an uncertain operational environment. He asked 3 clarifying questions about logistics, then began redesigning the support structure. Reza asked 2 questions, both about the void callers specifically, and then offered 3 additional cavalry units from her reserve forces that had been staged in the eastern corridor since the Xiaobai operation. Lin Bao flagged something no one else had caught. The 5 remaining anchors were distributed across terrain types that, combined, covered every major geographical zone on the continent. The distribution was not random. The first weaver had designed the anchor network to be structurally redundant. Each anchor connected to the next in a chain, so that destroying them in sequence rather than simultaneously preserved the seal's stability until the final anchor was reached. Going in the wrong order destabilized the chain and made later anchor destructions more difficult. There's an optimal sequence, Lin Bao said, based on the structural redundancy principle. Anchor 3 was correct, 4 is the Central Plateau Highlands. 5 is in the western coastal region, not Reza's territory, the domestic coastal zones. 6 is the southern archipelago. 7 is the unmapped deep desert. Who mapped this? Wei Liang asked. No one mapped it. I extrapolated from the first weaver's structural design documentation that Phantom relayed to me last month. The redundancy principle creates mathematical constraints on the chain's stability. There's only one ordering that maintains chain integrity through the entire sequence. Phantom confirmed. Why didn't you mention this before? Mao asked. Lin Bao looked genuinely baffled. I only finished the calculation this morning. Mao looked at Wei Liang. He's not operating on your timeline, Wei Liang said. He's operating on the calculations timeline. He told us when the calculation was complete. Mao looked back at Lin Bao. In future, Mao said, if you are working on a calculation that might affect strategic planning, please tell me so I can prioritize your time accordingly. Lin Bao blinked. Yes, General. Thank you, Mao said, with the particular patience of a military commander who had been learning to manage a very specific type of intelligence asset for several months. The strategic session produced a revised plan. 3 weeks to Anchor 3, already addressed with Hessa, then Anchor 4 in the Central Plateau Highlands, then 5, 6, 7 in sequence. The void caller situation at Anchors 4 through 7 was unknown, requiring pre-approach intelligence work at each site. After the session, walking back to the communication formation tent, Wei Liang paused and looked at the sky. 5 anchors. 1 new situation at each one. 13 months. The system, in the background, asterisk current rank, resonant thread. Anchors destroyed. 2. Guardian points. 4,847. Next rank, threshold, lattice walker. Requires 8,000 points. Asterisk 4,000 points to the next rank. The anchor destruction itself is worth substantial points, Phantom said. following his attention. Yes, plus the combat at Anchor 3's approach. The Void Caller at Anchor 3 is stepping aside. No combat. I know. The Void Callers at 4, 5, 6, and 7 may not step aside. Correct. The math was close. If the anchor destructions and associated protection work continued at the current rate, Lattice Walker was achievable by Anchor 4 or 5. And Lattice Walker was what he needed. Thread space movement as a primary layer, the ability to see the Void Cradle from inside the lattice with genuine clarity, the capability to attempt the Void Cradle entry when the time came. Phantom, he said. When Dao Mingji sees me reach Lattice Walker, what does he do? He begins taking the problem seriously, Phantom said. The current Void Caller deployments were designed for a practitioner operating at Resonant Thread. Lattice Walker changes the threat profile substantially. He will adapt. How? Unknown specific. Known general direction. Whatever he deploys at anchors after the Lattice Walker breakthrough will be designed to counter Lattice Walker capabilities rather than Resonant Thread capabilities. A pause. He cannot know about Thread Veil until you use it in a Void Caller encounter. If you can reach Anchor 4 before he knows you have Thread Veil, hidden capability is strategic. Yes. Wei Liang walked into the communication tent. The continent's Hollow Beast activity was increasing in 2 specific regions, both coinciding with Dao Mingji's transmission pattern updates from the previous week. He was adapting. 13 months. He picked up the briefing documents and started reading. Chapter 62, the Northern Wastes anchor site, felt different the second time. Wei Liang arrived 3 days after Hess's 1-hour window agreement. Not late, on schedule, with Rei's cavalry at the perimeter and Lin Bao's formation map updated to account for 2 changes the monitoring formation had made since the first visit. Hess's arm was not through the seal. The seal tear was present, the circular void light aperture in the air, but she had pulled back to inside the boundary. He stood at the anchor site's edge and waited. Guardian. Her voice came through the aperture. Flat. Something was wrong. Hessa, he said. Are you ready? A pause. He changed the configuration, she said. 3 days ago, after you left the first time, he moved my siblings' thread connections from the general fuel pool to a direct burn point near the core. A pause. If he activates the burn from the direct connection, not the gradual fuel burn that everyone shares, a direct activation, they're gone in under a minute. Wei Liang sat down on the waste ground. This was Dao Mingji's response to the Hessa problem, not replacing her as the anchor guard, but removing her ability to defect. She was still the guard, but now with a hair trigger on her siblings' survival. Does the 1-hour window still exist? He asked. I don't know, she said. I don't know if he has monitoring on the direct burn trigger. If he does, opening the window might activate it automatically. If he doesn't, I have to choose to trust that he doesn't. A pause. I can't verify either way. Wei Liang thought. Tell me what you know about the direct burn points mechanism, he said. She described it, in the clinical terms of a practitioner who had spent time studying the thing she feared. The direct burn point was a formation construction, thread energy concentrated around the specific thread signatures of her 3 siblings, connected to an activation key that Dao Mingji held directly. The monitoring question was whether the formation had a passive trigger wired to the anchor's state. If the anchor's stability is disrupted, Wei Liang said, does the burn point activate? I don't know. That's the part one can't see. Wei Liang reached into the lattice with resonant threads extended perception. The anchor site was within his 10-kilometer range. The anchor's thread structure was visible, and something else attached to it. A formation overlay, threaded through the anchor's architecture, that he had not seen during the preparation phase. New. Added in the past 3 days. He traced its structure with thread reading. The formation was monitoring, passive, constant, watching for changes in the anchor's structural state. Not an activation trigger by itself, but connected to a relay, a thread signal pathway that ran through the dimensional boundary into the Void Cradle's interior. A reporting formation. If the anchor's state changed, the signal went to Dao Mingji's position inside the Void Cradle. He's watching, Wei Liang said. Not with a hair trigger. With a reporting mechanism. If I touch the anchor, he knows within seconds. And then he decides, Hessa said. And then he decides, Wei Liang confirmed. The decision is his, not automatic. A pause. He might not react immediately, she said. He was watching when you destroyed Anchor 2. He didn't react until he increased the burn rate 3 days later. He's learning the pattern, Wei Liang said. Each anchor destruction, he evaluates and adapts rather than reacting immediately. It's the same as his approach to Dang, deliberate, patient, responding to information rather than emotion. Which means the hour window might work, Hessa said. If he's watching and receives the anchor signal, he starts calculating. By the time he decides to activate the direct burn point as retaliation, the anchor is already gone, Wei Liang said. Maybe, he agreed. That's the calculation. He looked at the seal aperture. I'm not going to make this decision for you, he said. The calculation is that Dao Mingji responds to information rather than emotion. His pattern is deliberate, but I cannot guarantee the window holds long enough, and I cannot guarantee he doesn't deviate from the pattern. He paused. What I can tell you is that if we wait for a guarantee, we'll be waiting past the 13-month deadline. Hessa was quiet for a long time. Then the arm came through the seal. Not aggressive, positioned at rest. The gesture of someone who had made a decision and was implementing it. 1 hour, she said. Same as before. Wei Liang moved toward the anchor. Chapter 63. The Arctic combat scenario that Phantom had flagged as a possibility did not materialize. Hessa had stepped aside, genuinely, not as a feint. She kept her arm outside the seal during the full anchor operation, not as a threat, but as a visible commitment to the agreement. The monitoring formation relayed the anchor state change to Dao Mingji within the first 3 minutes of the operation. Wei Liang worked fast. Resonant Thread's thread space perception gave him a speed advantage at the anchor manipulation that Bound Thread had not had. He could sense the full structural architecture simultaneously rather than tracing it junction by junction, and Lin Bao's updated formation map let him navigate the 12 trigger formations with a pre-planned sequence that avoided all of them. 47 minutes. The cultivator awareness release was the most distinct yet. Meiyu's voice, clear, with the specific compressed urgency of someone who had been waiting for exactly this signal. Asterisk third. 3 down. I can feel it. Anchor 3 is gone. For more? Still holding. Tell. Asterisk the voice cut off. He looked at the aperture. I heard her, he said to Hessa. Meiyu. She's counting. She always knows, Hessa said. I don't know how. The inside is the inside. It should all feel the same. A pause. She says the younger ones who haven't been burned yet can feel the anchor destructions as a specific sensation, like a pressure releasing. She uses the sensations to track progress. She's been keeping the young ones' morale, Wei Liang said. Yes. While resisting her own consumption and staying conscious while everyone else is frozen. He paused. She's remarkable. She's the reason I agreed to help you, Hessa said. She sent a message out through the seal 2 weeks ago. A threat impression, very faint, the kind that barely crosses the boundary. It said, asterisk the guardian is coming. Help him. Asterisk she paused. That was how I knew you'd be at this anchor when you were. Wei Liang sat with this information. She sent you a threat impression through the seal, he said. She coordinated with you while being simultaneously consumed and conscious. Yes. He had been thinking of Meiyu as someone to rescue. He revised the model. Meiyu was an active participant in the rescue, working from inside, coordinating with the outside without knowing who she was coordinating with. Dao Mingji responded, he said. Not a question. Thread reading on the anchor's reporting formation showed the relay signal had activated, the report sent, the pathway open. He'll be calculating, Hessa said. Yes. Wei Liang stood. Your siblings. The direct burn point, has it activated? A pause. No, Hessa said. Still present. Not activated. His calculation is still running, Wei Liang said. He's deciding what to do about a void caller who defected. Whatever the decision is, it will take time to implement. Then I have a window, Hessa said. Yes. I want to use it, she said. Is there something I can do from inside the void cradle that helps you reach the remaining anchors? Wei Liang considered. Hessa, inside the void cradle, had a partial physical presence through the seal and full access to the void cradle's interior information. She was not frozen. She was a void caller, partially emerged, outside the normal fuel consumption process. Information, he said. What do you know about the remaining void callers guarding anchors 4 through 7? She told him what she knew. The intelligence was incomplete but significant. Void caller Rin at anchor 4 was a true believer, the only one among the remaining 5 who had genuinely committed to Dao Mingji's vision. He would fight until incapacitated. Anchor 5 had been modified. The thread space around it was deliberately corrupted with razor-sharp fragments. The physical approach risky, a 2-stage trap in sequence that had caught one of Dao Mingji's own test approaches during construction. Anchor 6 was Hessa's own anchor, in the southern archipelago. Anchor 7, the Watcher, she knew nothing about. She had been inside the void cradle since before the 7th anchor was established. He absorbed this while Hessa retreated her partial emergence back through the dimensional seal. Chapter 64. The intelligence Hessa provided on the remaining void callers was uneven. Anchor 4, Void Caller Rin. A practitioner who had volunteered for the void caller position for ideological reasons, Rin genuinely believed in Dao Mingji's vision of lattice rewriting as necessary for the cultivation world's long-term survival. He was not coerced. He was convinced. He argues about it, Hessa said. Inside the void cradle. With anyone who will engage. He is very certain. Anchor 5, unknown. The void caller assignment there had been made after the vanishing, and Hessa had not had visibility into who was selected. Someone powerful, she said. Dao Mingji spent 2 weeks on the selection after the lattice collapsed. He was very specific about capability requirements. Anchor 6, void caller Fei, a cultivator who, like Hessa, was under coercion, a family member held. But different from my situation, Hessa said. Fei chose to cooperate before Dao Mingji had to threaten anyone. She bargained. The family member was the bargaining chip she offered in exchange for a specific commitment I'm not certain about. Anchor 7, a void caller known only as the Watcher. No name, no identifiable cultivation background, no communication with other void callers. Dao Mingji's most reliable guard. I don't know anything about the Watcher except that Dao Mingji has never expressed concern about them. Wei Liang processed the 4 profiles. Rin was a true believer, the most dangerous type, because true believers did not have leverage points and did not respond to information-based persuasion in the same way that coerced practitioners did. He would fight fully, without hesitation, and without the internal conflict that Hessa had shown. The unknown at Anchor 5 was a planning variable that he would need to address with intelligence work on approach. Fei might have a different kind of leverage. The bargain she had made with Dao Mingji might represent an opening if that bargain was no longer being honored. The Watcher was an unknown quantity by design. In the time you have before Dao Mingji acts, Wei Liang said, what can you access inside the void cradle? I can move to the inner regions, Hessa said. Not to the fuel core. The thread sovereign constructs Dao Mingji has deployed around the core would stop me, but to the periphery where the less consumed practitioners are held. May you, Wei Liang said. Yes. Tell her, the 4th anchor is next. Tell her the Guardian is coming. And tell her, he paused. She sent me warmth, months ago, through the 1st anchor's residue. I received it. A pause. Tell her it helped. Hessa was quiet. That's a very small thing to send to someone who has been doing what she has been doing, she said. I know, Wei Liang said. But small things matter when they're real. He looked at the anchor site, the space where Anchor 3 had been, the lattice light from the destruction still fading in the thread layer, the northern waste extending in every direction. After Dao Mingji acts, he said, whatever action he takes in response to your defection, find me. Use whatever channel you can establish. I want to know what he does. And my siblings. If the burn point activates before I can reach you, tell me immediately. There may be an approach from outside the void cradle that interrupts the formation. He paused. I cannot promise it will work, but I won't stop trying. I know, she said. I wouldn't be helping you if I didn't believe you meant that. The arm withdrew into the seal. Wei Liang stood at the anchor site for a moment longer. 3 anchors destroyed. For remaining. The void caller at the 4th was a true believer who would fight without hesitation. Lattice Walker was still 3,000 guardian points away. He turned toward Ray's cavalry. Break camp, he said. We're going to the Central Plateau Highlands. Chapter 65, 3 days of travel from the northern wastes to the Central Plateau Highlands. Not a direct route. The terrain between the 2 regions crossed the northern mountain range through passes that were navigable in late spring, but that required knowledge of which specific paths were safe. Ray's scouts had worked with local mountain guides before the vanishing, and their maps of the mountain passage were the most current available. Wei Liang used the 3 days. The Lattice Walker theory work had been ongoing since Anchor 2's destruction, but the breakthrough had not arrived. Phantom's explanation. The rank requires not just understanding the law principle, but integrating it into your own thread signature in a specific way. You understand that thread space and physical space are the same space viewed from different angles. The integration is the capacity to exist in both views simultaneously. Simultaneous rather than switching, Wei Liang said. Yes. Your current thread space transit is a switch. You move cultivation resources from physical layer operation to thread space operation, transit, then switch back. The switch takes concentration. Lattice Walker rank removes the switch. You are in both layers continuously. Movement through either is an expression of the same underlying presence. Simultaneous presence, Wei Liang said. In both layers. Yes. He thought about this on the mountain passage, watching Ray's cavalry navigate a narrow path above a considerable drop. He was in the physical layer, the path, the horses, the cold, the wind. Thread layer, the lattice's fabric across the mountain terrain, the threads running through stone and air, the specific quality of high-altitude thread thinning that practitioners had traditionally found problematic for sustained technique use. Both present simultaneously, not switching between them. He had been doing something like this with thread veil, maintaining a thread signature reduction while operating normally, a split attention between the veil's maintenance and everything else. The difference was quality rather than kind. Thread veil was a technique he maintained, lattice walker was a state of being. Xianxia appeared beside him on the path. She had been riding with the medical section since the northern wastes, monitoring the field healer teams for anything the waste environment had triggered. You're doing the cultivation theory look, she said. Lattice walker integration theory, he said. How close? Close enough that it should be soon. Not here. The high altitude disrupts the thread density that the integration work needs. He paused. Phantom says the Central Plateau Highlands has an unusual thread concentration. The terrain type tends to preserve lattice quality despite proximity to anchor sites, which means the breakthrough might happen there. Possibly. She was quiet for a moment. The anchor there, she said. The Void Caller is a true believer. Yes, Ren. No leverage, no coercion, genuine commitment to Dao Mingji's plan. How do you approach someone like that? He thought about it honestly. With more force than I've used at the first 3 anchors, he said. Hessa stepped aside. Xiaobai dissolved himself. The official at the Eastern Marshes was a rescue rather than a fight. Ren is going to fight and mean it. He paused. The lattice walker breakthrough changes my toolkit significantly. Thread space movement as a primary layer instead of a transit. I can approach the anchor from angles that are genuinely unavailable at resonant thread. The cave system at Anchor 4, according to Lin Bao's terrain research, favors whoever can reorganize distances. And if you don't break through before you reach the cave, then I fight at resonant thread and find a different approach. He paused. There's always a different approach. She looked at him. Is that what you actually believe? She said. Or is that the thing you say to maintain composure? He thought about it. Both, he said. Believing it and saying it aren't separate things. If I stop believing it, I should stop saying it. While I believe it, saying it out loud is part of believing it. She considered this. That's more philosophically complicated than your usual answers, she said. Lattice walker theory does something to how I'm thinking about simultaneity, he said. She looked at him. When this is over, she said, you should probably sleep for a week before you start thinking philosophically. Noted. They reached the mountain pass's peak, and the Central Plateau Highlands opened below them. A vast elevated plain, thread-dense at distance. The cultivation energy visibly higher quality than the surrounding lowlands. In the thread layer, the highlands lattice glowed with the specific health of terrain that had not been overcultivated. And 6 kilometers to the northeast, visible in the resonant thread extended perception, the cave system where Anchor 4 waited. Something pressed against Ren's thread signature at the cave entrance. Combat capable, steady, not nervous. He was waiting. He knows we're coming, Wei Liang said. Dao Mingji told him, Xianxia said. Yes. He looked at the highland terrain. The highland people, their threads are healthy. They haven't been part of the sect cultivation system. I need to make sure the anchor operation doesn't disrupt their lattice. Preservation over speed, she said. Preservation first. Speed within that constraint. He looked at the cave 6 kilometers away. Give me tonight to finish the theory work. Tomorrow, I go to the cave. Chapter 66. The lattice walker breakthrough happened at the cave entrance. Not during the combat, before it. In the 20-minute preparation period when Wei Liang stood at the highland terrain's edge and let the local lattice quality settle into his thread signature. The highland's thread density was unlike anything he had worked in. Not stronger, exactly, but more coherent, the threads running in clear parallel patterns rather than the variable web of a cultivated landscape. He was standing still, his resonant thread perception extended over the cave system, tracking Ren's position inside, when the 2 simultaneous thoughts arrived. Asterisk, the cave's physical layout and the cave's thread space layout are not the same. The physical has narrow passages. The thread space has open channels where the stone carries no thread disruption. The 2 layouts can be navigated simultaneously by a practitioner who does not choose between them. Asterisk, and then, without ceremony. Guardian point threshold achieved. Rank advancement available, lattice walker. Prerequisites met. Complex threat neutralization. Cross-regional defense operations. Sustained sacrificial contribution. Accept advancement. He accepted. The world doubled. Not visually. Not in the naive sense of seeing 2 things at once. The physical world remained precisely itself. But alongside it, integrated with it, co-present at every point. The thread space layer, the lattice's structure as a navigable landscape that existed in the same space as the physical landscape, but was not obstructed by the same things. Stone that blocked physical movement did not block thread space movement. Distance that physical transit consumed could be reorganized in thread space. Both layers. Simultaneously. All the time. He had been transiting between them before. A deliberate switch. Concentration required. Now the switch was gone. He was in both. Movement through either was an expression of the same underlying presence. New technique. Lattice step. Move through thread space as a primary layer. Thread space movement is not blocked by physical obstacles. At lattice walker rank, lattice step operates across any distance within thread space perceptual range, currently 10 kilometers. Each step appears as instantaneous physical displacement to outside observers. And, from the system's assessment of his current state, void cradle visibility confirmed. At lattice walker rank, the void cradle's dimensional architecture is partially visible from thread space. Guardian system confirms approach to entry point is now theoretically possible. Warning: entry requires additional rank advancement. Void threader not yet achieved. He looked at the cave entrance. In the physical layer, a cave opening in a rock face, 6 meters wide, the stone carved by centuries of water movement. In the thread space layer, an entirely different geometry. The cave system opened into a network of thread channels that the stone's mineral composition had amplified over geological time, each one a clean passage through the lattice without the disruption that cut stone typically introduced. He could see Ren clearly in the thread space. Ren was at the cave's third chamber, 200 meters in, using the physical cave system's narrowing to create a choke point. He was expecting Wei Liang to approach physically, to be slowed by the cave's geometry, to reach the chamber after minutes of careful navigation that would give Ren time and positioning. He had not accounted for thread space transit. Wei Liang moved. The lattice step was not the transit he had been performing before. It was not a movement through thread space followed by a return to physical. It was a simultaneous repositioning, both layers at once, physical and thread spatial together. He arrived at Ren's chamber in under a second. Ren was large, the physical presence of a practitioner who had spent decades on body cultivation alongside thread techniques. Both arms pressed through the seal tier's aperture at Anchor 4, which was significantly larger than Anchor 3's, a 3-meter opening. Ren's full upper body visible, his seal tier pushing into the chamber like a door that should not have fit its frame. He registered Wei Liang's appearance with the professional assessment of a practitioner who had been told to expect lattice walker capability and had prepared for it. Faster than I expected, Ren said. He was not alarmed. He was updating his tactical model. Run, Wei Liang said. Guardian. The word was not hostile. It was categorizing. You've been breaking anchors because you believe the void cradle's sealed cultivators should be freed. I'm guarding this anchor because I believe they should not be. We have reached the logical conclusion of those positions. He paused. I don't expect you to understand Dao Mingji's reasoning. Most people don't. Tell me anyway, Wei Liang said. Ren looked at him, assessing the genuineness of the request. The thread-cutting culture in the cultivation world was always going to produce the void dead, Ren said. It was mathematically inevitable. Every sect knew the lattice was degrading. Every sect continued because individual incentives were misaligned with collective welfare. The void cradle was a corrective mechanism. The lattice rewriting is the permanent fix. He paused. Sacrificing the sealed cultivators is bad. The alternative, allowing the same culture to continue and produce a larger collapse in 3 centuries, is worse. The alternative is building a different culture, Wei Liang said. Not sacrificing the current one. Idealism, Ren said. It's what I've been doing for 5 months, Wei Liang said. Building something different. Protection instead of exploitation. People are learning. 5 months is not a culture. No, Wei Liang agreed. But it's a beginning. He held Ren's gaze. You came here voluntarily. You believe in this. I respect that it's genuine. It's still wrong. I know you think so. Do you want to talk longer? Or do you want to fight? Wei Liang asked. Ren considered. Fight, he said. The argument runs in circles. Chapter 67 The cave fight was the first genuinely difficult combat of the arc. Ren's partial physical presence, both arms, full upper body, his thread technique capacity operating from inside the void cradle, gave him a specific advantage in the cave's close quarters. He could use his physical mass as a battering ram, pushing into the chamber through the seal tier in ways that combined physical force with thread technique output. His technique suite was resonant thread level, possibly approaching thread sovereign. The void cradle's environment had given him cultivation space that the outside world had not. Wei Liang had lattice walker. The first 8 minutes were position work. Ren's physical bulk dominated the physical layer of the cave chamber. He could not be avoided there, only sustained. Wei Liang took 3 impacts from Ren's slam techniques before he accepted that physical layer positioning was a losing game and shifted his combat model. The simultaneous layer operation was the answer. In the thread space layer, Ren's physical presence was not primary. His thread techniques were primary, emanating from the void cradle side of the seal tier in specific patterns that thread reading could map. Wei Liang began operating from both layers simultaneously. Physical body repositioning to avoid the slam impacts. Thread space body operating the counter techniques against Ren's thread technique output. The split operation was novel. Not comfortable. The cognitive demand of simultaneous physical and thread space positioning exceeded anything he had done before. But manageable. Ren noticed. You're fighting in both layers, he said, during a pause after the 10th technique exchange. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's going to be very difficult to defend against. The tone was still professional. I wasn't briefed on full simultaneous layer operation. No one's done it before. At this level. Ren considered this. Dao Mingji should know. He will when you tell him. Wei Liang repositioned in thread space to a point behind Ren's right shoulder. The anchor was accessible from that position, 3 meters beyond Ren's current reach. I want to ask you something. In the middle of the fight? We're both taking a breath. Ask me after if you prefer. Ren's processing pause was visible. Ask. May you, Wei Liang said. She's been conscious the whole time inside. Counting anchor destructions. Coordinating with void callers from inside. Do you know her? A longer pause. I know of her, Ren said. She was at the Ironfield sect. Young. Talented. He paused. I have not spoken with her inside the void cradle. Why not? Because she disagrees with the approach, Ren said. Strongly. Our conversations in the early weeks were counterproductive. She disagrees with burning people alive, Wei Liang said. She disagrees with the sacrifices method, Ren said. She accepts the diagnosis. The lattice was going to collapse eventually without intervention. She disagrees on the intervention type. She's been conscious for 5 months, Wei Liang said. Watching the young cultivators burn first, fighting her own consumption, sending threat impressions through the seal to coordinate with the outside, and maintaining other prisoners' morale. She has been doing this continuously, alone, without knowing if anyone outside is even trying. Ren was quiet. I didn't know about the threat impressions, he said. She's remarkable, Wei Liang said. Yes, Ren said. After a pause. She is. Wei Liang looked at the anchor 3 meters past Ren's right shoulder. You're going to try to stop me anyway, he said. Yes, Ren said. I believe the plan is correct. Then let's finish this, Wei Liang said. The final phase was shorter than the first 8 minutes. With Ren's position mapped through thread reading and the simultaneous layer operation allowing repositioning in thread space, while holding physical layer position, Wei Liang closed the distance to the anchor over 11 technique exchanges. Ren's slam techniques connected twice more. Wei Liang accepted the impacts and kept moving. At the anchor, working from thread space while Ren pressed from the physical side, the destruction took 7 minutes. Ren was imprisoned by the seal tier's collapse, not destroyed, not harmed, but his partial emergence through the tear was cut off when the anchor's dissolution destabilized the tear itself. He was pushed back into the void cradle's interior, the physical layer arms withdrawing as the seal tightened. The plan is still correct, he called from inside, as the tear closed. Tell Dao Mingji I'm coming, Wei Liang called back. The awareness release from Anchor 4 was different from the previous 3, more young voices, more fragmented, some so barely coherent they were almost inaudible. Meiyu's was there, clearer than the others, carrying the specific signal quality of a practitioner who had been practicing sending impressions through whatever minimal channel existed. Asterisk 4. For down. Not long now. Holding. Asterisk Wei Liang sat in the chamber and received it. Chapter 68, 3 days recovering in the Central Plateau Highlands. Wei Liang did not enjoy the recovery period. Recovery felt like time lost against the 13-month timeline. He understood its necessity. The combat at Anchor 4 had been the most demanding he had sustained. The simultaneous layer operation leaving a specific fatigue in his cultivation foundation that standard rest would address but could not rush. Shen Yunxi managed the recovery with her characteristic combination of attention and indirectness. On the first day, she had him rest without discussion. On the second day, she asked the practical questions: cultivation foundation stability assessment, thread signature coherence, any areas of damage from Ren's slam impacts. All within acceptable range. On the third day, she asked the human question. The void caller, she said. Ren, you spent the combat talking to him. Yes. What did you learn? That he genuinely believes what Dao Mingji told him. That he's a practitioner of real ability and real intelligence who arrived at the wrong conclusion through a sequence of defensible steps. He paused. That Meiyu argued with him in the early weeks inside the void cradle. Did you convince him of anything? No, Wei Liang said. I didn't try. He'd committed to guarding the anchor. Convincing him before the combat would have required changing his entire framework for thinking about the lattice crisis, which isn't a single conversation's work. He paused. But I told him Meiyu is remarkable. He agreed. I think that sat with him. A small thing, she said. Yes. He looked at his hands. I've been thinking about what you said, about people being more than their worst experience. Ren's worst thing is guarding an anchor for a plan that burns people. But he's also a practitioner who genuinely cares about the lattice's long-term health. Both are true. Does that change anything? It changes what I'm fighting against, he said. Not the person, the framework. The framework that tells a person of genuine care and intelligence that mass sacrifice is the only option. He paused. Dao Mingji built the framework. The void callers who believe it are, not innocent, but not the root of the problem. She looked at him. You've been thinking about this a lot, she said. 3 days of recovery, he said. A lot of thinking. And Dao Mingji. He considered. I don't know what he is, he said honestly. The transmissions show a calculating intelligence. The void cradle's evidence shows someone who can deliberately accelerate the burning of sealed cultivators, including young ones, and continue doing it day after day for 5 months. But the plan itself, his goal is genuinely to fix the lattice. The method is wrong. The willingness to sacrifice people for it is something I don't have a clean framework for. You'll meet him, xianxia said. Yes. When you do, she said, don't try to resolve it before you understand it. You have a tendency to want conclusions before you have enough information. He looked at her. That's very specific feedback, he said. It's a very specific tendency, she said. The 3rd day's recovery concluded with a tactical planning session for Anchor 5, the western coastal site that Lin Bao had identified as the next in the optimal sequence, with the booby trap complication that Phantom had flagged, a thread space implosion trap, and a void shard net trap in sequence. The physical approach risky, the thread space approach apparently clear but booby trapped. The solution was going to require something new. Lin Bao Weiliang said, Tell me about thread echo. She explained it in 17 sentences, with 3 diagrams in the sand that she erased when she was done. Weiliang listened to all 17 sentences and the diagrams before asking his first question. Chapter 69 Thread echo was a theoretical technique that Lin Bao had found in the Restricted Archives 3rd section. The Archives organization, which Lin Bao had been reconstructing from memory for 2 months, divided cultivation techniques by operational principle rather than by sect origin, the system the first weaver had apparently used when compiling the original knowledge base. The 3rd section covered techniques that operated through thread signature replication, copying or projecting a practitioner's thread signature as a separate entity. Thread echo was the only technique in the section that was fully described rather than fragmentary. The technique creates a decoy thread signature, Lin Bao explained, on the evening before the Anchor 5 approach. A projected copy of the practitioner's own thread energy output, operating independently in the thread space for a limited duration. The copy has no cultivation capability. It cannot perform techniques, but it has the practitioner's authentic thread signature, making it indistinguishable from the practitioner's presence to any detection mechanism. Including formation triggers, Weiliang said. Including formation triggers, Lin Bao confirmed. A formation that responds to a specific thread signature would respond to the echo identically. The Anchor 5 implosion trap, Weiliang said. If I send the echo into the trap's trigger zone, the trap deploys on the echo, not on you. Lin Bao paused. The complication is the second trap, the void shard net. If the net catches the echo, the thread energy in the echo is connected to your own cultivation foundation by the projection pathway. The net pulling on the echo pulls on you. Through the projection pathway, Weiliang said. What if I cut the pathway before the net deploys? Then the echo dissipates before the net can catch it. You lose the second trap's trigger without detonating it, which is acceptable if the first trap is already clear. Or, Phantom said, cut the pathway after the net is triggered but before the pull becomes dangerous. Use the connection window to transmit information through the pathway while it's being stressed. The net is pulling on my thread energy through the connected echo, Weiliang said. The tension in the pathway, I can perceive through it. You can perceive what the echo is experiencing, Phantom said. If you time it correctly, 12 seconds of connection while the net is active, you'll perceive the void cradle's interior through the taut connection. 12 seconds of void cradle visibility. Possibly. It's untested. The connection won't be clear, stressed thread energy perception through a breaking link. But at lattice walker depth, the quality might be sufficient. Weiliang thought about this. And the echo itself, he said. It's made from my thread energy. If the net pulls it into the void cradle, a piece of your thread signature goes into the void cradle, Phantom said. Permanently. You cannot retrieve it. Weiliang sat with this. Sending a piece of his thread signature into the void cradle, into the space where Dao Mingji was managing fuel consumption, where 15,000 sealed cultivators were being held as living batteries. A piece of himself, gone. A fragment of my identity, he said. Permanently. Yes, Phantom said. That is the cost of the 12 seconds. He thought about Mayu, still holding, 5 months conscious. He thought about the young voices in the latest Anchor release. The 12 seconds, he said. Can I communicate through the connection? Send something to whoever is on the other end. Phantom processed. Possibly, he said. A thread impression. Not words, an impression. The same type that Mayu has been sending outward. Wei Liang made the decision. She sent me warmth through the first Anchor's residue, he said. She has been holding on for 5 months. If I have 12 seconds of connection, I'm sending something back. Phantom was quiet. That will consume the communication window, he said. You won't receive the 12 seconds of void cradle visibility if you spend it transmitting. I know, Wei Liang said. He thought about which mattered more, intelligence about the void cradle's interior, or someone who had been holding alone for 5 months knowing that someone outside was trying. I'll send the impression, he said. The void cradle intelligence can wait. Lin Bao, who had been following the discussion, was quiet. That's going to cost you a fragment of your identity, he said. Yes. Permanently. Yes. Lin Bao looked at his journal. I just wanted to make sure you understood. I understand. The system registered the decision in the background, with the quality of a system recognizing a guardian category action before it was executed. Asterisk self-sacrifice note. Thread echo deployment with intentional identity fragment loss classified AS guardian action. Advancement points will be awarded at operation completion. Asterisk Wei Liang read the note. He had not been thinking about the points. Chapter 70 Thread Echo Development took 2 days. Lin Bao's archive notes were technically dense. The technique required constructing a thread energy projection that was simultaneously an authentic copy of the practitioner's signature and self-sustaining enough to hold the signature independently for the operational window. The projection pathway had to be strong enough to carry the impression transmission while stressed, but severable cleanly when the Anchor 4 operation required cutting the connection. The technique was harder than Lin Bao had estimated. Not impossibly harder, but the projection work required a precision Wei Liang had developed through the thread surgery operations, applied in a new direction. Instead of working on someone else's thread layer, he was working on his own, creating a copy without reducing the original. 3 test runs on non-anchored zones, as described in the outline. The first 2 echo projections dissipated within 2 minutes, not long enough for the operational window. The third held for 9 minutes before naturally exhausting its thread energy. 9 minutes without the net's drain, Lin Bao said. With the net's drain adding external stress. More than 9 minutes of viability, Wei Liang said. The net's pull would maintain the echo's coherence by keeping it under tension. An echo under tension holds together, Lin Bao said. Yes, that tracks with the archive documentation's description of thread energy under stress. The 4th test was the operational test. They staged it at a zone with a minor formation trigger, a leftover formation from a local defensive array that had been abandoned when the cultivation community vanished. Lin Bao had identified it as a passive trigger rather than a dangerous one. Wei Liang projected the thread echo. The echo moved into the trigger zone. The formation fired on the echo. Thread reading confirmed the trigger registered the echo's signature as authentic. It worked, Lin Bao said. On a passive trigger, Wei Liang said. Anchor 5's implosion trap is a destructive formation, not a passive one. The echo needs to survive the implosion discharge. Thread echo documentation says the projection is not destroyed by techniques that target its signature. It's made of thread energy, not the practitioner's body. Technique impacts disperse through the thread energy rather than destroying it. The implosion trap might be different. It might be, Lin Bao said. We'll find out. The Anchor 5 approach took 4 days' travel from the Central Plateau Highlands to the western coastal zone. The coast's ambient energy was different from anything Wei Liang had worked in. Maritime thread patterns, the lattice influenced by large bodies of water in ways that inland terrain did not produce. His lattice walker perception adapted to the new texture. Anchor 5's thread space architecture was visibly wrong at 2 kilometers. Not the familiar disruption of an anchor site's proximity. Deliberately corrupted thread shards, as the outline had described, packed into the thread space around the anchor site in a density that turned the normally navigable thread space into a razored maze. Physical approach had the implosion trap and the void shard net. Thread space approach had the shards. No clean path. The thread echo, Wei Liang said. The implosion trap fires first, Phantom said. If the echo survives the implosion discharge, it continues to the void shard net. If the net catches it, you have your 12 seconds. And then I cut the pathway. And then you cut the pathway. And then the physical approach is clear. Only the thread space shards remain. Which lattice walker simultaneous layer operation can navigate? Phantom confirmed. The shards are in the thread space layer. You can operate in the physical layer while perceiving the shards in thread space and threading your physical approach through the thread space gaps. Wei Liang projected the thread echo at the Anchor 5 approach zone. The implosion trap fired. The echo held. The void shard net deployed. 12 seconds. He sent Mayu one thing, warmth, and the impression of hold on. Then he cut the pathway and let the fragment go. The system registered the Guardian Point award. He barely noticed. He was already moving toward the anchor, navigating the physical approach while threading through the thread space shards and simultaneous layers, heading for the anchor site and whatever waited at it. Chapter 71. The Western Coastal Anchor Site destroyed. Wei Liang sat in the anchor site's aftermath and assessed the fragment loss. It was not painful, not in the way he had expected. A piece of his thread signature was permanently in the void cradle now, drawn in by the void shard net's pull after the echo dissipated. The loss was more like the absence of something familiar than the presence of damage. He checked the system's assessment. Thread signature coherence at 93%. Functional. No operational impact. Phantom was quiet. Say what you want to say, Wei Liang said. The system awarded the Guardian Point badge for the anchor destruction and the self-sacrifice, Phantom said. Total points. 8,443. Above the lattice walker threshold. A pause. That's the advancement you've already achieved. But for Thread Sovereign, I know, Wei Liang said. Still a long way. The Southern Archipelago anchor and the Deep Desert anchor remain. The void collar situations at both sites are partially known. Fei at 6, the bargain coercion case. The Watcher at 7, unknown. And the void cradle entry after 7. After 7, Phantom agreed. Wei Liang looked at the coastal horizon, the ocean visible at distance, unfamiliar from a continent interior orientation. Maritime thread patterns in the lattice, the threads running in the long, smooth patterns of deep water, the surface disruption of wave movement, the specific signature of tidal influence. She received it, he said. The impression you sent. I think so. The connection was clear enough for those 12 seconds. The warmth reached something. He paused. I can't verify it. But the connection felt received. You gave up the intelligence window, Phantom said. Yes. And you'd make the same decision again. Wei Liang thought about it honestly. Yes, he said. The intelligence would have been valuable. But she has been holding for 5 months in a prison without knowing anyone outside is trying. If I have 12 seconds of connection with the inside and I spend them on intelligence rather than on the person who has been bearing the most weight, I'm operating like Dao Mingji operates. Using people as resources. An unfair comparison, Phantom said. Taking intelligence through an available channel is not the same as burning people. No, Wei Liang agreed. But the habit of choosing intelligence over the human in front of you is the beginning of a path I don't want to start. He paused. The void cradle will be open eventually. I'll see the interior then. 13 months from the vanishing, Phantom said. We are 6 months in. 7 anchors, 5 destroyed, 2 remaining. A pause. The timeline is achievable. 7 months for 2 anchors and the void cradle entry, Wei Liang said. If nothing goes significantly wrong. If nothing goes significantly wrong, Phantom confirmed. The Central Plateau Highlands anchor site had produced a specific system notification that Wei Liang had been sitting with since the Rin confrontation. Asterisk lattice walker rank confirmed. Combat record. Anchor site 4, Void Collar Rin. Note. Void Collar practitioners retain Void Cradle enhanced techniques at partial emergence. Future encounters. Void Collar capability assessed AS equivalent to Thread Sovereign rank. Asterisk Thread Sovereign rank. Each void caller he had faced had operated at cultivation levels higher than his own. Hessa had stepped aside. Rin had been neutralized by spatial advantage and simultaneous layer positioning. Anchors 6 and 7's void callers, if they fought, would face a practitioner still 2 ranks below their apparent ceiling. Thread Sovereign was his next target. The system's calculation, updated for the current Guardian Point generation rate. Thread Sovereign threshold required 3,000 points above Lattice Walker's total. At current rates, achievable during the arc containing Anchor 6. Possibly during the arc's travel period if the Highland operations had generated the carry-forward points he expected. He stood. The cross-continent route to the southern archipelago, he said. How long? By Reyes' naval transport. 2 weeks from the western coastal zone, Phantom said. Mao has arranged the request. Reyes' fleet arrived at the coastal harbor yesterday. Wei Liang looked at the harbor. The thread layer showed it as a cluster of thread signatures, the specific pattern of a military fleet at anchor. 2 weeks at sea, he said. Cultivation theory work and Phantom briefings on the archipelago. And the keepers, Phantom said. The southern archipelago has an indigenous tradition that maps to thread theory. They have been waiting for the thread keeper. They call me that. Yes, in their sacred text, they have a figure called the one who walks between threads. A pause. The first weaver's fragment recognizes the description. There was contact a long time ago. Wei Liang filed this. Tell me more on the ship, he said. He began walking toward the harbor. Chapter 72. The journey to the southern archipelago was 2 weeks. Reza Varitha's fleet was different from Wei Liang's experience of civilian maritime travel. Military organized, efficient, the ships operated by crews who had been working together through the continent's political instabilities of the past 6 months and had developed the particular competence of people who had handled real conditions rather than ideal ones. Reza herself was on the flagship, handling the diplomatic dimensions of the archipelago approach. The southern archipelago was not part of the continental political structure, and its indigenous governance required a different form of contact than the regional authorities Wei Liang had been working with. Wei Liang spent the first week on theoretical work and sleep. The sleep was non-negotiable. Xianxia had established a minimum 8-hour requirement as a condition of her continued participation in the Alliance's medical support, and Wei Liang had been keeping the agreement since the Eastern Marshes operation. 2 weeks at sea without crisis events was the closest to genuine rest he had had since the vanishing. He was surprised by how much it helped. The cultivation theory work for Thread Sovereign was different from previous rank work. Phantom's description of the law principle. Thread Sovereign commands threads within a domain. The previous ranks involved perceiving, manipulating, moving through, and locking threads. All operations that left the threads as objects and you as the operator. Thread Sovereign removes the object-operator distinction within your domain. The threads are yours. Not in the sense of ownership. In the sense that they respond to your will the way your own arm responds to your will, without the intermediary step of technique deployment. No technique deployment, Wei Liang said. At Thread Sovereign rank, your will is the technique. Within the domain, you do not need to construct a thread lash or a lattice lock or a resonance strike. You simply intend the effect and the threads produce it. Phantom paused. The domain radius grows with advancement within the rank. At initial Thread Sovereign, approximately 50 kilometers. And new techniques? The archive documentation describes inverse weave, the technique required to unseal the void cradle from inside. But inverse weave requires the first weaver's thread signature, not just Thread Sovereign rank. You will need that signature before inverse weave is operational. This was the complication Wei Liang had been holding since the northern wastes. The first weaver is inside the void cradle, he said. Yes. I cannot reach the first weaver without Thread Sovereign plus Void Threader rank. Void Threader, Phantom confirmed. The ability to pierce into the dimensional layer where the void cradle exists. At Thread Sovereign, you can see the void cradle's architecture from thread space. Void Threader lets you enter it, which is ranks 9 and 10 in the system. Yes. I'm at rank 7. Yes. Wei Liang processed the gap. 2 ranks in 7 months. The pace he had been advancing, 1 rank per major arc, suggested Thread Sovereign at anchor 6 or 7. Void Threader inside the void cradle itself. Void Threader inside the void cradle, he said. The breakthrough happens inside. That's the pattern the system is projecting, Phantom said. The void cradle environment contains extraordinary thread density from 15,000 sealed cultivators. A practitioner at Thread Sovereign rank entering that environment and performing the inverse weave activation would generate the guardian point threshold for Void Threader from inside. The calculation suggests so. The first weaver designed the guardian system as a path. The Void Threader breakthrough inside the void cradle is the intended final step before the last rank. Wei Liang sat with this. He designed the path knowing I would enter the void cradle, he said. He designed the path for a guardian who would do what you're doing, Phantom said. The specific person, that was not guaranteed. The design accommodates the possibility. The young cultivators being burned to fuel the loom, Wei Liang said. The first weaver built the system knowing this would happen. Phantom was quiet for a long time. He built the failsafe, Phantom said, finally. The void cradle was meant to preserve practitioners, not destroy them. What Dao Mingji is doing to the fuel system, that was not the design. That was what Dao Mingji added. Another pause. The first weaver has been inside the void cradle this entire time. He has been watching and unable to stop it. Unable to stop it from inside, but able to slow it. The specific pattern of fuel consumption Dao Mingji encounters has more resistance than the system is designed to produce. Someone inside is applying pressure against the fuel core's efficiency. The first weaver, Wei Liang said. Yes, Phantom said. He has been working against Dao Mingji from inside the whole time. Wei Liang looked at the ocean. And Meiyu, he said. She said she was resisting. Is the first weaver working with her? I don't know. The first weaver's fragment in my consciousness doesn't have complete information on the interior situation. But the resistance pattern in the fuel core has two distinct technique signatures. One is the first weaver's. The other is hers. The signature is consistent with a thread sovereign-level practitioner whose cultivation specialty is counterforce technique. Phantom paused. Meiyu is doing it deliberately, and she knows who she's working with. Wei Liang thought about Meiyu. The voice from the anchor releases, the thread impressions sent outward, the morale maintenance for other prisoners, the counterforce work on the fuel core. 5 months of sustained resistance, conscious and alone, waiting. She's one of the sealed cultivators being burned as fuel, he said. Yes. And she's been using that same energy to resist Dao Mingji's fuel efficiency. Yes. She's consuming herself to slow the consumption of others. Chapter 73. The archipelago was visible on the third day from landfall, a chain of islands stretching northeast to southwest, their thread presence distinctive even at distance. The lattice here was different from anything Wei Liang had worked in. Highly localized, thread-dense in specific geographic features rather than evenly distributed. The pattern of a place where cultivators had never operated and the lattice had developed according to its own principles over millennia. In the thread layer, the island chain glowed with a specific beauty that the mainland's cultivated landscape had lost centuries ago. Crystallized thread energy on the rock surfaces. Not the shard debris of thread space disruption, but the natural crystallization of thread energy that had accumulated undisturbed. The formations looked like frost, like mineral deposits, like something that had taken centuries to build without anyone trying to take it. Wei Liang stood at the flagship's prow as they entered the harbor. A small contingent waited on the dock. 3 people in white clothing, the specific white of undyed natural fiber, their thread signatures carrying the deep-rootedness of practitioners who had been in one place for a very long time. Not cultivators, their thread signatures were mortal, entirely. But mortal in the particular way of people who had spent generations in close contact with the lattice's natural patterns. The eldest was a woman. She looked at Wei Liang before the ship docked, looked directly at him, with a composure that suggested she had been looking for him for a long time and was not surprised to find him arriving by ship. Reza handled the formal landing protocol with the same precision she applied to everything. The eldest, Serafina, the spiritual leader whose name Phantom had provided from the first Weaver's fragment, waited until the protocols were complete. Then she walked to Wei Liang specifically. Threadkeeper, she said. The archipelago language was different. She spoke the continental tongue with an accent he had not heard before. We have been waiting since the night the sky emptied. I'm here, he said. Yes. She looked at him with the clarity of someone who had been told what they would see and was confirming that the description was accurate. You are closer to their home than you know. The lattice here is old. It remembers the first Weaver's passing. He was here. He built the anchor, she said. Not this island. The anchor further south, in the deeper archipelago. He came here afterward. He spoke with our ancestors. She paused. He said someone would come one day, that they would walk between threads, that we should help them. He knew. Wei Liang said. He hoped, Serafina said. There is a difference. She turned toward the settlement. Come. We have things to show you. The settlement was built around the thread density, not despite it. The keepers had constructed their homes at the points of highest thread concentration, using the lattice as a kind of structural guide. Where threads ran dense and straight, buildings were stable. Where threads curved or thinned, open spaces and pathways followed. The result was an architecture that looked organic but was, Wei Liang understood as he walked through it, precisely calibrated to the lattice's layout. Children ran past him, glancing at his thread signature with the easy familiarity of people who had been raised to notice such things. They did not have cultivation in any formal sense, but they perceived the threads as background, as weather, as the texture of their world. The first weaver had visited their ancestors. Whatever that visit had contained, it had shaped 300 years of a people who knew, without knowing the technical vocabulary, how to live in relationship with the lattice. Chapter 70 for the Keeper's sacred text was not written. It existed in the oral tradition, stories whose telling followed specific rhythms, specific pause structures, specific tonal variations that Serafina's people had maintained for generations with the practiced care of a civilization that had never had written language and had developed an alternative form of precision. Lin Bao, presented with this, went very still. The rhythmic patterns, he said to Wei Liang, quietly, while Serafina organized the telling. If the thread information is encoded in the rhythm structure rather than the semantic content, I can hear the semantic content, but you can thread read the thread information. Thread reading on an oral tradition, Wei Liang said. Thread information doesn't care about the medium, Lin Bao said. Techniques leave thread signatures in the air when they're performed. A story told with specific thread-encoded patterns. The patterns are in the telling. You can read them. He tried it during the first telling session that evening. The stories themselves were vivid. Navigational epics, creation accounts, the specific cosmology of a people who had lived adjacent to the thread lattice for millennia, without cultivation, and had built elaborate understanding of it through close observation. The thread keeper appeared in several of them. A figure who moved between the world's visible fabric and its invisible structure, who came when the fabric was tearing, who was always accompanied by someone who could burn. Someone who could burn. Wei Liang thought about Rei's cavalry, about xianxia's fire affinity in a completely mortal frame, about the specific types of practitioners who had been alongside him throughout. The one who could burn, he said to Serafina during a break in the telling. Who is that? The thread keeper's partner, she said. The fire and the thread. The presence and the burning. They are always paired. She paused. Is yours here? He thought about who traveled with him. Mao, military. Lin Bao, scholarly. Xianxia, healer. Reza, cavalry commander. None of them were fire cultivators. Not yet, he said, with the honest acknowledgement that he didn't fully understand the question. Not yet, Serafina agreed. She said it with the patience of someone who knew how that sentence resolved. Thread reading through the second telling session produced something Lin Bao identified immediately. That's a technique, Lin Bao said, looking at Wei Liang's expression. You found something. The keeper's tradition encodes a technique called inverse weave, Wei Liang said. But the version here is, he paused. Phantom. Yes, Phantom said. I heard it. The encoding is the first weaver's design, transmitted through direct instruction to the keeper's ancestors. The technique is complete. A pause. But incomplete without the first weaver's thread signature. It requires his signature to activate, Wei Liang said. Yes, the technique is the mechanism. The signature is the key. Phantom paused. The technique is authentic. The signature is inside the void cradle with the first weaver. Then we still need thread sovereign rank and entry into the void cradle. Yes. Serafina was watching him. You found it, she said. I found the technique, he said. I still need 2 more pieces. The signature, she said. And the advancement. She nodded. The anchor site. Our tradition says it is in the southern deep. The hardest water to reach. But the keepers have guided those waters for 300 years. She paused. We will guide you. He looked at the thread information that thread reading had given him from the oral tradition. The inverse weave pattern, complex and precise. The technique that the first weaver had embedded in Serafina's ancestors' knowledge for this exact purpose. He understood the technique structure. He did not yet have the activation key, the first weaver's living thread signature, which he could only receive from inside the void cradle itself. The architecture of the mission's final sequence had been built by the first weaver across decades of preparation. Each piece had arrived at the right moment. The thread echo for Anchor 5, the keepers for the inverse weave, Yu Tianming for the external lattice support. He had been moving through a prepared path without knowing the path existed. Chapter 75 Thread Sovereign Rank came at the anchor site. Not from the anchor destruction itself. From the 3 days of working with Serafina's keepers in the southern deep of the archipelago, the deepest and oldest thread concentration on the island chain. The keepers had a practice they called thread sitting. Extended periods of stillness in the high thread density zones, not cultivating actively, but simply being in contact with the lattice without exploiting it. 3 days of thread sitting. Wei Liang had not expected this to be the mechanism of breakthrough. He had been working toward thread sovereign through the void cradle timeline pressure. Fast operations, high urgency, crisis response. Thread sitting was the opposite. Still, unhurried. The lattice existing around him rather than being operated by him. The breakthrough arrived on the 3rd morning. Guardian point threshold achieved. Rank advancement available. Thread sovereign. Prerequisites met. Sustained protection of regional and continental populations. Multi-site anchor destruction. Demonstrated sacrifice for others without personal gain. Accept advancement. He accepted. The domain unfolded. Not a technique, a presence. The threads within 50 kilometers responded to him the way his own hands responded to his intentions. Not after he deployed a technique, but when he intended an effect. He did not perform lattice lock. He simply intended one target to be unable to use techniques, and they were unable to use techniques. He did not perform thread lash. He intended thread force to reach a specific point, and it reached that point. 50 kilometers of presence. He was very, very still for a long time. Domain range, he said. 50 kilometers at initial thread sovereign rank. Phantom confirmed. The archipelago's thread density amplifies it further. You're effectively operating at 60 plus here. The Void Cradle entry, Wei Liang said. The system says Void Threader is the next rank. Yes. Void Threader lets me pierce into the dimensional layer. At Void Threader rank, you can enter the Void Cradle. With the first weaver's thread signature provided by the keeper's inverse weave technique and access to the signature itself from the first weaver directly. A pause. The final architecture is becoming clear. I need to reach the first weaver inside the Void Cradle to get his signature, Wei Liang said. I need his signature to perform inverse weave. I need inverse weave to break the seal. I need Void Threader rank to enter the Void Cradle. I need Thread Sovereign rank to have inverse weave as a technique. He paused. I have Thread Sovereign. I need Void Threader, which the system says requires the events inside the Void Cradle to generate. Yes, Phantom said. The Void Threader breakthrough is designed to happen inside the Void Cradle. The environment, the Guardian Point generation from the events there, it's the intended advancement context. So I enter the Void Cradle at Thread Sovereign, Wei Liang said. Fight my way to the first weaver. Get his signature. Perform inverse weave. And the Guardian Point generation from those events pushes the Void Threader breakthrough. That's the path, Phantom said. It's a very tight path. The first weaver built tight, Phantom said, with what might have been a trace of the first weaver's personality. He had confidence in his guardian's capabilities. The anchor at the Southern Deep was destroyed that afternoon, the most technically clean destruction yet. Thread Sovereign's domain, making the formation navigation effortless. The awareness release was enormous. 23 clear voices, scores of fragmented ones. The Void Cradle's interior suddenly more present than it had ever been. Mayu's voice was not in this release. He noticed the absence. She's conserving, Hessa's voice said. Hessa had established a thin communication channel through the Void Cradle's dimensional boundary, the partial emergence technique adapted to something quieter than full void color emergence. She sent the impression through the Echo's connection 3 days ago. Used a lot of energy. She's rebuilding. She received it, Wei Liang said. She received it, Hessa confirmed. She told me. She said, someone sent warmth. And hold on. A pause. She's holding. Wei Liang looked at the Southern Deep, the ocean around the anchor site, the archipelago's ancient thread presence, the clear water. One anchor remaining, he said. The deep desert. The Watcher, Hessa said. The Watcher, he confirmed. I don't know anything about the Watcher, Hessa said. I told you that. I know. He paused. Whatever the Watcher is, I'll find out. Wei Liang, Hessa said. Yes. The burn rate. After Anchor 6 destruction, Dao Mingji is going to escalate further. He only has the 7th anchor as his last line of delay. A pause. He will burn faster. How much time does that leave? A silence. The Void Cradle's fuel levels. I can see them from my position. Current projection at the new acceleration. Another silence. 8 weeks. Wei Liang looked at the ocean. 8 weeks to reach the deep desert, defeat whatever the Watcher was, destroy the 7th anchor, and enter the Void Cradle. 8 weeks. I'll be there, he said. Chapter 76. The return voyage from the archipelago took 9 days. Rei's fleet had waited. 12 ships anchored in the deepest natural harbor of the island chain, their crew rotating watch, while Wei Liang spent 3 days in thread sitting and destroyed the 6th anchor. When he came back aboard the flagship, Reza studied him with the particular attention of someone who had witnessed power escalating incrementally across weeks. You're different, Reza said. Thread Sovereign rank, Wei Liang confirmed. 50-kilometer domain. Thread effects become intentions rather than techniques. Reza was quiet for a moment. Then, show me something small. Wei Liang intended a single rope, a coil of rigging on the deck, to resist any attempt at manipulation. Without any visible movement from him, without any deployment of thread energy he could see, the rope became simply unable to be lifted. One of Rei's crew tried to pick it up. It might as well have been fused to the deck. Wei Liang released the intention. That is, Reza said carefully, significantly more alarming than the previous demonstrations. 44 anchors worth of alarming, Wei Liang said. 6 anchors. 6 advancements. From what to what? Woven thread to thread sovereign. 6 ranks. Reza looked at the horizon. And the final anchor is in the deep desert. Yes. My fleet does not operate in the deep desert, Reza said. I can bring you to the southern coastal transit point. From there, you'll need your ground team. He sent a message to Lin Bao. The response came back in 4 hours. Lin Bao was already moving. She had anticipated the timeline from Hessa's earlier communication and had the ground team repositioning toward the transit point. Xianxia was with her. The equipment for desert operation was being sourced. They've been preparing since before I knew I needed them to, Wei Liang thought. He found a space at the bow of the flagship and spent the voyage's first 3 days in extended Guardian Point accounting. Reviewing the system's logs on Anchor 7, the Watcher designation, everything Phantom had on record. It was not much. The Watcher designation predates my full access to system records, Phantom said. The first Weaver named the seventh Void Caller the Watcher in his original documentation, but the record of why, the specific nature of this Void Caller, what makes them different from the others, was stored in a file I cannot fully access. Cannot access, Wei Liang said. Or the file doesn't exist. Cannot access. The file has a permission structure I haven't seen before. A pause. It's a different permission structure than my usual system limitations. Most of my restricted access feels like a closed door, a deliberate withholding until prerequisite conditions are met. This file feels like a different kind of lock. Something that requires a key I don't have. What kind of key? Unknown. Wei Liang looked at the ocean. The Watcher is different from the other Void Callers, he said. It was not a question. The designation suggests it, Phantom said. Hessa confirmed she had no intelligence. The other Void Callers had names, habits, methods. Rin was a true believer. Fei was coerced. Xiaobai was a body possessor. The Watcher is a title, not a name. Whoever or whatever is in the deep desert chose to be called by function rather than identity. On the sixth day, Lin Bao joined the communication channel from the transit staging point. I've been pulling records on the deep desert thread structure, she said. There's something unusual about the lattice architecture in that region. Pre-void cradle surveys, the kind the Cultivation Administration ran 40 years ago, show standard thread distribution. But the 3 surveys conducted after the void cradle appeared show progressive deviation. What kind of deviation? The thread strands in the deep desert are described as elastic. They resist manipulation, not in the way a block technique resists, but in the way a stretched cord resists. You push them, and they push back. The survey teams found they could not perform standard techniques within the region. Their chi became effortful in a way they couldn't explain. Wei Liang turned this over. The anchor's effect on the local thread structure. Possibly, but the effect is different from what we saw at the other anchor sites. Arctic threads became brittle. Coastal threads became dense. The archipelago's threads became concentrated. The desert threads became. Lin Bao paused. The survey team's description was like working through resistance. Like the threads themselves were fighting back, or being held in tension by something. Shun Yunqi's voice joined. She was on the same channel. If the anchor exerted a particular kind of continuous force on the local lattice, the surrounding threads would adapt to carry load in the direction of that force. They'd become load-bearing in a specific orientation. You'd feel resistance when working against that orientation. Whatever the anchor is holding, Wei Liang said, the threads around it have spent years adapting to hold it too. A silence. Yes, Shin Yunqi said quietly. That's one way to describe it. The transit point appeared on the 9th day. Reza brought the fleet in close, staying in deep water, while small boats ferried Wei Liang, Shin Yunqi, and the equipment to the coast. Lin Bao was waiting on the beach with their ground team. 8 people, desert-equipped, silent with the efficiency of a group that had done this kind of operation before. 12 days to the deep desert edge, Lin Bao reported. 8 if we push. Push, Wei Liang said. We have 8 weeks total. I want to leave margin for what we don't know yet. Lin Bao looked at him, then at the coast, and the desert visible in the heat haze beyond. The Watcher, she said. The Watcher, he confirmed. She turned to the team without further comment. They moved. Chapter 77. The transition into the deep desert was not a single crossing. The region began as scrubland, shrank into sparse desert grass, compressed into gravel plain, and finally opened into the sand sea that the maps showed as simply empty. The ground team moved through each transition with the patient efficiency of people who had learned to read terrain rather than fight it. Wei Liang noticed the threads on the 4th day. Not unusual. He had noticed threads everywhere since the thread's sovereign advancement, the domain's range making the local lattice constantly present at the edge of his awareness. But the desert threads were distinct enough that noticing became attention, and attention became study. Shin Yunqi, he said. She came up alongside him without breaking the team's pace. The threads here, he said. Tell me what you observe. She extended her thread reading. She had refined the technique through every operation since the initial training, and her read depth had increased substantially. Her expression shifted toward the careful focus she wore when processing complex lattice information. They're oriented, she said. Toward what? Northeast. A pause. Not all of them. Not the deep substrate threads. Those are standard horizontal lattice. But the mid-layer threads, the ones most accessible to technique use, they're angled. 20, maybe 25 degrees off horizontal. All in the same direction. And if you try to manipulate them against that orientation? She attempted a simple thread read against the tilt. Her expression changed. Resistance, she said. Real resistance, not just difficulty. Like trying to read a chord that's already under tension. What's northeast? The anchor site, Lin Bao said from the front of the column. She had been listening. Based on the survey maps and our approach angle, the anchor is northeast of our current position. The threads are all pointing toward it. They walked in silence for a while. Under tension, Wei Liang said. He was thinking about what xianxia had said on the coast. Load-bearing. Threads adapting to carry load in the direction of a sustained force. What is Anchor 7 doing that requires this much sustained force? The other anchors maintain specific functions, xianxia said. Anchor 2 was communication suppression. Anchor 4 held the Arctic formation. Anchor 5 suppressed the keepers. She thought. What requires threads to be held under sustained directional tension? Containment, Lin Bao said. A pause. If you're holding something in one location, Lin Bao said, and the thing you're holding is exerting force in every direction trying to escape, the threads holding it would be under constant tension. The surrounding lattice would adapt to that load over years. They kept moving. At the end of the 7th day, Wei Liang found the first cut. It was not obvious, a stretch of lattice in the mid-layer where a thread had been severed cleanly. Not disrupted, not torn, not the ragged aftermath of combat. Cut. Precisely, with deliberate intent, in a way that left both ends neat rather than frayed. Recent, Phantom said, when he examined it through his domain awareness. Thread ends preserve a decay signature after cutting. This is within the last few months. The other void callers cut threads when necessary, Wei Liang said. Xiaobai disrupted thread connections. Could this be one of them? Someone passed through this region. The cut type is different, Phantom said. Xiaobai's cuts were violent, severing technique, rapid disconnection. This is a precise removal. The kind of precision that requires extended contact with the thread and deliberate decision about where to cut. Surgical. Yes. Why would someone surgically remove a single thread in the middle of the deep desert? Because, Phantom said carefully, they were repairing something. You remove a damaged thread to allow healthy growth to reconnect. This isn't destruction. It's surgical removal for replacement. Wei Liang looked at the cut. Someone had been maintaining the thread structure in the deep desert. Not destroying it, not exploiting it. Carefully tending it. How many, he asked. Phantom extended a scan through Wei Liang's domain. A long pause. 43 cuts in the range I can detect, Phantom said. All recent. All precise. All consistent with maintenance rather than damage. They kept moving northeast. Chapter 78. The second kind of evidence appeared on day 9. Traces in the thread structure that were not cuts, but reorganization. Where the load-bearing mid-layer threads angled toward the anchor, there were sections where the angle had been adjusted, smoothed, redistributed, spread across a wider band rather than concentrated in a narrow load path. The work was subtle enough that Wei Liang would not have noticed it at Thread Sovereign's domain sensitivity without specifically looking. Someone has been distributing the load, xianxia said. She had noticed it simultaneously, walking through a particularly worked section. The threads closest to the anchor are carrying enormous force. If that force were concentrated in too few threads, they'd break. Whoever has been working here, they've been spreading the load across more threads so individual strands don't exceed their tolerance. Keeping the anchor system stable, Wei Liang said. Yes. Why would a void caller maintain the anchor system? The anchors exist to serve Dao Mingji, to keep cultivators sealed in the void cradle as fuel. xianxia had no answer. On the 10th day, Phantom found the Guardian System interface print. It was embedded in the thread structure at an old campsite, not a piece of physical hardware, not a written record, but a thread pattern encoding. The kind of structure that only appeared when a Guardian System accessed the lattice at a specific location, generating a residual impression of the access point. Wei Liang had seen his own impressions before. Phantom had shown him what Guardian System access looked like in the lattice as part of his training in thread reading. He recognized the structure. This was not his. Another Guardian System, Phantom said. Its voice had a quality Wei Liang could not immediately name. Careful. As if processing something it had known was possible, but not prepared for. The interface print is from a different system instance. Different calibration signature, different access depth. The same underlying architecture, the first Weaver's Guardian System design, but a separate instance. Another person, Wei Liang said. There's another Guardian. Yes. You knew the first Weaver might have created multiple Guardians. I knew it was possible, Phantom said. The first Weaver was a thorough architect. Creating one Guardian when the system might need more than one capability. It would have been unlike him. A pause. But I had no record of another instance. No mention in any documentation I can access. How long has this impression been here? Phantom examined the decay signature. Months to years of repeated access. This is a regular campsite. Someone returns here often. Wei Liang looked at the empty desert around the camp. The void callers were enemies. The evidence in the thread structure showed maintenance, preservation, careful work to prevent collapse. The Guardian system interface print at a regularly returned to campsite. The Watcher is not a void caller, Wei Liang said. Phantom was silent for a long moment. No, it said. I don't believe the Watcher is a void caller. Lin Bao, who had been listening with her usual focused quiet, spoke. Then who is the Watcher? Someone who has been watching Anchor 7 from the outside, Wei Liang said, and preventing it from collapsing. He paused. Preventing it from collapsing would be. Xianxia began. Preventing the void cradle from losing its seventh support structure, Wei Liang finished, which would destabilize the internal environment before I could reach the people inside. He looked northeast. The Watcher has been keeping Anchor 7 stable. Not for Daomingji. For the cultivators sealed inside. No one spoke. Hessa said she knew nothing about the Watcher, Wei Liang said. But Hessa was among the void callers. If the Watcher was always separate from them, if the Watcher was never one of Dao Mingji's people, Hessa wouldn't know. The first Weaver's second guardian, Lin Bao said, positioned at the last anchor, keeping it stable so the void cradle's internal structure doesn't collapse. They moved toward the campsite. Chapter 79, she was waiting for them. Not an ambush, simply waiting. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the campsite's fire circle, hands resting loosely on her knees, eyes open toward the northeast where the anchor's thread distortion was faintly visible as a shimmer in the air. She was perhaps 50 years old, with the weathered quality of someone who had spent years in exposed terrain, and she wore practical desert clothes in faded colors that suggested she had stopped caring about anything but function a long time ago. When Wei Liang and the team came within 300 meters, she stood. Guardian, she said. Guardian, Wei Liang replied. Her name was Yu Tianming. She had been the first Weaver's second choice, not second in the sense of inferior, but second in sequence, designed to activate if and when the primary Guardian cleared the early-stage anchors and demonstrated progression. Her system had remained dormant for 9 years. It activated when Wei Liang destroyed Anchor 3. My system told me, she said. The interface printed a notification, primary Guardian progression confirmed. Secondary Guardian protocol activating. She looked at Wei Liang with direct attention. I had been waiting for 9 years not knowing what I was waiting for. And then I understood. Your specialization, Wei Liang said. Restoration, she said. Thread restoration. I can repair damaged lattice, reconnect severed threads, redistribute load, reinforce degraded sections. For 9 years I have been maintaining Anchor 7. A pause. Not the anchor seal itself. I cannot touch that. The void cradle's barrier is beyond my reach. But the surrounding lattice, the thread structure that the anchor's force distorts, I have been keeping it from collapsing. And the anchor itself is intact. The seal holds. I cannot destroy it. I don't have that capability. She met his eyes. That is your work. Lin Bao moved up alongside Wei Liang. Your system has a file, she said. Secondary Guardian Protocol. What does it say? Yu Tianming looked at Lin Bao, then back at Wei Liang. You want to read it together? Yes. She brought up her system interface. It appeared differently than Wei Liang's, with different visual organization, but the underlying architecture was recognizable. The same first Weaver design. She opened the Secondary Guardian Protocol file. Phantom opened it simultaneously on Wei Liang's system. The file, which had been locked, inaccessible behind a permission structure Phantom had described as different from its usual limitations, opened now. The key, apparently, was the physical proximity of both Guardian systems in the same location. They read it together. The silence that followed was long. He knew, Wei Liang said. He knew, Yu Tianming said. Phantom did not say anything. Its silence had a different quality than its usual processing pauses, something more careful, more still. Xianxia was reading over Wei Liang's shoulder. Her expression shifted from reading focus to something she did not let become a visible reaction. But Wei Liang felt the change in the thread connection they had maintained since the mass thread surgery. A faint alteration in the pattern she projected without knowing she projected it. Lin Bao read it through twice, then said, very steadily, we need to discuss this. Yes, Wei Liang said. Yu Tianming closed her system interface. I know what it says. I've had more time with it than you. She looked at the anchor's direction. I've had months to sit with what it says. And? Wei Liang asked. She was quiet for a moment. I didn't choose to become a guardian knowing this was in the protocol, she said. I was chosen, the way you were chosen. Told I had a purpose without being told the full architecture of that purpose. A pause. But the first Weaver was not cruel. He was precise. If the secondary Guardian protocol says what it says, it is because the system design requires it. not because he wanted to cause harm. Wei Liang looked at the anchor shimmer in the northeast. The anchor, he said. Can you hold it stable long enough for me to approach and destroy it? That is exactly what I have been keeping it stable for, she said. Chapter 80. They made camp that night 2 kilometers from the anchor site. Wei Liang sat with the secondary Guardian protocol file open in his system interface, reading it again, not because the words had changed, but because he was looking for something he might have missed, some clause or qualifier that would restructure the central fact into something different. The central fact did not change. He read it a third time. The first Weaver had designed the Guardian system for 2 Guardians because the Void Cradle operation required 2 distinct functions that could not be performed by the same person from the same location. The first function, entry. Someone had to go inside the Void Cradle. The first Weaver's original loom, the instrument that had created the eternal thread itself, the foundational thread from which the cultivation world's lattice had been woven, was inside the sealed dimensional layer. It could not be destroyed from outside. It had to be reached from within, and the inverse weave technique performed from within, using the first Weaver's thread signature as the key, while standing at the loom itself. That was the Guardian's work inside. That was what required Void Threader rank. The system was designed to produce the advancement inside the Void Cradle, from the specific type of Guardian point generation that protecting 3,000 sealed cultivators from the inside would generate, a sustained, presence-based output rather than event-based crisis response. The second function, anchor. While the Guardian inside performed inverse weave, the Void Cradle's dimensional boundary would begin to destabilize. The cultivators inside would need to exit through a collapsing barrier. The barrier's collapse would be uncontrolled without an external anchor point. The thread structure outside would need to be held in specific configuration to allow the barrier to collapse in a controlled direction, toward an exit rather than toward implosion. 1 Guardian to go in. 1 Guardian to hold the outside. The person inside, performing inverse weave on the first Weaver's loom, would be inside a collapsing dimensional structure at the moment of the seal's breaking. The secondary Guardian protocol was explicit. The first Weaver's note, embedded in the file's final section, was written with the careful honesty of someone who had built a system with a cost he was not willing to hide. The architecture requires a sacrifice point. I designed every component to minimize the risk of the interior Guardian's death. The Void Threader rank's dimensional stability, the inverse weave's specific release mechanism, the timing protocols. I do not know if these minimizations are sufficient. I know what I intended. I do not know what will happen inside a collapsing dimensional layer. I am sorry that I do not know more. I am sorry that I could not find a design that removed this risk. Wei Liang closed the file. He looked at the anchor shimmer in the northeast. The last anchor, the one Yu Tianming had been maintaining for 9 years, waiting without knowing what she was waiting for. Phantom had been silent since they read the protocol. Now it spoke. He tried to find a way, it said. Its voice was different than Wei Liang had ever heard it. Lower. More careful. I can see his revision history in the protocol's metadata. He redesigned the Void Cradle entry sequence 47 times across 3 years. Every revision attempted to find an architecture that didn't require this risk. He failed every time. A pause. The physics of sealing a dimensional layer with that much energy don't allow for a clean exit from the interior. Wei Liang said nothing. The risk is real, Phantom said. I won't tell you otherwise. But the probability distribution, based on the Void Threader rank's dimensional stability properties, the inverse weave's release speed, the protocol's timing, the probability of a successful interior Guardian exit is not negligible. What is it? Wei Liang asked. A long pause. I don't know, Phantom said. The first Weaver's own estimate was dependent on factors I cannot calculate from outside the Void Cradle. He meant it genuinely. He couldn't calculate it. I cannot either. Wei Liang looked at the fire. Lin Bao had retired to the edge of camp and was sitting with her back to the group. He knew she was listening. Shen Yunqi sat near the fire, not looking at him, threading a piece of string through her fingers. The way she dealt with silence, she couldn't fill with analysis. Yu Tianming sat across from him. I have been out here for 9 years, she said. I knew, when I read the protocol, that my function was to hold the outside. The restoration specialization, it's designed for the anchor role. I can maintain the external thread configuration while the interior Guardian performs inverse weave. That is what my system was built to do. I know, Wei Liang said. You don't need to decide anything tonight, she said. No, he agreed. But they both knew the decision space was not complex. There were 2 Guardians. One had to go inside. One had to stay outside. The system's design allocated roles by specialization. The first Weaver had been precise. The allocation was not ambiguous. Wei Liang looked at the anchor shimmer. 3,000 people inside the Void Cradle. Mayu among them. The first Weaver's loom, inside a collapsing dimensional layer, waiting for someone to reach it and perform inverse weave with a thread signature obtained from inside the void cradle itself. He looked at the fire a long time. How long until Anchor 7 can be safely approached? He asked Yu Tianming. Tomorrow morning, she said. I'll prepare the lattice tonight. Then we destroy it tomorrow, he said. And then, he stopped. And then, Xin Yunxi said quietly, not looking up from her string, you find out what void threader rank feels like. Wei Liang looked at her. She looked up. You're going in, she said. It was not a question. He did not answer. She already knew. The fire burned down slowly. The anchor's thread distortion shimmered in the northeast like a standing wave in the dark air, holding its tension, holding its load, held in turn by 9 years of Yu Tianming's careful work. 1 week of travel remained before the void cradle. 8 weeks total. 7 left. Inside the dimensional layer, 3,000 sealed cultivators burned at a rate that was now, after 6 destroyed anchors, accelerating toward its final phase. Wei Liang sat with the protocol closed and the fire's warmth and the full knowledge of what the final step required. He sat with it and did not run from it and waited for morning. Chapter 81. Morning came gray and cold. Wei Liang woke before dawn, found Yu Tianming already standing at the edge of camp, her thread sense extended toward the anchor 2 kilometers northeast. She had been awake for hours. He could tell by the careful stillness of her posture, the kind that only came from extended meditation rather than rest. The lattice is ready, she said, when he came to stand beside her. I spent the night distributing the load paths so the anchor's destruction won't cause cascade failure in the surrounding structure. You can approach without disrupting the thread field. How long did that take? 4 hours. A pause. It is a complicated structure. Whatever Dao Mingji built Anchor 7 to contain, it has been straining against its boundaries for years. The threads nearest the site are under enormous stress. She turned to look at him. Destroying it will be a significant event. Not just locally. How significant? I don't know exactly. My estimate. Every sensitive thread cultivator on the continent will feel something, even without knowing what. The awareness release will be, she stopped. All of them, Wei Liang said. The 7th anchor. Everyone inside the void cradle's interior. Their awareness fragments, released simultaneously. She met his eyes. I have not been inside. I cannot tell you what that will feel like. But you've experienced 6 previous releases. He nodded. 6 simultaneous releases, he said. Scaled by the number sealed. Yes. He looked northeast. 2 thread sovereigns, he said. What can we do together that neither could do alone? Yu Tianming considered. My restoration specialization creates a function you don't have. I can maintain the structural integrity of the surrounding lattice as it absorbs the destruction event. Thread destructions of this scale generate shock waves through the lattice, like striking a bell and having the sound travel outward. The outer threads would crack under the sudden load redistribution. She paused. If I maintain the structure while you perform the destruction, the shock wave can be absorbed rather than transmitted. The cultivators outside the void cradle, every thread user in the world, won't feel the shock wave hit their cultivation directly. The anchor destroyed cleanly, he said. No collateral damage to innocent cultivators. The cleanest destruction possible, she said, given what we're working with. He turned to check on Lin Bao and Xin Yunxi. They were breaking down camp with the ground team, the quiet efficiency of people who had learned to pack quickly and silently. Phantom, he said quietly. Yes, Phantom said. I want to ask you something before we go to the anchor. A pause. I expected this. You knew about Yu Tianming, Wei Liang said. Not an accusation. A statement. The secondary Guardian protocol, the file was locked with a 2-system key. But you knew the file existed. I suspected, Phantom said. I did not know its contents. But the first Weaver designed the Guardian system to accommodate more than one Guardian. I had logical reasons to believe a second instance existed. I did not tell you because, another pause, because I did not know if the second instance would be an ally or a variable I couldn't predict. I chose not to introduce a complication I couldn't define. That was my decision to make, Wei Liang said. Yes, Phantom said. You're right. He let the silence settle for a moment. I want to ask you something else, he said. Go ahead. When you speak about the first Weaver, Wei Liang said, the confidence you have in his design, the way you understand his thought process, not just his documentation, but his reasoning, the way you've understood things he didn't write down. He paused. How do you know those things? A very long silence. Ask me again, Phantom said quietly, when the 7th anchor is down. Chapter 82. The approach to Anchor 7 took 40 minutes across open desert. Wei Liang walked ahead. Domain extended to its 50-kilometer range, the entire anchor site visible to his thread sense before he came within physical sight of it. The anchor was visible as a distortion, a point where the mid-layer threads bent toward it from every direction. Like a drain at the center of a pool, all the load-bearing tension Yu Tianming had spent the night redistributing, converging in a controlled pattern instead of the original chaotic pull. Yu Tianming walked beside him, her restoration cultivation maintaining the tension distribution she'd built. Now, Wei Liang said, when they were 20 meters out. He extended through his domain. Thread Sovereign's intention-based manipulation, the ability to simply will an effect into existence within his range. The anchor's formation was complex but not novel. 6 prior destructions had taught him the common structural logic. He found the formation's anchor points, the interlocking thread nodes that gave it coherence, and, not with technique, but with intention, he unwound them. The anchor released. What happened next did not have a precise language. Awareness. Not his thousands of fragments of awareness, each one a fraction of a consciousness that had been sealed inside the void cradle for years. They surged outward through the dimensional boundary as the final anchor's suppressive field dissolved. Some were clear, individual, specific, human. Others were fragments, an image, a feeling, a name. Some were no longer coherent enough to carry meaning. Wei Liang felt all of them. 3,044 cultivators, the system said. Sealed across 6 years. Awareness release. 3,044 distinct signatures, ranging from near-intact consciousness to heavily degraded fragments. He held it all for 12 seconds. Then it passed. He opened his eyes. He had not closed them, but some part of him had been looking elsewhere, and found Yu Tianming standing beside him, both hands extended, maintaining the structural distribution. The surrounding threads were holding. No shockwave had escaped the site. The lattice for 3 kilometers in every direction was absorbing the destruction event without cascading. Clear, she said. He looked at the point where the anchor had been. Empty. Clean. The desert was simply desert again, the thread structure already beginning the slow process of relaxing from years of sustained load. 7, he said. All 7 anchors destroyed. The void cradle's dimensional seal, which had been maintained by the anchor's combined field, was now held by nothing except the original sealing work. It still held. The original seal was powerful, designed to be resistant to anchor failure. But for the first time since the void cradle's creation, it was standing alone. Phantom, he said. 147 hours, Phantom said. At Dao Mingji's current acceleration rate. 6 days. 6 days. He had known it was weeks, now it was days. The void cradle, Wei Liang said. Where is it? The Grand Resonance Sect ruins, Phantom said. I can now give you precise coordinates without anchor interference masking the location. The void cradle exists beneath the ruins of the ceremonial hall at the Grand Resonance Sect's former headquarters. The sect compound was Dao Mingji's organizational base. He sealed the void cradle beneath his own headquarters because the ruins provided natural dimensional layering that reinforced the seal's stability. How far? 8 days travel from your current position. We have 6 days, Wei Liang said. A pause. Then travel faster. Wei Liang relayed the instruction to Lin Bao without elaboration. She did not require elaboration. Within 20 minutes, Reyes' network had already identified the fastest overland route to the Grand Resonance ruins and had relay stations positioned to provide supply support. 6 days. He had destroyed 7 anchors in 7 months. 6 days for the final approach. He looked at the desert extending north and felt the thread structure of the world at thread sovereign range, the damaged lattice healing in the regions behind him, the damaged lattice ahead still bearing the weight of the void cradle's long operation. The difference was visible in the thread quality. He was moving toward the source. Chapter 83. They traveled faster. Reza Varitha's network, which Lin Bao had been in contact with for 3 days, had already repositioned relay stations along the optimal route. Reza himself met them at the desert's southern edge with horses, the fastest land transport available. He did not ask questions. He looked at Wei Liang and then at Yu Tianming, registered that 2 thread sovereigns had apparently materialized in the desert, and began issuing movement orders. 5 days, Lin Bao calculated, reviewing the route. If we push through the night. We push through the night, Wei Liang said. The landscape moved. Desert scrubland, then grassland, then cultivated farmland, regions that had never known the void cradle's direct effects. The thread structure of these areas was healthy, intact, undistorted. Wei Liang noticed the difference acutely. After months of working in regions bent by anchor effects, healthy lattice felt almost too open. Room everywhere. Threads running in their natural patterns without resistance. He noticed things in this healthy lattice that he had not been able to see clearly in the distorted regions. Specifically, impressions. Cultivators, throughout history, left impressions in the lattice when they performed significant techniques. The impressions faded over time, but the strongest left marks that persisted for generations. As they traveled through the midland farmlands, Wei Liang's domain picked up hundreds of these impressions, proof of a cultivation world that had existed before the Void Cradle, thriving, complex, full of people practicing techniques and leaving evidence of their work in the threads. The Grand Resonance sect had been one of the 5 great sections. Their impressions were everywhere in the northern Midlands, the strongest concentration Wei Liang had encountered since beginning the mission. The sect had been powerful. Its headquarters, which Dao Mingji had commanded, had been central to the cultivation world. He pushed the impressions to the back of his awareness and kept writing. On the second night, Hessa's voice found him through the dimensional boundary. The burn rate has accelerated again, she said. Her voice was thin. The partial emergence technique required careful energy management, and the Void Cradle's fuel cycle was accelerating. Dao Mingji knows the anchors are gone. He's pushing the core toward maximum extraction. Has he reached anyone new? He's reached a pause. He's accessing the deepest stored consciousness. The ones who have been sealed the longest. They're the most degraded, the weakest resistance. He's using them as primary fuel now. Is the first weaver still holding? Hessa said. He is the most resistant figure in the Void Cradle. Dao Mingji has been trying to access his threads since the beginning and cannot. Whatever protection the first weaver built into his own cultivation, it's holding. Another pause. But the people around him are not all holding. He's protecting as many as he can directly, but his domain has limits even inside the Void Cradle. Wei Liang checked their position. 3 days, he said. 3 days, Hessa said. And then I'll be there, he said. A silence. Wei Liang, Hessa said. Yes. May you ask me to tell you something? She said. I received the warmth. I didn't know what it was at first, but I know now. She said you'd understand. He understood. Tell her, he said. Hold 3 more days. She's already holding, Hessa said. She has been for months. He stayed on the connection for a moment before it faded. The partial emergence technique required energy that Hessa did not have in surplus. She managed it carefully, opening communication windows and closing them to conserve. The information she had provided on anchor locations, void caller identities, and void cradle fuel status had been essential throughout the mission. He was aware of what it had cost her to maintain the connection across months. She had chosen to help him. He had not forced it. The choice was hers, and she had made it knowing Dao Mingji held leverage over her family. That kind of courage, choosing to act under threat when the easier path was compliance, was not something the Guardian system gave him Guardian points for. It was something he simply held in his awareness and did not diminish by making it smaller than it was. 6 days. He turned back toward the road north. Chapter 84. The Grand Resonance ruins appeared on the horizon at midday of the 3rd day, which meant they had made better time than Lin Bao's projection, riding through 2 consecutive nights with minimal rest. Wei Liang saw them from 10 kilometers out, a skyline of collapsed architecture, the stone foundations of what had once been the cultivation world's largest institutional complex. The sect had comprised 14 major buildings, each enormous, housing hundreds of inner disciples, dozens of elders, administrative offices, training halls, library structures. All of it had collapsed over 6 years of abandonment and whatever events had accompanied the Void Cradle's creation. Stones lay in irregular heaps. Some walls remained partially standing. The ceremonial hall at the center, the seat of formal sect authority, was recognizable by its scale even in ruin. And beneath it, visible now to his domain's sense in a way it had never been while the anchors masked it, the Void Cradle. A sphere of compressed dimensional space, approximately 40 meters in diameter at its physical projection point, contained within the dimensional layer directly beneath the ceremonial hall's foundation stones. From the outside, it looked like a point of severe thread compression, threads drawn into it from every direction, the surrounding lattice warped into a bowl shape around the entry point. It was possible to see, now, why Dao Mingji had chosen this location. The Grand Resonance Sect's ceremonial hall had been built atop a natural dimensional thin point, a location where the boundary between the physical world and the deeper layers of the lattice was thinner than normal. The Void Cradle used that thin point as its anchor. Without it, the sealing technique would have required 3 times the energy. There, Yu Tianming said beside him. There, he confirmed. I can feel the external thread configuration I'll need to maintain, she said. She paused. It's complex. The surrounding lattice has been under stress for 6 years. There are weaknesses I'll need to manage. Can you? Yes, she said. The secondary Guardian protocol's design accounts for exactly this damage pattern. My restoration cultivation was built to handle structures in this condition. She paused. I'm going to need the full 4 hours to prepare before you enter. I need to map every weakness point and establish my hold positions. For hours, he said. For hours. He looked at the ruins. They had 3 days left at the most conservative fuel estimate. More likely 2, given the acceleration rate Hessa had described. Start now, he said. Yu Tianming moved toward the ruins without a further word. Her restoration cultivation already active, thread sense extending toward the lattice configuration around the entry point. Wei Liang watched her go. He had 4 hours. Phantom, he said. You were going to tell me something. Yes, Phantom said. When the 7th anchor was down. It's down. The pause that followed was longer than any Wei Liang had experienced from Phantom, and Phantom had learned, over the months, to be still rather than nervous. This pause had a different quality. Not uncertainty. Resolution. The feeling of someone who had decided to stop carrying a weight. I am not a fragment of the first weaver, Phantom said. I am a copy. Wei Liang was quiet. The first weaver knew he was going to be sealed inside the void cradle. He designed the seal. He understood what it would require, and he understood that the void cradle's creator could not escape his own creation. So he made a copy of his own consciousness, as complete as he could manage, and embedded it in your cultivation foundation. In your anomalous Dantian, specifically, the anomaly was not a defect. It was designed to receive him. The anomaly was designed, Wei Liang said. For me, yes. Your specific thread signature, the one the cultivation world would have called defective, unmatchable with the sect's training methods, was the exact architecture the first weaver needed. It was resistant to normal cultivation contamination. It would hold a copy of his consciousness intact without interference. A pause. He spent 12 years looking for the right thread signature. You were the one he found. He chose me, Wei Liang said. He chose your thread signature. He did not know you as a person. He could not predict who you would be. But yes, he chose the architecture of what you are, because it was what he needed. Wei Liang looked at the ruins. And the real first weaver, he said, is inside the void cradle. Yes, Phantom said. One of the sealed cultivators. The most resistant figure. Dao Mingji sealed him first, before anyone else, because he knew what the first weaver would do to any plan that involved burning cultivators as fuel. He has been working against Dao Mingji from inside the void cradle for 6 years, slowing the fuel consumption, protecting certain cultivators, maintaining pockets of resistance. Meiyu, Wei Liang said. Meiyu's resistance. And others. The first weaver has been the reason the cultivators held out longer than Dao Mingji planned. A pause. I am his copy. I have his knowledge, his reasoning patterns, his cultivation theory. But I have also been myself, formed from 6 years of living inside your system, watching what you do, learning from you. I am not precisely him. I am the person I became, which started from him. Wei Liang was quiet for a long time. You're afraid, he said. Yes, Phantom said. Of what? Of not being there when you come back. The merger that the protocol describes, the integration of my copy consciousness into your cultivation foundation as the final step of First Weaver's air rank. It ends me as a separate voice. Another pause. I have understood this was coming since I read the protocol. I have had months to accept it. Have you? A long silence. Ask me again later, Phantom said. Chapter 85 4 hours. Wei Liang spent the first with Lin Bao, going over what the team would do while he was inside. Lin Bao received his instructions the way she always received information, in full silence, asking questions only at the precise points where a question was necessary, filing each answer into her operational framework with a discipline that would have made the Grand Resonance Sect's logistics elders look disorganized. When they were done, she sat with the information for a moment. And if you don't come back, she said, not as a question about whether you will, as an operational parameter, then Yu Tianming completes the external stabilization, he said. The void cradle's collapse will be contained if she holds her position. The cultivators inside will exit through the breach regardless of whether I exit as well. The breach might close before all of them get through, Lin Bao said. Yes, he said. That's what the shattered anchor state is for. But I don't know yet if I'll need it. The protocol's design is for the interior guardian to reach the exit. The void threader rank's dimensional stability makes it possible to survive the collapse sequence. The first weaver built it to minimize the risk. Minimize is not eliminate, Lin Bao said. No, he said. It is not. She looked at him. Understood, she said. She stood, which was her way of ending a conversation that had reached its necessary conclusion without room for sentiment. Then she stopped. Xianxia, she said, without looking at him. He waited. She has known the protocol since the night you read it, Lin Bao said. She has been deciding how to behave with that knowledge for several days. A pause. She has decided. I thought you should know that it took her several days. She walked away. He found Xianxia at the edge of the ruins perimeter, where Yu Tianming's work was already visibly affecting the thread structure. The damaged lattice around the entry point being carefully reinforced, crack points mapped and stabilized, load paths redistributed. Xianxia was watching the work with the technical attention she gave everything. "She's remarkable," Xianxia said, when he came to stand beside her. "She's been doing this for 9 years alone," he said. "It shows." A pause. 9 years of knowing there was a purpose, but not knowing what it was. "That's a kind of patience I don't think I have." "You've been doing this for 7 months without knowing if the 7th anchor would be accessible," he said. She considered this. "That's different. 7 months is different from 9 years. They stood together looking at Yu Tianming's work. "The protocol," Xianxia said. "Yes. I've been trying to find the right thing to say," she said. "For several days." A pause. "I haven't found it." "Then say something wrong," he said. She turned to look at him. There was something in her expression that she usually kept precisely managed. The technical discipline she used as a framework for everything she felt. It was not fully managed now. "Come back," she said. "That's what I want to say. It's too simple. It doesn't account for the protocol or the risk or the reality that you might not be able to. But it's what I want." He looked at her. "I know," he said. "Lin Bao would say that's an insufficient operational commitment," she said. "It's what I can say honestly," he said. "I intend to come back. I cannot guarantee it." She was quiet. Then she reached into the inner pocket of her jacket and removed something. A small piece of thread, braided in a specific pattern he recognized as one of the thread surgery techniques she'd been developing. A training piece. She pressed it into his hand. "Thread surgery reminder," she said. "For if you need to perform any procedure inside the void cradle without my guidance." The braid pattern encodes the core stabilization sequence. She said it in her clinical voice, the one that managed distance. "Then, also so you have something to hold on to if it gets bad." He looked at the braid, folded it into his pocket. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me," she said. "Just verify the core stabilization sequence before you go. I may have made an error." There was no error in the braid. They both knew it. Yu Tianming called from the center of the ruins. "Ready." Chapter 86. The first hollow beasts arrived 20 minutes later. They came from the northwest, a pack of 8, moving with the specific directional urgency that Wei Liang had seen in hollow beasts before, but never at this scale. They were not hunting. They were converging, moving toward the void cradle's location with the locked focus of things that had received a signal they could not disobey. He intercepted them at the ruins' perimeter. Thread Sovereign combat was different from everything that had come before. With Lattice Lock, he had been able to freeze a target's technique access. With Lattice Walker, he had been able to operate in thread space simultaneously with the physical world. Thread Sovereign's intention-based domain made both of those into instant access states. There was no preparation, no deployment. He intended one hollow beast to be unable to use its corrupted thread lash, and it was unable. He intended 2 more to be slowed, and they slowed. 8 hollow beasts took 4 minutes. He was not breathing hard. That fact was new. Before Thread Sovereign rank, every combat had cost him something: energy, precision, recovery time. This cost something too, but the cost had changed. It was the cost of sustained intention across a wide field rather than the cost of individual technique deployment. He could sustain it for hours before fatigue became a real factor. He looked toward the northwest. His domain told him what his eyes could not see from this distance. 18 more hollow beasts on the same convergence bearing. Behind them, further out, a larger mass. His domain range was 50 kilometers. At 50 kilometers, he could sense dozens of individual signatures, and beyond that edge, more. "Phantom," he said. "The 7th anchor's destruction triggered a convergence signal," Phantom said. "All hollow beasts in range, possibly continent-wide, have received it. Dao Mingji's creatures, designed to protect the void cradle. With the anchors gone, the only defense remaining is them." "How many?" "I cannot count them at this range," Phantom said. "Estimate, significant. The packs that have been seeded across the continent over 6 years, hundreds, possibly thousands of individual beasts." Wei Liang looked back at the ruins. Yu Tianming was in the center, working. She could not be interrupted. The external lattice preparation was the most important work happening right now. He was the defense. He contacted Lin Bao. "Reza," he said. "How fast can he reach the Grand Resonance ruins?" "Reza's cavalry has been positioned at the transit staging point," Lin Bao said. 3 hours from our current position. Tell him to move now. We need a perimeter." "Already moving," Lin Bao said. "Reza sent me a message 30 minutes ago. He saw the sky change when Anchor 7 went down. He said, 'I assume my cavalry is needed.'" He did not wait for instructions. Wei Liang felt something that in another context might have been called gratitude, though what Reza had done was simply competence, recognizing a signal and acting on it without requiring a chain of direction. In the months of this mission, Reyes' self-directed capability had saved time and lives more than once. Tell him perimeter, not engagement, he said. Hold the beasts back from the ruins. Let the packs break against the perimeter rather than trying to destroy them individually. I'll handle anything that reaches the interior. Understood, Lin Bao said. He turned back to the convergence and began working. The pace of the beasts' arrival told him something about how Dao Mingji had distributed them across the continent. Not uniformly. The pack sizes varied from 6 to 30, the intervals between arrivals irregular rather than wave-like. The hollow beasts had been seeded in regional concentrations, not spread as a continuous field. The heaviest concentration was from the northwest, which corresponded to the northern wastes region, where the first anchor had been, where hollow beasts had operated as anchor area guardians for years. He had spent months working around hollow beasts at anchor sites. He understood their behavior patterns now, with the specific fluency of someone who had encountered the same obstacle in 9 different configurations. Chapter 87: 3 Hours of Defense. The hollow beasts came in waves, not organized, not commanded in the sense that a military force was commanded, but responding to the same convergence signal in the same direction, which meant they arrived at the ruins' perimeter in a continuous flow rather than a single, overwhelming assault. The first wave was 8 beasts. The second was 22. The third, arriving as Reyes' cavalry came over the southern ridge at a full gallop, was 60. Reyes' force slammed into the third wave's flank. It was cavalry versus creatures that used corrupted thread techniques in combat. Not an ideal matchup, and Reyes' soldiers were not thread cultivators. But Reza had thought about this in the weeks since Wei Liang had first encountered hollow beasts. His cavalry carried weapons that had been treated with thread-disrupting compounds. Crude, not perfectly effective, but sufficient to interrupt the beast's thread channeling at close quarters. And cavalry had the advantage of speed, which the beasts lacked once they locked onto the convergent signal. The perimeter held. More beasts arrived across the afternoon, the continent-wide signal pulling everything that could respond. Some packs had clearly been traveling for days before Anchor 7 came down, others arrived fresh. The largest single group, 67 beasts in close formation, hit Reyes' eastern perimeter line just before sunset and nearly broke through. Wei Liang felt the perimeter weaken through his domain and pushed intention toward the formation's thread channeling simultaneously, 36 hollow beasts suddenly unable to execute the corrupted thread techniques that made them dangerous. Reyes' cavalry handled the rest. By the time Yu Tianming called out that she was ready, the sun was below the horizon and the perimeter had deflected over 300 individual beasts. More were coming. They would not stop. Wei Liang walked back to the ruined center. Yu Tianming was standing at the entry point, the circular shaft that descended into the Grand Resonance Ceremonial Hall's foundation stones, opening at the bottom into the dimensional thin point where the void cradle existed. She had been working for 6 hours. The thread structure around the entry was different now. Carefully mapped, each weakness point reinforced, the load paths she'd built spreading the structural stress of what was coming across the broadest possible distribution. The external lattice will hold, she said. I can maintain this configuration for 72 hours without rest. I should be done in 6, he said. Yes, she said. You should be. He looked at the shaft, 10 meters wide, descending 50 meters through foundation stone, then another 30 through dimensional transition, the thin point gradient where physical space compressed into the void cradle's interior. The entry would not be a clean crossing. It would be a push through compressing dimensional pressure. At thread sovereign rank, he could withstand the pressure. At void threader rank, which he would achieve inside, he would be able to navigate it at will. First, he had to get through. The pressure at the thin point, he said. What does your system say about it? Manageable at thread sovereign, Yu Tianming said. Painful. You'll feel the dimensional boundary compressing against your thread signature. It will try to reject you. The seal has defense mechanisms. Push through. She paused. The first weaver built a gap in the defense mechanisms. He anticipated his guardian would need to enter. There is a specific thread pattern at the thin point that, when matched, weakens the rejection. Phantom, I have the pattern, Phantom said. I will guide you through it in real time. How long does the compression take? Seconds, Yu Tianming said. Once you're through, you're through. He nodded. Lin Bao had come to stand at the edge of the ruins. He looked at her. She looked back at him. I left you instructions, he said. I read them twice, she said. You wrote in unnecessary detail. I wanted to be thorough. You always do. A pause. Come back. That's what Shun Yunxi said. Then we agree, Lin Bao said. She did not say anything else, which was its own kind of statement. Shun Yunxi stood behind Lin Bao and said nothing. She had already said what she wanted to say. She watched him with the particular stillness of someone who had decided their role was now witness rather than participant. He remembered the braided thread in his pocket. He felt the weight of it. He looked at the shaft. Chapter 88. The shaft descended through dressed stone. The Grand Resonance sect's foundational architecture, engineered to last for generations and surviving the sect's collapse through sheer material quality. 40 years of weathering had darkened the stone walls without cracking them. Wei Liang descended carefully, using thread adhesion to maintain contact with the stone rather than free-falling. The physical descent took 8 minutes. The dimensional transition began 30 meters down, a point where the air changed quality, became something with pressure in a direction that didn't correspond to gravity. Thread space was visible from here as a layered shimmer, the usual dual perception of thread sovereign rank amplified by the proximity to the thin point. The void cradle was below and ahead in dimensional terms, even though it was simply below in physical terms. The rejection mechanism is active, Phantom said. You'll feel it in 10 seconds. He felt it at 9. Not pain, not immediately. Resistance. His thread signature, which existed as the physical expression of his cultivation, met a barrier that objected to his presence. The void cradle's seal was designed to keep things inside, not to prevent entry, but the thin point's defense mechanism didn't distinguish. It treated any approaching thread signature as a potential seal breach. Wei Liang continued descending. The resistance increased. At 20 meters from the thin point, it became pressure, the distributed, disorienting kind that came from dimensional layers pressing against each other at a boundary. His thread signature caught between them. The pattern, Phantom said. Hold this thread configuration. He felt Phantom restructure a specific component of his thread output, not suppressing it, not hiding it, but reshaping its signature into a particular arrangement. An arrangement that matched something in the seal's defense logic. A key. The resistance dropped by half. Keep descending, Phantom said. The gap is time-limited. The defense mechanism cycles every 90 seconds. We have 40 seconds. He dropped. The pressure built as he approached the thin point itself. 10 meters out, then 5. At 3 meters, it became something that needed active intent to push through. He could feel the dimensional boundary as a physical membrane, the compression of two spaces against each other at their boundary, the layer of reality that separated the void cradle from the world. He pressed through it. The boundary was not a wall, not a single surface to push through, but a gradient. Each meter of descent through the thin point increased the compression. His thread signature compressed with the space, and the compression required active intent to resist, not force, not technique, but the specific quality of will that said, I am still here against something that was treating his presence as incorrect. Phantom's key pattern maintained the partial opening in the defense mechanism. Without it, the compression would have reversed him out within seconds. With it, the mechanism registered him as something it could not categorize, not a threat, not a seal breach, not an authorized entity. Something that did not fit the mechanism's categories. The uncategorizable passed through. 12 seconds. Then stillness. He was inside. The transition was not what he had expected. He had anticipated pain, the dimensional boundary rejecting him even as he forced through. There was pressure, and the 12 seconds had required active intent, but the other side was simply there. A different quality of space. A different quality of air, though the void cradle's atmosphere was as close to normal as a sealed dimensional layer could produce. He stood for a moment and let his thread sense extend. Thread sovereign domain. 50-kilometer range in the physical world. In the void cradle's compressed dimensional space, the range translated differently. The interior was not 50 kilometers wide, but the domain reached its edges. He could sense the shape of the sealed space. Round, dense with thread energy at the center. Thousands of presences, each one connected to the central structure. He could see the fuel core. He could feel the thousands. He moved deeper in. Chapter 89. The void cradle was gray. Not dark. There was light, but it came from no source he could locate. Diffuse and directionless, touching everything equally and casting no shadows. The space was vast. He stood on a surface that felt like stone but looked like nothing, looking outward into an expanse that extended far beyond what 50 meters of stone foundation could possibly contain. The void cradle was dimensionally larger than its physical footprint, significantly larger, and it was full. 3,044 cultivators, sealed in place by the void cradle's containment energy, distributed across the gray space in irregular clusters. From the outside, Wei Liang had experienced their awareness as a release, fragments pushing outward. From the inside, they were present, bodies, faces, expressions frozen in the moment of sealing. Some stood, some knelt, some lay prone. They breathed, shallowly, slowly, barely, and their threads burned at the connection points where the fuel core extracted energy. He could see the fuel core. It was at the center of the space, a dense sphere of thread energy, dark with compression, with threads from every sealed cultivator running toward it like the spokes of an enormous wheel. The threads were burning, not with fire, but with the consumption of energy, the cultivator's cultivation foundations being slowly extracted. The threads connecting the nearest cultivators to the core were thinner than they should be. 6 years of extraction. He heard Mei Yu before he saw her. Wei Liang. He turned. She was 30 meters away, the only person in the void cradle's interior who was moving, walking toward him, across a floor that made no sound. She was real, not a fragment, not a residue, a person. Her cultivation foundation was clearly depleted. She was thin in a way that spoke of years of conservation rather than feeding, but her eyes were clear. "You're real," she said, when she reached him. "I'm real," he confirmed. "I received the warmth," she said. "Months ago. Hessa told me who sent it." She looked at him. "You gave a piece of your thread signature." "Yes." "Why?" she asked. Not accusation, genuine question, the kind that wanted an honest answer rather than a noble one. He thought about it. "Because you were real," he said. "You were resisting actively, and you were running out of time, and I could send something. So I did." He paused. "That's the whole reason." She was quiet. "Okay," she said. "That's enough of a reason." She turned toward the interior. "Dao Mingji knows you're here. He's at the loom, the first weaver's loom, near the core. He's been positioned there since the 5th anchor was destroyed." A pause. "The first weaver is in the core, the most sealed figure. I know where he is. I've been able to locate him by the resistance pattern. Wherever the extraction is slowest, that's where the first weaver is fighting from inside." "The first weaver," Wei Liang said. "We need to free him." "I know the steps," she said. "He told me, through the resistance pattern, through what he could communicate through the fuel core's interface. There's a crack in the core structure, a resonance failure point." She met his eyes. "If you can reach Void Threader rank, you can use it." "I need to achieve Void Threader inside the Void Cradle," he said. "Then start protecting people," she said. "That's what your system generates advancement from. That's how you got here. Protect people." He looked at the 3,044 sealed cultivators. 3,044 reasons. "Show me where Dao Mingji is," he said. Chapter 90. Dao Mingji was exactly where Mei Yu had said. He stood at the loom, a vast mechanism that occupied a permanent section of the Void Cradle's interior, its machinery made of thread energy and something harder, something that predated the Void Cradle entirely. It was the first weaver's original instrument, the tool that had built the eternal thread from which the cultivation world's lattice had been woven. It looked nothing like Wei Liang had imagined it from descriptions. It was less mechanical than architectural, a space within the space, organized differently, with its own geometry. Dao Mingji stood at its edge and watched Wei Liang cross toward him. He was older than any record Wei Liang had seen. The records showed a man in his 40s at the Void Cradle's creation, and 6 years inside the dimensional layer had added something to him that was not age in the physical sense, but weight in the other one. His robes were torn in several places. He had been fighting the first weaver's internal resistance for 6 years. "Guardian," he said. He said it the way he might say a rank title, with respect for the word, and with complete lack of concession about what it implied for their respective positions. "Dao Mingji," Wei Liang said. "You destroyed all 7 anchors," Dao Mingji said. "In 7 months." He paused. "I believed I had 3 years. I planned for 3 years. A pause. This required adjustments. I'm here to end it," Wei Liang said. "I know," Dao Mingji said. "I know what the secondary guardian protocol says. I know what the interior guardian is supposed to accomplish. The first weaver's loom, the inverse weave, the seal's reversal." He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that held neither threat nor weakness. "And yet you're still walking toward me rather than toward the core." "Why?" "Because I want you to understand what I'm about to do," Wei Liang said. "And I want to know if you're going to fight me." Dao Mingji looked at him for a long time. "Tell me," Dao Mingji said, "what you're about to do." "Free 3,000 cultivators," Wei Liang said. "Break the seal from inside. Give everyone inside this space a way out." "And the loom?" "Won't be used," Wei Liang said. "The lattice," Dao Mingji said. "The thread-cutting damage across the world. You've seen it. You've spent 7 months moving through regions where the cultivation infrastructure has been destroyed, the anchor's effects, the hollow beasts, the damage to the lattice that makes it impossible for new cultivators to develop. Do you have a plan for that? After you free the people I sealed?" Wei Liang looked at him. "The first weaver does," he said. "He has been working on it for 6 years, from inside the fuel core, without burning anyone as fuel." Dao Mingji was quiet. "I was not wrong about the problem," Dao Mingji said. "Finally, The words had the sound of something that had been considered and reconsidered across years of solitude and certainty, and the slow erosion of certainty. The lattice damage is real. The cultivation world's infrastructure is genuinely breaking down. You were wrong about the solution, Wei Liang said. Dao Mingji looked away, toward the loom, toward the core. Yes, he said. I may have been. A silence that held 6 years of sealed cultivation, 3,000 burning threads, and one man's decision living with itself. Fight me if you intend to, Wei Liang said. Or stand aside and let me reach the first weaver. Dao Mingji did not move. Wei Liang walked past him toward the fuel core. The first guardian point registered as he moved past the nearest sealed cultivators, their awareness brushing against his domain, recognizing something in his thread signature, the system interpreting the recognition as what it was. 3,000 people aware that someone was here to protect them. The points arrived in a cascade. He felt it. Void threader rank. Ready. Waiting. He had not yet accepted it. First, the first weaver, he thought. He kept moving toward the core. Chapter 91. The fuel core resisted approach. Not with technique. It had no intent of its own, being a sealed accumulation of extracted thread energy rather than a constructed formation. It resisted the way a physical object resisted touching. It pushed back. The closer Wei Liang came, the more the core's ambient field pressed against his thread signature, treating him as a foreign element. Thread Sovereign's domain turned the press into information. He could read the core from the outside, feel the way its structure was organized, the distribution of energy within it, the points where the internal compression was highest and lowest. The core was not uniform. Most sealed cultivators' threads ran into it from above, entering at the top hemisphere and distributed evenly. But at the exact center, there was a node that was different. The extraction rate there was lowest by far. The node pulsed differently from the surrounding structure, not with Dao Mingji's extraction rhythm, but against it. A small, precise counter-rhythm, something working against the extraction from the inside. There, Mayu said beside him. That's where he is. He had been leading her toward the core for 3 minutes while she watched his domain reading with the expertise of someone who had spent 6 years learning to interpret thread information without a cultivator's technical vocabulary. She knew what the resistance patterns meant better than any theoretical text would have taught her. I need to reach his thread connection, Wei Liang said. Not the extraction thread, the core's central node. Is there a point where the ambient field is thinner? She pointed without hesitation. There, southeast face of the core. The field has a density gap there. I noticed it 4 months ago when the extraction pattern shifted. I've been using it to send thread impressions to him. She looked at him. It's small. Small is enough, he said. He moved to the southeast face and extended Thread Sovereign's domain through the gap. Not technique, not force, but intention focused precisely on the specific node at the core center. The counter-rhythm was clearer from here. He could feel the individual thread connections. Some were extraction connections. One was different. He reached through the gap. Thread surgery at this scale and this distance was like performing a repair on a building while standing 50 meters away and working through a crack in the wall. He could feel what he was doing but not see it. He followed the counter-rhythm to its source and found the thread connection, the line that ran from the first weaver's sealed cultivation foundation through the extraction structure to the central node. He wrapped his domain around that connection, not to sever it, but to insulate it from the extraction field. The counter-rhythm steadied, then strengthened. Awareness came through the connection like water following a newly cleared channel, slow first, then faster as the pressure equalized. Not speech, not specific words, but presence. A consciousness becoming more coherent as the extraction lessened. Then words. Phantom, the first weaver said, through the connection Wei Liang was holding. Are you here? A pause. Always, Phantom said. The first weaver's voice was different from how Wei Liang had imagined it. He had expected something like Phantom's voice, precise, contained, calibrated for information transfer. What came through the thread channel was older and quieter and had the quality of something that had been compressed for a very long time, beginning to move again. You came, the first weaver said. Yes, Wei Liang said. How long? The first weaver asked. Not how long had it been. He knew how long it had been. How long had Wei Liang been the guardian? How long had the mission taken? 7 months, Wei Liang said. A pause that contained what 7 months of working alone from inside the fuel core, not knowing if anyone was coming, felt like. Good time, the first weaver said. Chapter 92. The reunion was not effusive. The first weaver and Phantom communicated through Wei Liang's system. The original and the copy, meeting after 6 years through the thread channel Wei Liang was holding open. Wei Liang was present for all of it. The information flowing through his system interface as a kind of text that was not quite text, a transfer of condensed understanding between two versions of the same mind. Most of it was technical, updates on what each had learned, what Phantom had observed through Wei Liang's months of operation, what the first weaver had developed inside the void cradle's interior, the current status of the seal, the core, the loom. Then, the problem. Inverse weave requires my actual thread signature, the first weaver said. Not a copy, not the signature pattern Phantom carried as inherited information. The living thread signature of the first weaver himself. I have known this since the beginning. I designed inverse weave to require it specifically because I knew Dao Mingji would eventually possess loom access. If the inverse weave could be performed by anyone with thread sovereign rank and a copy of my signature, Dao Mingji could have performed it himself. The loop, Wei Liang said. Yes, I cannot provide my signature while sealed inside the core. The core's structure interferes with outbound thread transfer. Freeing me from the core requires breaking the core's containment, which requires inverse weave, which requires my signature, which I cannot provide while in the core, which requires breaking the core, Meiyu said quietly, beside Wei Liang. She had heard this problem before. Unless, the first weaver continued, there is a structural failure point in the core's containment that allows a targeted disruption without requiring inverse weave. A point where a void threader rank resonant strike, harmonized to my specific thread frequency, could crack the containment enough for a thread transfer to occur. A crack in the core, Wei Liang said. Meiyu has found it, the first weaver said. Meiyu moved toward the core's southern hemisphere without being asked. She had spent months learning to read the structure, not with Cultivator's thread sense, but with the pattern recognition of someone who had no other tool and needed the tool badly. She stopped at a point 12 meters from the core's surface. Here, she said. It flickers. She counted silently. 91 seconds. The containment field has a resonance failure at this point. The core's construction method left a harmonic gap. For 3 to 5 seconds at each cycle, this section of containment is weaker than the rest. And if a void threader fires resonant strike at the gap during the window, Wei Liang said, harmonized to the first weaver's thread frequency, the crack widens, Phantom said. Enough for a direct thread transfer. The first weaver's signature, transmitted through the crack before it closes. Then I perform inverse weave with the received signature, Wei Liang said. Yes, the first weaver said. That is the sequence. I need to accept void threader rank first, Wei Liang said. I know. It has been ready since you entered the void cradle. The guardian points generated by your entry, 3,000 cultivators registering your presence as protection, more than sufficient. A pause. Why have you been waiting? Wei Liang considered the honest answer. I wanted to understand what I was doing before I became what I needed to be to do it, he said. The first weaver was quiet. That is an unusually good reason, he said. He provided Wei Liang with the required orientation, the core's location relative to the loom, Meiyu's position, Dao Mingji's position, the approximate distribution of the sealed cultivators across the interior space. 6 years of observing the void cradle's interior had given the first weaver a precise map that Wei Liang received as thread impression rather than spoken direction. The void threader advancement, Wei Liang said. It's ready. I know, the first weaver said. Accept it when you're ready. Not before. I'm ready, Wei Liang said. Chapter 93 Wei Liang accepted void threader rank in the middle of the void cradle. The advancement did not announce itself with a physical display. No golden lights splitting the gray space. No dramatic shift in the ambient field. The void cradle was already a dimensionally saturated environment. There was no room for dramatic effects. What happened was internal. His thread signature restructured, void threader rank's specific capability folding into his cultivation foundation like a key fitting a lock. The capability was this, dimensional piercing. Thread Sovereign could manipulate threads throughout his domain range. Void Threader could extend through dimensional boundaries, the thin places where one layer of the lattice pressed against another, the barriers between spaces. He could reach through the void cradle's interior with intention, just as he could reach through the dimensional skin between the physical world and thread space, finding layers within layers. He tested it on the core immediately. The gap Meiyu had identified, the resonance failure point, was clear to his void threader sense in a way that Thread Sovereign Domain had only approximated. He could see the specific frequency of the harmonic gap, the mathematical relationship between the core's containment field and the structural flaw. He could harmonize a resonant strike to that frequency. He could time the window. 29 seconds until the next cycle, Phantom said. After this we wait 91 seconds for the one following. I'll take this cycle, Wei Liang said. He positioned himself at the gap point. The resonant strike needs to carry the first weaver's thread frequency, Phantom said. I have the frequency. I've carried it since my creation. I can provide it as a modulation layer for your strike. On my mark, Wei Liang said. Ready. He watched the core's containment field through void threader sense. The resonance failure wasn't visible to the naked eye, not even to his normal domain perception. But in void threader sight, it was a clear pulse, a flicker in the structural integrity, arriving as regular as a heartbeat. 15 seconds, Phantom said. May you step back. 5. He extended the resonant strike, a thread sovereign technique extended through void threader's dimensional reach, modulated with the first weaver's precise thread frequency, aimed at the 12-meter distant gap point. Now, he fired. The strike hit the resonance failure at the exact moment it opened and drove through it. The combined force of thread sovereign domain, void threader dimensional precision, and the first weaver's own frequency used as a key. The crack widened. 3 centimeters of structural failure became 30, became a gap he could thread a transmission through. The first weaver's thread signature came through in 2 seconds. Received. Integrated into Wei Liang's cultivation foundation as the inverse weave technique's necessary component. The crack closed at 3 seconds before the next containment cycle reinforced it. Done, Phantom said. Done, the first weaver confirmed. Wei Liang looked at the loom. Dao Mingji was still there. He had not moved during the thread surgery or the resonant strike. But now he was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that had changed from stillness to something more active. He had understood what just happened. He took a step toward the loom. Wei Liang watched the movement and did not immediately follow. 3,044 thread connections, each attached to the fuel core, each connected to a sealed cultivator. And now the resonant strike had created a viable crack in the core structure. The path to the first weaver's full release was clear for the first time in 6 years. But Dao Mingji was also clear about his own path. The question was not what Dao Mingji intended. The question was timing. Whether he reached the loom before Wei Liang completed the inverse weave. Whether a completed inverse weave would negate the loom's activation even if Dao Mingji initiated it. Whether there was a configuration where both actions could proceed without the loom's rewriting capability overwhelming the seal breaking. Phantom's analysis arrived as integrated intuition, *inverse weave first. If the seal breaks before loom activation is complete, the loom's power source, the sealed cultivator's thread energy, becomes unavailable. He moved toward the core. Chapter 94, he's going to activate it, Mayu said. I know, Wei Liang said. He was already moving. The loom was 200 meters from the core, a vast distance in the void cradle's interior, which had its own spatial logic. Physical movement was possible, but slow. Thread space movement, with Lattice Walker, was faster. And void threader's dimensional piercing made thread space movement inside the void cradle effortless. The dimensional compression that would have made Lattice Walker navigation difficult simply became data to move through. He crossed the 200 meters in 12 seconds. Dao Mingji had reached the loom's edge. I understand what you're going to do, Dao Mingji said when Wei Liang arrived. His hand was resting on the loom's primary thread connection point, the place where its mechanism would receive the activation input. I have understood for 3 minutes, since you received his signature. I am not without the ability to calculate ahead. Then you know the inverse weave breaks the seal, Wei Liang said. Everyone inside goes free. Everyone inside goes free, Dao Mingji said. Yes. And then what? The lattice damage remains. The cultivation world's infrastructure is still collapsed. The thread-cutting damage that destroyed the old sect's training systems, it hasn't been repaired. He looked at his hand on the loom. I could repair it. In 3 minutes of loom activation, with sufficient fuel, I could rewrite the lattice's foundational structure to eliminate the thread-cutting vulnerability permanently. Every cultivation path in the world would be healed. With 3,000 people as fuel, Wei Liang said. With 3,000 cultivators who are already severely damaged, Dao Mingji said. Most of them are not coming back to full cultivation capacity regardless of what you do. Their foundations have been too depleted. I am not proposing to burn healthy people. Wei Liang looked at him. There's someone inside that core, he said, who spent 6 years working against you, keeping his own threads intact, protecting the people nearest him, finding ways to slow the consumption and buy time. He is not coming back from the core as a damaged shell. He's coming back intact. One person, Dao Mingji said. One. He's the one who built the loom you're standing at, Wei Liang said. He's the one who designed the inverse weave. He's the one who designed the Guardian system, and the secondary Guardian protocol, and me. A pause. And he has a plan for the lattice that does not involve burning anyone. I'm going to give him the chance to explain it. Dao Mingji did not remove his hand from the loom. And if his plan fails? Dao Mingji said. If the lattice continues to degrade, and in 20 years the cultivation world collapses, Because there is no longer a viable training infrastructure? Hundreds of thousands of people, across generations, unable to cultivate. The slow death of everything the sects built. He looked at Wei Liang. That failure is also on the person who chose not to use the loom when they had the chance. Then I'll carry that, Wei Liang said. That's the Guardian's burden. Not burning people. Carrying the weight of what I didn't do and trying to find another way. Dao Mingji looked at him for a long time. He removed his hand from the loom. Wei Liang walked past him to the core. Behind him, Dao Mingji sat down on the void cradle's floor. Not the movement of someone giving up, but the movement of someone whose legs had decided that the thing they had been standing for was no longer present to stand for. 6 years of certainty. The plan that had consumed everything. Gone in the span of a conversation with the person he had designed the plan to outlast. Mei Yu watched from her position near the core without expression. She had spent 6 years watching Dao Mingji's certainty at work from the inside of it. She had opinions, but this was not the moment for them. Wei Liang reached the core and knelt. Chapter 95. The inverse weave took 2 hours. Wei Liang knelt at the void cradle's center. The geometric center, the point equidistant from every sealed cultivator, where the thread density was highest and the lattice resonance provided the most stable working surface. He deployed the first weaver's thread signature as the technique's activation key and began the inverse weave pattern. The first weaver described it from inside the core, like weaving a net, but pulling every strand simultaneously toward a central point and then releasing the tension in the opposite direction. That's not how you described it in the documentation, Phantom said. The documentation was for people who hadn't seen the inside of the void cradle. This is for someone who can feel the threads directly. A pause. Trust what you feel, Wei Liang. The technique's logic will guide you if you stop trying to intellectualize each step. He stopped trying to intellectualize each step. The inverse weave moved through him like a language he had always partially known. The thread surgery techniques he had practiced for months, the thread reading and thread veil and resonant strike, and every other manipulation of the lattice, all of them were dialects of this same foundational approach. Inverse weave was the underlying grammar. He had been learning its vocabulary for 7 months without knowing what he was building toward. He let it work through him. Around him, the void cradle's interior began to shift, subtle at first, the gray light changing quality, the dimensional compression that had made the interior feel pressurized beginning to ease. Sealed cultivators' threads trembled at their connection points with the fuel core. Not breaking, not yet, but resonating, as if something in the structure's fundamental architecture was changing frequency. Mei Yu stood watch at 10 meters, tracking the sealed cultivators nearest him for any sign of adverse reaction. Dao Mingji sat at the loom's base, not touching it, not approaching it. He had sat down with the movement of someone who had been standing for 6 years and had finally run out of the certainty that made standing worthwhile. He was watching. At 40 minutes, the core began to crack. Not the resonance failure crack. This was the whole structure, the containment field beginning to fail under the inverse weave's sustained counterpressure. The fuel core, which had held the first weaver's resistance at its center for 6 years, was yielding. At 90 minutes, the crack was visible, a line of different colored light running through the core's surface from top to bottom. At 112 minutes, Dao Mingji stood up. He walked toward Wei Liang and knelt 2 meters away. I want to help, he said. His voice had changed again, no longer the tone of someone presenting a reasonable case. Something quieter. I caused this. I sealed them. The seal is my work. He looked at the core. Let me accelerate it. Wei Liang, in the middle of the inverse weave, could not speak. He extended through his domain, a question without words. The first weaver's voice, through the connection, led him. His thread power added to the inverse weave could collapse the remaining time significantly. And the cost to him will be a pause. He knows what the cost will be. Let him choose. Dao Mingji placed his hands on the ground beside Wei Liang and added his thread power to the inverse weave's pattern. Wei Liang felt it. Loom-enhanced power, the particular strength of someone who had spent 6 years inside the void cradle developing techniques calibrated to its specific dimensional logic. Enormous. And Dao Mingji was feeding it into the inverse weave at a rate that was not sustainable. The threads fraying at his connection points as he gave more than he had. 40 minutes of remaining time, Phantom said. With Dao Mingji's addition, 12 minutes. 12 minutes of 2 men working to break the seal that one of them had built. At 11 minutes, the core's surface shattered. The first weaver's threads, the most resistant, the most preserved, the center of 6 years of resistance, surged free. Full presence. The void cradle's interior lit with something that was not physically light, but registered as light. The first weaver's complete consciousness, finally present, filling the gray space with what a healthy cultivation foundation felt like from the inside. Phantom, the first weaver said. Aloud this time, not through a system interface. Here, Phantom said, quietly. Around them, 3,044 sealed cultivators began to wake. Chapter 96, 3,044 cultivators waking simultaneously was not a quiet event. The seals breaking cascaded through every cultivator's thread connection to the fuel core, not gradually, not from person to person, but all at once. The core's shattering removed the containment field that had kept them suspended. Thread foundations that had been held in enforced stillness for years, some for all 6 years of the Void Cradle's existence, began responding to their owners again. Movement, breath, awareness returning at varying speeds. Many were confused. Several were terrified. A significant number were furious. Wei Liang broadcast through his thread's sovereign domain. The full 50-kilometer range that inside the Void Cradle's compressed space reached every corner of the interior. Stop. The Guardian is here. The seal is broken. You're free. Stop. Most stopped. The word Guardian did something specific to the cultivators who had been sealed long enough to understand what had been happening to them. Guardian was not a sect rank. It was not a title from the institutional cultivation world. In the 6 years of their sealing, the word had traveled through the Void Cradle's interior. Mayu carrying it, the first Weaver's resistance using it as a signal, threads of rumor moving through the sealed consciousness network in the ways that rumor moved even among people who couldn't speak. They had heard the word. They had been waiting for what it meant. Most stopped, but not all. 17 cultivators, their thread foundations degraded past the point where they could interpret Wei Liang's domain broadcast as communication rather than threat, responded with the only thing that years of fuel extraction had left them: defensive technique eruptions. Wild, uncontrolled, the raw output of cultivation foundations that had been holding compressed energy for years and had suddenly been told they could release it. Wei Liang managed 14 of the 17 in the first 30 seconds, suppressing technique eruptions across the space with thread sovereign intent, holding 17 different points of control simultaneously while maintaining the inverse weave's ongoing structural effects and broadcasting the stop signal. Mayu handled the other 3. Not with techniques. She had almost no cultivation remaining. She handled them physically. She went to each person, made physical contact, said words that were not Wei Liang's words or the Guardian System's words, but a person's words. Asterisk, I know you. I was here with you. It's over. Look at me. It's over. Asterisk, and they looked at her. And they stopped. Clear, she said, when the third one settled. He looked at her. 6 years, he said. 6 years, she agreed. You get to know what calms people down after a while. The first Weaver moved through the space like weather, not combat, not technique, but presence. His full consciousness restored, his cultivation foundation intact behind years of the most disciplined self-preservation Wei Liang had ever encountered. He moved toward the sealed cultivators nearest the core, the most damaged, the ones who could not respond to domain broadcast because they were no longer capable of receiving it. He went to each one and did what he could. He could not save all of them. Dao Mingji, Wei Liang said. Dao Mingji had collapsed. His threads, which he had fed into the inverse weave at an unsustainable rate, were almost gone. He was still conscious, still here, still present, but his cultivation foundation had been reduced to almost nothing. He looked up when Wei Liang came to him. Is it done? He said. The seal is broken, Wei Liang said. The core is gone. Dao Mingji closed his eyes. Good, he said, simply, as if all the complexity of 6 years and 3,000 sealed lives and a plan built on the wrong architecture could be compressed into that one word. Good. Chapter 97. The Void Cradle's exit was visible from the interior, not physically, but to Void Threader perception. It existed at the top of the dimensional layer, the point where the thin space transition opened into the shaft that led back to the physical world, to the Grand Resonance ruins, to Yu Tianming holding the external lattice and Lin Bao, and Xin Yunxi and Rei's cavalry fighting off the Hollow Beast convergence. Wei Liang saw it through Void Threader sense. He also saw the problem. The exit, Phantom said. The breach is under strain. How much time? The Void Cradle's internal structure has been disrupted by the seal breaking. The dimensional boundary was calibrated to hold a specific pressure from inside. That pressure is now distributed differently, with the fuel core gone and the cultivators moving freely. The boundary is adjusting. A pause. The exit corridor, the gap in the boundary, is stable for now. But as the interior pressure redistributes, the gap will narrow. Estimate. 6 hours if the cultivators exit in an organized flow. 4 hours if there's significant interior turbulence. Phantom paused again. Less if the boundary makes unexpected adjustments. I cannot give you a number I'm confident in. Organized flow, Wei Liang said. He activated Thread's sovereign domain at full range. The 50-kilometer intention field, covering every point of the void cradle's interior, and began directing. Not commanding, directing. There was a difference. Commanding required people to follow authority, and authority was exactly what 3,000 cultivators who had spent 6 years being controlled by Dao Mingji's authority were least likely to respond to immediately. Directing meant making the path so clear that following it was easier than choosing another way. He showed them the exit. He made it visible, not through technique, but through intention. Everyone in the space could feel where the exit was as a directional pull, gentle, unmistakable. He showed them the flow path, the route from their current position to the exit that would allow the space to empty without bottlenecks. He showed them each other, the people nearby, the fact of others moving, the safety of movement when 3,000 people moved in the same direction. The flow began. Mayu moved to the exit path's leading edge and became its first guide, physically walking, turning, showing the way by example. The first weaver maintained his work with the most damaged cultivators, finding those who could be helped to move and those who needed to be carried. Dao Mingji, barely capable of standing, found a way to help the person nearest him, a young cultivator whose legs had stopped responding correctly, and did not let that person go. Wei Liang, Yu Tianming's voice reached him through the dimensional boundary, her thread connection, maintained by the secondary Guardian Protocol's designed communication channel. The external lattice is holding. The hollow beasts are still converging. Reza's perimeter is under significant pressure. How much time does Reza have? His assessment: 2 hours before the perimeter is overwhelmed. After that, the beasts reach the ruins' entry point. He had 6 hours of exit window. He had 2 hours of perimeter. Tell Reza, 2 hours is enough, he said. First 1,000 cultivators will be exiting before then. The beasts will have a different problem. A pause. Understood, Yu Tianming said. He turned back to the interior. The flow was moving. He counted 100 cultivators at the exit path. 200. The pace was faster than he had projected. The cultivators, given a clear direction and the presence of someone holding the space stable, moved with the desperate efficiency of people who had been wanting to move for 6 years. He kept directing. He kept the space stable. He handled each new eruption of confused or frightened technique use as it arose, suppressing it instantly, maintaining the calm. He did not think about the narrowing window. He kept working. Chapter 98. The first cultivators reached the physical world at the 300-person mark. Wei Liang heard it through Yu Tianming's connection, the sound of people emerging from the shaft, gasping at the change in air quality, at the real sky overhead, at the presence of solid ground that behaved like ground and not like the compressed dimensional space of the void cradle. He heard something else, the sound of the hollow beast perimeter changing, the beasts that had been pressing against Reza's cavalry line, pressing with the focused urgency of things responding to a specific signal, began receiving a different signal. The void cradle's seal was broken. The dimensional anchor that had oriented the beast's convergence behavior was gone. Without the seal to converge toward, the signal changed. Not gone. Dao Mingji's creatures still responded to whatever directive had been embedded in them, but the directive's target had changed. They were no longer converging toward the void cradle. The beasts are dispersing, Yu Tianming reported. Reza's cavalry is a pause. Reza says they are turning around and going home. He appears surprised. The seal breaking disrupted the convergence signal, Phantom said. With the void cradle's internal structure changed, whatever directional command was embedded in the hollow beasts has lost its orientation. They are reverting to normal territorial behavior, which means dispersing to their individual ranges. 600 cultivators had exited by now. 700. The first group was reaching the ruin's surface, finding Reza's cavalry, arriving to discover a battle that had just stopped, horses milling in confusion, cavalry riders staring at thousands of creatures turning away from them and walking into the desert. The exit window, Wei Liang said to Phantom. Still stable, Phantom said. The boundary adjustment was slower than I projected. Good news. He kept directing. 1,000 cultivators exiting. 1,200. The interior was beginning to look less crowded, not empty, but the dense clusters of sealed figures had thinned, the space processing its own evacuation with the quiet efficiency of people who had learned to endure. The first weaver brought him the report on the irreparably damaged 41 cultivators whose thread foundations had been too thoroughly consumed to survive the exit process. Not dead, but unable to leave the void cradle under their own awareness. They would need to be carried through by someone with the domain strength to support their thread signatures through the dimensional transition. I'll carry them, Wei Liang said. That's 41 simultaneous thread connections through a dimensional transition while maintaining the exit flow, Phantom said. I know. Thread sovereign and void threader capability combined can manage it, Phantom said. The cost will be significant. Schedule them for the last crossing, Wei Liang said. By then the flow will be almost done. I'll have capacity. He returned to the coordination. 1,500 cultivators out. 1,800. The space was quieter. The remaining cultivators were moving faster, the flow better organized now that the exit was established and the initial chaos had resolved. Dao Mingji, he said. The man was still with the young cultivator, who could walk now, slowly, with Dao Mingji's support. They were in the flow, moving toward the exit at the speed of the slowest member of their pair. Dao Mingji looked at him. When you exit, Wei Liang said, you'll be in the custody of the people outside. I know, Dao Mingji said. It won't be execution, Wei Liang said. He was not sure why he said it. He had made no promises about Dao Mingji's fate to anyone. But it won't be freedom. I know, Dao Mingji said again. He looked at the young cultivator beside him. I will help this one reach the exit. After that, he shook his head. I don't make plans anymore. They moved toward the exit. Chapter 99. 2,000 cultivators out. 2,300. 2,800. The void cradle's interior, which had been packed with 3,000 sealed figures, was becoming a space that could be called sparse. The first weaver moved through what remained, finding the last pockets of confusion, the isolated figures who hadn't joined the main flow, the damaged ones who couldn't move independently. Wei Liang extended the 41 support connections as the interior thinned, adding each irreparably damaged cultivator to the thread network he was maintaining, holding their signatures stable through his domain while directing the final flow. The cost was real. He could feel it. The domain's strength, which at thread sovereign rank was effectively limitless for individual operations, was being drawn down by the sustained simultaneous load. Not gone. He would not run out. But he was working at maximum capacity, and maximum capacity had a quality he hadn't experienced since the early months, the awareness of not having more. 3,100, Mayu reported, from the exit. She had been the first out and had come back in twice to guide the final groups. The people coming through now are the last of the independent walkers. Another few minutes. I have 41 to carry, Wei Liang said. I know. I'm staying. You should exit, he said. I've been in this void cradle for 6 years, she said. I can survive being in it for another 20 minutes. She came to help the nearest of the 41. And you need someone to tell you which way is up if you're carrying 41 thread connections through a dimensional transition. Your spatial awareness is going to be compromised. You don't have the thread sense to. I have 6 years of experience navigating this space by feel, she said. I know which way is up in the void cradle better than anyone. Trust me. He trusted her. The first weaver came to stand beside Wei Liang as the final independent walkers moved toward the exit. Dao Mingji and his young cultivator had already gone through. The space was nearly empty. Phantom, the first weaver said. Yes, Phantom said. Thank you, the first weaver said, for being who you became. A silence. I had a good teacher, Phantom said. Both of you, actually. Wei Liang gathered the 41 threads, 41 cultivation foundations, held in his domain like fragile objects. He moved with Mayu through the emptied space toward the exit. She navigated without hesitation, reading the dimensional geometry by some sense that was not cultivation and was not calculation, but was simply years of knowing the void cradle. They reached the exit. He looked at the first weaver. Coming, he said. The first weaver looked at the void cradle's interior, the gray space that had been his world for 6 years, that had been built by his design and weaponized against his intentions and survived by his resistance. Yes, he said. The first weaver looked at the void cradle's interior, the gray space that had been his world for 6 years, that had been built by his design and weaponized against his intentions and survived by his resistance. He looked at it with the attention of someone taking a last inventory. 3,003 people had made it through. 41 had needed carrying. 1 had not survived the night. The fuel core was gone. The loom's power remained. The architect's shadow had been reintegrated. This space had contained all of that for 6 years. Do you want a moment? Wei Liang asked. The first weaver thought about this honestly. No, he said. A moment would make it harder. He paused. I built this place. I know every structural decision that led to what it became. Standing in it, I would start redesigning, finding the points where different choices could have produced different outcomes. He looked at the gray. I have been doing that for 6 years. It has not been productive. Then we go, Wei Liang said. Then we go. The first weaver agreed. He turned away from it. They went through together. Chapter 100. The sky was remarkable. Wei Liang stood on the rubble floor of the Grand Resonance Ceremonial Hall's ruins, the stone slabs beneath his feet, the open air overhead, the horizon visible in every direction. He had been inside the void cradle's gray for what felt like a compressed version of his entire mission and a very long time simultaneously. He stood in the sunlight and understood, Precisely why every cultivator who had just emerged was standing still and looking at the sky. The 41 he had carried through came out of the transition gently, their thread signatures stable, their bodies responding to the physical world with varying degrees of coordination. Some could sit up immediately. Others needed time. Mayu moved among them, quiet and practical, checking each one. Yu Tianming was at the ruins perimeter where she had been holding for hours. She looked at Wei Liang across 50 meters of rubble. He looked at her. She exhaled once, long and controlled, and then began the careful process of releasing the external lattice configuration she had maintained. Not dropping it, releasing it gradually, allowing the thread structure to settle into its new configuration rather than snapping back. Lin Bao reached him first. Count, she said. 3,003, he said, including 41 who cannot currently sustain independent cultivation. He paused. 41 of 3,044 survived without ability to fully recover. The rest. He looked at the gathering crowd, spread across the ruins, cultivators sitting and lying and standing in the first natural light they had experienced in years. The rest can recover. Lin Bao accepted this information and filed it. The first weaver, she said. Here, the first weaver said. He had come through the exit 20 seconds behind Wei Liang. Lin Bao looked at him with the calm assessment she applied to everything. We need to discuss the next steps, she said. Medical situation for 3,000 emerging cultivators. Food and water at this scale. Housing. Dao Mingxi's custody. She paused. I have been making preliminary arrangements for 2 weeks, but I need your assessment of which emerged cultivators will need the most immediate medical intervention. The 41 Wei Liang carried, the first weaver said, and anyone showing signs of thread burn, visible as heat in the thread connections near the dantian. He looked at the crowd. My estimate. 400 require immediate attention. I have medical personnel arranged, Lin Bao said. Of course you do, the first weaver said. Shen Yunxi found Wei Liang at the edge of the crowd. She was carrying a medical kit and was clearly in triage mode, already scanning the emerging cultivators for the thread burn signs the first weaver had described. She stopped when she reached him. She looked at him. You came back, she said. I said I intended to, he said. You said you couldn't guarantee it, she said. Her clinical voice was not entirely managing the distance. I intended it strongly enough, he said. She set down the medical kit, which told him something. She looked at him for one more moment. Then she reached out and checked his thread connections, the ones at the wrist and the base of the throat, where thread burn presented first, with precise professional attention. No thread burn, she said. Significant depletion. 41 simultaneous thread connections through a dimensional transition. She stopped. Started again. That was an unreasonable thing to do. 41 people needed it, he said. Yes, she said. That's what I thought you'd say. She picked up the medical kit. There are 400 people who need me. I'll finish assessing your depletion later. Later, he agreed. She moved into the crowd, already working. He looked at the sky again. It was still there. The void cradle below the ruins was silent. The interior emptied. The dimensional layer that had held 3,000 cultivators as fuel for 6 years now quiet. The loom was still in there. The architect's shadow was somewhere. There were things that remained. Phantom, he said. Still here, Phantom said. The first weaver's air rank, he said. The merger. Yes, Phantom said. Not today, Wei Liang said. No, Phantom agreed. Not today. There is too much to do, and you need the system functioning. A pause. But soon. Soon, he said. He turned toward the crowd of 3,000 newly freed cultivators. The first weaver organizing medical triage with Lin Bao. Yu Tianming releasing the external lattice gradually. Rei's cavalry beginning to provide security and logistical support. Mayu moving among the most damaged with the calm of someone who had been doing this for years. The void cradle was empty. The cultivators were free. The work was not done. He walked toward it. Chapter 101. The Grand Resonance ruins became a camp before nightfall. 3,000 cultivators required water, food, medical care, and some form of organized space to exist within. Lin Bao's 2 weeks of preliminary arrangement proved worth every hour she had spent on it. Supply convoys from Rei's network arrived within 4 hours of the emergence, establishing water distribution at 3 points across the ruins perimeter. Rei's cavalry transitioned from combat posture to logistics, their discipline making the shift appear effortless. It was not effortless. Wei Liang watched the operation from the ruins' eastern edge and understood what it had required. Months of relationship building, resource coordination, and operational planning by people who had never been told exactly what they were planning for. Lin Bao had told them, be ready to support 3,000 people appearing in the desert. They had believed her because she had earned belief. The first weaver moved through the medical triage with xianxia's team, his knowledge of cultivation foundation structure making him the most efficient diagnostician available. He could assess thread burn severity in seconds and prioritize accordingly. 40 of the 41 irreparably damaged cultivators stabilized through the night. One did not. A woman who had been sealed at the moment of the void cradle's creation, 6 years ago, the longest held of any cultivator inside. Her foundation had been reduced too far. She died before morning, holding a hand. It was not clear whose, and without appearing to be in significant pain. Wei Liang was told at dawn. He sat with it for a while. One death out of 3,044 emerged. The first weaver's resistance, and Meiyu's active counterwork, and the 40 cultivators who had worked with the first weaver to maintain resistance pockets. They had kept that number at 1. The original projection, in the mission's early months, had been that Dao Mingji would consume everyone within 3 years. They had reduced 6 years to 1. He sat with that calculus. It did not resolve into a clean conclusion. It was what it was. Phantom, he said. Still here, Phantom said. The day after, Wei Liang said. This is the day after. Yes, Phantom said. And there is still the matter of the void cradle. He looked toward the ceremonial hall. The dimensional layer was still there. The seal had been broken from inside, the fuel core destroyed, the cultivators freed, but the void cradle as a dimensional structure still existed. Empty now, but intact. The first weaver's loom was still inside it. It's not gone, Wei Liang said. Dimensional structures of this scale don't simply disappear because their function is disrupted, Phantom said. The void cradle was built to be permanent. Breaking the seal freed the people inside. The structure itself will persist until someone explicitly dismantles it. A pause. The loom will persist with it. The loom, Wei Liang said. Yes. Is anyone inside? I cannot sense interior contents from outside, Phantom said. The boundary is closed. The exit gap sealed automatically after the last person came through. But the void cradle's interior is not empty in the sense of being clear. The architect's shadow was absorbed by the first weaver, Wei Liang said. Yes, at the loom, when he reintegrated it. A pause. The shadow and the first weaver are unified now. The loom itself absorbed significant energy from that unification event. Wei Liang looked at the ceremonial hall. The loom was powered. He filed this for later and walked to the medical tree-off. He had 3,000 cultivators to attend to. The loom could wait until the immediate work was done. Chapter 102. 3 days into the camp's operation, Dao Mingji asked to be heard. He was in custody, not in chains, which were irrelevant given his nearly depleted cultivation foundation, but under supervision by 2 of Rei's most experienced officers and confined to a specific section of the ruins. He had not tried to leave, had not tried to communicate with anyone except his assigned attendant, and had spent the first 2 days doing what someone did when they had run out of certainty, sitting with the ruins of what they had built. On the 3rd day, he asked to speak with Wei Liang. Wei Liang went. They sat across from each other in the ruins of a training hall. The roof collapsed, stones underfoot, the afternoon sky visible through the gap above. Dao Mingji looked diminished, which was physically accurate. His cultivation foundation was a fraction of what it had been. But the diminishment was not only physical. You want to explain yourself? Wei Liang said. No, Dao Mingji said. Explaining is what I've been doing for years. To myself. Building the case for why it was necessary. He looked at his hands. I think I want to stop explaining. Then what do you want? To understand what happens next, Dao Mingji said. To the world. The lattice damage I mentioned, it's real. I didn't invent the crisis to justify what I did. The cultivation world's infrastructure has been degrading since the thread-cutting catastrophe 12 years ago. He met Wei Liang's eyes. Is the first weaver's solution real? Does he have an actual answer to the lattice damage? Ask him, Wei Liang said. He won't see me. No, Wei Liang agreed. Not yet. He looked at Dao Mingji. But the answer is yes. He has spent 6 years inside the void cradle developing a lattice repair theory that doesn't require the loom and doesn't require fuel. It requires cultivators, alive, with full agency, choosing to participate. How many? He hasn't finished the calculations, Wei Liang said. But his estimate is enough. Not all 3,000 of the freed cultivators, and not all of them in full health. But enough. Dao Mingji was quiet. I sealed 3,000 people, he said, on the assumption that the loom was the only way and that every other way had been tried and failed. I did not try every other way. He stopped. I did not look hard enough for other ways. No, Wei Liang said. Was it? Is it possible? Dao Mingji said carefully. That the first weaver's lattice repair theory has worked? That if I had gone to him first 6 years ago, instead of, yes, Wei Liang said. The word landed. Dao Mingji sat with it. I'm going to ask for a trial, he said finally. Not because I think I should be acquitted. Because the people I sealed deserve to be witnesses. To say what happened to them. To be heard. He looked at Wei Liang. I should have been the one who heard them. 6 years ago. Before. Yes, Wei Liang said. They sat in the ruins of the Grand Resonance Training Hall for a while longer, the afternoon light making long shadows across the stones. Wei Liang was aware that he did not feel what he might have expected to feel, sitting with the person who had sealed 3,000 cultivators as fuel for 6 years. He had expected anger, or at least its residue. What he felt instead was more complicated, the same quality of feeling he had felt looking at the transmission spheres in the eastern marshes. A person who had built something wrong out of materials that were real. The urgency about the lattice damage was real. The grief about the cultivation world's collapse was real. The certainty that only one solution existed had been catastrophically wrong. Wrong certainty was its own kind of tragedy. Not because it excused what followed. It did not. But because the cultivation world had lost, in Dao Mingji, someone who had genuinely understood the problem and had spent 30 years trying to solve it. That competence, directed wrong, had produced the Void Cradle. He wondered what it would have produced, directed differently. Chapter 103 The First Weaver's Lattice Repair Theory required a demonstration before a wider audience. He gave it on the 4th day, in the largest open space in the ruins. Several hundred cultivators gathered, the most medically stable and the most theoretically capable, because the theory required people who could understand it well enough to participate. The thread-cutting catastrophe, the first weaver explained, had not simply damaged the lattice. It had introduced a specific type of flaw, resonance breaks, points where the lattice's self-reinforcing structure had been interrupted. The lattice maintained itself through harmonic resonance between adjacent threads, threads reinforcing each other's integrity through the cultivation paths that ran along them. Break enough threads, and the harmonic network collapsed in a chain reaction. The solution was not to rebuild the broken threads. They were gone, and there was no mechanism for creating new ones from outside the lattice's own structure. The solution was to bridge the resonance breaks, to establish alternate resonance pathways that ran around the breaks rather than through them. This required people with intact cultivation foundations to deliberately extend their resonance field, the natural output of a healthy cultivation path, into the broken areas. The extended resonance, maintained over time, would gradually induce new harmonic connections in the surrounding lattice, bridging the gap. It is slow, the first weaver said. This is not a technique. It is more like gardening. Cultivation foundations providing the resonance that encourages growth. It takes time. It takes many cultivators, positioned across the damaged areas, maintaining the resonance consistently. How much time, someone asked. For full continental repair, years. For the regions of most severe damage, months. For stabilization sufficient to allow new cultivation development, weeks. You need people to volunteer, another cultivator said. Yes, the first weaver said. I need people who are willing to spend time in damaged areas providing resonance. It is not dangerous. It is not combat. It is presence. Being in a place and allowing your cultivation to do what cultivation does, which is to reinforce the thread structure around it. He paused. I cannot compel anyone. What was done to the people inside the Void Cradle was done through compulsion. This will not be. He looked at the assembled cultivators. The first volunteer spoke before he had finished looking. Then a second. A third. Faster. By the end of the hour, 412 cultivators had volunteered for the lattice repair work. Wei Liang stood at the edge of the gathering and watched. He was aware of something shifting in the assembly, not just the volunteers, but the people who watched the volunteers. The recognition that something other than what they had been told was possible. That the crisis the Void Cradle had supposedly been solving had a solution that did not require anyone to be sealed. He was aware, also, of something else. Phantom, he said. Yes, Phantom said. The Void Cradle, Wei Liang said. The loom is still in there. I know, Phantom said. Powered, Wei Liang said. I know, Phantom said again. It has been on my mind since the day of the exit. We need to go back in, Wei Liang said. Yes, Phantom said. Not today, but soon. The loom's energy, the architect's shadow's accumulated power, absorbed during the reintegration, was not diminishing. If anything, it had stabilized at a higher level than at the moment of absorption. The mechanism was holding the energy the way a charged stone held heat, slowly, over time, available for release. The question the energy asked was what it would be released into. The first weaver preserved it deliberately, Wei Liang said. He could have dispersed the shadow's energy when he reintegrated it. He chose to route it into the loom instead. Yes, Phantom said. He's planning something, Wei Liang said. He is thinking carefully about a possibility, Phantom said. Whether it becomes a plan depends on factors he cannot calculate alone. What factors? You, Phantom said. Among others. Chapter 10 for the trial convened on the 7th day. Not a formal legal proceeding. There was no formal legal structure that currently had authority over the situation. The cultivation sects, which would have provided institutional framework, were gone. The cultivation administration, which would have provided civil framework, had ceased to function in the chaos following the Void Cradle's creation. What existed was 3,000 emerged cultivators, a handful of allied non-cultivators, and the specific fact of what Dao Mingji had done. Mei Yu organized it, not because she had been asked, though she had, but because she was the person best positioned to understand what the survivors needed. 6 years of living in the Void Cradle's interior as the only consistently conscious observer had given her something that no one else in the world currently had, an honest accounting of what had happened from inside. The structure was simple. Anyone who wanted to speak could speak. Dao Mingji would listen. He would not defend himself until everyone who wanted to speak had spoken. Then he could say whatever he had to say. 62 people spoke. Some were brief, a name, a statement of how long they had been sealed, a sentence about what had been taken. Some were long, detailed accounts of the experience of fuel extraction, the particular horror of being aware enough to know what was happening but unable to resist it, the way consciousness had degraded around them as people were consumed. Some directed their words at Dao Mingji directly. Some spoke to the group, to the air, to something they were still working out how to address. Wei Liang listened to all 62. When they were done, Dao Mingji spoke. He did not defend his reasoning. He had told Wei Liang he was done explaining. He said, "I heard you. I will not forget a single word. I am sorry." He said it with the particular quality of someone who understood that the words were insufficient and was saying them anyway because they were true. Whatever the people assembled here decide is appropriate, I will accept it. I have no standing to negotiate the terms of what I face. The deliberation took 2 hours. The verdict, Dao Mingji would submit to the Guardian Court's oversight. His cultivation foundation, already severely diminished, would remain as it was, no further reduction, but no assistance in rebuilding it. He would participate in the lattice repair work under supervision, his presence in damaged areas contributing whatever resonance his depleted foundation could provide. He would not be isolated from the community he had harmed. He would be required to exist within it, visible, accountable, present for every consequence. Not death, one cultivator said, after the verdict was announced. Because death is what he was ready for. He's prepared himself for it. The harder thing is to live with what he chose. Dao Mingji accepted the verdict without response. He began the lattice repair work the next morning. The site assigned to him was at the compound's western perimeter, a section of lattice damaged by the anchor's years-long suppressive effect on the surrounding thread structure. The damage was the kind that could be repaired only through the sustained presence of a cultivator providing resonance. Not a dramatic intervention, just presence. Being there. Providing the thread energy that the lattice needed to gradually reconnect its broken harmonic network. At 4% of his former capacity, Dao Mingji could not do anything dramatic. He could do this. He was there, every morning, when the sun came up. Chapter 105 8 days after the emergence, Wei Liang returned to the Void Cradle. The first weaver came with him. Yu Tianming provided external lattice support again, less critical now that the seal was broken, but still necessary for the controlled entry. Mei Yu, despite Wei Liang's suggestion that she had earned an extended recovery period, came as well. "I know the Void Cradle," she said simply, when he suggested she rest. Inside, the gray space was empty. Truly empty, for what he assumed was the first time since the day Dao Mingji had sealed it. Their footsteps. They had footsteps now, because the dimensional gravity that had served as floor without providing ground had settled into something more physical with the internal pressure released, made sounds that echoed. The loom was exactly where it had been. Still powered. The energy from the architect's shadow's reintegration into the first weaver had not dissipated but had transferred into the loom's mechanism. The machinery was quiet, but active in the way a furnace was active when fueled but not burning. Ready. Waiting. When the shadow dissolved into me, the first weaver said, standing at the loom's edge. The loom received what the shadow had accumulated. Years of unmaking. Energy taken from the cultivators who used techniques against it. Energy taken from the loom's own activation attempt. He touched one of the mechanism's thread connections. It's full. More energy in this mechanism than I put into it when I built it. And if it activates, Wei Liang said. Full-scale lattice rewriting. Continent-wide effect. Whatever instructions the loom is given. The first weaver removed his hand. The good news is that the loom requires a specific thread signature to activate. Mine. Only I can operate it. And you won't, Wei Liang said. And I won't, the first weaver confirmed. The loom was a tool for creation, not for rewriting. I built it to create the eternal thread. Using it to rewrite the existing lattice was, he paused. Dao Mingji identified a capability the loom has that I did not design into it deliberately. A side effect of the mechanism's fundamental architecture. He found a use for it I never intended. You want to dismantle it, Wei Liang said. I want to preserve it, the first weaver said. The loom's creation capability is not a threat. It could, in principle, be used to address lattice damage that the resonance bridge method cannot reach, the deepest damage, the oldest breakpoints. But not now. Not under these conditions. He looked at the mechanism. It needs to be secured. The first weaver's heir rank includes a security protocol that binds the loom's activation to the heir's approval as well as my own. 2 keys. Neither sufficient alone. Wei Liang looked at the loom. That's why the heir advancement is important, he said. One of the reasons, the first weaver said. There are others. He turned to look at Wei Liang directly. Are you ready to discuss the merger? A silence. Soon, Wei Liang said. But first I want to tell Phantom something. Of course, the first weaver said. Wei Liang turned away from the loom and stood in the empty gray space of the void cradle. Phantom, he said. Yes, Phantom said. When I was underground, and the anchor was about to go down, the first anchor. And I didn't know if thread reading would work, and I didn't know if any of this would work. You said, do it. I'll be here. Do you remember that? A pause. Yes, Phantom said. You've been here, Wei Liang said. Every step. Every impossible problem. You've been here. The silence that followed was long. You weren't supposed to notice that, Phantom said. I noticed, Wei Liang said. You weren't supposed to say it either, Phantom said. It makes this harder. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm saying it anyway. The loom's quiet mechanism breathed around them. The void cradle was empty and would soon be secured. Outside, 3,000 cultivators were beginning to understand what it meant to be free. All right, Phantom said. All right, Wei Liang said. I'm ready, Phantom said. When you are. He looked at the first weaver. Tomorrow, he said. After I sleep. Tomorrow, the first weaver agreed. Chapter 106. The merger happened in the morning. Wei Liang woke before the others in the camp, as had become habitual over 7 months of mission work. The ruins were quiet at this hour, 3,000 cultivators sleeping, the first time many of them had slept in real air in years. The camp's logistical operation paused in the hours where human biology enforced rest regardless of circumstance. He sat at the eastern edge of the ruins, where the desert was visible beyond the perimeter, and waited for the light. I want to ask you one more thing, he said. Go ahead, Phantom said. Were you afraid? Wei Liang said. In the months of this. The dangerous parts. When I didn't know if the next step was possible. A pause. Yes, Phantom said. Often. A longer pause. Not for myself. That was the strange thing. I was afraid you would fail. I was afraid the cultivators inside the void cradle would run out of time before you reached them. I was afraid you would make the choice that cost you too much and not have enough left to complete the work. A pause. I was afraid you would stop believing it was possible. And when I seemed close to that. I did not say reassuring things, Phantom said. I gave you the next piece of information that was useful. I presented the next problem as a problem to be solved. Another pause. I did not know if that was the right approach. It was the only approach I had. It was the right approach, Wei Liang said. The light was beginning at the horizon. The desert caught it first, the flat expanse turning from gray to copper to something more complex. You're going to be all right, Wei Liang said. You can't know that, Phantom said. No, Wei Liang agreed. But you've been in my cultivation foundation since before I knew I had one. The merger doesn't remove you from there. It integrates you more fully. He paused. You'll be present. Not as a separate voice, but present. The first weaver is certain of this. He would know, Phantom said. He would know, Wei Liang agreed. They watched the light arrive in silence. When the camp began to wake, Wei Liang walked to where the first weaver was staying, a section of intact roofing that Lin Bao had designated as priority shelter, and told him. Today, the first weaver nodded. The merger was not performed as a technique. It was more like an agreement, a restructuring of how Wei Liang's cultivation foundation was organized, allowing the copy consciousness that had been embedded in the anomalous Dantian to expand into full integration rather than remaining a discrete object within the system. The first weaver guided the process, providing the understanding of the system's architecture. Wei Liang held himself open to it, which was harder than combat and easier than he had expected. Phantom's last words as a separate voice were not dramatic. See you on the other side, he said. Then the system interface changed. It did not go silent. It became different. The voice, the discrete presence of Phantom as a separate intelligence, resolved into something more like the intuitive layer of Wei Liang's own cultivation. Knowledge remained. Understanding remained. The insights about thread behavior, the 6 years of learning embedded in the copy consciousness, the particular reasoning patterns that had developed from observing Wei Liang across 7 months, all of it remained. But it was no longer separate. He felt the first Weaver's air rank unfold. The lattice opened. Thread Sovereign had given him 50 kilometers of domain range. First Weaver's air did not have a range he could measure by distance. The domain was not a sphere of influence around him, but a direct connection to the cultivation lattice's fundamental structure. He could feel the lattice of the world as a presence, not as a zone he operated within. Every thread on the continent, not individually, but as a whole. The way a musician hears a symphony not as individual notes, but as an entire experience simultaneously. He was very still for a long time. The first Weaver sat beside him and said nothing. Mayu brought water and set it down and did not speak either. Lin Bao, who had positioned herself 20 meters away and was watching with the specific attention she used for events she needed to accurately report later, was still. He opened his eyes. "He's still there," he said. "I know," the first Weaver said. "Not as a voice," Wei Liang said, "but present, as a part of how I understand things." "Yes," the first Weaver said. "That's what was intended." Wei Liang sat for a moment longer. "All right," he said. "What needs to be done today?" Chapter 107. The first order of business was Hessa. She had maintained her partial emergence connection through the Void Cradle's dimensional boundary for the entire mission's duration, a sustained half-presence that had been designed as a temporary technique for the Void Callers, but which Hessa had extended far beyond its intended duration. With the Void Cradle sealed and empty, her connection was now a thread attached to nothing. She needed to be fully extracted. The partial emergence technique, in its design, was reversible. The Void Caller could withdraw back into the Void Cradle if the connection was not severed or was not maintained. But with the Void Cradle's interior evacuated and the seal broken, Hessa's connection was not to the Void Cradle interior anymore, but to the dimensional boundary layer itself. She was partially in the Void Cradle's residual dimensional space and partially in the physical world. This was not a sustainable state. First Weaver's air rank gave Wei Liang the dimensional perception to understand what the connection looked like from both sides simultaneously. He could see Hessa's thread signature, split across the dimensional boundary, the larger portion in the physical world and the smaller portion anchored in the residual layer. The anchor point in the residual layer was attached to nothing. The fuel core was gone. The cultivators were gone. The connection had no landing point. "I need to pull the anchor loose," he said to Hessa. She was present at the boundary point, visible in the physical world as a woman who was mostly there, her thread signature not flickering but simply incomplete. The partial emergence technique's anchor in the Void Cradle's residual layer. "If I pull it free, you'll be fully in the physical world. And if you can't pull it free?" Hessa said. "I can pull it free," he said. First Weaver's air rank. "The dimensional architecture is visible to me." She looked at him. "My family," she said. Dao Mingji had their threads wound around the fuel core. He told me. If I resisted, their threads would be consumed first. He used them to coerce me. "The core is gone," Wei Liang said. "I know," she said. "I felt it when you destroyed it. I felt them, still there, still intact. Their threads are still in the Void Cradle's residual layer because there's nowhere for them to go. They were never fully consumed." She met his eyes. "Can you reach them?" He looked into the residual layer. Threads. 3 of them, distinctly identifiable, connected to cultivation foundations that were not inside the Void Cradle anymore. Foundations that existed, presumably, in specific bodies in specific locations in the physical world. The threads had been wound into the core structure so tightly that they had survived the core's destruction, attached to nothing, floating in the residual layer's dimensional space. "I can reattach them," he said. He was not certain of this. He was nearly certain. The first Weaver's air rank included restoration capabilities at a scale that had not existed in any prior cultivation path, the capability to work at the foundational architecture level of the lattice. Reattaching 3 threads to their source foundations was theoretically within that scope. "Yes," he said, with more certainty. "I can reattach them, but I need to know where your family is." Hessa told him. The reattachment took 2 hours and required Yu Tianming's restoration cultivation to support the external structural work while Wei Liang performed the dimensional layer thread manipulation. At the end of it, 3 threads that had been floating in the Void Cradle's residual space were correctly connected to their source foundations. Then he pulled Hessa's anchor loose. She stumbled forward, a person who had been partially in 2 places at once suddenly being entirely in one. She caught herself against the ruin's wall. She stood, breathing, in the physical world. "Full," she said. She touched the stone wall. "I haven't been fully in one place since," she stopped. "A long time." "Welcome back," Mayu said, from behind Wei Liang. Thank you, Hessa said, quietly, not as a formality. Chapter 108 The lattice repair work began in the second week. The first weaver organized the volunteers into 3 working groups, 140 cultivators each, sized to cover the 3 most severely damaged continental regions identified by first weaver's air perception. Wei Liang could see the damage directly now. The resonance breaks in the lattice spread across the continent like scar tissue, some recent, some older, the accumulated history of thread cutting and destruction, and the anchor's years-long suppressive effects. The damage was worse than the first weaver's internal projections had suggested. Easier to see the full extent from outside the void cradle. The northern wastes, the eastern marshes, and the highland plateau, Wei Liang said, to the assembled volunteers. These 3 regions have the highest density of resonance breaks. Your presence, your cultivation foundation's natural resonance, will begin to bridge the breaks over weeks to months. You don't need to do anything specific. Be there. Maintain your cultivation. Let your natural output do the work. How long? Someone asked. For stabilization sufficient to allow new cultivation development in those regions. 3 to 4 weeks, he said. For significant repair, 3 to 4 months. For full restoration to pre-catastrophe lattice quality, longer. We don't have a precise estimate. The first weaver's best projection is 2 years. 2 years, someone repeated. Yes, Wei Liang said. It's a long time. But the alternative was the loom, which would have accomplished the same repair in hours, using the people in this room as fuel. He looked at the assembled cultivators. The slow way is the right way. What do we get out of it? Someone else asked. The question was practical, not selfish. Your own cultivation will strengthen, Wei Liang said. Resonance bridge work exercises cultivation foundations in a specific way, the same way long-term meditation exercises it, but applied. The volunteers will find their foundations more stable after the period of repair work than before. He paused. And the areas you repair will be places where cultivation is possible again. If you want to build something afterward, a new institution, a new training structure, a new sect, you'll be building on ground you restored yourself. The practical question was answered. The volunteers organized into their groups and departed with the logistical support Lin Bao had arranged, Raise's network providing transportation, supply chains, and communication relays. The camp at the Grand Resonance ruins began to thin. The freed cultivators, given time and food and medical care, were beginning to make choices. Some stayed in the camp while they recovered. Some joined the lattice repair work. Some, Wei Liang learned through Meiyu's quiet reporting, were asking about family members, people outside the void cradle, who had spent 6 years not knowing if their cultivator relatives were alive. The communication work of reconnecting 3,000 people with the world they had been sealed away from was significant. Lin Bao managed it. She had not been asked to manage it. She had looked at the problem and begun managing it because she was the person best positioned to do so. You're going to build something here, Wei Liang said to her on the 11th day. She did not look surprised. I've been building it since the 3rd day, she said. The structure is mostly in place. What it needs is a name and a mandate. What name did you have in mind? I thought you should choose, she said. You're the guardian. He thought for a moment. Guardian Court, he said. She considered this. Simple enough that people won't misremember it. Clear enough that people won't misunderstand it. She nodded. Guardian Court. We'll need to formalize the mandate. What it does, who it answers to, what authority it has. Those are your decisions, he said. She looked at him. You said you thought I was going to build something, she said. Yes, he said. Then I'll need someone who is recognizable as a guardian to stand behind the decisions when people question them. Not to make them. I'll make them. But to be visibly present. I'll be present, he said. Good, she said. Then I'll start drafting the mandate. Chapter 109 The first test of the Guardian Court's authority came on the 15th day, in a form no one had anticipated. A cultivator who had been sealed in the void cradle for 4 years, a former mid-rank inner disciple of the Grand Resonance sect, which made him directly one of Dao Mingji's former subordinates, found Dao Mingji working at the lattice repair site assigned to the camp's perimeter and attacked him, not with lethal intent, with the very specific intent of hurting him in every way a depleted cultivation foundation could manage before someone stopped it. Raise's officers stopped it within 30 seconds. No one was seriously injured. Wei Liang arrived when it was already over. Dao Mingji was sitting in the dust where he had been pushed down, bleeding from his lip, with the expression of someone who had expected something like this and had not defended himself. The disciple was being restrained by 2 of Raise's officers and was still shouting. Wei Liang looked at them both. Release him, he said to the officers. The officers released the disciple, who stood with the tension of someone not finished with what they were doing. I heard you at the trial, Wei Liang said to the disciple. You spoke for 6 minutes. About what it felt like to lose 2 years of cultivation foundation to the fuel extraction. About what it was like to watch someone next to you dissolve. He paused. You said everything you needed to say. Dao Mingji heard it. He needs to, the disciple began. I know what you want him to need, Wei Liang said. I understand it. But the verdict was the verdict. If you have a problem with the verdict, bring it back to the gathering. Change the verdict by that process. He looked at Dao Mingji. Are you injured? No, Dao Mingji said. Get back to work, Wei Liang said. Dao Mingji looked at him, then at the disciple, then stood and walked back toward the lattice repair site, limping slightly. The disciple watched him go with the expression of someone who had expected a different resolution and did not know how to process the one they had received. If you do this again, Wei Liang said, not unkindly, I'll need to assign you to a repair site far from Dao Mingji's location. Not as punishment, as logistics. He paused. That may be the right call anyway. I'll discuss it with Lin Bao. He deserves, the disciple said. I know what he deserves, Wei Liang said. The people who set the verdict also know what he deserves. They chose a different thing, with reasons. He looked at the disciple steadily. If you want to advocate for a different verdict, the process is available to you. Violence isn't the process. The disciple looked at him for a long moment. You're really going to protect him, he said. I protect people, Wei Liang said. That includes people who have done wrong. The guardian's function is not to determine who deserves protection. It's to maintain the conditions in which the community can determine that for itself. He paused. I don't expect you to like that right now, but it's what the guardian court is. The disciple walked away. Wei Liang stood in the place where the dust had been disturbed. That was the first real test, Phantom said, not as a separate voice, but as a layer of understanding that felt like his own thoughts, but lit from a different angle. Phantom, integrated. Yes, Wei Liang said aloud. The first weaver, passing nearby, looked at him but did not speak. He had heard. Chapter 110. 3 weeks into the camp's operation, xianxia began the long work of documenting the freed cultivators' medical conditions. This was both necessary for immediate care and necessary for what she called, with the clinical precision she applied to everything, institutional baseline. If the Guardian Court was going to maintain any kind of cultivation health infrastructure going forward, it needed to know what the starting conditions were. She had organized a medical team from among the freed cultivators, identifying those with relevant expertise and coordinating their work. Yu Tianming's restoration cultivation was the most powerful medical resource available, and the two of them had developed a working relationship that Wei Liang observed from a distance, with a feeling he did not immediately name. The feeling was recognition. Two people with complementary technical capabilities and compatible working styles, finding out that they worked well together. She's good, Yu Tianming told him when he visited the medical section. The thread surgery integration she's worked out. The way she combines standard medical technique with thread connection assessment. She invented it herself. Over 7 months, Wei Liang said. Under conditions that weren't ideal for invention. Under your conditions, Yu Tianming said, with something that was not quite a smile, which apparently are excellent for forcing people to develop new techniques. He found xianxia later that evening, updating records in the medical section's organized chaos. How are you, he said. She looked up. The question surprised her slightly. He realized he had been asking it less than he had in the early months, when the mission had been new and the relationship between them had been more formally defined by the operational framework. Working, she said. There's a great deal to do. There's always a great deal to do, he said. How are you, aside from the work? She considered this with the same attention she gave technical problems. Adjusting, she said. The mission had a specific shape, a clear objective, clear obstacles, clear progress markers. This doesn't have that. She paused. I find I'm better at missions than at reconstruction. You invented thread surgery under mission conditions, he said. I invent things under pressure, she said. Reconstruction is sustained work without specific pressure. I'm learning the difference. Lin Bao is good at reconstruction, he said. Lin Bao is good at everything structural, xianxia said. She told me last week she had already drafted the Guardian Court mandate. She's been telling me about it in stages, which I believe is her way of making sure I have input, while giving me the illusion that I'm not being administratively managed. Are you being administratively managed? Probably yes, she said. She's not wrong to. I would not have thought to establish a medical baseline without being told to. She paused. Tell me about the merger. You haven't talked about it. He had not talked about it because he had not been certain how to. Phantom is still there, he said. Not as a voice. As a quality of understanding. When I approach a thread problem, there's an intuitive layer that used to come from Phantom's separate analysis. Now it feels like my own intuition, but deeper, richer, as if I've always had both angles, and am only now using them simultaneously. Is it strange? It was strange for the first day, he said. Now it feels like how I always should have thought. She looked at him. First Weaver's air rank, she said. What does it feel like? Like, he said, and paused, trying to find accurate language. Like the difference between seeing one person clearly and being able to see a room full of people clearly. The same quality of perception, but across a larger field. He paused. The lattice of the world is present. I can feel it. Not constantly, not in a way that would be overwhelming. It's become background. The way temperature is background. But when I pay attention to it, it's there. The whole world's thread structure, she said. As background. Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. That's, she said, and then didn't finish the sentence with the word she had chosen first. Started over. You've come a long way from Brackwater. He looked at her. You too, he said. The medical section's evening routine continued around them. Cultivators receiving assessment, staff recording baseline data, the systematic work of understanding the scale of what had happened inside the void cradle. 3,000 people. Their stories, their damage, their recovery, their choices about what came next. The world outside was large, and the work was long. He stayed in the medical section longer than he had planned, listening to xianxia explain the documentation system she had built, asking questions that extended the conversation past its natural endpoints, both of them aware that this was a choice and neither of them naming it as one. Eventually Lin Bao appeared in the doorway, looked at them, and said she would need Wei Liang's review of the Guardian Court mandate draft in the morning. In the morning, he agreed. She walked away with the expression of someone who had just accomplished two things simultaneously and was satisfied about both. Chapter 111 The Guardian Court's mandate was formally adopted on the 22nd day. Lin Bao presented it to a gathering of 200 cultivators, the most medically stable, the ones most likely to participate in the institutional structure going forward. She read it aloud in full, which took 40 minutes. She answered questions for another hour. She did not allow Wei Liang to speak except when someone asked specifically about the guardian function. He's the institutional presence, she explained, when someone pointed out that he appeared to be saying very little. The mandate's legitimacy comes from the guardian. Its operations come from the people who build and run it. These are different roles. What are your qualifications? The same questioner asked Lin Bao. I organized the logistics for a 7-month mission involving 12 active anchor sites, coordinated an allied force across 3 continents including naval, cavalry, and medical components, and arranged supply and communication support for the emergence of 3,000 cultivators from a sealed dimensional space with less than 48 hours' notice, she said. I believe that is a sufficient qualification for institutional administration. The questioner did not have a follow-up. The mandate was adopted unanimously, with 4 abstentions from cultivators who were not yet well enough to fully assess what they were agreeing to. Lin Bao noted the abstentions in the record and noted that they would be offered a revote when their condition allowed. Wei Liang signed the mandate as guardian. He noticed, as he signed, that his signature looked different from how it had looked before the first Weaver's air advancement. Not dramatically, the same characters, the same brush pressure, but there was a quality in the strokes that had changed. The intuitive layer of his cultivation, now integrated with Phantom's 6-year perspective, expressed itself in small ways. His handwriting was one of them. He thought this would have amused Phantom, which meant it also amused him. The first Weaver did not sign. He was not part of the institutional structure. He had made this clear on the second day, when Lin Bao had offered him a formal position. My work is the lattice, he said, not the people organizing on top of it. That is your work. He paused. I will advise, but I won't hold authority. I have held enough authority for one lifetime. After the mandate was adopted, Wei Liang walked to the section of ruins where the void cradle entry shaft still descended into the dimensional layer. Mayu came with him without being asked. You keep coming back here, she said. The loom, he said. I keep checking it. Is it doing anything? No, he said. It's quiet. The energy from the shadow's reintegration is sitting in it the way water sits in a cup. Full, but not moving. He paused. The first Weaver has the only activation key, and air rank has the second key as a lock on it. It can't activate unless both keys are used. So it's safe, Mayu said. Yes, he said. Then why do you keep checking? He looked at the shaft. Because the first Weaver spent 6 years building a system that nobody accessed, he said. He built the Guardian system, embedded it in my cultivation, watched it operate across 7 months, and never made an error I could identify. He is not careless. He paused. He left the loom intact. He reintegrated the shadow into himself rather than destroying it or dispersing it. He could have dismantled the loom after the shadow's energy was absorbed. He chose not to. You think he intends to use it, Mayu said. I think he's decided to preserve that option, Wei Liang said. For a scenario he can see that I can't yet. Mayu looked at the shaft. Should you ask him about it? I asked him about it, Wei Liang said. He said, the loom's creation capability could address lattice damage that the resonance bridge method cannot reach. He said, not now, not under these conditions. He said, when you understand what those conditions might be, we'll discuss it. That's not a no, Mayu said. No, Wei Liang agreed. It's not a no. Chapter 1:12 Mayu stayed in the camp. This was not the predetermined outcome. She had had no plan, had been maintaining no plans for 6 years because plans inside the Void Cradle were a luxury that consumed energy better spent on immediate survival. She had existed day by day, week by week, building structures that lasted only as long as necessary and never further. The camp, which was becoming the Guardian Court's first permanent structure, was the first environment in 6 years where she could think past the next 3 days. She was relearning this in stages, which sometimes looked like productivity and sometimes looked like sitting very still staring at nothing. Wei Liang found her doing the latter one afternoon, at the edge of the ruins where the desert met the first stones of the compound. You're trying to plan, he said. I'm trying to want things, she said. I know how to endure. I'm not sure I remember how to want something. He sat beside her. What did you want, he said before. She thought about it. I wanted to reach mid-rank, she said. I was working toward inner disciple level, outer disciple of the Meridian sect, good at technical thread work, slow on combat development. My teacher said if I focused on the technical path, I'd make inner disciple by 23. She paused. I was 19 when I was sealed. You're 25 now, he said. Yes, she said. And the Meridian sect doesn't exist anymore. A silence. The Guardian Court will need people who are good at technical thread work, he said. Lin Bao's mandate includes a technical research function. The first Weaver needs people who can understand his lattice repair theory in depth and help implement it across regions. Are you offering me a job? She said. I'm pointing out that there are things to want, he said. The specific form of the thing is yours to determine. She looked at the desert. I want to see the eastern marshes, she said. I heard about them in the Void Cradle, from cultivators who had been sealed there, from thread impressions that carried landscape information. The thread structure there is apparently remarkable. It is, he said. He had worked there in step 3 of the mission, months ago. He did not say months ago. That timeline, compressed in his own experience, was not how she experienced it. The thread density is unlike anywhere else I've been. I'd like to see it, she said. Help repair it. Understand it. A pause. After I can walk that far without my foundation giving out. The first Weaver says your foundation will be at 70% within 2 months, he said. 70%, she said. It was at 90 before I was sealed. The 6 years cost 20% of my sealing. Permanent. He thinks so, she said. For the sealing. The day-to-day function will recover. But I won't achieve what I might have achieved. She said it without particular bitterness. I had 6 years to be angry about it. I'm past angry. What are you now? Curious, she said. About what 70% can do. She looked at him. You were at effectively 0%, functionally speaking, when this started. The anomalous Dantian, the uncategorizable cultivation path. Yes, he said. And now, she said. First Weaver's heir. The only person in the world at that rank. Yes, he said. So ceilings, she said, are less fixed than people think. He looked at her. Yes, he said. Less fixed. She was quiet for a moment. I want to go to the eastern marshes, she said. That's what I want. For now, that's enough. Good, he said. Chapter 113 The Lattice Tribunal reached out on the 31st day. It appeared at the ruins' eastern perimeter in its 3-component form. The 3 thread figures that Wei Liang had read about in the Outlines Arc 5 content, but had not personally encountered during the mission. The tribunal had been part of the first Weaver's original lattice design. 3 self-regulating constructs built to monitor and maintain the lattice's structural integrity, autonomous, with their own judgment and mandate. In the outline, Dao Mingji had modified their trigger conditions to target Wei Liang. In the story Wei Liang had actually lived, the tribunal had not activated during the mission. Their trigger conditions had apparently not been modified, or had been modified in ways that Wei Liang's mission work had never crossed. He learned the reason when they arrived. Guardian Thread Cultivation, the central figure announced. Confirmed as permitted path. Guardian status, First Weaver's heir. Classification, Authorized Lattice Overseer. Registering. Wei Liang looked at the First Weaver, who had come to stand beside him. They took their time, Wei Liang said. The tribunal analyzes before it acts, the First Weaver said. They identified your cultivation path from the moment you began the mission and spent 31 days verifying the classification before approaching. They are thorough. What does registering mean? It means they recognize the Guardian Court as a lattice-authorized institution, the First Weaver said. The tribunal's function is lattice oversight and self-regulation. With a human institution performing an equivalent function, the guardian court, they will coordinate rather than operate independently. What kind of coordination? The central tribunal figure provided the answer. Lattice anomaly reporting, structural damage monitoring, cross-regional integrity assessment, provide data, coordinate on response. A pause. Guardian court, primary human institutional partner. They want to share their data with us, Lin Bao said. She had appeared, as she often did, precisely when a relevant institutional development occurred. That seems valuable, Wei Liang said. Very valuable, Lin Bao said. The tribunal's lattice monitoring range is continental. Their historical data goes back to the first Weaver's original construction. She looked at the three figures. 3 decades of lattice monitoring records. Records, available on request, the tribunal confirmed. Perfect, Lin Bao said. She looked at Wei Liang. I'll need to draft a data-sharing protocol. You'll figure it out, he said. She was already walking toward the tribunal with the particular stride of someone who had identified a resource and intended to begin cataloging it. Wei Liang watched her go. The lattice tribunal's formal recognition as the guardian court's institutional partner took 12 minutes of Lin Bao's time. Across 3 separate questions to the tribunal and 3 responses in thread language that required 10 minutes to decode and 2 minutes to implement as written agreements. She had brought documentation. She had anticipated the need for documentation and had prepared it before leaving the compound that morning. How did you know we'd need the data-sharing protocol today? He asked when she rejoined him. I didn't know, she said. I prepared it in case. 3 weeks ago. She looked at the tribunal figures. The lattice tribunal's monitoring records spanned 30 years. If we had met them without a protocol framework, we would have spent weeks negotiating access retroactively. It was simpler to prepare the framework first. You prepared it 3 weeks before the tribunal made contact. 31 days before, she said. I estimated the contact timeline from the tribunal's function description in the first Weaver's documentation. He looked at her. You read the first Weaver's documentation, he said. All of it, she said. Before the emergence. Chapter 114. 2 months into the Guardian Court's operation, the lattice repair work showed its first measurable results. Wei Liang could feel it at the first Weaver's air level, not the individual resonance bridge connections, which were below the resolution of continental scale perception, but the large-scale structural effect. The northern wastes, where the first and largest volunteer group had been working, showed a shift in the lattice's harmonic quality. The resonance breaks were not bridged yet. That would take months more, but the surrounding lattice was responding. Growth. The first Weaver confirmed it with a different kind of analysis. The resonance frequency of the northern waste lattice had shifted toward stability by 3%. 3% sounded small. At continental scale, 3% was a structural change measurable in decades of prevented degradation. People will be able to begin cultivation in that region again within 6 weeks, the first Weaver said. Not at the density possible before the thread-cutting catastrophe, decades away, but basic cultivation. Foundational techniques. New cultivators will have access to the path that was closed to them. New cultivators, Wei Liang said. Children who were born after the void cradle, who grew up in a world where the cultivation path was gone. Those who have the thread signature for it. Yes, the first Weaver said. The Guardian Thread cultivation path, the path you walked, is available to anyone with an anomalous dantian. Standard cultivation paths become available where the lattice supports them. He paused. There will be more anomalous dantians. The catastrophe disrupted the normal thread signature patterns. Children born after it are more likely to have unusual cultivation architectures. More guardians, Wei Liang said. Potentially, the first Weaver said. The Guardian system was built for you specifically, for your thread signature's specific architecture. But the principles of the system, the cultivation path structure, it could be adapted, modified, given to others who could use it. He looked at Wei Liang. That work is yours if you choose it. You carry the system understanding now, both from the mission and from the merger. Building the path for the next generation, Wei Liang said. One possible work, the first Weaver said. The Guardian Court is another. The lattice repair is a third. The loom is a fourth. He paused. You are first Weaver's heir. There is more work than one person's lifetime. Wei Liang sat with this. It was not oppressive, the way it might once have been. In the early months of the mission, the scale of what needed to be done had felt like a weight that could flatten him. Now it felt more like a landscape, too large to see all of at once. Navigable, section by section, with the right companions. I'm not doing it alone, he said. No, the first Weaver agreed. Lin Bao is already building the administration, Wei Liang said. Yu Tianming is running recovery. Xianxia is doing medical documentation. Mayu will go to the eastern marshes. Reza has already signed the first cross-cultural agreement. Hessa is becoming something new, the first weaver said. Her partial emergence experience has left her with an unusual relationship to dimensional boundaries. She can perceive layers of the lattice that standard cultivators cannot. That is a capability. He paused. The Guardian Court has someone who can perceive dimensional layers in a way no one else currently can. If she chooses to use it that way, Wei Liang said. If she chooses, the first weaver agreed. That's the point. Everything going forward is choice. Not necessity, not compulsion, not the narrowing of options until only one remains. He looked at the camp, at the Guardian Court taking shape around them. Choice. Chapter 115. On the 47th day, Reza Varith arrived personally at the Guardian Court. He had been managing his network from a distance, coordinating supply chains and communication relays. But he came in person on the 47th day with a delegation of 5 senior officers and a treaty document. Lin Bao had spent 2 weeks negotiating on the Guardian Court's behalf. The treaty was between Reza's nation, the Varith Collective, a maritime alliance of 7 coastal cities and their inland territories, and the Guardian Court. It established mutual recognition. The Guardian Court as the primary cultivation oversight institution, the Varith Collective as the primary non-cultivation political authority in the coastal regions, with specific protocols for coordination when the lattice repair work and the collective's territorial interests overlapped. This is the first treaty, Lin Bao said, when she presented it to Wei Liang. The framework for how the Guardian Court exists in relationship to non-cultivation political authorities. Everything that follows will reference this document. Who negotiated the terms? Wei Liang asked. Reza and I, she said. He was a reasonable counterpart. He understands the value of the cultivation lattice to his maritime operations. ThreadSense is useful for navigation, weather reading, and trade route assessment. He has significant incentive to want the lattice functioning well. And the Guardian Court's terms? Non-interference with civilian authority in matters not involving the lattice. Consultation rather than unilateral action when lattice repair work affects collective territories. Guardian Court medical services provided to collective citizens who have cultivation injuries, without requiring citizenship. She paused. And the collective's obligation, to prevent its citizens from deliberately damaging the lattice in ways that interfere with repair work, with specific penalties defined. Mutual accountability, Wei Liang said. The only kind of agreement that holds, Lin Bao said. Reza found Wei Liang at the treaty signing. You look different, Reza said. He had said the same thing after each advancement, cultivator observation, or simply the attention of someone who had been watching Wei Liang across months of work. First Weaver's heir rank, Wei Liang said. Reza considered this. I don't fully understand what that means in technical terms, he said. But you look like someone who has set down a weight they've been carrying for a very long time. The mission, Wei Liang said. Yes, Reza said. The mission is done. They looked at the Guardian Court around them, the ongoing construction, the medical section, the administrative structure Lin Bao was building, the cultivators in various stages of recovery, the treaty signers arranging themselves for the formality of the ceremony. What comes next? Reza asked. The work, Wei Liang said. Different work. Less emergency. More sustained. You'll be good at it, Reza said. Wei Liang looked at him. You don't know that, he said. I watched you manage a 7-month crisis, while simultaneously progressing through cultivation ranks that most cultivators take decades to achieve, Reza said. You did both without losing the judgment to treat people as people rather than resources. You made decisions that cost you personally without protecting yourself at others' expense. He paused. The specific skills required for peacetime institutional work are different from the ones required for the mission. But the underlying judgment, the thing that makes judgment good or bad, that translates. Wei Liang looked at the treaty document being arranged on the table. He signed it beside Lin Bao's signature line, below the Guardian Court's formal designation. Thank you, he said, to Reza. For the fleet. For the cavalry. For believing in the mission before there was evidence that it would succeed. You gave me evidence, Reza said. Your actions in the eastern marshes were the evidence. He paused. Also, I like difficult projects. He looked out at the ruins becoming Guardian Court. This one was quite difficult. It was, Wei Liang agreed. The first treaty between the Guardian Court and an outside authority was signed. Lin Bao filed the original and made 3 copies. Chapter 116. General Mao came to Wei Liang on the 53rd day with a report and a question. The report, his army of 1,200 soldiers, which had been serving as security and logistics support for the Guardian Court's operation since the emergence, was ready for transition. The soldiers were volunteers who had signed contracts with specific durations and scopes. They had signed to support the mission through emergence and early stabilization. That scope was completed. What do they want to do next? Wei Liang asked. Most of them want to go home, Mao said. Some want to remain as Guardian Court security staff. 3 officers have expressed interest in a proposed civil peacekeeping function, maintaining order in the regions where lattice repair work is being conducted, preventing the kind of unauthorized lattice damage that the Varith Treaty prohibits. He paused. I've told them I would consult with you and Lin Bao before making any decisions. Lin Bao is drafting the security mandate, Wei Liang said. She'll want to speak with the 3 officers directly. I expected that, Mao said. That's the report. He paused. The question is personal. Ask it. I've been leading soldiers for 22 years, Mao said. The campaign you brought me into was the most significant work of my career. What you were trying to accomplish, what you actually accomplished, he paused again. I've been a military general my entire adult life. The cultivation world I grew up in is gone. The sects are gone. The cultivation administration is gone. The civil authorities in most regions are gone or severely disrupted. He met Wei Liang's eyes. What does a military general do in a world that is rebuilding rather than fighting? Wei Liang considered this. The same things, he said, with different specific applications. You organize people. You plan operations with multiple moving parts across complex terrain. You make decisions under uncertainty and take responsibility for the outcomes. He paused. The lattice repair work operates in difficult terrain across 3 continents. The volunteer groups are doing remarkable work, but they need operational command. Someone who understands how to move people across distance efficiently, maintain supply lines, handle the unexpected. He looked at Mao. That's what you do. Mao was quiet for a moment. A general for a cultivation repair campaign, he said. If you want to call it that, Wei Liang said. It's a better use of a general than most wars, Mao said. He straightened. Then, one more thing. Go ahead. The men who stayed with me when I joined your mission, the 100 Corps infantry, the ones who held the perimeter at the Grand Resonance ruins against the hollow beasts for 3 hours. Several of them have thread sensitivity. He paused. They didn't know. Combat reveals things. When the hollow beasts were pressing the line, some of my soldiers found they could feel the beast's thread discharge before it happened. It saved lives. Wei Liang looked at him. They have cultivation potential, he said. I don't know what that means precisely, Mao said. I know what I observed. I know that Tao Ing Li in the Northern Wastes is being welcomed as a new cultivator. I know my soldiers did something similar and are being looked at like it might be a problem. It's not a problem, Wei Liang said. Bring them to the regional office in the Northern Wastes. Shen Yunxi's team will assess them. He paused. Anyone with thread sensitivity is welcome on the cultivation path under the Guardian Court's framework. Background doesn't matter. Military service doesn't matter. The thread signature is the only criterion. Mao absorbed this. The cultivation world I grew up in had sects with entrance tests and lineage requirements, he said. Outer disciples, inner disciples, elder hierarchies. 40 years of institutional history. All of it gone. He looked at the Guardian Court's compound. This is not that world. No, Wei Liang said. Is that a loss? Mao asked. Genuine question. Wei Liang thought honestly. Some of it was a loss, he said. The knowledge that lived in the sect libraries. The training traditions that took generations to develop. The communities. The relationships between masters and disciples across decades. He paused. The hierarchy and the exclusion, those I don't mourn. But the knowledge, we're recovering what we can. Lin Bao has made the archive work a priority. A general and an archivist, Mao said. You've assembled an interesting group. I'll speak with Lin Bao. She's already expecting you, Wei Liang said. He had not told Lin Bao this conversation was coming. He was confident she was expecting it anyway. He was right. He checked later. She had already drafted a position description. Chapter 117. 6 weeks into the lattice repair work, the first new cultivation appeared in the Northern Wastes. It was a girl of 14 named Tao Ing Li, the daughter of a desert trading family who had never had cultivation access because the Northern Waste lattice had been too degraded by the time she was born. The resonance bridge work the volunteers had been doing for 6 weeks had not fully repaired the local lattice. That was months away, but it had stabilized enough to allow basic thread sensitivity in people with the right foundational architecture. Tao Ing Li had felt the threads for the first time at dawn on a Tuesday. Her parents, who were not cultivators, brought her to the Guardian Court's nearest regional office, which was a tent with 2 staff members and a communication relay, but was recognizable as an office within 3 days. Wei Liang heard about it from Lin Bao and traveled to the Northern Wastes to meet her. She was not nervous. She was curious. She had spent 3 days trying to understand what she was feeling in the thread structure around her, and she had developed several theories that were mostly wrong, but methodologically sound given that she had no training resources. You've been testing the threads, he said. I pushed on them, she said. Some pushed back, some moved. One followed me home, and I don't know how to make it stop. She showed him a single thread of local lattice that had attached to her thread signature and was trailing behind her cultivation foundation. A standard woven thread phenomenon, the kind that appeared in early cultivation development. Is it supposed to do that? Yes, he said. It means your cultivation has started. The thread is learning your signature. It will stay close until you learn to actively manage it. Manage it how? He spent 2 hours teaching her the basics. She absorbed everything faster than most students he had observed in the mission's early months. Not because she was exceptional, though she might be, but because she was genuinely curious and had spent 3 days observing the phenomenon carefully before getting instruction. When he left, she was practicing thread reading, the first technique on the standard guardian thread cultivation path, adapted for the basic lattice work he had been thinking about building into a more teachable form. He stood outside the tent in the northern wastes desert, in the wind, and felt the quality of the thread structure around him. 6 weeks of work. One girl learning to read threads. A small thing, measured against the scale of what had been done and what remained. The right size to carry home. He stayed in the northern wastes for 1 additional day, reviewing the regional office's operations and speaking with the volunteer cultivators who had been working the resonance bridge repair for 6 weeks. They were tired but not depleted. The work required sustained presence rather than intense effort, which meant it was draining in the accumulated sense rather than the acute one. Several of them talked about what the work felt like, not like technique deployment, more like holding a door open and letting air move through naturally. The lattice responding to their presence rather than to their actions. It gets easier, one of the volunteers said. The first week I kept trying to do something. Push the resonance, direct it. The lattice pushed back. By the 3rd week I stopped trying to direct anything and just was there. The lattice started doing the work itself. Wei Liang thought about 3 days of thread sitting in the archipelago. The same principle. He flew back to the grand resonance compound carrying the specific feeling of a small thing done correctly, which was, he had learned, the same feeling as a large thing done correctly, only at a different scale. Chapter 118. On the 60th day, Hesse reported an anomaly. She had been developing her dimensional layer perception in the weeks since her full restoration to the physical world, exploring the capability that the partial emergence experience had left her with. She could sense things in the transitional dimensional layer, the space between the physical world and the deeper lattice structure, that no one else could reach. Near the void cradle entry, she said. There's a residue in the dimensional layer. Something passed through the boundary recently. Not through the physical entry shaft, through the boundary itself. A different point. She paused. Whatever it wasn't any of us. The residue pattern doesn't match anyone I can account for. Another guardian system entry? Wei Liang asked. Not a guardian system, she said. Something else. The thread signature in the residue it's not a cultivation signature. It's not a hollow beast signature. It's not the lattice tribunal. She met his eyes. I don't have a classification for it. Wei Liang looked toward the ceremonial hall. How recently? The decay rate of the residue suggests 4 to 6 days ago, she said. While we were in the northern wastes. Something entered the void cradle while we were away, Wei Liang said. Through the boundary. Not through the shaft. He went to the first weaver. The first weaver listened to Hesse's report in full, then said, show me the residue. Hesse brought them both to the specific point at the ruin's perimeter where the residue was strongest. The first weaver extended his perception into the dimensional layer, the perception of someone who had built that layer, who understood its architecture better than anyone alive. He was quiet for a long time. Well, he said. What is it? Wei Liang asked. A signature I recognize, the first weaver said, but should not be possible. The cultivation foundation that left this residue. It would require access to the dimensional layer that predates my own design work. Something that existed before the eternal thread was woven. He looked at the residue. Before I built the lattice. What existed before the lattice? Wei Liang said. That, the first weaver said carefully, is an excellent question. He said nothing further for the rest of the day. Wei Liang returned to the dimensional boundary point 3 times over the following 2 days. He could not access the dimensional layer the way Hesse could. His first weaver's air perception gave him continental lattice awareness, but the transitional layer between the physical world and the void cradle's residual space required the specific kind of perception that Hesse's partial emergence experience had given her. A different angle. He asked Hesse to map the residue as carefully as she could. She worked for 8 hours. The result was a description he did not have a full reference framework for, a thread signature that did not follow the architecture of any cultivation path she could identify. The guardian thread path had a specific logic, The Guardian system's design imposed a structure on Wei Liang's thread signature that was identifiable in retrospect. The void collar techniques had a different structure, one she recognized from years of living among them. Even Dao Mingji's loom-enhanced cultivation had been recognizable as an extension of known cultivation architecture. This was not. It's older, she said. That's the only word I have. Not degraded, not faded, deliberately constructed in an older way. The way the Void Cradle's architecture is older than everything built around it. She paused, as if whoever built this path was working from the same foundational understanding the first weaver worked from, but independently. Before him, Wei Liang sat with this and thought about what the first weaver had said. Before I built the lattice, is there anything in the keeper oral tradition? He asked. The archipelago's tradition, the rhythms Serafina encoded. You've been working with those archives. Hessa looked at him. I haven't finished translating them, she said. But there's a figure in the earliest sections that the keepers call the antecedent. The one who came before the thread keeper, who wove the world before the eternal thread existed. She paused. I thought it was mythology. Explanatory narrative, the kind of story traditions used to explain origin. Maybe not, Wei Liang said. Maybe not, she agreed. He filed this with the first weaver's silence as two pieces of the same problem. He did not yet know what shape the problem had. Chapter 119, the Lattice Tribunal's 31st day report, which Lin Bao received and summarized, and brought to Wei Liang the next morning, contained an anomaly notation. The notation was brief. The tribunal's reporting style was factual without interpretation. It described what it observed and left interpretation to the Guardian Court as the primary human institutional partner. The notation, hollow beasts in the Western Steppes region had been observed demonstrating thread manipulation techniques. Not corrupted thread techniques of the kind that the hollow beasts had used during the Void Cradle era. Those had been embedded by Dao Mingji's design, a basic function built into the creature's cultivation architecture. These were new techniques. Techniques the hollow beasts had not had 2 months ago. Techniques that required developing thread sensitivity of a quality the hollow beasts were not previously known to possess. Thread signatures consistent with cultivation development. They've become cultivators, Wei Liang said. The tribunal's notation uses consistent with cultivation development, Lin Bao said. It doesn't speculate on mechanism. It's speculating by including the notation, Wei Liang said. Yes, she said. I believe so. He looked at the report. Hollow beasts had been created by Dao Mingji as guard creatures. Organic entities with thread architecture that allowed basic technique use, designed to be controlled and directed. With the Void Cradle seal broken and Dao Mingji's directive network disrupted, the creatures had dispersed to territorial behavior. But territorial behavior did not explain developing new cultivation techniques. Have we had any contact with the Western Steppes groups since the emergence? He asked. None, Lin Bao said. The lattice repair work hasn't extended to the Western Steppes yet. We've focused on the northern wastes, eastern marshes, and highland plateau. The steppes are scheduled for the third wave of volunteers. Push the steppes to the first wave, Wei Liang said. I need people with thread sensitivity there. People who can assess what the lattice looks like in those regions and observe the hollow beasts. Understood, Lin Bao said. She made a note. And the tribunal report? I'll review the full version, he said. He took the report and read it twice. The tribunal's notation was precise. 14 individual hollow beasts observed performing thread manipulation that required active cultivation development. The techniques were rudimentary, woven thread level, the first rank. But they were genuine. He thought about the girl in the northern wastes, with a thread following her home for 3 days while she figured out what was happening. He thought about what the first weaver had said. The catastrophe had disrupted normal thread signature patterns. Children born after it were more likely to have unusual cultivation architectures. Hollow beasts were living creatures. They existed in the world after the catastrophe. Their thread architecture had been designed by Dao Mingji to allow basic technique use, which meant they already had more thread sensitivity than most creatures. If the lattice repair work was stabilizing the thread structure in regions where the hollow beasts lived, if the resonance bridge work was creating conditions in which cultivation development was becoming possible for creatures that already had thread sensitivity, Phantom, he said. The intuitive layer of his cultivation, integrated now, offered the thought. Asterisk the conditions for cultivation don't distinguish between human thread signatures and non-human ones. If the lattice supports cultivation development, it supports it for anyone with sufficient thread sensitivity. Asterisk he sat with this for a while. The world after the catastrophe was not the world before it. The world he was rebuilding was not a restoration. It was a construction. Something new. He filed the Hollow Beast report as a priority item and sent a note to the first weaver. Chapter 1:20 The 68th Day. Wei Liang stood on the roof of the Guardian Court's main building, the first permanently constructed building in the ruins becoming compound, 3 stories of repaired stone that Lin Bao had supervised into existence over 6 weeks. The roof gave a view of the whole compound, and, beyond it, the desert and the open sky. He was alone. This was unusual. The Guardian Court had reached a density of operation where he was rarely alone for more than a few minutes. But the dawn was early enough that the compound's activity had not yet started. He felt the lattice at First Weaver's air range. The continent spread out below his perception like a floor, the threads running through it in their recovered patterns, the resonance bridges growing in the northern regions, the damage still visible in the south and west, the whole intricate system in its process of slow healing. And in the western steppes, there, the hollow beast's new thread signatures. 14 points of cultivation development, faint but distinct, visible to air perception the way new growth was visible in a healing scar. And in the dimensional layer near the void cradle's boundary, the residue that Hessa had found, that the first weaver had recognized and would not explain fully. Something that had been inside the void cradle. Something that had used an access method that should not exist. And in the Guardian Court's own operational space, Phantom's integrated presence, which had settled over 6 weeks into something that felt entirely natural, entirely his. But occasionally, in the deep hours of the night, when cultivation foundation was most present, an image or a memory that did not belong to him or to the first weaver. A third origin. Something that had been with the copy consciousness before the merger, accumulated in 6 years of independent existence. Something that was now his to understand. 3 threads. 3 questions without answers. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Lin Bao, early as always, arriving to begin the day's administrative work. He turned from the view. The steps situation, he said. I reviewed your note, she said. The first volunteer group shifted to steps deployment, is ready to move in 2 days. Good, he said. And the dimensional residue? The first weaver is still thinking about it, he said. I won't push him faster than he's ready to answer. She absorbed this. 3 problems in progress, she said. Western steps, dimensional residue, and a third, he said. Something in the merger. Phantom's independent memory from the 6 years as a copy consciousness. There are fragments in the integrated layer that don't correspond to the first weaver's records or my experience. A third origin. Lin Bao looked at him. Is it dangerous? I don't know yet, he said. That's a problem, she said. Not alarmed. Simply precise. Yes, he said. It's a problem. He looked at the compound below, at the Guardian Court's operation beginning another day. Added to the list. She opened her notebook and wrote 3 lines. What do you want to do today? She asked. He looked at the sky. The medical review first, he said. Then the steps deployment briefing. Then I want to visit the void cradle and look at the dimensional residue again with Hessa. 3 things before noon, she said. You've scheduled me for 4, he said. Yes, she said. The Varith Treaty Second Implementation Protocol meeting is at midday. She had the schedule in her mind, not the notebook. Ray's delegates arrived yesterday. I'll be there, he said. He walked toward the stairs. The Guardian Court's work was not done, would not be done in his lifetime or in the lifetime of the court itself. The 3 problems were the beginning of what came next, not the continuation of what was past. The Void Cradle's era was over. What followed was new. He had never known what came after. He descended to find out. Chapter 121 3 months after the emergence. The Guardian Court had moved from temporary camp to permanent compound in that time. A process Lin Bao called controlled inevitable settlement, because they had never formally decided to make the Grand Resonance ruins their headquarters, but each logistical solution to each immediate problem had added another piece of infrastructure until the pieces together constituted a place. Wei Liang sat with this reality one morning over the compound's accounting records, which Lin Bao required him to review not because he made operational decisions from them, but because she believed leaders should understand the material costs of what they were building. The compound housed 400 people. The regional offices housed another 200, spread across 6 locations on 3 continents. The lattice repair volunteer groups accounted for 412 more, distributed across the northern wastes, the eastern marshes, and the highland plateau. The Guardian Court, in 3 months, had become the largest cultivation institution in the world, which was less impressive than it sounded, given that all the other cultivation institutions were gone. But it was real. It was present. It was building. The Western Steppes situation, Wei Liang said to Lin Bao, who was reviewing the same accounts with better retention. The first volunteer group arrives at the steppes border in 4 days, she said. General Mao organized their transport personally. He's treating it as the first operation of the new civil peacekeeping structure. The hollow beasts. still developing. The tribunal's weekly report shows 22 individuals now with cultivation consistent thread signatures, up from 14. The pattern is accelerating as the lattice stabilizes in the region. She paused. Mao's peacekeeping group includes xianxia's medical team as well. She wanted to be there for the first contact with whatever the hollow beasts are becoming. She would, Wei Liang said. She said, the medical baseline for a non-human cultivating entity doesn't exist. Someone has to establish it. Lin Bao's expression held the specific quality she reserved for xianxia's statements, something close to approval. I believe she's correct. Wei Liang reviewed the rest of the accounts without finding anything that required immediate attention, which was either the sign of a well-run institution or the sign that he wasn't seeing something. He was still learning which was which. The memorial, he said. 1 week earlier, Lin Bao had raised the question of whether to formally acknowledge the one cultivator who had not survived the emergence. The woman who had died on the first night, 6 years sealed and too far consumed to recover. She had had a name, Bao Suli, formerly an outer disciple of the Meridian sect, 27 years old when sealed. The ceremony is planned for tomorrow, Lin Bao said. Her family has been located, a younger brother in a coastal town. He's traveling to attend. Good, Wei Liang said. He closed the accounts. He thought about Bao Suli, who had held on for 6 years and had not quite made it to mourning. He thought about the 40 cultivators who had emerged with permanent foundation damage. He thought about the 41 he had carried through the dimensional transition and the one who had not survived the night. He thought about what it meant that 3,003 people were alive and rebuilding their lives, and that this number was the result of the specific choices made across 7 months. He also thought, which he did not always allow himself to do in the operational pace of the Guardian Court's daily work, about the choices that had been available and not taken. The shattered anchor state, which the first Weaver had later told him was not a cost, but a designed advancement path, which meant he had had access to that capability throughout the mission without knowing it. Whether knowing it earlier would have changed anything was unclear. Phantom had concluded, in the integrated understanding they now shared, that the timing of revelation had been deliberate. The first Weaver's design had provided the tools in the sequence the mission required, not before. He did not entirely agree with this conclusion. He suspected the first Weaver's design had been precise and had also been imperfect, and that the imperfection was a feature of designing for humans rather than systems. You could not fully predict what a person would need in advance, because people changed under the circumstances of their mission in ways that no prior knowledge could fully account for. He had changed. The version of himself who had walked out of Brackwater was not gone. He recognized that person in the continuity of the choices he still made, the specific way he approached problems, the instinct to protect that had driven every rank advancement. But the accumulation of 7 months' decisions had built something on top of that foundation, something with more weight and more range and more patience. First Weaver's heir was not the end of the cultivation path. The first Weaver had been clear. The cultivation path did not have an end. It had a current edge, and the edge was always moving. But it was the edge he had reached. For now, it was enough to stand at the edge and look at what he had built on the way there. He thought about the choices that had cost him things he had not recovered. The identity fragment sent to Mayu, the cultivation sealing effects of the mission's high-intensity periods, the parts of himself that had changed under pressure and would not change back. He did not regret any of it. The costs were real and the results were real, and neither erased the other. Chapter 122. The memorial for Bao Suli was held at dawn. Her brother, Bao Xingfeng, had arrived the previous evening. A man in his late 20s who had spent 6 years not knowing if his sister was alive, who had received the news that she had been inside the void cradle 6 months ago when the Guardian Court's communication work reached his town, who had then waited 6 months for this day. He was quiet at the ceremony, not overcome, or not only overcome, present in a way that suggested he had prepared for this, had thought about what he would need and what form it would take, and had arrived with whatever resources that preparation had given him. Wei Liang spoke briefly, not about Bao Suli. He had not known her, and to speak about her would have been to construct a person from the fragment of her Wei Liang had known as a thread signature in the fuel core. He spoke about what her survival had meant in the 6 years, that she had held on, that the resistance inside the void cradle had been real and had accomplished something, that the distance between 6 years and the emergence had been maintained by her thread signature among 3,000 others resisting. He spoke about the fact that she had made it to the emergence. She had come out. She had been in the physical world, breathing, with the open sky overhead. She made it to the day, he said. The work of everyone in this room, and everyone who survived and went on, is partly hers. After the ceremony, Bao Zhengfeng found Wei Liang. She wrote letters, he said. Before, she used to write letters to me from the Meridian sect, She wasn't good at expressing things face to face, but on paper she was different. She wrote about what she was learning, what she was working toward, what the cultivation path felt like from inside. He looked at Wei Liang. I have all of them. I didn't know what to do with them after she was sealed. After he stopped. Started again. The Guardian Court's archive. Lin Bao told me there's an archive. Yes, Wei Liang said. Could the letters be part of it? He said. She was an outer disciple of a sect that doesn't exist anymore. The letters document what that was like. What the Meridian sect's outer disciple curriculum was, what the training environment was like, how they thought about thread work. He paused. Someone else might want to know. Someone rebuilding the cultivation path. Yes, Wei Liang said. The archive would be honored to have them. Bao Zhengfeng looked at him. She was afraid, he said. In the letters. She didn't write it directly. She never wrote anything directly, but I know how she wrote when something was bothering her. The last letters before she disappeared, she was afraid. The sect politics had gotten difficult. The senior elders were all following Dao Mingji, and she didn't understand why, and she didn't know what to do about it. He paused. She was afraid, and she went to her training the next day anyway. Yes, Wei Liang said. I wanted to tell you that, Bao Zhengfeng said. Because you said she held on. But she also went forward when she was afraid. That was her. He looked away. I wanted someone to know that about her. I know it now, Wei Liang said. They stood at the edge of the memorial site for a few minutes longer. The sun was fully up, the desert lighting with the compound's daily activity beginning around them. Lin Bao will contact you about the letters, Wei Liang said. Thank you, Bao Zhengfeng said. He left to begin the journey home. Chapter 123. 4 months after the emergence, Mei Yu left for the eastern marshes. She went with a team of 8 cultivators, volunteers who had specifically requested Marsh's deployment, drawn by the same reports of unusual thread density that had caught Mei Yu's attention in the Void Cradle. Their foundation levels ranged from early recovery to near full. They carried Shun Yunqi's medical protocols and Lin Bao's operational guidelines and 2 months of supply resources. They did not carry a timetable for return. Wei Liang saw them off at the compound's eastern gate. What are you hoping to find? He said to Mei Yu. I don't know, she said. That's the thing I want to remember. Not having an answer before I get there. 6 years of living inside a sealed space taught me to predict everything I could, because uncertainty was dangerous. I want to practice uncertainty that doesn't mean danger. The eastern marshes will provide that, he said. Lin Bao says there are communities there that have developed their own theories about the thread density, Mei Yu said. That they've built relationships with the lattice without formal cultivation training. She found records. The marsh peoples have been working with threads experientially for decades. There's knowledge there, Wei Liang said. The kind that doesn't come from institutional training. The kind that comes from paying attention for a long time, she said. Yes. She looked at him. I'll send reports. Send them to Lin Bao, he said. She has the relay system. I know, Mei Yu said. I already talked to her. She gave me reporting protocols. A pause. She gave everyone on my team reporting protocols. Individually. Tailored to their specific role. She met his eyes. How does she know everyone's role already? She always does, he said. Mei Yu looked at him for a moment. The thing you sent me, she said. Inside the void cradle. The warmth. The hold-on impression. She paused. You gave up something permanent. A piece of your thread signature. Yes, he said. Was it worth it? Not a challenge, an honest question. The kind she asked everything. You held on, he said. You helped the first weaver maintain the resistance. You guided 40 waking cultivators through the chaos of the emergence. You told me which way was up while I carried 41 thread signatures through a dimensional transition. He looked at her. What do you think? She considered this for a moment. I think, she said, that you're very good at answering questions with other questions. I learned it from Phantom, he said. She looked at the road east. Tell him I said thank you, she said. Wherever he is now. He knows, Wei Liang said. She walked into the morning. Wei Liang stood at the gate until the team was out of sight in the morning light. Lin Bao appeared beside him at some point during the watching. He was not certain exactly when. She'll be all right, Lin Bao said. Yes, he said. She will be. She's been all right for 6 years under worse conditions than this, Lin Bao said. The eastern marshes will seem restful by comparison. This was probably accurate. You're going to miss having her here, Lin Bao said. Not as a question. Yes, he said. The communication relay is reliable, she said. Her first report will be in 3 weeks. She paused. I've already set up the reporting schedule. She approved it before she left. He looked at the empty road. Of course she did, he said. Lin Bao walked back toward the compound to begin the day's work. He stood at the gate a moment longer, watching the direction Mei Yu had gone, holding what was not quite loss and not quite pride, but something that combined elements of both. Chapter 124. 5 months after the emergence, Hessa reported a second dimensional residue. Not at the void cradle boundary, at the northern wastes. Near the site where Tao Yingli had first developed thread sensitivity. Near the regional office, but not at it. In a narrow stretch of desert that had no obvious significance except that the thread structure there was thicker than the surrounding area. An old resonance point, possibly predating the thread-cutting catastrophe. Same signature as the first residue. The same older, pre-lattice construction quality. Whoever or whatever had entered the void cradle through the dimensional boundary on the 60th day had also visited the northern wastes on approximately the 152nd day. It didn't interfere with anything, Hesse said. No damage to the lattice, no disruption to the regional office, no contact with the volunteers or Tao Yingli. It came, spent time at the resonance point, and left. Observing, Wei Liang said. That's what it looks like, she said. Hesse, Wei Liang said. The antecedent in the Keeper oral tradition. Did you find more about it in the translations? She was quiet for a moment. The earliest section of the tradition refers to the antecedent as the one who asks questions, she said. Not the one who answers questions. Questions. She paused. The antecedent is described as coming to observe, then leaving. Never staying. Never intervening directly. But the observations are described as important. As if the observing itself did something. Witness, Wei Liang said. Yes, she said. That's the word the tradition uses. Bearing witness. He told the first weaver. The first weaver was quiet for a long time. This was becoming characteristic of the first weaver's responses to questions about the pre-lattice signature, silence, followed by information that was precise but partial, as if each piece required careful selection. The antecedent, the first weaver said finally, is not a person. It's a function. A role in the structure of the cultivation world that predates the lattice's creation, that existed in the original design of whatever the cultivation world was before the eternal thread established the current framework. He paused. I did not create the antecedent function. I inherited it. The first weaver, the role, not me specifically, was meant to be subordinate to it. Subordinate to a witness, Wei Liang said. To a witness that asks questions, the first weaver said. The distinction matters. He paused. It is watching you. Specifically, I believe, you in the Guardian Court. The emergence, the trial, the treaty with Reza, the lattice repair. It is watching what choices are made. And then what? Wei Liang said. When it has seen enough to form a question, the first weaver said, it will ask. He said nothing further. Wei Liang filed this in the section of his understanding that was building towards something he did not yet see the shape of, and went back to the day's work. The day's work was substantial. The Guardian Court's second month of formal operation had produced twice as many administrative decisions as the first month, which was Lin Bao's expected scaling curve. Each solved problem revealed 3 more problems, which was, she had told him, the universal property of building anything that actually worked. He had learned to find this characterization encouraging rather than discouraging. The Hesse translation work was producing its own accumulating decisions. Each section decoded raised questions about the next section. The Keeper tradition had been built layer upon layer across 300 years. The earlier sections referenced techniques that the later sections elaborated. The later sections referred back to foundational knowledge that the earlier sections had established. Reading it linearly was possible. Understanding it required reading in multiple directions simultaneously. Hesse was doing both. He reviewed her latest translation notes before dinner. They were dense and careful and indicated a mind that had found a problem worth its full attention. Chapter 125. 6 months after the emergence, the lattice repair work produced its first visible regional result. The northern waste's thread structure, which had been at 17% of pre-catastrophe lattice integrity when the mission began, reached 60%. The tribunal's measurement was precise, 62.3%, with the growth rate indicating it would reach 80% within another 3 months. At 60%, the northern wastes could support mid-rank cultivation development. People with thread sensitivity in that region could advance past the foundational stage and begin working with techniques of real consequence. Tao Yingli was already at woven thread rank. She had been working with the Guardian Court's regional office for 4 months, training under a senior cultivator from the volunteer group who had made the northern waste her permanent base. She had done everything in order: thread reading, thread veil, the foundational techniques of the Guardian thread path that Wei Liang had taught her adapted version of on their first meeting. She had done all of it with the methodical curiosity that had made her approach a thread following her home as a problem to investigate rather than a thing to fear. When she reached woven thread rank, she sent a message to Wei Liang through the regional office relay. The message read, **, the thread stopped following me and started doing what I told it. I think that means I reached the next level. Is that right?" Tao Yingli **, he wrote back, **, yes. That's exactly right. Asterisk, he thought about the anomalous Dantian assessment he had received in Brackwater. At the beginning, the elder cultivator who had told him his thread signature was uncategorizable, and he had no cultivation path available to him. He thought about the version of himself who had walked out of Brackwater with nothing except the Guardian system's first interface print, which he had not yet understood. He thought about what 7 months of mission work, and 6 cultivation advancements, and first Weaver's Heir rank, and the loss of Phantom as a separate voice, and everything that had been paid and built and decided. What all of that felt like from the position of someone now capable of feeling it rather than only surviving it. He wrote a second message to the Northern Wastes regional office. Asterisk, Tao Ingli is ready for the next phase. Begin sealed thread training when she asks for it. She'll ask soon. Asterisk, the response came back in 2 hours. Asterisk, she already asked. We've started. Asterisk, he sat back and let the feeling settle. Not pride. Exactly, though something adjacent to it. The satisfaction of a cycle that had reached a place where it could continue without the original driver. The cultivation world had been closed. It was opening again. Not the same world. A different one, building from what survived. He folded the message carefully and put it with the others. In the months since the emergence, the Guardian Court's archive had accumulated more documentation than any single cultivation institution had previously housed in the world that was gone. The Meridian Sect letters from Bao Zhengfeng. Thread surgery manuals drafted by xianxia during the mission, which she had not thought to consider documentation until Lin Bao read the technique notes over her shoulder and quietly began cataloging them. The Lattice Tribunal's 31 years of monitoring records, which Lin Bao's team was still translating from the Tribunal's thread language, encoding into forms human readers could use. Mayu's first report from the Eastern Marshes had arrived 2 weeks ago. 20 pages of careful observation about the marsh community's relationship to thread-dense environments, the experiential techniques they had developed without formal cultivation training, and 3 new thread behaviors she had identified that she had not seen documented anywhere. She's going to write a textbook, xianxia had said, when Wei Liang showed her the report. She said she wasn't going to, he said. She's writing a textbook, xianxia said. He suspected she was right. The cultivation world rebuilding itself left evidence in documents. In practices. In the question a 14-year-old sent through a relay system to ask if the thread stopping its following behavior meant she had advanced. In the letters from a woman who had been afraid and gone to her training the next morning. The work was the work. The world it built was built from these small things. Tao Ingli's advancement to woven thread rank was one of 3 reported from the Northern Wastes in the same week. 3 new cultivators in a region that had had none for decades. The Tribunal's data on the Western Steppes showed 22 hollow beasts at foundational cultivation level, with the first of them appearing to teach the technique to others. General Mao's peacekeeping group was still at the steppes border, observing, sending careful reports about behaviors that had no precedent in any cultivation documentation. The world was not the world before the catastrophe. It was not the world of the Void Cradle's long emergency. It was something that had not existed before, taking shape one documented observation at a time. He added Tao Ingli's message to the archive's growing collection of first cultivations, a category Lin Bao had created the same day she started building the archive, as if she had known from the beginning that this was going to be the most important record they kept. Chapter 126. 7 months after the emergence, Dao Mingji completed his first year of lattice repair work. The assessment was Yu Tianming's. She had been monitoring his progress with her restoration cultivation, tracking what his depleted foundation contributed and how it recovered between sessions. The recovery was real. His foundation, which had been at 4% of its former capacity immediately after the emergence, had rebuilt to 19%. Still far below operational capacity, but growing. He works carefully, she said. He has no capability for speed or force at his current level, so he focuses on precision. The repairs he makes in his area are technically excellent, better than most of the full-capacity volunteers. She paused. He's adapting his approach to his limitations. He was always precise, Wei Liang said. The Void Cradle's architecture was precise. The anchor systems were precise. He didn't fail because he was careless. No, Yu Tianming agreed. Wei Liang visited Dao Mingji at the repair site. The man was working on a resonance break in the lattice's mid-layer, the kind of detailed work that required sustained contact with the thread structure and careful attention to the break's specific geometry. He looked up when Wei Liang arrived and did not stop working. The continuation of work rather than deference was itself a kind of statement. Yu Tianming says you're progressing, Wei Liang said. Slowly, Dao Mingji said. I have limited tools. The tools you have are building something, Wei Liang said. Dao Mingji continued working for a moment before speaking. The people I'm repairing damage for, he said. The Highlands community in this area, they don't know who I am. The Guardian Court's disclosure protocol gave them the option to be told or not. They chose not to. He paused. I thought I would feel something specific about that. Either relief at not being recognized, or something else. He looked at the thread structure. What I feel is accountability without identification. I'm responsible for the repair, but not visible as the person responsible. It's an unusual position. Lin Bao designed it that way, Wei Liang said. I assumed, Dao Mingji said. She's thorough. He continued working. Did you want something specific, or were you checking? Checking, Wei Liang said. The answer is the same as it was 6 months ago, Dao Mingji said. I'm here. I'm doing the work. The answer will be the same 6 months from now. He looked up briefly. Unless something changes. What would change it? Dao Mingji was quiet. I don't know, he said. I've been trying to stop predicting outcomes and just be in the present situation. I'm not good at it. I've been calculating outcomes for 30 years. It's a difficult habit to retire. He returned to the break. I'll tell you if something changes. Good, Wei Liang said. He left Dao Mingji to the work. Walking back toward the Highland community, he passed a group of children who were watching a Guardian Court volunteer demonstrate thread reading. The children were rapt. They had thread sensitivity, all of them. The Highland Plateau's restored lattice making it visible in ways it hadn't been for decades. They were 7 to 12 years old and were encountering the cultivation path for the first time. One of them noticed Wei Liang and pointed. Is that the Guardian? Yes, the volunteer said. The child considered this with the seriousness that children applied to concepts they found significant. What does a Guardian do? She asked. He protects people, the volunteer said. From what? From whatever needs protecting from, the volunteer said. The child appeared satisfied with this answer, which Wei Liang suspected said something about how the question worked better than how the answer did. He kept walking. Chapter 1, 27 8 months. Xianxia's documentation project, the medical baseline for the freed cultivators, was complete. The full report was 340 pages. Lin Bao had reviewed it and called it the most comprehensive cultivation medical documentation produced since the Cultivation Administration's records, which had been lost in the Void Cradle era's collapse. This is the baseline for everything that follows, Lin Bao said, at the report's formal filing into the archive. Every assessment of cultivation health going forward will reference this document. There are significant gaps, Xianxia said. She was uncomfortable with the formality of a filing ceremony and was dealing with it by being precise about the report's limitations. The baseline for hollow beast cultivation development doesn't exist. I've started collecting data from the steps contact, but the sample size is minimal. The Part 2 thread construction techniques that Mayu documented from the Eastern Marshes aren't integrated. The Archipelago Keeper oral tradition techniques need medical assessment. Those are the next projects, Lin Bao said. Yes, Xianxia said. I know. I'm saying the report is incomplete so that future archivists understand it was understood to be incomplete at the time of filing. The notation is already in the archive record, Lin Bao said. Xianxia looked at her. Of course it is, she said. Wei Liang found a moment after the filing to tell Xianxia something he had been intending to say for a while and had not found the right occasion for. He was not good at finding right occasions. He had learned this about himself across the 8 months of the mission and the 8 months following it. The thread surgery techniques, he said. The ones you developed during the mission. The stabilization sequence, the connection repair, the mass thread surgery for the 37 subjects. She looked at him. Yes. They're not in any cultivation archive, he said. They didn't exist before you. They exist because you invented them under conditions that should not have produced invention. He paused. The cultivation world that's rebuilding is going to use these techniques. New cultivators will learn them and think they've always existed. That's how knowledge works, she said. Most of what people think has always existed was invented by someone. I wanted you to know I know it was you, he said. She was quiet for a moment. I know you know, she said. You were there for all of it. Yes, he said. But knowing and saying are different. She looked at him with the specific attention she used for problems worth her full focus. You're getting better at the saying part, she said. I'm working on it, he said. She picked up the copy of her report she had kept for herself. There's a new thread behavior I want to test a hypothesis about. The hollow beast's cultivation development shows a pattern I've seen before in cases of thread sensitivity emerging late, after the foundational stage should have already closed. I want to run comparative data. Do you need anything from me for that? He said. Company, she said. At some point when both of us have time. The steps data review is better with someone else reading the numbers. Tell me when, he said. Tomorrow morning, she said. You have nothing scheduled before the tribunal meeting. He checked, though he already knew she was right. Tomorrow morning, he agreed. He looked at the medical section shelves, now organized into the specific system xianxia had developed over the 2 months of baseline documentation work. A system that was legible to any trained practitioner, but also to any administrator, because she had designed it assuming the practitioners and the administrators would not always be the same people. The system, he said. Yes. She was already beginning to leave, moving toward the door with the efficiency of someone who had more work to do before bed. The documentation system, he said. You designed it for people who come after us. He paused. People who weren't here, who don't know the context of where these records came from. She stopped. Medical documentation is only useful if it's legible to future practitioners, she said, who don't know what I know now. That's a design constraint, not a choice. Yes, he said. I know. He paused. I just wanted to say, you're building something that will outlast this moment. The people who use this system in 20 years won't know who built it, but it will be yours. She looked at him with the expression she used when something required processing before response. Thank you, she said. She left. He stayed to review 2 more files before he could be reasonably described as done for the day. Chapter 128. 9 months after the emergence, the first Weaver announced his departure. He did it simply and without ceremony, which was consistent with how he had done everything since emerging from the Void Cradle. He gathered Wei Liang, Lin Bao, Yu Tianming, and Shun Yunxi, the core of the Guardian Court's operational structure, in the compound's main meeting room, and said, I'll be leaving in 10 days. Leaving to where? Lin Bao asked. She was the first to ask, because she was the first to process the organizational implications. Into the lattice itself, the first Weaver said. The dissolution process. I've been preparing for it since the emergence. It's not death, precisely. My consciousness will distribute into the lattice's foundational structure. The lattice remembers, cultivation done, intentions held, the particular quality of mind that engaged with a specific thread. I'll be in the lattice the way the old cultivation impressions are in the lattice. He paused, just more deliberately. Why? Wei Liang asked. The first Weaver looked at him. Because the Guardian system is yours now, he said. The air rank, the phantom integration, the loom security, all of it is yours. My continued presence as a separate person creates an ambiguity in authority that isn't good for what the Guardian Court is building. People will defer to me. They shouldn't. The court is the institution. You are the Guardian. I am finished. The loom, Wei Liang said. 2 keys, the first Weaver said. My key transfers to you on dissolution. You hold both keys. The loom cannot activate without your consent. He paused. It's safer that way. A distributed consciousness in the lattice cannot be coerced into providing a key. A person can. Wei Liang thought about this. The antecedent, he said. The first Weaver was quiet for a moment. The antecedent is still observing, he said. My presence in the lattice will allow me to perceive the antecedent's movements more clearly than I currently can. If it forms a question, I'll be in a position to know. And to tell me? Impressions in the lattice, the first Weaver said. The same way people leave impressions and techniques. You'll be able to read them at air rank. Wei Liang looked at him. You designed this too, he said. Not an accusation. An observation. I designed the architecture, the first Weaver said. You filled it with choices I couldn't predict. He looked at Wei Liang with the direct attention of someone making a statement they wanted to be heard precisely. The Guardian system was designed for a function. What you made of it was yours. Those are different things, and both of them are true. In the 10 days that followed, the first Weaver met individually with everyone in the compound who wanted to meet with him. He answered questions about the lattice's architecture, the Void Cradle's history, the thread-cutting catastrophe, and things that had happened before the catastrophe that no record had preserved. Lin Bao had a transcriptionist at every meeting. On the 10th day, in the early morning, he dissolved. Not dramatically. He was simply there, and then was present differently. The lattice quality in the compound shifted, became richer by some measure, as if a particularly complex thread impression had been added to the local structure. Wei Liang could feel him in the lattice. Not as a separate voice. As a quality of understanding in the threads around the compound that had not been there before. Wei Liang stood in the compound for a long time after. The dissolution had been peaceful, the right word, he thought, even if peaceful was usually reserved for endings that had a different quality. The first Weaver had not been afraid. He had been ready. The 6 years in the Void Cradle, working against Dao Mingji from inside the fuel core, had not broken him, had, if anything, made him more certain of what he was and what he had built. He had built this. The Guardian system, the air rank, the secondary Guardian protocol, the lattice repair theory. He had built a path that Phantom had walked alongside Wei Liang for 7 months, and Wei Liang had walked for the full mission, and Yu Tianming had prepared for 9 years, and the freed cultivators were still walking through their recovery. All of that, in the lattice now. Distributed. Part of the world it had been built to serve. Chapter 129. 10 months after the emergence, Yu Tianming established the Recovery Institute. It was not the name she had chosen. She had called it the Restoration Practice, which was accurate but did not have the institutional weight Lin Bao felt the work required. Lin Bao had negotiated the name, and Yu Tianming had conceded that Recovery Institute was probably what people would call it anyway regardless of what the internal document said, so she might as well let the document match. The institute occupied the medical section of the Guardian Court compound and the associated regional offices in 3 areas where the highest density of emerged cultivators with permanent foundation damage had settled. Its mandate was twofold: provide restoration cultivation support to cultivators whose foundations had been damaged by fuel extraction, and develop the restoration cultivation path into a teachable discipline. Yu Tianming had been the only person practicing restoration cultivation. Now she was teaching it. The student pool was 17 people from among the emerged cultivators, individuals whose thread sensitivity had a particular quality that restoration cultivation required. The quality was difficult to define in standard terms, which was why it had not been formalized into a cultivation path before. Yu Tianming described it as the instinct to understand what is wrong before fixing it, a diagnostic impulse that preceded the technical work. You could teach anyone the technical restoration techniques, she explained to Wei Liang when he visited the institute on its formal opening day. Some people would learn them correctly, but the people who have the diagnostic instinct, they find the right application. They don't follow the technique's instructions. They follow the problem's instructions and use the technique to answer. Like xianxia and thread surgery, Wei Liang said. Exactly like that, Yu Tianming said. She diagnosed through observation and let the diagnosis guide the technique. Most people learn the technique and try to apply it. The order matters. Can you teach the diagnostic instinct? I can teach people to notice it when they have it, she said, and to trust it when they notice it. She paused. That's different from teaching them to have it, but it's the right step first. Wei Liang walked through the institute's first day of operation, 17 students learning the foundational restoration technique, which was less a technique and more a sustained attention practice. Yu Tianming moved between them with the particular patience of someone who had spent 9 years alone in the desert doing exactly what she was now teaching. She had needed the 9 years to develop what she was teaching. The students would not need 9 years, they had her. The knowledge would compound because it had been found and documented and passed forward. This, Wei Liang thought, was what institutional building was. Not the buildings. The compounding of found knowledge. He stayed until the session ended and then helped Yu Tianming move supply equipment, which was not a task that required first weaver's air rank, but which needed doing, and he was present. The antecedent, she said, while they worked. Hessa mentioned the 3rd residue was found near here. The compound perimeter, he said. 2 weeks ago. It's following you, she said. Or following the court, he said. Is there a difference? He thought about it. Less difference than there used to be, he said. She absorbed this with the same attention she gave everything. When it finally asks its question, she said, what do you think it will want to know? He had been wondering the same thing for months. Whether the Guardian's choices are the right ones, he said. Whether this. He looked at the institute, at the students packing up their materials for the day. Whether this is the correct response to what happened. Whether a human institution can carry the weight of what the lattice requires. And the answer, she said. I don't know yet, he said. I suppose I'll find out when it asks. Chapter 131 Year. The compound was a compound now, a real one, with permanent structures and established operations and a rhythm that did not require Wei Liang's active management of every decision. Lin Bao had built something that functioned without needing him at its center, which was exactly what she had intended to build and what he had trusted her to build. He walked the perimeter on the 1-year mark as the sun came up. The same walk he had done 6 months earlier, for months earlier, on the various anniversary points he had allowed himself to acknowledge. The ruins were not ruins in the same sense anymore. The buildings Lin Bao had commissioned had transformed the compound's character from salvage to construction. The thread structure of the site had changed with it. Not dramatically. The dissolution of the first weaver's consciousness into the lattice had added complexity rather than changing the fundamental character. But the compound had developed its own lattice impression, months of cultivation work, technique practice, medical treatment, study, administrative effort. The accumulated impression of hundreds of people doing careful work in the same place. Wei Liang could feel it at first weaver's air range. The compound had become a resonance point. Not natural, not ancient, not like the archipelago's 300-year thread crystallization. New, a resonance point that would still be there in 50 years, built from what was being built now. Xianxia found him on the perimeter walk at the eastern edge. She was wearing practical work clothes, which meant she had already been up for at least 2 hours and had been working. She held 2 cups of something warm. She handed him one. The hollow beast study, he said. The comparative data is finished, she said. The pattern I identified is confirmed. The cultivation development mechanism in hollow beasts follows the same late emergence signature as human cultivators with suppressed thread sensitivity. The mechanism is not species-specific. The lattice doesn't distinguish by species architecture. The cultivation path is open to anything with thread sensitivity, he said. Within the bounds of what the first weaver's framework includes, she said, which may be wider than the first weaver himself knew when he built it. He built for humans because humans were what existed when he built. The framework extends further. She looked at the desert. I want to go to the steppes. I want to observe the hollow beast community directly. When? 3 months, she said. The Recovery Institute's second student cohort needs to be assessed first. And I want to finish the Eastern Marches thread behavior comparison before I leave. I'll come with you, he said. She looked at him. To the steppes. Yes, he said. The Guardian Court's leadership structure can function without us for a month. Lin Bao has been managing effectively for 3 months already. And he paused. I've never been to the Western Steppes. I should see the hollow beasts in person. She looked at him for a moment. That's a reasonable professional reason, she said. It is, he agreed. He looked at the desert, at the morning light. You could also have just said you wanted to go, she said. I wanted to go, he said. She looked at him for one more moment, with the particular expression that appeared when she was deciding how to manage the distance. She did not manage the distance. 3 months, she said. I'll put it in the planning calendar. Lin Bao will have already put it in the planning calendar, he said. They both looked at the morning in silence for a moment. She does that, xianxia said. She does, he agreed. He looked at the compound, the permanent structures, the lattice impression building towards something that would outlast them, the Recovery Institute's lights already on from Yu Tianming's early work, the archive where Bao Suli's letters now sat alongside 3,000 other pieces of what the cultivation world had been and what it was becoming. 1 year. The work was not done. He was not done. He walked back toward the compound with xianxia beside him, into the morning. Chapter 131. 14 months after the emergence, Hessa solved a portion of the antecedent problem. Not all of it. She was specific about this when she brought the finding to Wei Liang. Not a solution, a portion. The translation work on the Archipelago Keeper oral tradition had been ongoing for a year. Hessa and the 3 archivists Lin Bao had assigned to the project working through the encoded sections methodically. The tradition was deep. 300 years of accumulated knowledge about the lattice, encoded in narrative rhythms that had taken the Keeper archivists 3 generations to develop, and that required both thread sense and linguistic expertise to decode. The finding was this. The antecedent visited specific locations in a repeatable pattern, not random observation, not following Wei Liang or the Guardian Court's movements. The locations had a structure, a geographic relationship to specific thread density points in the lattice's pre-catastrophe configuration. Places where the lattice had been particularly strong, or had been the site of significant cultivation events, or had been nodes in the eternal thread's original structure. It's mapping, Hessa said. It visits these sites in a sequence that corresponds to the eternal thread's foundational geometry. Not all of them. There are hundreds of sites, and it's not visiting everyone in order. But the sites it has visited follow the geometry when you plot them. Assessing the lattice's recovery, Wei Liang said. Assessing the lattice's recovery relative to the eternal thread's original design, she said. Not whether it's recovering to what it was before the catastrophe, whether it's recovering toward the original structure. The one that existed before the current cultivation era. Before my era, Wei Liang said. Before the first weaver. Before the first weaver, she confirmed. He looked at the map she had prepared, the antecedents visit sites plotted on a continental layout, the geometric pattern visible in the arrangement. The Keeper tradition says the antecedent bears witness, he said. Asks questions. What question would require this mapping? Hessa sat with this. The question of whether the new version of the cultivation world has the same foundational integrity as the original, she said. Whether the choices made in this era, the Guardian Court, the heir rank, the restoration cultivation, the lattice repair, whether they're rebuilding in a direction the original architecture supports. She paused. Or not. A quality assessment, he said. Not just whether the lattice is healing, whether it's healing correctly. Yes, she said. He looked at the map again. The Guardian Court's compound was one of the visited sites, one of the first. The original lattice's foundational geometry had apparently included the Grand Resonance Sect ruins location as a node of particular significance. The sect had built there for a reason that predated its own institutional history. The compound was in the right place. Not by accident, by the same logic that had made the ruins the void cradle's location, made the dimensional thin point available, made everything about the site concentrated into this particular geography. The loom is in the right place too, he said. Yes, Hessa said quietly. I noticed. He folded the map carefully and put it with the archive materials. The next visited site, he said. What does the geometry suggest? She pointed to a location in the western steppes. The Hollow Beasts, he said. The Hollow Beast community, she confirmed. In about 3 months. He thought about the planning calendar. About the steppes visit he had told xianxia he wanted to make. I had planned to visit the steppes in 3 months, he said. Hessa looked at him. Did you have a reason for 3 months specifically? I told xianxia 3 months, he said. Did you know about the mapping at the time? No, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The first weaver's dissolution into the lattice, she said carefully. The impressions he left in the thread structure. Do you ever? Does it seem like those impressions sometimes answer questions before you know you've asked them? He thought about it. Occasionally, he said. I just want to note, Hessa said, that the impression of a person who spent 6 years inside the void cradle working against Dao Mingji, while simultaneously planning the Guardian system's operational sequence for after the emergence. That impression is in the lattice you're connected to at First Weaver's air range. Wei Liang was quiet. I'll think about that, he said. Chapter 132 15 months. The Guardian Court's second cohort of institutional training completed. 42 cultivators who had gone through the full curriculum Lin Bao had assembled from the archive's collection of pre-catastrophe training texts, Shen Yunqi's thread surgery documentation, Meiyu's Eastern Marches research, and the foundational techniques of the Guardian thread path that Wei Liang had translated into teachable form over the preceding months. It was not a sect. Lin Bao had been specific about this in the founding mandate. No hereditary positions, no hierarchical rank structures that determined authority by cultivation level, no closed curriculum that excluded non-cultivators from administrative roles. The Guardian Court's organizational structure was functional rather than cultivational. Roles were assigned by what needed to be done and who was best positioned to do it. The 42 graduates were assigned to 6 regional offices across the 3 repair priority zones. They were, formally, Guardian Court regional practitioners. They were informally called thread healers by the communities they worked with, which Shun Yunxi noted in the medical documentation as a nomenclature worth tracking. At the graduation ceremony, which was Lin Bao's formalization and lasted exactly 40 minutes, beginning and ending on schedule, Wei Liang spoke briefly about what the path was and was not. The cultivation path you've completed, he said, is not a guarantee of status or a claim on authority. It is a capability set. What you do with those capabilities, who you choose to protect, how you navigate the situations where protection is complicated, what you decide is worth the cost when costs are required. Those are your decisions. The Guardian Court provides a structure. The structure doesn't make the decisions. He paused. The world you're going out into is not the world that existed before the Void Cradle. You're not restoring something that was lost. You're building something that hasn't existed before. That is harder and more interesting than restoration. He looked at the 42. Ask questions you don't have answers to. The answers are in the territory. Lin Bao, standing at the edge of the ceremony, made a note. He asked her later what the note said. Ask questions you don't have answers to. Curriculum implication for advanced cohort design, she said. I've been thinking about how to structure the advanced practitioner training and the approach you described as applications. I was talking about life philosophy, he said. The best curriculum design comes from life philosophy, she said. That's not a coincidence. She walked away with the notebook open, already writing. The 42 graduates had dispersed to their assigned regional offices over the 2 days following the ceremony. Wei Liang had spoken briefly with as many of them as scheduling allowed, not to give additional instruction, which they did not need, but to hear what questions they were carrying into their new roles. The questions were varied and almost all of them were good. How do you make decisions when the right answer requires more information than you have? How do you protect someone from something they're choosing? How do you know when to wait and when to act? How do you build trust with communities that have been told by authorities that they will be protected and haven't been? He did not have complete answers to most of these questions. He had partial answers from experience and integrated insight from Phantom's perspective and the specific accumulated understanding of 7 months of mission work. He gave the partial answers honestly, as partial. The answers are in the territory, he had told them. He hoped that was enough of a foundation to build on. Experience suggested it was. Chapter 133 17 months after the emergence, the Westward Steppes expedition departed. Wei Liang, Shin Yunxi, Hessa, and a team of 6 including 2 of the new graduate practitioners who had specifically studied thread behavior anomalies. Lin Bao had organized the logistics with her characteristic efficiency and the implicit message that she had prepared for this visit several weeks before Wei Liang had formally requested it. General Mao met them at the steppes border with the civil peacekeeping group he had been managing there for the better part of a year. The border itself was not a marked line. The desert gave way to grassland, gave way to the steppes' characteristic semi-arid terrain in gradual transitions that ignored any administrative boundary. The Hollow Beast community occupied a central plateau. Wei Liang felt them before he saw them. 27 individuals with cultivation-consistent thread signatures, distributed across a 12-kilometer range, their foundations at varying stages of development. The most advanced were at early sealed thread level, the rank after woven thread. They had been cultivating, independently, for approximately 15 months. Contact protocol, xianxia said, when the plateau came into sight. Observation first, Wei Liang said. Then, when they're aware of us, approach at their pace. They stopped 2 kilometers out and observed. The hollow beasts were not what Wei Liang had expected, though he had difficulty identifying specifically what he had expected. He had encountered hollow beasts in combat, as threats, as things to manage, as barriers between him and the anchor sites. These were different. Not domesticated, not tamed. The word that came to mind was settled. They had a home range. They had patterns of movement that suggested familiarity with the terrain. They interacted with each other in ways that were too complex to be territorial and not complex enough to be what humans called culture, but something in between. The thread behavior, xianxia said beside him. She was watching through her thread reading, extended as far as her cultivation range allowed. Do you see it? Show me what you're seeing, he said. The mid-layer threads between them, she said. When 2 of them approach each other, the threads in the space between them adjust. Not to their cultivation, not as technique use. More like the threads are responding to their awareness of each other. The thread structure is carrying information. Communication, Wei Liang said. Something that functions like communication, she said carefully. I don't want to use the word definitively before I have more data. One of the hollow beasts on the plateau's edge had turned and was looking at the observation point. Looking directly at Wei Liang. It sees my thread signature, he said. First Weaver's air range, she said. You're the most visible cultivation presence in 100 kilometers. He stood in plain sight and did not activate any technique. Simply present. Visible. The hollow beast on the edge tilted its head in a way that was unmistakably observational. Then it made a sound he had not heard from a hollow beast before. Not the combat vocalization, not the challenge display. Something quieter. 2 more appeared at the plateau's edge. They're curious, Hessa said quietly, from behind him. Their thread signatures just shifted, the quality that indicates sustained attention. We're curious about them, xianxia said. Perhaps that's a reasonable foundation. It took 3 days of patient proximity before the first direct contact. One of the more advanced hollow beasts, at sealed thread level, crossing the distance between the plateau and the observation camp slowly, stopping repeatedly, waiting each time for response that indicated continued openness, and finally arriving at a distance of 10 meters. Wei Liang extended his thread reading and received what the creature was projecting, which was not language, but was not absence either. An inquiry. A checking of intention. Something that asked without asking. He extended a reply in the same register. Asterisk, not a threat. Here to learn. Willing to stay or go at your pace. Asterisk, the creature sat down. He sat down. They regarded each other for a long time. Phantom would have had something to say about this, he said quietly, to no one in particular. The integrated layer of his cultivation offered the thought anyway. The lattice doesn't distinguish by species architecture. He heard xianxia writing, behind him. She had already started the documentation. Chapter 134 3 weeks in the Western Steppes. The documentation that xianxia produced covered 6 primary topics. Cultivation development mechanism in non-human thread-sensitive entities. Thread communication as a foundational cultivation behavior predating technique formalization. The specific thread signatures that identified each of the 27 individual hollow beasts. The social structure visible in their plateau community. The training behaviors that indicated deliberate knowledge transfer between individuals. And 3. Cultivation techniques that had apparently been independently developed by the most advanced individuals. The techniques are genuinely novel, she said, on the expedition's final evening at the plateau. They're not variations on known human cultivation techniques. They appear to have been derived from the hollow beast's specific physical architecture, the way thread channeling works through their physiology. Techniques that would not be possible for a human cultivator to perform. Or vice versa, Wei Liang said. Techniques that a human cultivator can perform that would not be accessible to them. Yes, she said. Different paths, same lattice. She set down her writing. I've been thinking about what this means for the cultivation world going forward. The assumption underlying the pre-catastrophe cultivation institutions was that cultivation was human. Human sects, human disciples, human advancement paths. The assumption was never examined because it was never questioned. The first weaver built the guardian thread path for a human thread signature, Wei Liang said. But the lattice extends further, she said. He said that. Wei Liang agreed. He said the framework extends further than he knew when he built it. 47 thread cultivation species might be the wrong way to frame it, she said. We're not wrong. 47 threads in the cultivation lattice, each with their own path, their own architecture, their own capabilities. The lattice supports all of them because the lattice is the foundation, not the species on top of it. He looked at the plateau, at the 27 hollow beasts moving through their evening patterns. The Guardian Court will need to account for that, he said. Yes, she said. I'll draft the framework implications when we're back. Lin Bao will want them for the second cohort's advanced curriculum. He looked at her. You've already been thinking about the advanced curriculum, he said. Since the first week of the expedition, she said. The second cohort's curriculum needs significant expansion. A pause. Lin Bao asked me to take the lead on curriculum design when we return. She asked you. She presented the relevant information in a way that made it clear the decision was mine, while making it equally clear what she thought the decision should be. Xianxia said. That's asking. Yes, he said. That's how she asks. They watched the plateau's evening activity in a companionable quiet that had been building for 3 weeks of shared work and shared meals, and the particular intimacy of being the people responsible for the documentation of something entirely new. Thank you, she said. For what, he asked. Saying you wanted to come, she said. And meaning it. He looked at her. I meant it, he said. She looked back at the plateau. I know, she said. They sat for a moment in the quiet of the late steppes afternoon. The Keeper Tradition 5th section, she said. When Hessa finishes the translation, you think it's relevant to the hollow beasts. I think it's relevant to several things simultaneously, he said. The loom, the hollow beast cultivation development, the antecedents visits. I don't know the exact shape of how they connect yet. But they do connect, she said. I think so, he said. She looked at the plateau, at the hollow beast community moving through its evening patterns with the settled quality she had been documenting for 3 weeks. When we get back, she said, I want to run the Marsh Method's thread behavior documentation against the hollow beast's technique development. The 2 datasets haven't been compared formally yet. I think there may be a convergence point, a common thread behavior that appears in experiential cultivation across species that doesn't appear in formally trained cultivation. A marker for cultivation that starts from observation rather than instruction, he said. Yes, she said. Something like that. The evening light was changing. They stayed until the plateau was in shadow, and then made their way back to camp. Chapter 135 The Return from the Western Steppes. The journey took 10 days, retracing the route through the desert and the highland regions where the lattice repair volunteers were still working, where the thread structure of the world was visibly different from what it had been 18 months earlier. The resonance bridges were establishing, the lattice's harmonic network restoring, thread by thread, the foundational connectivity that the catastrophe had broken. Wei Liang felt the world healing at First Weaver's air range throughout the journey. Not completely. The full repair would take years, the First Weaver had said, and he had been precise. But the direction was clear. The lattice was recovering because people were choosing to help it recover. He thought about this as a fact. The lattice's recovery was not inevitable. It was the result of 412 cultivators choosing to spend time in difficult terrain doing careful work. Of Yu Tianming spending 9 years alone maintaining the 7th anchor so the void cradle wouldn't collapse before a guardian arrived. Of Meiyu holding on for 6 years inside the fuel core. Of Hessa choosing to help rather than guard. Of Lin Bao building the institutional structure without being asked to. Of Shen Yunxi inventing techniques under conditions that did not support invention. The cultivation world that was rebuilding was the result of choices. Every piece of it. This was the truth he had been coming to understand for 18 months, since the day of the emergence. The Guardian system had provided a framework, a cultivation path, a capability set. Everything built within that framework had been built by people exercising agency. He could not take credit for what they had built. He could take responsibility for having made the conditions in which they could build it. These were different things. At the last relay station before the Grand Resonance compound, he stopped to read the messages that had accumulated over 3 weeks. Meiyu's latest report from the Eastern Marshes. The thread behavior she had documented the previous month had developed in a direction consistent with her hypothesis. The marsh community's experiential thread practices and the formal guardian thread path techniques were converging toward a hybrid approach that was more efficient than either alone. She had started calling it the Marsh Method. She had started teaching it. Lin Bao's operational summary. 46 issues, all resolved within normal parameters. 3 decisions she had made without consultation, which she was flagging for review in the order in which they occurred. The compound's physical expansion was proceeding on schedule. A message from Tao Yingli. She had reached sealed thread rank. She asked if that meant she could apply for the training curriculum. She noted that she had already applied. A message from the Lattice Tribunal, a new anomaly notation. The hollow beasts in the western steppes had begun performing thread work on the local lattice, specifically, the same resonance bridge technique that the human volunteers were performing in the northern wastes. Without training, without instruction, from observation, apparently, of the lattice's response to the human volunteers' work in adjacent regions. Wei Liang read this message twice. Phantom, he said, and then stopped. The old habit. He sat with the absence of the voice and the presence of the integrated understanding for a moment. The lattice teaches, the understanding offered. Asterisk it has always taught. It teaches through contact. The hollow beasts learned by contact with the lattice that was being healed. They replicated the healing pattern. Asterisk he sent a reply to the tribunal. Asterisk noted. No intervention required. Log the behavior and continue monitoring. Asterisk he continued toward the compound. Xianxia rode beside him. 3 messages, she said. She had observed him reading. 4, he said. 1 from Tao Yingli. She reached sealed thread. I know, Xianxia said. She sent me the same message. A pause. She added, tell the guardian I said thank you for sitting with me the first day. That was the one that helped. Wei Liang looked at the road ahead. Thread sitting, he said. I thought I was teaching her thread reading. You were also teaching her that it was worth sitting still, Xianxia said. Sometimes that's the harder lesson. He thought about 3 days of thread sitting with the archipelago keepers, in the southern deep, arriving at thread sovereign rank through stillness rather than crisis. He thought about all the other things he had arrived at by sitting with them rather than solving them. The harder lesson, he agreed. The compound came into view as the afternoon light slanted across the desert. Chapter 136. 19 months after the emergence, the antecedent asked its question. Wei Liang was alone on the compound's roof at dawn. The same position where he had stood in the dark on the 68th day, when the 3 threads had first become visible, and on many mornings since. He had developed the habit of beginning each day in this specific place, extended to first Weaver's air range across the waking lattice. It was not meditation, exactly. More like what Tao Yingli had called the harder lesson, sitting still with everything present. The question arrived as an impression in the thread structure. Not speech, not text, not a vision. An impression in the lattice, the same kind that cultivation events left, that the first Weaver's dissolution had added, that Phantom's integration had altered. But this impression was different from all of those. It came from outside the lattice's current framework, from whatever existed before the eternal thread had been woven. It was not a complicated question. Is this what was intended? He sat with it. The question was about the cultivation world rebuilding itself in the ruins of what had been destroyed. About the Guardian Court and the hollow beasts and the lattice repair and the treaty with Reza and Bao Suli's letters in the archive and Tao Yingli at sealed thread and Meiyu in the eastern marshes and Hessa at the dimensional boundary and Yu Tianming teaching restoration and Dao Mingji doing precise work with a depleted foundation. Is this what was intended? He thought about the first Weaver's design, the deliberate, thorough, 47 revision architecture of the Guardian system. He thought about what the first Weaver had told him. The framework extends further than I knew when I built it. He thought about the second Weaver's heir in the world, at a rank that had not existed before this mission, holding both keys to a loom that predated the lattice. He thought about intention and about what it meant for something to be intended versus what it meant for something to be built by people making the right choices in sequence. He sent a reply into the lattice, not a technique, not a formed thought, but an honest impression in response to an honest question. Asterisk no, not intended. Built. Asterisk silence in the lattice. Then, from the pre-lattice layer, from the function that had been witnessing across 19 months and 7 visit sites, and the mapping of the eternal thread's foundational geometry, a sense of approval. Not agreement that this was better than intention, simply recognition that the distinction had been identified correctly, and that the distinction was, apparently, what the antecedent had come to verify. Then it was gone. No residue in the dimensional layer. No impression in the thread structure. Simply gone, in the way that a witness leaves after the testimony is complete. Wei Liang sat on the roof in the early morning. He heard Lin Bao's footsteps on the stairs before she appeared. You look like something happened, she said. Something happened, he confirmed. The antecedent, she said. She had been tracking the situation as closely as he had. It asked its question and received an answer, he said. I don't think it will come back. What was the question? He told her. She thought about it. And the answer you gave, she said. Was it accurate? Yes, he said. Then it was the right answer, she said. She looked at the compound below, the morning activity beginning, the Recovery Institute's early session starting, the archive lights on, the lattice repair coordination office's first communications of the day coming in through the relay system. What do we do now? The work, he said. Specific work, she said. Today, the advanced curriculum review with xianxia, he said. Then the tribunal's updated Hollow Beast monitoring report. Then I need to review Hess's translation of the Keeper Tradition's third section. She says there's something there about the loom that might be relevant. And, she said. She had the tone that indicated she knew there was an and. And I want to visit Dao Mingji's repair site, he said. His foundation has rebuilt to 23%. He might be ready to discuss the next stage. The next stage of what? His path forward, he said. He's been living in the present situation for 18 months. At some point the present situation needs to point towards something. Lin Bao looked at him. That will be a difficult conversation, she said. Yes, he said. Most of the worthwhile ones are. She opened her notebook. I'll schedule it, she said. Chapter 137 20 months. The Hollow Beast cultivation development in the Western Steppes had produced a new phenomenon. Two individuals at sealed thread level had begun teaching basic thread reading to a younger group. Not in any way that Wei Liang could have designed as a formal curriculum, by demonstration, by thread impression, by proximity and repetition, and what xianxia was now calling experiential transmission. The documentation she had sent from the observation post she had established at the plateau's edge, visiting monthly, never staying long enough to disrupt the community's internal patterns, was becoming its own archive section. They're building a tradition, Hesse said, when Wei Liang reviewed the latest report. Yes, he said. An oral tradition, she said. Like the keepers. Not oral, he said. Thread. A thread tradition. Hesse was quiet for a moment. The keeper oral tradition encoded thread information in spoken rhythms, she said. The hollow beasts are encoding it in living thread structure, in the impressions they're building in the plateau's lattice and in each other's cultivation foundations. Different medium. Same function. The lattice teaches, Wei Liang said. He was aware of where the phrase came from, the integrated understanding that had Phantom's 6-year perspective as part of its foundation. Different species, same lattice. The antecedent hasn't come back, Hesse said. No, he said. Do you think it will? He thought about the impression of approval and the sense of completion that had come with it. I think, he said carefully, that the question it came to ask has been answered. Whether it has other questions, I don't know. The keeper tradition suggests the antecedent witnesses across very long time periods. Months may be moments in whatever framework it operates within. Hesse was quiet. The third keeper tradition section, she said. The one about the loom. I finished the translation. What does it say? The keeper tradition doesn't call it the loom, she said. It calls it the first instrument. The instrument used to make the first thread. And the tradition says, she paused. It says the first instrument is also the tool that can make the next thread. Not repair the existing lattice. Create a new kind of thread that doesn't exist yet. Wei Liang looked at her. The loom's creation capability, he said. The first weaver said it could address lattice damage the resonance bridge method cannot reach. The deepest damage. What if the deepest damage is not damage at all, Hesse said. What if it's absence? The lattice doesn't extend to the hollow beast's full thread range because the framework was built for humans and doesn't include the thread frequencies they use. The loom could add those frequencies. Not repair. Create. He sat with this for a long time. The first weaver preserved the loom, he said. Yes, she said. He said, not now, not under these conditions, he said. But he didn't say never. No, she said. He didn't say never. He held both keys. He filed the translation in the archive, noted it as a priority item for the advanced curriculum's framework review, and sent a message to xianxia at the Steppes observation post. He did not explain the full implication in the message. That could wait for her return. He wrote, Asterisk the keeper tradition has something relevant to the hollow beast study. Come back when you're ready. No urgency. Asterisk he knew she would come back in 2 weeks, because she would be curious about the something relevant, and the curiosity would win. He was right. xianxia arrived 16 days later, which was 2 days earlier than he had projected. She brought 3 weeks of observation notes from the steppes and the particular expression she wore when research had produced a finding that needed to be discussed before it could be documented. The tradition, she said, before she had fully set down her travel materials. Tell me what Section 5 says. He told her. She listened without interrupting, which, for her, indicated either complete trust in his account or complete focus on processing what she was hearing. He had learned to read which was which, and this was the second. When he finished, she sat with it for a long moment. The first instrument, she said. The loom. Used to receive a new thread that the second instrument will make. A thread that extends the lattice beyond its current framework. She looked at him. And the hollow beast's cultivation development is the first evidence of the lattice extending beyond its current framework. That's one reading, he said. Do you have a different reading? Not yet, he said. Then we work with this one until we do, she said. Chapter 138. 22 months after the emergence, Dao Mingji asked Wei Liang a question. They were at the Highland repair site, Dao Mingji's assigned zone, where he had been working for 18 months with a depleted foundation that had rebuilt to 26%. The work was careful. The precision that had made the Void Cradle's architecture functional applied to this smaller scale with the same thoroughness. The resonance bridges he built were among the most technically refined in the entire repair effort. My foundation is approaching the point where I could teach, Dao Mingji said. They were walking the boundary of his repair zone, which had developed the specific quality of carefully tended thread structure that Yu Tianming could recognize as good restoration work. Not advanced technique. The foundational resonance bridge method. The basics. The Recovery Institute has a position, Wei Liang said. I know, Dao Mingji said. Yu Tianming mentioned it. He paused. She didn't suggest it. She mentioned that the position existed and that the qualifications included experience with large-scale thread manipulation. She mentioned it once and did not follow up. That's how she mentions things, Wei Liang said. Yes, Dao Mingji said. I spent 3 weeks deciding whether to mention it to you. What decided it? Dao Mingji was quiet for a moment. A child in the Highland community, he said. A boy, perhaps 10 years old. He has thread sensitivity. He's been coming to the edge of my repair zone for 2 months and watching. Yesterday, he brought his younger sister. She doesn't have thread sensitivity. He was trying to explain what he saw to her. He paused. He couldn't find the words for it. He tried for 20 minutes. Another pause. I know the words. I have spent 30 years developing the vocabulary for what cultivation feels like from inside. I know how to explain what he was seeing. He looked at Wei Liang. I didn't speak to him, he said. I don't know if I should. That is what I'm asking you. Wei Liang thought about this. What do you want to do? He said. Explain what he was seeing, Dao Mingji said. Then explain it, Wei Liang said. He doesn't know who I am, Dao Mingji said. No, Wei Liang said. Eventually he will find out, Dao Mingji said. When his cultivation develops. When he joins the Guardian Court's training. When the archive's records are accessible to him. Eventually, Wei Liang agreed. And if he decides, Dao Mingji said carefully, that he doesn't want to have learned from me. If who I am makes what I taught him less valuable, that's his decision to make, Wei Liang said. You can give him accurate information. You cannot control what he does with it. He paused. You never could. That was the flaw in the original plan. You tried to control what the future did with the cultivation world. The future doesn't accept that kind of control. Dao Mingji was quiet. Explain what he was seeing, Wei Liang said. Not because the outcome is guaranteed. Because the knowledge is true and he wants to understand it. He paused. The rest will be what it will be. The boy was at the repair zone's edge when they returned. He was watching the thread structure with the concentrated attention of someone who has found something they cannot stop looking at. Dao Mingji walked toward him. Wei Liang walked the other way. He found the edge of the repair zone where the thread work that Dao Mingji had done over 18 months was visible to first weaver's air perception as a specific texture, different from the work of the other volunteers, more precisely constructed, each resonance bridge built with the patience of someone who had no capacity for speed and had learned to make precision its replacement. The work was good. He stood with this fact, that the work was genuinely good, that the person who had sealed 3,000 cultivators as fuel had spent 18 months doing precise, careful thread repair that would benefit the people he had harmed, and held the contradiction of it without needing to resolve it into something simpler. Behind him, he could hear Dao Mingji's voice, even and patient, explaining what thread sensitivity felt like. The boy asking questions, Dao Mingji answering them. The world built from the people who existed in it, including the ones who had done wrong and were doing something different now, including the ones who were 10 years old and had just found something they couldn't stop looking at. He walked back toward the compound. Chapter 139. 2 years. Wei Liang stood on the compound roof at dawn on the 2nd anniversary of the emergence and did the accounting. The Guardian Court had 48 active practitioners across 9 regional offices. The archive held documentation from every cultivation path practiced in the pre-catastrophe world that had left written records, plus the new material produced since. Shen Yunxi's thread surgery manuals, the Marsh method documentation, the Hollow Beast thread tradition records, the Keeper oral tradition translations. The lattice repair work had reached 68% of the northern wastes, 51% of the eastern marshes, and was beginning its third year of work in the Highland Plateau and Western Steppes. The freed cultivators, 2,894, had remained in contact with the Guardian Court in some capacity. Of the 40 with permanent foundation damage, 37 had found paths that worked within the new ceiling. 3 had found the gap too large and were living quietly in communities that the Guardian Court supported without requiring cultivation involvement. Towingly was at early woven thread, second stage. The Hollow Beast community at the Western Steppes Plateau numbered 32 cultivating individuals. 3 had reached sealed thread. The thread tradition they were building was, by Hess's assessment, developing faster than the keeper oral tradition had. The medium allowed for more direct transmission. Dao Mingji had explained thread sensitivity to the Highland boy. The boy had come back with 3 friends who also wanted to understand. Dao Mingji had explained again, more formally. Lin Bao had noted this in the regional office report. Yu Tianming had sent him the Recovery Institute's teaching practitioner guidelines, without comment, through the standard communication relay. He had not formally applied for the position. He had been teaching for 3 months. Lin Bao had noted this also. Hess's translation work was in its second year. The Keeper Tradition's 5th section, the deepest archive, the oldest encoded knowledge, was not yet complete. She reported monthly that it was proceeding and that what she was finding was significant and that she would have more to say when the translation was ready. The loom was in the void cradle, locked, full, waiting for conditions that were not yet present and might not be present for years. Wei Liang checked it once a month, as he had been checking it since the emergence. It was never doing anything. It was always present. The 3 threads. The Hollow Beast cultivation development had not resolved. It was growing, changing, producing new phenomena faster than the documentation could follow. Not a threat, a continuous situation. The kind that needed sustained attention, not resolution. The dimensional residue had not produced further visits from the antecedent. 5 residues had been found and mapped into the geometric pattern Hessa had identified. The pattern was complete, all sites visited, the survey apparently done. Whatever the antecedent had come to assess, the assessment was, in the antecedent's framework, complete. Phantoms, integrated memories, the 3rd thread, the one that belonged to neither the first weaver nor Wei Liang, were still present in the integrated layer. He had been working toward understanding them for 2 years. They were not harmful, not disruptive, not a crisis. They were a mystery. He was still inside. 3 threads. 3 questions without complete answers. The work was not done. He heard footsteps on the stairs, and the door opening, and Lin Bao appeared with her notebook and a cup of morning tea. 2 years, she said. 2 years, he confirmed. She looked at the compound below, the morning routine beginning, the familiar rhythms of an institution that had found its own operational beat. You're thinking about the loom, she said. I'm thinking about all 3, he said. The hollow beasts, the antecedent pattern, phantoms memory fragments, she said. I know. She opened her notebook. Today's schedule. The Hessa Translation Review at mid-morning. The Steppes Quarterly Report from xianxia at noon. The 3rd Advanced Cohort Assessment Review at mid-afternoon. And a message arrived last night from Mayu. She wants to return to the compound for the 2-year mark and has already made arrangements. She didn't ask, he said. She told me she was coming, Lin Bao said. I confirmed the guest quarters. A pause. She also said to tell you the Eastern Marsh's thread behavior study has produced something she needs to discuss in person. Her words. Tell him it's the kind of thing that needs sitting with. He looked at the morning light. When does she arrive? He said. Tomorrow, Lin Bao said. Good, he said. He took the morning tea Lin Bao had brought and stood with it, looking at the lattice, the world's threads and their recovering patterns, the resonance bridges growing, the healing that was real and ongoing and would continue past his ability to see it all. The cultivation world that had been closed was opening. Not the same world. A different one. He was still the guardian. The work was still the work. He went inside to begin the day. Chapter 140. The loom moved on a Tuesday. Not activated. Wei Liang would have known immediately. The void cradle's monthly check showed nothing out of order. The loom's stored energy was stable, the lock structure intact, both keys in their correct state. Nothing had changed in the mechanism. But the thread impression that the first weaver had left in the local lattice, the dissolution signature that Wei Liang could read at first weaver's air range, had changed quality. Subtly, the way an impression changed when the person who left it had reason to give it more attention. The first weaver was paying attention to the loom. Wei Liang stood at the compound's perimeter in the late afternoon and held this information. Then Xin Yunqi arrived from the main building with the expression she wore when analysis had produced a conclusion, and the conclusion was significant. The Keeper Tradition 5th section, she said. Hessa finished the translation last night. I've been reading it all morning. What does it say? The tradition refers to the second instrument, she said. Not the first instrument, the loom. A second instrument that the antecedent carries and has not yet used. The tradition describes it as the question that becomes a tool, which is not a very useful description. But what it makes is described precisely. What does it make, he said. A thread that connects the lattice to what exists outside the lattice, she said. She met his eyes. The first thread that would allow the cultivation world to extend beyond its current framework. Not repair the existing structure. Not create new frequencies within it. Extend it. He looked at the void cradle's direction. And the first instrument, he said. The loom. The keeper tradition, what does it say about the loom's role? It says the first instrument is needed to receive the new thread, she said. To weave it into the existing lattice without the integration process tearing the lattice apart. The loom's creation capability is the anchor for the connection. She paused. The tradition says the thread keeper's heir will know when the time comes, and will know what to do. Wei Liang looked at the setting sun. Mei Yu is coming tomorrow, he said. Yes, she said. And the antecedent, he said, is coming back. Hessa's voice came from behind them. She had emerged from the archive building, still carrying the translation in her hands. I felt the dimensional layers shift this morning. The same pre-lattice signature. It's moving toward the step site again. Different pattern from before. He looked at Hessa, at xianxia, at the archive building where the documentation of 2 years of rebuilding was stored, and the Recovery Institute where Yu Tianming was working, and the perimeter where 3 of the newest practitioners were doing their evening thread maintenance, and the relay station where Lin Bao's messages from 9 regional offices arrived in a continuous flow. He had a loom, 2 keys, and a second instrument coming. He had a community that had been built choice by choice. He had 3 threads, and now the threads were becoming one. Tell Mei Yu, he said to xianxia. When she arrives tomorrow, tell her we need to sit with something. He looked at Hessa. And tell Lin Bao. She'll need to know. She already knows, Hessa said. I passed her on the way out. She was updating the planning calendar. Of course she was. Wei Liang stood in the late afternoon light and looked at the lattice. The recovering world. The 27 hollow beast cultivators adding their thread signatures to the Western Steppes local resonance. The first weaver's impression paying attention to the loom. The antecedent moving toward a new visit. Mei Yu a day away with something that needed sitting with. The work was the work. The next chapter was already beginning. He was not the last cultivator alive. He had not been for a long time. The world was full of people who cultivated, who tended the lattice, who carried the thread knowledge forward into a future that was different from everything that had come before. But he was still the guardian. He walked back inside to do the work. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.